C2726 The Lion Opened Its Mouth. Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Azure Dragon King Ugn vs Yang Fann. With the support of the will of Azure Dragon Universe, as well as the help of the innate origin of chaos, Divine Azure Dragon Divine Spear, Azure Dragon King, Ugn, could be considered strong. Compared to his normal state, more than 1,000 times stronger. He was chasing after a peak top-level Chaos God King, one of the other 6 top-level Chaos God Kings in the Taya Empire. Besides Great Emperor Taya, including Ancestor Spirit King Hong Shen. Unfortunately, none of them were a match for Azure Dragon King. He had encountered Yang Fann. Under Yang Fann's storm-like attacks, Azure Dragon King Ugn was forced to retreat. He only had the life to take a beating. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. After enduring for more than an hour, Azure Dragon King finally couldn't hold on any longer and chose to give in. He agreed to hand over his beloved concubine, Lei Ya. He swore on his dragon soul that he would never find trouble with Yang Fann after this. In just this half an hour, he had spat out countless mouthfuls of dragon blood. His Yuan energy had already been greatly damaged. If he still didn't compromise, he would definitely injure his source. Once his source was damaged, at that time, it would be difficult to recover. If he wasn't careful, it would affect his Dao path. Compared to his future, just a bit of face and a woman were nothing. Although it was rare to have a female middle-level Chaos Divine King, with his status in the Chaos domain, it wouldn't take him too much effort to get his hands on her. Furthermore, his defensive Divine Armor, Azure Dragon, and Divine Armor were also severely injured. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to break down completely. That was the only defensive quasi-top-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact in his hand. He was only inferior to the most precious divine weapon of the Divine Spear, Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Without the protection of the Azure Dragon and Divine Armor, his strength would at least drop by a level. In his heart, his status far exceeded that of a woman like Leia. Not to mention, without the Thunder Source royal family's support for Leia, its status also dropped by more than one level. Now, I want to hand over Naya. Azure Dragon King, don't you think it's too late? Yang Fann sneered. All of this was just a reason for him to make a move. Not to mention that Azure Dragon King had just compromised. Even if he agreed to hand over Leia right from the beginning and made the Dragon Soul pledge, Yang Fann would find another reason to threaten Azure Dragon King. There were only a few top-level Chaos God Kings in the large-sized Chaos domain, and there were only 1 or 2 of them. It wouldn't be easy for them to find a suitable reason to attack Azure Dragon King. After this village, who knew how many years it would take to have this shop? What? Azure Dragon King and Hegn stared at each other, not daring to believe their ears, and rejected the offer. This bastard actually rejected the offer. How is this possible? How is this possible? As both of them were top-level Chaos God Kings, especially when their strength was about the same, it was virtually impossible to kill them. Normally speaking, once the victor was decided, they would stop fighting. If they didn't fight to the death, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. At that time, it would only benefit others in vain. For old monsters like them who had lived for tens of billions of eras, they had killed countless times in their lives. Which one of them wasn't filled with enemies all over the world? It was just that due to their formidable strength, they suppressed it bitterly and didn't dare to show themselves. Once they were heavily injured and had less than 10% of their strength remaining, then it was unknown how many enemies would come looking for them. Could it be that he wants to take the opportunity to strike me again? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Azure Dragon King's mind. Yes, that's right. This bastard must be thinking this way. The more she thought about Azure Dragon King, the more she felt that this was the case. Old monsters like them cherished their lives the most. Moreover, there wasn't much enmity between them. This person definitely wouldn't risk his life to fight him. Motherfucker, it has always been me who blackmailed others. When have I ever been blackmailed? This bitch bastard, I really can't take this lying down. However, he had no choice but to lower his head and look at this bastard's crazy stance. If he didn't give him a satisfactory answer, this bastard would definitely not let this matter rest. At that time, the one who would be at a disadvantage would still be himself. Fuck, just treat it as breaking through money to avoid disaster. If one were to really talk about it, all of this was the Thunder Source royal family's fault. If it wasn't for this bunch of ignorant fools, how could I have caused such a disaster to descend from the heavens and provoked such a god of plagues? Thunder Source royal family, I hope that your clan has been completely destroyed by this god of plagues. Otherwise, you will pay me back double the amount I spit out. Who, taking a deep breath, Azure Dragon King forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart. Unwilling, he said, Sir, stop. I am willing to compensate you again. Sir, a trillion origin elemental crystals. A trillion origin elemental crystals. Azure Dragon King, you are really generous. Yang Fann sneered. The sarcasm on his face was obvious, and the attack on his hand became even fiercer. Billions of origin elemental crystal. To think that Azure Dragon King would think that he was a beggar when he said that he had trillions of origin elemental crystal. It was the Thunder Empire, a mere 8th grade empire. Their wealth was far from enough. It wasn't just a trillion origin elemental crystals. The dignified Azure Dragon King, one of the 6 kings of a 10th grade empire, actually offered a trillion origin elemental crystals. He wasn't afraid of being embarrassed. 10 trillion origin elemental crystals, as long as you are willing to stop, I am willing to compensate you. Your Excellency, 10 trillion origin elemental crystals. Yang Fann was too lazy to continue speaking. This Azure Dragon King was really stingy. He didn't even know how he became the 6 kings of Taya Empire. 20 trillion origin elemental crystals. 30 trillion origin elemental crystals. 40 trillion origin elemental crystals. Roar. 100 trillion, 100 trillion. Azure Dragon King gritted his teeth and said his bottom line, Sir, don't go too far. 100 trillion Azure Dragon Kings is really not a small amount. Even with Azure Dragon King's foundation, using 100 trillion origin elemental crystals at once would cost him a lot of vital energies. One should know that some rogue cultivators, low-rank top-level Chaos God King, who didn't have many powers, might not even have 100 trillion origin elemental crystals. I'm going too far. The wealth of a Thunder Source royal family was far more than 100 trillion origin elemental crystals. Azure Dragon King, you are the dignified 6 kings of the Taya Empire. Can't you even compare to a mere Thunder Source royal family? What? This Thunder Source royal family has such a huge amount of wealth. Azure Dragon King's heart shook. In his heart, 100 trillion origin elemental crystal was the limit of all the wealth of the Thunder Source royal family. In the next second, Azure Dragon King's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that the Thunder Source royal family had such a rich family, he would have doubled the tribute of every era, or even more. Sir, tell me, how much compensation do you want? 1 billion origin elemental crystals. As long as you take out 1 billion origin elemental crystals, the karma between us will be settled. If this Azure Dragon King, Yu could really hand over 100 billion origin elemental crystals, he would stop here and spare his life. With 1 billion origin elemental crystals, it might be difficult for a quasi-high-level Chaos God warrior to break through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God, but for an extreme middle-level Chaos God warrior, it was a piece of cake. It could be considered as barely accomplishing the purpose of this trip. What? 1 billion origin elemental crystals? Azure Dragon King's mouth was wide open, as if he was looking at a madman. He looked at Yang Fann, his mother. He had seen a lion open its mouth wide, but he had never seen such a method of opening its mouth. 1 billion origin elemental crystals, why didn't this bastard go and steal it? Even if they sold him and their true dragon clan, they still wouldn't be able to gather so many origin elemental crystals. Not to mention them, amongst the 6 kings of Taya Empire, including no one, including Ancestor Spirit King and Hong Yin, could take out so many Spirit Kings. Perhaps only the Taya Imperial clan could take out 100 billion origin elemental crystals by selling everything they had. Sir, I sincerely want to understand the cause and effect of this incident with you. There is no point in saying that. If you don't have 100 billion origin elemental crystals, I'll compensate you with your life, sir. Are you really going to do something so extreme? Don't forget, this is the Taya Empire. I am only one of the 6 kings of the empire. Above me, there is also the great sovereign, your excellency. Aren't you afraid that the great sovereign will be infuriated? Heavenly Emperor, others might be afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of him. Today, your life is mine. Good evil creature, you will pay the price for your words. C 2727 The Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Azure Dragon King gritted his teeth and gave up. This bastard didn't have any intention of making peace with him. 100 billion units of origin elemental crystal. To think that he would say it out loud. HMPH, bastard, do you really think you can take me down? Just you wait, it's not like there's no one behind me. Although I'm not your match, I still have Great Emperor Taya. Once Great Emperor Taya arrives, it will be the day of your death. Bang bang! Azure Dragon King immediately used all of his strength to block Yang Fann's attack. He didn't waste any more words. Everything was waiting for Great Emperor Taya's arrival. At almost the same time, in the Taya Empire, Taya Universe, and Taya Imperial Star, a dragon-robed man that was the same as Azure Dragon King entered the palace. This person was none other than one of Azure Dragon King's clones. It wasn't just Azure Dragon King and Shi Jian, the other 5 kings also had clones in the Emperor Star. This was to allow them to know about Great Emperor Taya's orders as soon as possible. Azure Dragon King He Jian was about to say something. Yang Fann's mind turned and immediately saw through most of Azure Dragon King's thoughts. At this moment, the only person that Azure Dragon King could rely on was Great Emperor Taya and the others. In an instant, a trace of complacency flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The attack in his hand slowed down a little. Surround and attack support, this was also a crucial point. Yang Fann didn't want to lose Azure Dragon King's bait before Great Emperor Taya and the others arrived. If that was the case, Great Emperor Taya and the others might not be able to take the bait. Suppressing Azure Dragon King in Azure Dragon Universe. This strength was not much weaker than Great Emperor Taya, who was supposed to be extreme top-level Chaos God King. With the cautiousness of these old monsters, they would not easily put themselves in danger. There was a high chance that they would make a long-term plan. I just didn't know that a few top-level Chaos God Kings would come this time. Yang Fann was looking forward to it. It would be best if all 6 of them came. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the other top-level Chaos God Kings. He couldn't afford to offend them, and he couldn't even hide from them. If these top-level Chaos God Kings found a place to hide, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack to find them. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, a day passed. Azure Dragon King was in imminent danger. The Azure Dragon and divine armors on his body were tattered, and he was on the verge of being destroyed. There were not many complete parts on his body, and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was a candle flickering in the wind. He was putting on an act. Although Yang Fann had slowed down his attack, he didn't let Azure Dragon King Yu Jian suffer too much. Every punch and strike was no less than the attack of a quasi-peak top-level Chaos God King. Otherwise, Great Emperor Taya and the others might have found some flaws in his attack. Azure Dragon Universe, Your Majesty, woo woo woo, what should I do? What should we do? Quickly think of a way. If this continues, His Majesty will probably. I'm afraid. The group of dragon sons and grandsons were burning with anxiety like ants on a hot pan. His Majesty Azure Dragon King was the king of their true dragon clan and the spiritual pillar of their clan. If it wasn't for His Majesty Azure Dragon King, their true dragon clan wouldn't have been able to protect their entire clan, much less the position of the 6 kings. It was still a big mystery. Dragon clan had always been overbearing. Of course, none of the other 5 royal families had a good temper. Other than the Taya Imperial clan, there were very few races and powers that they could put in their eyes. In these past few years, they had offended countless powers. Just the 18 great dukes alone, there were already quite a few that weren't on good terms with their true dragon clan. Once there was anything good about His Majesty Azure Dragon King, those powers would definitely be like hungry wolves, fiercely lunging forward and biting down on their true dragon clan. They wanted to help His Majesty Azure Dragon King, but there was nothing they could do. In the entire true dragon clan, besides His Majesty Azure Dragon King, there was no other top-level Chaos God King. Not even quasi-top-level God King. The strongest were only 2 extreme advanced God King warriors. Even if they used the forbidden divine ability at all costs to burn their origin and forcefully increase their strength, the most they could do was to fight low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. If they wanted to interfere in Azure Dragon King's battle, there was no hope at all. The frenzied energy waves alone could easily crush them. Your Majesty, please don't let anything happen to you. Another 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Why hasn't the Emperor arrived yet? It had been more than a day. The martial monarch should have arrived a long time ago with his speed. Could it be that the martial monarch wanted to borrow a saber? No, that's impossible. I'll hold on for another 2 hours. If the martial monarch still hasn't appeared, Azure Dragon King Shijian's heart gradually began to beat with the thought of retreating, allowing him to fight to the death. He was not that great. If he really couldn't do it, then he could only run away. At that time, he wouldn't care about the life and death of these sons and grandsons. The world was vast, and his own life was the greatest. Moreover, as long as he was here, the true Dragon Clan was still one of the 6 great royal families of Taya Empire. It was only a matter of time before they could recover to their peak. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour later, Wang. Suddenly, Azure Dragon King's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. No wonder the great sovereign didn't arrive, it was because of the great sovereign. In the next second, Azure Dragon King's eyes were filled with Yang Fan's as he looked at Yang Fann. Vile creature, your death has come. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 6 extremely terrifying pressures rolled in from all directions, sealing the heavens and sealing the earth, completely filling the surrounding space. The weakest pressure was chasing after middle-rank top-level God King, and the strongest one was at least 100 times stronger than Yang Fann and Azure Dragon King. Ah, it's Great Emperor Taya and His Majesty, Zhu Spirit King. His Majesty, King Nanfang. His Majesty, Duke Bluecloud. Ha ha ha, good, His Majesty is saved. His Majesty is saved. Vile creature, your end is here. In an instant, the entire Azure Dragon universe erupted into cheers. Each and every one of them looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. Putting aside the fact that Great Sovereign Tianya was here, he had also brought along the other 5 kings. Adding on their Azure Dragon King, this lineup was truly extravagant. Even if this man had the power to dominate their Azure Dragon King, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Vile creature, I've said it before, you must pay for your decision to make a comeback. Azure Dragon King Hejian's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. His face was ferocious like an evil ghost from hell. After this bitter battle, not only was the Azure Dragon and divine armor on his body useless, he had also used up a lot of his origin energy. Without a million eras of cultivation, he would never be able to recover. As for the Azure Dragon and divine armor, it would take an unknown amount of time, as well as a lot of natural treasures to recover. All of this was because of this evil being, and it was all because of him. I've already given in, and I didn't even hesitate to give him a great gift. This evil creature isn't even willing to let him go. Damn it, this evil creature truly deserves to die 1,000 times over. Let me pay the price. Azure Dragon King, you aren't qualified to do so. Great Emperor Taya, the 5 kings, everything that should have come has come. Good, what does he mean by that? Azure Dragon King's heart trembled and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. From the meaning of these words, he already knew that the great sovereign and the others would come. Could it be that he was hiding something that could turn the tables in a desperate situation? No, that's impossible. With the combined strength of the 7 of them, even extreme top-level Chaos God King would be able to fight. Could this bastard be extreme top-level Chaos God King? What kind of joke was this? If he was extreme top-level Chaos God King, why would he fight with him for so long? Right at this moment, Cyclic Chaos Divine Array, activate a sound of great Tao that seemed to appear out of nowhere resounded in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, boundless starlight ripped apart the chaos, bursting out from the surroundings of the Azure Dragon universe, forming a barrier of stars that enveloped the entire Azure Dragon universe, including Great Emperor Taya and the others. 4. The Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. This was the top-grade world-sealing divine formation of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. Bitch it, Shijian this bastard. That man wasn't a rogue top-level Chaos God King, but an elder of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. C2728 Suppress Emperor Taya Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Great Emperor Taya's facial expression changed dramatically. The Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation was actually the legendary Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. It was one of the top-grade divine sealing formations of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, and it was impossible for anyone who wasn't a disciple of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace to know the Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. Furthermore, this man was able to use the Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation, and he was also a top-level Chaos God King. It was obvious who he was. Elder, this must be an elder of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. What, an elder of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace? The hearts of the other 5 kings who came to rescue Spirit King and the others were also beating wildly. An ominous feeling swept across their hearts. In their hearts, they were cursing Azure Dragon King. His opponent was actually an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. This bastard, Azure Dragon King, was simply setting them up. What was the primeval Chaos Dao Palace? It was the sky of their 9 great chaos circles, and their Taya Empire was only one of the 9 great chaos circles, the Tezu Primal Chaos. The Earth Overlord of the Taya Chaos Domain, one of the thousands of large-sized chaos domain. Compared to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was the difference between a small village town and an empire. What were they? A small village citizen killing an empire official. If this was known by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, all of them, including the people behind them, would not be able to escape death. No, how could this be? Azure Dragon King was on the verge of collapsing. He thought that Great Emperor Taya and the others were here because he had a grudge against them. When they were complaining, who would have thought that such a situation would occur? An elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he was actually an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. With this status, as long as Great Emperor Taya and the others weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they would never become enemies with him. Regret, endless regret, like a surging river, it swept through Azure Dragon King's soul. If he had known that this person would be an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he wouldn't have made Lei Ya, that lowly servant, his enemy. Without saying another word, he lowered his head and admitted defeat. Right at this moment, boom, the power of Chaos God within Yang Fann's body increased by another level. In an instant, it tore through the chaos and appeared in front of Azure Dragon King. He turned his head and struck down with his palm. Ah, no, save me, great sovereign, save me. He was already severely injured, and he was intimidated by Yang Fann's identity as an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. He was immersed in endless regret, and didn't have the time to react. Yang Fann's palm strike had increased another level of the power of Chaos God. It allowed his strength to step into the ranks of the top level Chaos God Kings. Under such circumstances, Azure Dragon King and Shi Jian had no way to resist. The terrifying palm force was like a hot knife, cutting through butter. It shattered the layers of defensive barrier in front of Azure Dragon King. Shi Jian, a trace of reluctance flashed across Great Emperor Taya's eyes. Any top-level Chaos God King was the pillar of the Taya Empire. The suppression of Azure Dragon King and Shi Jian was no different from cutting off one of his arms. He wanted to save her, but when he thought of Yang Fann's identity, the power of Chaos God in his body forced him to do so. An elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. He was not someone that could be provoked by a 10th grade empire like him. If they tried to stop him by force, the Taya Empire would be the one to suffer the consequences. Yu Jian, don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to save you. I really have no other choice. I have to consider my Taya Imperial clan and the Empire. Ah, no. Azure Dragon King's voice slowly stopped. A terrifying and invincible energy surged into his body, completely sealing him. Azure Dragon Universe. Ah, Your Majesty, His Majesty. No, impossible. This is not true. It's not true. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. How is it possible for His Majesty? How is it possible? The group of dragon sons and grandsons were dumbstruck as they continuously denied themselves. His Majesty is the strongest, invincible, impossible, absolutely impossible to be suppressed by someone just like that. Even if that person was an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was the same. Fake all fake. Sigh, Shi Jian. Great Emperor Taya helplessly sighed as a trace of sorrow welled up in his heart. Today, it was Shi Jian's turn. He didn't know when it would be his turn. If he wasn't strong enough, he still wasn't strong enough. He took a deep breath and suppressed the negative emotions in his heart. Great Emperor Taya cupped his fists towards Yang Fann and said, Taya greets the elder. This Shi Jian actually dares to oppose the elder. This is truly a treasonous act. She deserves to die 10,000 times over. Elder, rest assured, the true dragon clan that she belonged to. I will definitely interrogate her and not tolerate her. The wall had fallen, and many people were pushing it. Azure Dragon King, the top-level Chaos God King, had already been suppressed by Relentless. As for the remaining true dragon clan, it was of little use to Taya Empire. Fortunately, they had done a good deed to the end, and used them as compensation to make friends with this elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. What you said is even better than singing. I'm afraid you really want me to die. Yang Fann sneered, as if he didn't believe Great Emperor Taya's nonsense. He said, if you want to take revenge for Azure Dragon King, you don't need to waste your time. Do it now, I will take it. Great Emperor Taya was dumbfounded. Could it be that there was something wrong with this elder of primeval chaos Dao Palace's mind? He didn't understand human language, so what? I didn't even hesitate to use the True Dragon clan to attack him, but this man actually said that I want to take revenge for Azure Dragon King, so can I have a pleasant conversation with him? What's wrong? There's nothing else to say. Looks like I got it right. Yang Fann's voice suddenly turned cold. HMPH, if you want my life, I'll kill you all first. Roar! Die! Before Great Emperor Taya could say anything, Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone and lunged at Great Emperor Taya. He had wasted so much effort and even used the Heavenly Cycle Chaos Grand Formation. Yang Fann didn't want to give up halfway. He only wanted to take down Azure Dragon King. If that was the case, why would he waste so much effort? It had to be known that the massive Heavenly Cycle Chaos Array wasn't cheap. Even though he was a Dao child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and enjoyed a 20% discount, he had spent 300 trillion Dao Palace contribution points on it, which was equivalent to 30 trillion units of origin elemental crystals. Bitch it, this bastard must be crazy. Great Emperor Taya was furious. He really didn't want to fight this battle. 5. So what if he won? Could it be that he could really kill this guy? He didn't even dare to suppress him. Otherwise, once the primeval Chaos Dao Palace found out about this, he would be the only one who would die. Elder, stop. I really don't have the intention to become your enemy. If you don't believe me, I can swear that I will. At this moment, Great Emperor Taya's heart skipped a beat. A sense of impending doom swept across his heart. Ah, no, you actually hid your strength. At this moment, Yang Fann no longer held back. He even used the forbidden divine ability, the power of the mixed 9 forms. This was a new forbidden divine ability that Yang Fann had just mastered. It was also the most terrifying skill in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace that could put one's life on the line. The first transformation of the mixed 9 forms increased the strength by 100 times. The second transformation increased the strength by 200 times, the third transformation increased the strength by 300 times. Until the final 9th transformation, the strength of the mixed 9 forms increased by 900 times. It seemed like it was not much stronger than the Dragon Sun 10 transformations that Yang Fann had once mastered. In fact, it was not the case. The mixed 9 forms. What was truly terrifying was that it was superimposed and increased. It was like the second transformation of the primordial epic, not just the second transformation. 200 times of strength, in addition to the increase in strength of the first transformation by 100 times. Finally, it increased the strength by 300 times, and finally the mixed 9 forms. Under the superposition of the 9 transformations, the strength of the mixed 9 forms increased by 4,500 times. It was not too difficult to surpass a big rank, or even 2 big ranks. Of course, the side effects were also terrifying. Once he used the mixed 9 forms, his cultivation base would drop drastically. If it was more serious, his origin would collapse, and he would become a cripple. Even with Yang Fann's terrifying physique, the first 3 transformations were still alright. The problem was not big. The middle 3 transformations were a huge burden. Without thousands of billions of years of cultivation, he would never be able to recover to his original state. The last 3 transformations, especially the last transformation, would cause him to drop by a huge level. At this moment, Yang Fann had pushed the mixed 9 forms to the second change. His strength had increased by 300 times. This strike was so terrifying that it had already surpassed the scope of low-level quasi-sovereign, and he had firmly stepped into the ranks of middle-rank quasi-sovereign. This strength, quasi-supreme being, this is quasi-paragon's strength. Ah, no, despair. A quasi-paragon was a terrifying existence. Even in the massive primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was still considered one of the higher-ups of the upper echelons. Compared to a quasi-supreme being like him, extreme top-level Chaos God King, he was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger. If it was in his lair in the Taya universe, using all of their Taya Imperial clan's trump cards, as well as their geographical advantage, he could still barely resist a little bit, but in this Azure Dragon universe, it was impossible for him to be a match for Quasi-Paragon. Especially with this strength, it wasn't as simple. As low-level Quasi-Sovereigns collapse, his mind had completely collapsed. UGN, you bastard, just who did you offend? Spare my life, please spare my life. This junior really didn't want to stand up for her. C2729 all in one fell swoop. Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Poochie Poochie, Poochie. Yang Fann's heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter. With a single strike, it shattered all of Great Emperor Taya's defenses and suppressed his power. Spare my life. What kind of joke was this? You, Great Emperor Taya, are my most important target. If I let you go, how am I going to break through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God? Silence. The eyes of Ancestor Spirit King and the other three great kings widened as they looked at Yang Fann, who looked like a chaotic devil god, with disbelief on their faces. They. What did they see? The Emperor. The Emperor was instantly killed by that person. No. How is this possible? How is this possible? Great Emperor Taya was the #1 person in the Taya Empire. He was a quasi-extreme top-level Chaos God King who had just stepped into the extreme top-level Chaos God King realm. Even the real extreme top-level Chaos God King was absolutely impossible. With just a single move, he had completely suppressed Great Emperor Taya. No, he was a quasi-extreme top-level Chaos God King. A quasi-supreme expert. It seemed like the Great Sovereign had just said that this person was quasi-paragon. Hiss. This meant that the Great Sovereign was referring to quasi-paragon. Great Sovereign had really been this person. No. Trap. This was simply a trap. Zoo Spirit King and the others. The 5 kings shivered. Vaguely, a hint of understanding emerged in their hearts. Even Great Emperor Taya was instantly killed by that man, let alone Azure Dragon King, whose cultivation base was 2 grades lower than Great Emperor Taya. Even if this was the old nest of Azure Dragon King, it was impossible for him to survive for so long in the hands of a quasi-paragon. The reason why he was able to hold on until their arrival was because this giant had gone easy on them. His goal wasn't just Azure Dragon King, He-Jian alone. It was to capture all 7 top-level Chaos God Kings of Taya Empire in one fell swoop. It was no wonder why Great Emperor Taya didn't hesitate to pay the price of the true Dragon Clan. He was sure that Great Emperor Taya would take revenge for Azure Dragon King. He was a man of one mind and wouldn't listen to anyone's words. Everything was just an excuse for him. It was just an excuse to wipe them all out. As a level 10 empire that controlled the large-sized Chaos domain, the Taya Empire was also famous in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. For no reason, even quasi-paragon of the Dao Palace was not allowed to attack the Taya Empire. Bitch it, what kind of grudge does the Taya Empire have with you? They actually want you, the dignified quasi-paragon, to not care about your face. Using such a ridiculous excuse to deal with small fries like us. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. The Taya Empire had always been in charge of many rank 10 empires in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. They only guarded the 3 hectares of the Chaos domain. Not to mention quasi-paragon, even extreme top-level Chaos God King wouldn't dare to offend them. Not to mention quasi-paragon from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. But soon, the 5 king warriors couldn't be bothered to think about it. Each and every one of them was burning with anxiety, like ants on a hot pan. What should we do? What should we do now? Now is not the time to consider the reason, but to think of a way to deal with this calamity. With their 5 great power of the king, even Great Emperor Taya might not be able to defeat them, let alone quasi-paragon who had suppressed Great Emperor Taya. This kind of supreme expert was absolutely not something they could fight against. Flee immediately. All of a sudden, the eyes of the 5 kings flashed as they made a decision in their hearts. Flee far away, and even leave the Taya Empire. The Taya Empire had been targeted by such a powerful figure. No matter what, they couldn't stay there any longer. If they were not careful, they might not even know how they died. Ancestral Soul Divine Ability, Spirit King's Blood Escape. Southern King Divine Ability, Formless Void. Destiny Divine Ability, Formless and Colorless. You want to run? Is that possible? Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. If they could still escape at this time, the Chaos Yuan Zhou Heavenly Divine Formation would be removed from the list of the top divine formations of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Even if he bought the weakest Chaos Yuan Zhou Heavenly God Formation, it would be enough to trap a low-level quasi-sovereign for a day and night. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base below high-rank top-level Chaos God Kings, wanting to escape was no different from daydreaming. No, the barrier, that bitched barrier. Spare my life, please spare my life. All of this is Azure Dragon King's fault, it has nothing to do with this lowly one, it has nothing to do with this lowly one. Woo woo woo. Why, sir? How did our Taya Empire offend you? Even if we have to die, we have to let us know what happened. Ah, you harmed him for no reason. Even if you're a powerhouse of the Dao Palace, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the Dao Palace. 10 breaths later, chaos returned to its calm state. None of the 5 kings were left alive. All of them had become Yang Fann's captives. The next second, Yang Fann turned around and looked at the Azure Dragon universe that was billions of light years away. His eyes were bright, as if he could see through everything in the Azure Dragon universe. Next, it will be these aphids. The True Dragon clan was one of the 6 great royal families of Taya Empire. Their strength wasn't weak. As for the Azure Dragon universe, as the base camp of the True Dragon clan, it had the combined strength of 8th layer of the True Dragon clan, or even the combat strength of a 9th level expert. There were 17 high-level Chaos God King warriors, and the strongest 2 were even stronger than the Thunder Source God King. They were true extreme advanced God King warriors, and there were 4 of them who were at the same level as the Thunder Source God King, King top rank high-level Chaos God. As for intermediate and low-level Chaos God King, there were hundreds or thousands of them. After wiping out all of these Chaos God King, their harvest wouldn't be any less than suppressing a low-rank top-level Chaos God King. Break for me. Yang Fann moved his right arm, and a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing towards the Azure Dragon universe. In an instant, bang bang bang, the Guardian formation of the Azure Dragon universe, the Azure Dragon Divine formation, shattered like glass, completely disintegrating. Countless mushroom clouds rose from all directions of the Azure Dragon universe, as if the end of the world had arrived, taking away the lives of countless true dragons. Ah, it's broken, the Guardian formation is broken. Woo woo woo. Really, everything is real. Your Majesty, and the Emperor and the others At this moment, the stunned and disbelieving faces of the True Dragon clan's God King finally believed that cruel reality, the invincible king in their hearts, Great Emperor Taya and the other 7 top-level Chaos God Kings had all fallen. It's over. Our True Dragon clan is completely finished. Woo woo woo. The Great Tao is unfair. Just what kind of sin did our True Dragon clan commit to actually suffer such a great calamity? Hua Shang, you will die a horrible death. You will have retribution, there will definitely be retribution. Roar, return my Majesty's order. Hua Shang, let's die together. A bunch of ants, you want to self-destruct in front of me? Ridiculous. Zero. Yang Fann sneered. The terrifying power of space immediately locked down all the True Dragon clan's Chaos God King. Self-destruction not only required one's soul to be destroyed, one needed the courage to never reincarnate, but also the strength to self-detonate. If Great Emperor Taya wanted to self-detonate in front of middle-rank quasi-sovereign, he would have to do it with Great Emperor Taya. He still had a little bit of qualification to do so. The others, he could only be considered to have thought too much. Azure Dragon Universe, Azure Dragon Palace, a secret side hall. Buzz. The void distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. This is the location of Azure Dragon King's treasure vault, and it's hidden really well. If it wasn't for the soul, it would have far surpassed a top-level Chaos God King, and would have been able to chase after a quasi-supreme expert. Yang Fann might not be able to see through his disguise and find Azure Dragon King's treasure vault. Azure Dragon King He Jian, one of the 6 great kings of Taya Empire. I wonder if his fortune is 10 times greater, 100 times, or 1,000 times more than the Thunder Source royal family. C2730. His value skyrocketed. Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. As one of the 6 kings of Taya Empire, Azure Dragon King wouldn't disappoint him. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying force comparable to low-level quasi-sovereigns swept out with Yang Fann at the center. Poochie. The Azure Dragon treasury was able to resist high-rank top-level Chaos God King's layers of divine formation. The formation was like a piece of paper. It was completely useless and was crushed into pieces. 10 breaths later, everything in the Azure Dragon treasury could be seen in Yang Fann's eyes. What a good Azure Dragon King, she was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 kings of the Taya Empire. She was worth a lot of money. The Thunder Source royal family could never compare with him. Although it wasn't as much as what Yang Fann had imagined, it was still a few dozen times more than what he had imagined. Just the Origin Elemental Crystal alone was worth nearly 3 trillion units. With all the other resources combined together, the total value was so high that even without 100 billion units of Origin Elemental Crystal, it would still be 70 to 80 million units. Soon, 15 minutes passed. The Azure Dragon treasury that was as vast as the universe was swept clean by Yang Fann. The entire treasury was so clean that even rats could starve to death. The next moment, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and left the Azure Dragon universe in a flash. Although he was envious of the universe source in the Azure Dragon universe, this was a place that was comparable to the Leiyuan universe. If he could plunder all the energy in the Origin universe, at least, he would be able to give Yang Fann a few trillion units of Origin elemental crystal. However, Yang Fann knew very well in his heart, now wasn't the time to plunder the Origin of Azure Dragon universe. With his cultivation base and strength, if he wanted to rob all the Azure Dragon universes in Azure Dragon universe, even with Azure Dragon King, Ugn, and King of the universe around, time would be counted in 100 million years. At this moment, the news of him suppressing Great Emperor Taya and the others. The news had probably already been sent back to the Taya universe, the Ancestral Soul universe, and the other 6 universes. If he really had to spend hundreds of millions of years to plunder the origin of chaos of the Azure Dragon universe. When he arrived at the Taya universe, the Ancestral Soul universe, even the yellow flowers and vegetables were scared stiff. That Emperor clan of the Great Horizon region, the Ancestral Spirit King clan, and other Emperor clans, had long fled with everything in the treasury. Apart from that, Yang Fann also had a huge concern in his heart. If he stayed in Azure Dragon universe to plunder the source, if something went wrong, he would very likely be blocked by Ming Yang Dao Zun, the status of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Dao child in the Dao Palace. As for Great Dao God's son, his status was higher than the other Dao children, and his authority was higher. His status was even higher than most of the quasi-paragons. However, it wasn't that he was supreme, let alone the few high and mighty Great Dao Sovereign. It was Lord of Primordius and those quasi-sovereign of great perfection. His authority was higher than the level 1, and he had the right to check the treasures he had exchanged for the Dao Child token. Ming Yang Dao Zun didn't report the news of his disappearance to Lord of Primordius and the others, but if he did, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the Azure Dragon universe with the help of the Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. For the sake of being careful, the Azure Dragon universe wasn't a place to stay for long. With another flash, Yang Fann had already arrived outside the Azure Dragon universe. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, streams of light tore through the chaos and fell into Yang Fann's hand. There were exactly 365 streams of light, which combined with the number of stars in the universe. It was none other than the flags of the Chaos Origin Heavenly God Formation. However, at this moment, the 365 Chaos Origin Heavenly Cycles flags were covered in thin cracks, like broken tiles, as if they would completely collapse in the next second. It is indeed a one-time treasure. It did not receive much impact and was practically scrapped. Yang Fann shook his head gently. Yang Fann couldn't afford to exchange for the true Chaos Origin Heavenly Flag. Even the lowest grade of the flag, the Chaos Origin Heavenly Flag that could trap low-level quasi-sovereign, was worth 1 billion Dao Palace contribution points. Yang Fann's 300 trillion Dao Palace contribution points were enough to buy this kind of one-time use item. Of course, this was the one-time use item. Yang Fann gritted his teeth and bought it. 3 trillion Yang Fanns. It was almost equivalent to half of the Ziyu universe. Luckily, the result didn't disappoint him. Great Emperor Taya and the other 6 top-level Chaos God Kings were all gone, and he had gotten rid of them all. Otherwise, if a few of them escaped, Yang Fann would definitely cry to death. The Black Man universe was the headquarters of one of the 6 great royal families of the Taya Empire, the Black Man royal family. Among the 6 great royal families, the Black Man royal family was ranked even higher than the True Dragon royal family and was ranked 3rd. However, at this moment, the entire Black Man universe was filled with an indescribable pressure and panic. Just 2 hours ago, a piece of news that caused all of the Black Man royal family to collapse came from the Black Man Palace. Their great king, their heavens, His Majesty the Black Man, had been suppressed by someone. Not only the Black Man King, but also all the top-level Chaos God Kings, including Great Emperor Taya, had been mercilessly suppressed. Right at this moment, rumble. A horrendous hand that encompassed the entire Black Man universe descended from the sky. The guardian formation that the countless Black Man royal family relied on seemed to be useless. It did not even last for a single breath of time before it shattered and completely collapsed. Ah, enemy attack. Your Majesty Black Man, save us, save us. Woo woo woo. How could this be? Your Majesty, where are you? Where are you? Hurry up and save your people. Although there was news that the great King Black Man and great Emperor Taya were being suppressed by someone, there were not many people who believed in all of this. The great Black Man King was a quasi-high-level Chaos God King who had stepped into high-rank top-level Chaos God King's realm, and great Emperor Taya was a quasi-extreme top-level Chaos God King. With the 7 great expert combined, even extreme top-level Chaos God King might not be their match. How could they lose? Not to mention that they couldn't even run away. It was completely impossible. Ah, no, it's true. It's true, everything is true. His Majesty, King Black Man, he really has. He had already. Woo woo woo. Why didn't I believe that rumor? Why didn't it leave the Black Man universe earlier? Regret and endless regret swept across the entire Black Man royal family, Chaos God King. At this moment, they had completely given up and believed in the cruel reality. If His Majesty Black Man wasn't suppressed by someone, how could he not save his descendant? 15 minutes later, Yang Fann quickly left the Black Man universe. The 16 high-level Chaos God King, 168 middle-level Chaos Divine King, 1373 low-level Chaos God King, and the Black Man's treasure vault were all absorbed into the chaos within his mind. 6 hours passed. Yang Fann arrived at the Blue Cloud and Ancestor Soul Cosmoses one after another. Similar to the Black Man royal family, although there was news that their great king, great Emperor Taya and the others had been suppressed by Relentless, most of them still doubted this report. Except for a small portion of the expert, most of the Chaos God King had never left the 2 great cosmoses. The result was self-evident. They were all killed by Yang Fann in one go. One had to admit that the Ancestral Spirit King family was worthy of being the leader of the 6 royal families. Their wealth was far greater than the True Dragon royal family and even more than the total amount of the Black Man royal family and the True Dragon royal family. Just the Origin Elemental Crystal alone had allowed Yang Fann to search for nearly 1 billion units. When all the treasures were combined, even if there wasn't a total of 340 million units of Origin Elemental Crystal, there would still be 240 million units of Origin Elemental Crystal. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen quasi-high-level Chaos God waving at him. However, it was a pity that the harvest of the Blue Cloud universe wasn't satisfactory. The Skylark royal family really didn't deserve their reputation. A high-level Chaos God King was even worse than the Thunder Source royal family. There were only 8 of them, and the strongest one was only King top-rank high-level Chaos God. With all of their wealth combined, there were more than 20 million Origin Elemental Crystals. If it wasn't for the Cloud Sparrow King, who was a top-level Chaos God King, the Cloud Sparrow royal family wouldn't have been able to match up to those ranked archdukes. It was no wonder that the 18 dukes didn't put the Cloud Sparrow royal family in their eyes. Soon, another 4 hours passed. Pucci, Taya Empire, the first universe, Taya universe. Outside the cosmic crystal wall, the chaos rolled and a person appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Yang Fann. Yang Fann frowned. In the vast Taya universe, the strongest ones were actually some great perfection quasi-God King warriors. Not to mention high-level Chaos God King warriors, not even a single low-level Chaos God King could be found. What a great Taya sovereign clan, they are really fast. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's expression changed once more. Not good Empire's treasury. Bitch it, my treasure vault, please don't let anything happen to it. C2731 Breakthrough Taya Empire, Taya Universe. Yang Fann's facial expression changed dramatically. There was a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have taken care of the Ancestor Soul, Black Man, and Skylark first. If he had come directly to the Taya universe, perhaps the Taya Imperial clan wouldn't have run away. As the ruler of the Taya Empire, the strength of their clan, far above the 6 royal clans, there was no need to be polite. All of the 6 great royal families, including Chaos God King, were gathered together. They might not necessarily be as many as the Taya Emperor clan, but the high-level Chaos God King on the surface. There were 43 of them, and some of them were hiding their true strength. All of them combined, and there were no 70 to 80 of them. It wouldn't be too much of a difference. If they could take care of Chaos God King in one fell swoop, his harvest wouldn't be any less than suppressing a middle-rank top-level God King. Unfortunately, such a big piece of fat had slipped away under his nose just like that. Sigh, I hope nothing goes wrong with that treasure vault of the Empire. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. If anything went wrong with the treasure vault, Yang Fann would definitely regret it. An ancestral spirit treasure vault was worth more than 200 billion units of origin elemental crystal, let alone an Empire treasure vault. All the natural treasures and countless resources combined wouldn't be much different without 1 billion units of origin elemental crystal. The next second, Pucci, Yang Fann did not dare to delay. His body moved, and he quickly tore apart the cosmic crystal wall, entering the Taiya universe. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann appeared in front of the treasure vault. There were no signs of the formation being forcefully broken. However, Yang Fann's heart wasn't at ease. The fact that the formation wasn't broken didn't mean that the treasures inside would be safe and sound. It wasn't like the other powers were taking advantage of the situation and robbing the treasure vault of the Empire. Those Chaos God King from the Taiya Imperial clan might have the right method to enter and exit the treasure vault. Roar break for me bang bang without holding anything back. The power of Chaos God in his body was raised to the 10th layer, and it was as powerful as low-level Quasi-Sovereign's mighty force. It swept across everything in its path like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing everything in its path. No divine formation could withstand Yang Fann's attack for even a breath's time. 15 minutes later, ka, the doors of the Empire's treasury slowly opened. Endless treasure lights burst out from within. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Fortunately, the thing that he didn't want to see the most didn't happen. It seemed that without Great Emperor Taiya, it wouldn't be easy for the sovereign clan to open the Empire's treasury in a short period of time. It made sense when he thought about it. It was the foundation of the Taiya Empire, and it must be controlled by Great Emperor Taiya. Without Great Emperor Taiya's oracle, even the clone of the Great Sovereign would not be able to enter easily. 2 hours later, Yang Fann left the Empire's treasure vault in satisfaction. His harvest was much greater than the sum of the 4 royal families. Just the origin elemental crystal alone was worth more than 300 billion. At this point, the number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand had exceeded 50 trillion. Just these origin elemental crystals alone gave him the confidence to break through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God. If he used up all the other heavenly and earthly treasures, plus the pressure he had put on Chaos God King, he might have a chance to break through to the advanced Chaos God realm. At that time, even those top quasi-sovereign might not be his match. In the later 6 Devil War Zones, they were synonymous with invincibility. Unknowingly, he was going to reach the peak once again and embark on the path of invincibility. Just thinking about it made one's heart surge. At this moment, Yang Fann really had the urge to put everything aside and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, he still forcefully suppressed this thought. There were still 2 king clans waiting for him to plunder them. Soon, another 8 hours passed. Yang Fann appeared in the Southern Cloud universe. This was the last lair of a king clan. 4 hours ago, Yang Fann had searched another king clan, the Flying Dawn royal clan. Just like the Taiya Emperor clan, no matter if it was the Flying Dawn royal clan or the Southern Cloud royal clan, they had all fled. There were only 2 or 3 of them left in the Flying Dawn and Southern Cloud great cosmoses. Fortunately, the treasure vaults of the 2 royal families were left behind. The 2 royal families had left a total of 8 trillion units of origin elemental crystal and nearly 200 million units of natural treasures for Yang Fann. Among them, the Flying Dawn King clan's treasury was the largest. The Flying Dawn King clan was the second king clan that was only second to the Ancestral Spirit King clan. It was far from being comparable to the Southern Cloud King clan, who was ranked 5th. The Luyun Chaos Domain was an inconspicuous small-sized chaos region in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. In the entire Tien Suo Chaos Circle, there were at least tens of millions of such Tien Suo Chaos Circles. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were as many as a cow's hair. Wang. In the chaos domain of flowing clouds, the chaos started to distort. Yang Fann took a step out from the chaos. After spending 100 years, Yang Fann left the chaos domain and arrived at the chaos domain. As the news of the chaotic heavenly cycle divine formation spread, it was unknown when Tao Sovereign Ming Yang and the others would arrive at the Azure Dragon universe. At that time, the entire chaos domain would become their main target of investigation. For safety's sake, it was better to leave as soon as possible. It's about time. After looking around, Yang Fann gently nodded his head. The floating cloud chaos domain, such a desolate small-sized chaos region. It was likely that it would not attract the attention of Ming Yang Dao Zun and the rest. One should know that the strongest people in the entire chaos domain were only a few chaos gods. It was still that low-level chaos god. Any fifth-grade empire could easily sweep across this chaos domain. Not to mention Chaos God King, even the high-grade and top-level chaos god wouldn't take a second look at this place. In the next second, buzz, a light of chaos flashed and a chaotic divine hall appeared in front of Yang Fann. The entire divine hall was filled with an indescribable ancient feeling, as if it was the witness of the endless time. The divine mansion of Taiyuan, the courtyard that Great Emperor Taya had refined. It was a low-grade top-level chaos origin divine artifact. Since Great Emperor Taya had become Yang Fann's captive, the divine mansion had naturally become Yang Fann's property as well. Swoosh! Yang Fann's body turned into a stream of light and entered the Taiyuan divine mansion. Within a breath's time, the Taiyuan divine mansion shrunk rapidly and turned into a speck of dust that attached itself to a chaotic stone. It allowed the chaotic stone to flow along with the waves and float within the chaos. Yang Fann didn't believe that Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others would be able to find him if he disguised himself so carefully. Within the main hall of the divine mansion, Yang Fann sat on the divine throne, but he did not immediately enter secluded cultivation. Instead, he began to talk about the many resources in his hands. He exchanged them for origin elemental crystals through the Dao Child token. At this moment, Yang Fann began to miss Teng Wei. With Teng Wei helping him deal with these resources, he didn't need to be killed by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace for nothing. By passing the Dao Child Honor Medallion, it would be convenient. In less than a year, all the resources in his hands had been taken care of. However, he had lost at least a few trillion origin elemental crystals. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. That wasn't a few trillion. This was all that Azure Dragon King had. Sigh. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann immediately rid himself of the unwillingness in his heart. Since he had already exchanged the money, it would be useless to think too much. Now, his main goal was to convert the 1 billion origin elemental crystals in his hand into his own strength. In the next second, boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured the origin elemental crystal in his hands. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Azure Dragon Universe. Buzz. The chaos started to distort. A silver-haired old man wearing a white robe and looking like a transcendent being appeared out of thin air. His entire body was covered with concepts that had returned to their original state. The aura of the experts could not be detected from his body at all. It is indeed a mark of the heavenly cycle chaos divine formation. Suddenly, the silver-haired old man said. Ming Yang Dao Zun's pupils contracted, revealing a hint of surprise. Mixed 9 forms. This is the power of mixed 9 forms. There is a low-level quasi-sovereign who has used the power of the second transformation of mixed 9 forms. It suppressed Great Emperor Taya and the others. This aura was very strange. This is not the low-level quasi-sovereign that I am familiar with. What is going on? Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann has some other defensive power that we do not know about? Or could it be that this is just a coincidence? The one who appeared here. It's not His Royal Highness Yang Fann at all. C2732 High-Grade Chaos God Wandering Cloud Chaos Domain, Taiyuan Divine Mansion. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's body transformed into a devouring black hole, crazily devouring and refining the origin elemental crystal. He had no idea that his dream had come true. It had only been 10,000 years since he left the Taya Empire, and Ming Yang Dao Zun had already gone to the Azure Dragon Universe. Not only that, but also the other quasi-supreme beings of the team. All the top-level Chaos God Kings had gathered in the Taya Empire. It seemed like they were going to turn the Taya Empire upside down. Of course, even if Yang Fann knew about this, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others would never have thought that the low-level quasi-sovereign that they were guessing about was Yang Fann himself. Middle-level Chaos God, quasi-paragon's combat strength. This kind of monster, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. It was impossible for it to appear in this world. As long as he didn't expose this fact, Ming Yang Dao Zun's random guesses wouldn't have any effect on him. 1,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years, 10 billion years, 10 trillion years, 10 trillion years, 1 era, 10 eras, 100 eras. Very quickly, 362 eras had passed. Boom! The pressure on Yang Fann's body was rising steadily and multifold. After absorbing nearly 30 trillion units of origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally improved, and he successfully stepped into the ranks of middle-rank middle-level chaos gods. Yang Fann went into seclusion for 1,623 eras. After consuming nearly 400 trillion units of origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann successfully broke through to high-rank middle-level chaos god. Kai, 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 Kai. A terrifying pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, distorting the space of the divine mansion. At this moment, if anyone took a single step into the main hall of the divine mansion, even high-rank top-level chaos god king would be crushed to the ground, unable to move at all. Terrifying at this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength was much stronger than when he used the second transformation of the mixed 9 forms. Even if he wasn't as strong as a high-order quasi-sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 6,381 eras. Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the peak middle-level chaos god early stage, and the origin elemental crystal in his hand had been reduced by nearly 5 quadrillion units. That terrifying pressure was so strong that even the low-grade top-level chaos origin divine artifact of the divine mansion couldn't withstand it. It was as if it was going to explode. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. He spent 1.8 billion origin elemental crystals, which was equivalent to 18 trillion Dao Palace contribution points, to exchange for a set of guardian formations, the Yin-Yang Universe Array, suppressing the space of the Tai Yuan Divine Mansion. Not to mention advancing to a peak middle-level Chaos God. Even if Yang Fann advanced to a high-grade Chaos God, his combat strength would be comparable to top quasi-sovereigns, and he would be able to withstand it even if he surpassed top quasi-sovereign. Soon, another 21.68 eras passed by. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his pupils, there was a trace of regret. Initially, he thought that the 1.5 billion units of origin elemental crystal in his hand would allow him to break through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God in one go. But now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. In order to break through to the extreme middle-level Chaos God, he had used up nearly 4 levels, which was nearly 600 million units of origin elemental crystal. As for the remaining 900 million units of origin elemental crystal, he wanted to break through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God. It was more or less possible to increase it by several times. Fortunately, he still had a large number of Chaos God King with him, especially the 7 top-level Chaos God Kings. Even the weakest Cloud Sparrow King was worth billions of units of origin elemental crystal. As for the strongest Great Emperor Taya, once he absorbed and refined the origin elemental crystal, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain 23 billion units of origin elemental crystal. Compared to the treasures in the various treasure vaults, these Chaos God King were the biggest. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. 1 unit, 100 units, 10,000 units, 1 million units, 100 million units, 10 billion units, trillion units, 10 trillion units, billions of units. With a terrifying speed, nearly 900 billion units of origin elemental crystals continuously collapsed and disintegrated, turning into streams of pure source energy that surged into Yang Fann's body and merged into the vast internal chaos. It nourished the internal chaos, causing numerous lesser universes to grow like bamboo shoots after a rain, constantly growing within the internal chaos. After breaking through to the extreme middle-level Chaos God, Yang Fann had devoured the Great Tao. Compared to before he went into secluded cultivation, he was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger. In less than 10,000 years, a single unit of origin elemental crystal was devoured by Yang Fann. Fortunately, there wasn't a second person in the divine mansion. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. That was a unit of origin elemental crystal, not a unit of origin of chaos. Even Great Tao Sovereign would not be able to completely absorb and refine a unit of origin elemental crystal in less than 10,000 years. Monster, this was a complete monster. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 98,328 eras. Pucci, the last unit of origin elemental crystals, was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Unknowingly, he, Yang Fann, was also that old monster who had lived for nearly 160,000 eras. If someone told him that he could live for almost 160,000 eras at the beginning of his cultivation, Yang Fann would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. One should know that many universes, from birth to destruction, didn't have 160,000 eras. However, Yang Fann didn't leave his seclusion immediately. Instead, he continued to devour Chaos God King. This time, he swore that he wouldn't leave his seclusion until he used up all the resources in his possession. Poochie Poochie, Poochie. One low-ranked Chaos God King after another were destroyed by Yang Fann. None of the low-ranked Chaos God King could last more than 1,000,000 years in Yang Fann's hands. Thinking back to the past, absorbing Dragon and Elephant God King alone had cost him 5,682 era. The gap between them was more than 1,000,000,000 times. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. If this were to spread, who would dare believe it? 5 less than 140,000 eras, yet it was so short that there were less than 140,000 eras. 80 eras later, nearly 10,000 low-level Chaos God Kings, not a single one was left behind, all of them were devoured by Yang Fann. However, what made Yang Fann regretful was that he hadn't made much progress in his cultivation. He had barely broken through to the extreme middle-level Chaos God late stage from the peak of the extreme middle-level Chaos God mid-stage. It seemed that before long, the low-level Chaos God King wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace and would be mercilessly eliminated by him. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 10,832 eras. Yang Fann began to absorb the high-level Chaos God King and nearly 1,000 middle-level Chaos Divine King, allowing him to break through another small realm and successfully enter the peak of the extreme middle-level Chaos God. Soon, another 100,000 eras had passed. More than half of the 92 high-level Chaos God King had been devoured and refined by Yang Fann, and there was only a handful of them left. Yang Fann's cultivation had broken through another small realm, and he had almost reached the critical point of the middle-level Chaos God. He was now very close to breaking through to the next realm. Hong Long. It had to be said that the strength of origin contained in these middle and high-level Chaos God King was beyond Yang Fann's expectation. It was 10 times, more than 10 times bigger than what he had expected. This was no wonder. Previously, he had only absorbed and refined a low-ranked Chaos God King like Dragon and Elephant God King. With this as a basis, he could deduce that the other intermediates were somewhat reliable. However, it was still far from enough to calculate an intermediate or even a high-level Chaos God King. There are still 12 Chaos God King and 3 extreme advanced God King left. 2 quasi-top-level God King and 2 low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. 2 middle-ranked top-level God King and 2 high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. Extreme top-level Chaos God King. Within Yang Fann, the images of Azure Dragon King and the other 12 Chaos God King kept appearing. A thought that had been suppressed for a long time once again rose in his heart. See. Intermediate, high-level Chaos God King, this is beyond my expectations. It was even harder for that top-level Chaos God King to jump to conclusions. Perhaps I can really advance to the high level in one go. C2733 Tiny Tai Yuan Divine Mansion, Main Hall. Boom, boom boom, the terrifying pressure that even a peak top-level Chaos God King couldn't move quickly withdrew. A few breaths later, the terrifying pressure that filled up the entire main hall disappeared without a trace. Yang Fann once again returned to his normal state, returning to his original state. The next second, buzz, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, which shone with a bright divine light. It was as if there were countless godly spirits flickering in his eyes. However, deep within his pupils, there was a hint of regret. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The 12 Chaos God King were still a little bit away, but they had only pushed his cultivation base to the critical point of quasi-high-level Chaos God. If there was another top-level Chaos God King, even if it wasn't a quasi-top-grade top-level Chaos God King like God King, it would still be enough. However, Yang Fann was very confident that high-ranked top-level Chaos God King would be able to take the last step, and stabilize his cultivation base at the same time as low-rank high-level Chaos God. What a pity. Fortunately, I still have a chance to break through. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he thought of something. In the blink of an eye, nearly 320,000 eras had passed. This was the longest period of seclusion Yang Fann had ever had. If it was before, someone had said that he could go into seclusion for so long at one time. No matter what, Yang Fann would never believe it. That wasn't 320 eras, nor was it 32 eras. It was a total of 320,000 eras, a truly vast ocean and mulberry fields. So much time had passed. It was unlikely that Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others would have the patience to continue staring at the Taya Empire. 320,000 eras, nearly 180 billion years. Even for a high-order quasi-sovereign like Ming Yang Dao Zun, it was still a long time. This was his chance. Azure Dragon Universe, Giant Spirit Universe, each and every universe. They were all top-grade energy-grade origin universe, especially the Taya universe. If he could steal all of their origin of chaos, even if he wasn't as good as Ancestor Spirit King, he wouldn't be too far off. Adding the Azure Dragon Universe, the Giant Spirit Universe, and the other 6 great cosmoses, it was enough to make up for the gap between them. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Fann had full confidence in his own strength. Even though Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others were all one-track minded masters, they had absolute confidence that they would be able to get rid of the Taya Empire. Once again, today was different from the past. His cultivation base had broken through 5 major grades in a row, which was infinitely close to the level of a high-level chaos god. His actual combat strength had increased by 10 million times. Not only that, just the power of his pure divine body was enough for Yang Fann to have absolute confidence in fighting a high-level chaos god king warrior. He would use all of his strength to unleash the chaos origin divine body. As for the victor of this battle, it would be up to Azure Dragon King, Yu to decide. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength and went against top quasi-sovereign, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would win. However, if he won against a high-order quasi-sovereign warrior like Ming Yang Dao Zun, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him. He would at least have the strength of a 8th-layer warrior. Furthermore, he would only be able to outrun Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others in the next moment. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared from the divine mansion. Strange, where is this place? Suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be in the chaos? Why was he here? Look at the decorations, makeup tables, jewelry boxes. And that faint fragrance, all of these indicated that this was a girl's bedroom. This one seems to be. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes fell upon a carefully crafted stone bed. It looked somewhat familiar, as if it was the primal chaotic stone that the divine mansion had attached to in the past. A spiritual light suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. Could it be that it was the chaotic origin stone? Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have understood something. The law of time, reversing time, the law of space. Yang Fann was only crude, and the law of time was even more elusive. He had only grasped the surface of it, and could not even be called the rudiments of the rudiments. To an expert of the same level, and even a top-level chaos god king of the same level, it was as if it was of little value, and it didn't have any effect at all. However, they were only effective against a group of aphids like God King in the small-sized chaos region in the chaos domain. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, time started to distort. Everything that had happened in the past 320,000 eras, like flowing water, kept appearing in front of Yang Fann. The initial 300,000 eras were nothing special. The chaotic origin stone was like a boundless ocean. A lone leaf sail had moved along with the waves, but it changed just 18,000 eras ago. In the chaos domain of flowing cloud, a top-level universe god found this primal chaotic source stone. Compared to Yang Fann and even the low-level chaos god king, this was a piece of rock that couldn't be any more ordinary. Even if it was thrown in front of them, they wouldn't even take a glance at it. However, to a top-level universe god, the chaotic source stone was the best divine stone in the world. It was the size of a human fist, and it was enough to make many top-level universe god fight with each other, let alone a piece that was nearly 100 meters long. If he could successfully sell the primal chaos origin stone, the resources he would obtain would be enough to help him break through to the primal chaos god realm. However, something about that top-level universe god was not secret, and the news of the primal chaos origin stone was still leaked. Wealth moved people's hearts, and no one knew how many experts there were. Like sharks that smelled blood, they swarmed over. There were many top-level universe god and even quasi-chaos god among them. Finally, this wind wave swept across the entire chaos domain. Even the high and mighty chaos god was startled. 100-meter-long primal chaos gem was not a small amount of wealth, even to the chaos god. It was enough for them to fight a great battle. After many battles, the primal chaos origin stone finally exploded, splitting it into dozens of pieces. Only then did the waves of the primal chaos origin calm down. However, Yang Fann didn't know anything about this. In the end, it was because these people's cultivation base was too low, and the strongest among them were only a few low-level Chaos God warriors. Even the outer defense mechanism of the Divine Mansion couldn't shake it, let alone trigger a mental warning from Yang Fann. It was like a group of microorganisms fighting to the death. How could they attract the attention of ordinary people? The largest of the dozens of primal chaos stones. It was about 1/5 the size of the entire primal chaos stone. Finally, it fell into the hands of the number 1 expert in the Wandering Cloud Chaos domain, the Wandering Cloud Sovereign. The main body of the primal chaos gem was refined into a primal chaos divine tool by the Flowing Cloud Chaos God. The remaining small piece was refined by the Flowing Cloud Chaos God. After the refinement of this chaotic divine bed, 800 eras ago, it was given to his most beloved daughter, Princess Yu Zhen. What is this? I have slept with this Princess Yu Zhen for 800 eras. A strange expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. The Divine Mansion was attached to that small primal chaotic stone. It was not impossible to say that they had slept with Princess Yu Zhen for 800 eras. At this moment, da 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 da, da 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 da, the sound of light footsteps came from outside the door. Accompanying them was the sound of footsteps. And there's a little noise. Your Highness, who do you like, Zheng Yang, Crown Prince and Hua Ming? Needless to say, it must be Zheng Yang, Crown Prince. Your Highness Crown Prince is the number 1 youth in our Luyun Empire. He has already condensed his own universe before 3,000 eras and has become a universe god. Furthermore, King Zheng Yang is the leader of the 3 kings of our empire, and he is very powerful. Actually, little High Duke Hua Ming is also not bad. In terms of talent, High Duke Hua Ming is not much worse than Crown Prince Zheng Yang. He was only born 500 eras later than Crown Prince Zheng Yang. If he was given another 500 eras, he would definitely be able to condense his own life universe, advancing to a universe god, and it was said that Grand Duke Hua Long, he had already begun his final breakthrough. At that time, he might be the 5th chaos god of our Luyun Empire. He will be conferred the title of king. Speaking of which, the one with the highest talent among the younger generation of the empire should be little Uncle Chi. From birth until now, he was only 1,000 eras old, but he was already a god of quasi-universe. He had hopes of becoming a universe god before the age of 2,000 eras. Unfortunately, he was only the son of a count. No matter what, His Majesty would never allow His Highness to marry the son of a count. Ah, who are you? Pervert someone, come see 2734A Wild Imagination Wandering Cloud Chaos Domain, Wandering Cloud Universe, Wandering Cloud Imperial Palace. Pervert, I'm a pervert. Looking at the 5 panicked and beautiful figures outside the door, Yang Fann was dumbfounded. He had never thought that one day, he would be labeled as a pervert. What kind of irony was this? A pervert, just like me, would be called a pervert. What kind of expression was that? Don't you know that the person I look down upon the most is that shameless pervert? Besides, I really want a woman. Why would I need to go through so much trouble? In the Hunyuan universe, countless beauties have fallen to my robe. Furthermore, each and every one of them are either the daughter of a divine king or the daughter of a great clan. How can a mere princess of a small empire be compared to them? Although this Luyun Empire was the strongest empire in the Chaos Domain, in the entire Tien Suo Chaos Circle, it could barely squeeze into the ranks of a 4th-grade empire. Compared to those daughters of divine kings, this so-called Princess Yu Zhen was not much different from that village girl. At this moment, swoosh 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 streams of light cut through the void and descended from the sky, landing in front of the 5 girls. Each and every divine sword was drawn out of their sheaths, their eyes staring at Yang Fann with endless killing intent. How dare you trespass into His Highness's bedchamber? Go, take him down for me. The golden-armored godly general leading the group shouted coldly, allowing people to sneak into the bedchamber of Princess Yu Zhen without anyone noticing. This was definitely their biggest dereliction of duty. If they did not take down this perverted thief, once His Majesty became furious, they would definitely not have any good results. Being able to die a quick death might be the best ending for them. If they were not careful, they might vent their anger on the family behind them. Everyone in the empire knew that the one whom His Majesty doted on the most was Princess Yu Zhen, who treated her like a pearl. Sometimes, even if they offended His Majesty directly, it would still be better than provoking Princess Yu Zhen. Noisy, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A mere middle-level universe god, Who gave him the guts? Arg, puff. Golden-armored godly General Yang Tianyi he spurted out a huge mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. Ah, Commander Jin Wang, you actually crippled Commander Jin Wang. The silver armor guards were extremely shocked, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Yang Fann. It could even be said that they were afraid. As the leader of the Janissary Guard, the weakest was the Universe God, while Commander Jin Wang was. He was also one of the most outstanding leaders among the many leaders, as early as 3,000 eras ago. He had successfully broken through to the middle-level Universe God, even if all of them were together. What? To be able to cripple Commander Jin Wang so easily with just a shout, this man must be at least a top-level Universe God, or perhaps even a quasi-Chaos God who had broken through to the Chaos God realm with a single step. Yang Fann didn't even look at the silver armor guards. He slowly walked out of Princess Yu Zhen's chambers. Wherever he passed, the silver armor guards would retreat. Even Commander Jin Wang wasn't a match for that man, let alone them. If it wasn't for Princess Yu Zhen, they would have already scattered like birds and beasts. You, who are you? Aren't you afraid that Royal Father will be furious and kill all of your family members? Princess Yu Zhen's delicate body trembled slightly. She mustered up her courage and questioned. She had trespassed into her chambers and crippled the cultivation of the Imperial Guard commander in front of her. Each and every one of them was a slap to the face of the Imperial family. Kill all of my family members. Yang Fann stopped in front of Princess Yu Zhen and sized her up with interest. How many eras had it been since someone dared to speak to him like this? You, don't do anything reckless. Her Highness the Princess, she is His Majesty's most beloved daughter. If you dare to harm His Highness, His Majesty will never let you go. A maid in a long green dress stood in front of Princess Yu Zhen. She looked at Yang Fann, who looked fierce but weak inside. Is that so? Yang Fann smiled. What do you want? I don't want to do anything. I just want you to meet someone. As he spoke, swoosh, a stream of light descended from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. Ah, Royal Father, Your Majesty. Whether it was Princess Yu Zhen or the maids and guards, all of their eyes were wide open as they looked at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared in disbelief. The middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was none other than the number one person in the Wandering Cloud Empire, the undefeatable Wandering Cloud Emperor who had swept across the Chaos Domain. Bang! Both of his knees went soft and Wandering Cloud Sovereign knelt down in front of Yang Fann. He bowed heavily and said, Wandering Cloud greets Senior. His voice was filled with unconcealable fear. Under that mysterious power, a peaked Chaos God like him was like a lowly aphid on the ground, unable to resist at all. They were two completely different levels of life. The scariness of this black-clothed youth in front of him was definitely the first time in his life that he had seen such a thing. A middle-level Chaos God would never have such terrifying strength. A high-grade Chaos God, or even a legendary top-level Chaos God might not even have such strength. Ah, no, how is this possible? How is this possible? His Majesty is. But, no, this is not true. This must not be true. The mental state of everyone, from Princess Yu Zhen to the maids and guards, collapsed. The pillar of support in their hearts collapsed. Was this still the Royal Father, His Majesty, they knew? Just like that, they were in fear and trepidation. How could he still have the demeanor of the number one person in the Chaos Domain? I can't bear this huge gift of yours. Did your daughter say that she wanted to kill all my family members? Yang Fann looked at Great Sovereign Luyun with a playful expression. What? Sovereign Luyun's eyes turned black and he almost fell to the ground. Yu Zhen, oh Yu Zhen, are you trying to fuck me to death? Is this monster something that a mere flowing cloud empire like us can afford to offend? A trace of pity flashed across Emperor Flowing Cloud's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. You unfilial daughter, I'll beat you to death. Enough, stop. Yang Fann lightly shouted. He did not really have the intention of letting Heavenly Emperor Lu Yun beat Princess Yu Zhen to death. In the end, it was him who was in the wrong first. Furthermore, he had slept with Princess Yu Zhen for 800 eras no matter what. Hearing this, Lu Yun Great Sovereign took the opportunity to stop. Princess Yu Zhen was his most beloved daughter. The position in his heart was far from what other son of monarch and empress could compare with. If it wasn't for him causing too much trouble this time, to the extent that he couldn't bear the responsibility, how could Heavenly Emperor Lu Yun bear to kill Princess Yu Zhen? In the next second, Yang Fan's gaze turned and landed on Princess Yu Zhen. He laughed lightly. Little girl, forget about it this time. You have to be careful when you speak next time. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, Yang Fan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The reason why he used a large amount of magic power to teleport over to Emperor Luyun was only because he had a bad taste in his mouth. Yang Fann did not have that much of an intention to tangle with these ants. Senior. After calling out a few times and confirming that Yang Fann had really left, Heavenly Emperor Luyun started to ask about the matter from beginning to end. Yu Zhen, what exactly is going on? Who is that senior? Even now, he was still confused. Why did such a supreme expert appear in their emperor palace? What was the relationship between his precious daughter and this ultimate expert? Royal father, I don't know about this either. What? You said that senior came out of Yu Zhen's bedchamber. What exactly is going on? Why would that senior appear in Yu Zhen's chambers for no reason? Could it be that senior has taken a liking to Yu Zhen? Emperor Lu Yun's imagination ran wild. His precious daughter, but their wandering cloud empire's #1 beauty, the hero, is unable to overcome the beauty barrier. Senior will take a fancy to her. That is also not impossible. If that is really the case, then that's a great chance for the empire. If there was a high-grade or even top-level chaos god that could become the backing of their empire, not only would they have a chance to unify the chaos domain, it would also be a matter of time before he breaks through to the middle-level chaos god. Zheng Yang, Crown Prince, and that kid from the wuxia are interested in Yu Zhen. It seems like we need to warn them. We can't let them ruin senior's impression of Yu Zhen. C2735A Comeback Taiya Chaos Domain, Taiya Empire. Nearly 320,000 eras had passed, and the huge Taiya Empire had finally arrived. The world had changed, and the world had changed. In the beginning, thousands of eras were fine, but they didn't know what the mysterious expert was thinking. It was just to deal with Great Emperor Taiya and the others, or to completely occupy the Taiya Empire. Each level 9 empire had their own restraint, and the most they could do was secretly infiltrate some territories. It was a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Even Great Emperor Taiya and the 6 kings were easily suppressed by the mysterious expert. Furthermore, they were ants that were not even top-level chaos god kings. If they really angered the mysterious expert, they were afraid that the kingdom would be destroyed soon. However, as time passed, the worries of the various level 9 empires gradually faded. Especially 300,000 eras ago, all the level 9 empires had completely ripped apart their disguises, revealing their sharp fangs. Under the lead of numerous high-level chaos god king warriors, the fleets of the various empires charged into the Taiya Empire. They attacked cities and territories along the way, and they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. As for the Taiya Emperor clan that had luckily escaped, the Southern Cloud Royal Clan and the Flying Dawn Royal Clan saw that Yang Fann had no intention of pursuing them any further. Unwilling to let the Taiya Empire be divided up by the level 9 empire, they walked out of their hiding places one after another. At this point, the entire Taiya Empire had entered the chaotic era of 280,000 eras. During this period, countless fleets were destroyed, the expert had fallen, and even the high-level chaos god king had fallen. There were more than 1 or 2 that had died. As for intermediate and low-level chaos god king, there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was only when 18,000 eras ago that the situation in Taiya Empire finally became clearer and clearer. All kinds of major conflicts gradually calmed down. Presently, the huge Taiya Empire was roughly divided into 5 parts, and the biggest was none other than the Taiya Sovereign Clan. Although Yang Fann had suppressed Great Emperor Taiya back then, he hadn't lost much of the other experts. Just the high-level Chaos God King alone had a total of 69 expert. It was far from what the other powers could compare with. They had taken over 1/3 of the Taiya Empire and formed the new Taiya Empire. Half of the 18 dukes of the Taiya Empire had returned to the Taiya Imperial Clan. Then, with the royal family of the Southern Cloud Empire as the leader, the Southern Cloud Empire, which was established by the 4 archdukes of the empire, occupied 1/6 of the original territory of the Taiya Empire. The Flydon royal family, on the other hand, had allied with the 5 archdukes of the empire to establish the Flydon Empire, occupying nearly 1/5 of the original territory of the Taiya Empire. The 4th part was the alliance of the 12 nations, formed by the combined forces of 12 level 9 empires, annexing nearly 1/4 of the territory of the Taiya Empire. The last half of the territory had become a chaotic place. Here, There were millions of forces, and there were countless empires. It was also a buffer zone between the four major powers. Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Once the headquarters of the true Dragon Clan, it had now become an open universe. Not only Azure Dragon Universe, but also the universe of ancestral souls, the Skylark Universe, and the Black Man Universe. Chaos God King, one of the four great royal families, had almost been wiped out by Yang Fann. Without Chaos God King's protection, it would be a huge problem for him to protect himself, let alone reclaim the four great cosmoses. Apart from the Azure Dragon, Ancestor Soul, Skylark, and the Black Man royal families, it was impossible for the others to forcefully slave the will of the four great universe source without the cultivation base of a top-level Chaos God King. Nearly 320,000 eras had passed, and a lot of Azure Dragon universes had been restored to the Azure Dragon universe. Apart from the fact that there was no top-level Chaos God King guarding the place, the other high-level, intermediate, and low-level Chaos God King were not much weaker than when they were at their peak. Azure Dragon Universe, on a small island with a diameter of less than 30 million miles. Poochie. The void twisted, and a person stepped into the air. It was Yang Fann, who had just returned from the Streamcloud Chaos Domain. After leaving the Luyun Imperial Palace, Yang Fann rushed towards the Taya Empire without stopping. As for the arrangements of the Wandering Cloud Sovereign, he didn't know anything about them. Otherwise, he would surely scold the Wandering Cloud Sovereign. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. I took a fancy to your daughter, yet he thought of it. That Princess Yu Zhen was indeed beautiful, but in the sacred extreme divine palace, she could only be considered ordinary, whether it was her temperament or appearance. Those who were far above her, even if there were not 10,000, there would still be a few thousand. 10 breaths later, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Found it. After devouring and refining Azure Dragon King's soul, using the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to simulate the aura of Azure Dragon King's soul, it was simply too easy. However, with this as a guide, Yang Fann easily attracted the soul imprint that Azure Dragon King had left in the Azure Dragon Universe, and found the location of the Azure Dragon Universe's origin space. In the next second, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared from the island. Once again, he reappeared in the Azure Dragon Universe's origin space. Ah, what is going on? Why is the origin power of Azure Dragon Universe weakening? At this rate, Azure Dragon Universe will be reduced to a high-grade origin universe in at most 100 years. Very quickly, the expressions of countless cultivators in the Azure Dragon Universe changed. The origin energy of the entire Azure Dragon Universe was falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like the flood that had opened the gate. 1,000 miles away could it be that someone is robbing the origin of chaos of the Azure Dragon Universe? No. How is this possible? With the ability level of the Azure Dragon Universe, it wouldn't be an easy task to plunder its origin of chaos, let alone demote the Azure Dragon Universe to a high-grade origin universe in just 100 years. Not to mention a top-level Chaos God King, even a high and mighty quasi-supreme being would only be able to do so in a very small amount of time. And that kind of supreme expert couldn't possibly be interested in a mere Azure Dragon Universe. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed. Poochie poochie poochie, large, the entire Azure Dragon Universe started to shrink rapidly, and its source power was less than a 10,000th of what it was 80 years ago. Ah, it's over, our Azure Dragon Universe has finished, woo. How could this be? How could this be? 80 years, in such a short period of 80 years, no, this is impossible. Dream on, I must be here, dream on. Countless experts let out hysterical wails, completely unable to accept all of this. How could a high-energy level peak origin universe be downgraded to a high-level origin universe in just 80 years? Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Another 20 years passed. Azure Dragon Universe, Origin Space. Looking at the remaining 1 light-year origin of chaos, Yang Fann nodded his head in satisfaction. Good work. This matter must be prioritized first. This was not a lie at all. If it was in the past, it would take hundreds of millions of years for him to completely seize the origin of Azure Dragon Universe. But now, in just 100 years, he had completely plundered the light and yin. This speed had increased by more than 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Next, the universe of Ancestor Soul. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. The universe of Ancestral Souls, the Black Man Universe, and the Skylark Universe had all stepped into the Azure Dragon Universe. The origin of chaos within had been robbed by Yang Fann of 9 layers and 9 layers of 9 nines. The energy level had dropped from the high energy level to the low level origin universe. The 4 universes merged together. The origin energy was much stronger than Azure Dragon King and Hejian. However, Yang Fann wasn't ready to give up just yet. With just these 4 universes alone, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the high-grade Chaos God realm. In order to ensure his success, he was determined to obtain Taiya, Fei Sha, and Nan Yun's 3 universes. Taiya universe, cosmic crystal wall. It was as if there was no defense, it was easily torn apart. A few breaths later, Yang Fann frowned slightly. As expected, there was a new master in this Taiya universe. Great Emperor Taiya's soul imprint had been completely removed from his body. Sigh, Taiya Emperor clan, I've decided to let you go this time, but why do you have to seek your own death? God King was silent. This was one of the 2 great quasi-top-level God King of the Taiya Imperial clan. He was also the son of Great Emperor Taiya. After Great Emperor Taiya, Yuan Zemo, God King, became the new Great Sovereign of Taiya Empire. With the help of Great Emperor Taiya's clones, he successfully merged a trace of his soul imprint into the universe source, becoming the new king of the universe of the Taiya universe. The Supreme Cliff Emperor Palace, the Silent Prince Palace. This was the place where Yun Mo, God King, cultivated. On the throne that represented the highest authority, a single person was sitting on top of it. This was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He looked very similar to Great Emperor Taiya, just like a young version of Great Emperor Taiya. This young man wasn't anyone else. He was the new Great Sovereign of Taiya Empire. Yuan Mo, God King. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of Yuan Mo God King distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. Ah, it's you. C-2736 The Demonic Dao Battlefield Taiya Empire, Emperor Taiya Palace, King Mo Palace. Yuan Zemo God King's pupils constricted. In his eyes, besides fear, there was also fear. His body unconsciously started beating Yuan Zemo's head. Ah, it's him, it's really him. He was extremely familiar with that figure. Even if it turned into ashes, he would never forget it. The reason why Taiya Empire fell apart and ended up in such a state was all because of this person. However, hadn't he already disappeared for 39,638 eras? Why had he suddenly appeared here? Have I already been merciful enough to let you off the hook? Isn't it good to hide properly? Why must you come out and seek death? Yang Fann looked down at God King, his voice was filled with helplessness. To be honest, he only wanted to plunder the 6 great cosmoses and gather all the resources he needed for his advancement. He never thought of suppressing these remnants of the Taiya Imperial clan. However, they just had to deliver themselves to his doorstep. They had once again occupied the Taiya universe, and even replaced Great Emperor Taiya, becoming the new king of the universe of the Taiya universe. Wasn't this forcing him to start a massacre? No, my lord, spare me. Male Mo's heart trembled. An extremely ominous feeling enveloped his entire body, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. However, before he could finish his words, Yang Fann had already slapped his head with his palm. Ah, no, Cosmic Wool, support my body. Yuan Mo, God King, howled in despair. Roar, Shield of Mulberry, block it for me. Not only that, but God King had also laid down over 100 defensive barriers. Unfortunately, it was just a last-ditch struggle. Even with the support of the Cosmic Wills, Yuan Mo's strength had increased by 1,000 times. More than 10,000 times, he was not much weaker than middle-rank top-level God King. However, to the current Yang Fann, middle-rank top-level God King was merely a slightly stronger ant. In an instant, poochie, all of the defensive barriers shattered layer by layer. God King Yin Mo was captured by Yang Fann in a single net and was suppressed by a powerful force. Those are the remnants of the Taiya Imperial clan down below. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Since he had suppressed this Yuan Mo God King, he would not show any mercy to the other members of the Taiya Imperial clan, Chaos God King. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying power of space that could even suppress a top-level Chaos God King radiated out with Yang Fann as the center, covering the entire Taiya universe. In less than a breath's time, all of the Chaos God King that the Taiya Imperial clan had left behind in the Taiya universe were killed by Yang Fann in one fell swoop. Including Male and God King, a total of 64 high-level Chaos God King, 571 middle-level Chaos Divine King, and 4,628 Strength of Origins. When combined, the Strength of Origin wouldn't be much weaker than the Strength of Origin when it devoured a middle-rank top-level God King. At this moment, Yang Fann was even more confident in advancing to a high-grade Chaos God. 800 years later, PCHT, the countless planes in the Taiya universe all shattered, turning into nothingness. The entire Taiya universe had shrunk by 9 layers and 99 layers. It had to be said that the Taiya universe was worthy of being called the #1 universe in the entire Taiya chaos domain. It was the strongest universe in the thousands of origin universe, and its source was even more abundant than the total of the Azure Dragon, Ancestor Soul, Black Man, and Skylark universe. At this moment, even without the universe source of the two universes, Yang Fann had full confidence that he would be able to break through to the advanced Chaos God realm. However, Yang Fann wasn't someone who would give up halfway. He had to start from the beginning until the end. Since he had decided to plunder the 6 great cosmoses, he wouldn't let go of these 2 great cosmoses. Time flew by and another 300 years passed. As expected, Fei Sha and the Southern Cloud universe had both fallen into the low-level origin universe. Not only that, even the 9th-level experts of the Southern Cloud and Fei Sha Imperial clans, Chaos God King, had followed the footsteps of the Taiya Imperial clan and became Yang Fann's prisoner. Nan Yun and Fei Sha had established their own country independently. They had completely turned against the Taiya Imperial clan. It was not an easy task to obtain information about the Taiya universe. Even after 1,000 years had passed, the news of most of the mysterious disappearance of Chaos God King still hadn't spread to the Southern Cloud clan and the Flying Cloud clan. If they knew that such a day would come, it was unknown whether the Southern Cloud and the Flying Dawn royal clans would regret betraying the Taiya Empire. After robbing Fei Sha and Nan Yun of the 2 universes, Yang Fann didn't leave the Chaos domain immediately. He only teleported a few times and left the Southern Cloud universe. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the Taiyuan Divine Mansion appeared in front of Yang Fann. A burst of divine light flashed, and the Divine Mansion turned into a speck of dust once again, and attached itself to a primal chaotic stone. The next second, Yang Fann's figure moved. He entered the Divine Mansion and continued his seclusion. A skilled expert, how dare he even if Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others were to return to the Taiya Empire once again. Yang Fann was confident that he could get rid of them easily. Time flew by. Soon, 30,000 eras had passed. The 6-universe origin of Chaos had almost allowed Yang Fann to absorb and refine 9 levels. Grug grug grug, all of a sudden, the Chaos Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's body exploded like glass. The primal chaos that was comparable to a miniature primal chaos ring rapidly expanded in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1st level, 3rd level, 5th level, level 7, double, 3-fold, 5 times, 7 times. Yang Fann's strength also increased at a terrifying speed. At this moment, if anyone were to step into the main hall, even extreme top-level Chaos God King, who was below the quasi-supreme being level, would be crushed to the ground in an instant. He had broken through, and Yang Fann had finally taken that critical step, breaking through to the advanced level of the chaotic God realm. 800 eras later, the remaining layer of origin of Chaos had been completely devoured by Yang Fann. Even the nearly 10,000 low-level Chaos God Kings had been devoured by him. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally stabilized at the low-rank high-level Chaos God realm. 10,000 years had passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone out. It saw through the void and destroyed the universal world. An intoxicated expression unknowingly appeared on his face. Powerful compared to before he advanced, the current him was more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. The internal chaos had expanded by hundreds of times. It wasn't much weaker than some of the medium-sized chaos. Circle. With just the violent suppression of the internal chaos, it could sweep away extreme top-level Chaos God King. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, limited quasi-sovereign and Yang Fann wouldn't dare to speak nonsense. However, amongst top quasi-sovereign, there wouldn't be many who could be his match. In the huge primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were no more than 3 people who could suppress him, and only a handful of people could suppress him, except for the high and mighty Great Dao Sovereign. It was probably those ancient monsters who were considered invincible amongst quasi-supreme beings. Even in the entire primal chaos, he was worthy of being called a top-grade expert. After a while, Yang Fann finally managed to suppress the excitement in his heart. Before he knew it, he had once again created another great miracle, a peak quasi-combat strength that was less than 400,000 years old. If this were to spread, who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? In the next second, with a flash of light, an extreme chaos god king appeared in front of Yang Fann. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Streams of pure strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. 10,000 years later, Pucci, the extreme chaos god king, had completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed a hint of regret. It seemed like he could really give up on the low-level chaos god king. An extreme chaos god king had only slightly improved his cultivation base. Not to mention those middle and middle-low-ranked chaos god king, 10 or even 100 of them might not be able to make Yang Fann's cultivation base improve at all. If he wanted to break through with these low-level Chaos God Kings, even if he devoured all the low-level Chaos God Kings in the chaos, he might not be able to break through 2 grades, let alone break through to the top-level Chaos God or even Chaos God King. 600 eras later. Yang Fann slowly stood up. 936 middle-level Chaos Divine King and 103 high-level Chaos God King warriors, all of them were devoured by him. However, what disappointed him was that he didn't even see the shadow of low-rank high-level Chaos God's late stage, let alone breaking through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God. He only managed to break through a small realm and break through to the mid-stage. It seemed like if he wanted to break through quickly, he would have to devour those top-level Chaos God Kings and even the real Quasi-Paragon. Especially Quasi-Paragon, even if it's low-level Quasi-Sovereign, as long as he's by himself, he should be able to help me break through a major grade, or even more. After dragging it on for so long, it's time for me to head to battlefield of Dao Devil. C-2737 Jing City Fortress. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace and Heavenly Devil God Palace had been at war for countless of eras. It was said that Dao, ancestor of primeval chaos and the founder of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Heavenly Devil ancestor, had been at loggerheads with each other even before he became Great Dao Sovereign. When Dao, ancestor of primeval chaos, created the primeval chaos Dao Palace, the Heavenly Devil ancestor refused to be outdone and established the Heavenly Devil God Palace. The expert of 2 palaces was constantly fighting, and the battlefield of Dao Devil was born along with it. In fact, when the Dao Palace and the Divine Palace were first established, the battlefield of Dao Devil between the 2 parties wasn't as large as it was now. There was only one place, which was the number 1 battlefield. However, as time passed, more and more battlefield of Dao Devil were created. Now, there were 16 of them in the battlefield of Dao Devil. These were the 16 giant killing grounds. Up until now, countless Dao palaces and the expert of Divine Palace had fallen. Just Quasi-Paragon alone had hundreds and thousands of attacks. The other Chaos God King and Chaos Gods were as numerous as the stars in the starry sky. The 12th demon battlefield was established before the 230 billion era. It could be considered a newly established battlefield of Dao Devil. The entire battlefield included the 3 elementary large-sized Chaos Circle, over 100 medium-sized Chaos Circle, and tens of thousands of small Chaos Rings near the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. In fact, the 12th demon battlefield wasn't as vast in the beginning. It was only the size of an elementary grade large-sized Chaos Circle. However, as the battles went on, the area of the battlefield was expanding. After 230 billion eras, it had become such a huge monster. Of course, among the 16 battlefield of Dao Devil, the scale of the 12th demon battlefield was only average. It was also the largest battlefield of Dao Devil, the battlefield of Dao Devil, and its area was 1,000 times larger. It was more than 10,000 times bigger than the 12th demon battlefield. It was just the high-rank large-sized Chaos Circle. There were a few intermediate and low-rank large-sized Chaos Circle. There were hundreds of them, no less than half of the top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle. Moreover, the number 1 battlefield of Dao Devil was still expanding. Perhaps after hundreds of billions of eras, the number 1 battlefield of Dao Devil would be comparable to a top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle. All the battlefield of Dao Devil were the same. It was filled with endless spatiotemporal storms and chaotic turbulences. Within it, many ordinary universes and origin universe were almost completely destroyed. In the huge battlefield of Dao Devil, there was basically no safe place to be found. The 12th demon battlefield was no exception. Those below the Chaos God realm were only active in the various chaotic strongholds. Once they left the stronghold, they would be killed by the spatiotemporal storm and the chaotic turbulence within a short period of time. Even the Chaos God expert didn't dare to go too far away from the various forts. Only Chaos God King could possibly leave the Chaos fortresses for a long period of time. Presently, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had built a total of 108 strongholds in the 12th demon battlefield. Every chaotic stronghold was built with either the top-grade origin universe as the foundation or the origin universe within the body of a top-level Chaos God King or a quasi-supreme expert. Furthermore, every stronghold had a few top-level Chaos God warriors. The elders of the King Realm Dao Palace were in charge, and there were even some Chaos strongholds with quasi-paragon in charge. It could be said that every Chaos stronghold could be said to be impregnable. With their geographical advantage, even quasi-paragon could fight them. Furthermore, each Chaos fortress had a large number of Chaos stargates. Once there was a change in the fortress, the other strongholds, experts could immediately come to support them through the stargates. Even if more than half of the strongholds were lost, as long as the chaotic stargates were not lost, they could quickly recapture them. Ever since the 108 strongholds were established, not a single one of them had truly fallen. Jingcheng Fortress, one of the 108 chaotic strongholds of primeval Chaos Dao Palace in the 12th demon battlefield. The main body of the stronghold was the Elder of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the Elder of Jingcheng, Origin Universe. This was the name of Jingcheng Fortress. The entire Jingcheng Fortress wasn't very big. It was less than 100 light years old. Not to mention comparing it with other top-grade Origin Universe, it was even worse than most ordinary universes and even planar worlds. In this vast the 12th demon battlefield, it was like a drop in the ocean. In fact, it wasn't just the Jingcheng Fortress. The other 107 chaotic fortresses weren't that big either. The largest one was less than 300 light years old. It was not that these top universes were only that big. It was that many primeval Chaos Dao Palaces of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were deliberately refined. It wasn't necessarily good to be big, especially in the battlefield of Dao Devil where chaotic turbulences and battlefield of Dao Devils were everywhere. If the area of the Chaos Fortress was a few thousand, a few hundred billion light years would only reduce the defense of the fortress by a large margin, and it would be gradually destroyed by the chaotic turbulences and chaotic turbulences. Jingcheng Fortress, on an empty land. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Don't look at how simple Yang Fann's entrance and exit were. However, this didn't mean that the Jingcheng Fortress could allow people to enter and exit as they wished. On the Jingcheng Fortress, there were many identification and monitoring formations set up by the expert of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. However, all of them were aimed at the people of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his brows furrowed. Hiss. This Jingcheng Fortress, what a terrifying gravity. Compared to the other top-grade Origin Universe, the gravity of this Jingcheng Fortress was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. It was a huge problem for anyone below the Sovereign Realm to get up. The Universe Sovereign could also run back and forth like an ordinary person, wanting to fly through the skies. Without a Universe God cultivation base. Don't even think about it. And this spatial barrier is the Hunyuan Universe. It's not even as good as. The huge Jingcheng Fortress was like a top-tier Origin Universe, condensed and condensed. The spatial barrier was more than 1,000,000,000 times sturdier. Not to mention ordinary low-level Chaos God Kings, even some high-level Chaos God King warriors would find it extremely difficult to teleport in the Jingcheng Fortress. The Jingyuan City was one of the many cities in the Jingcheng Fortress. Although the Jingcheng Fortress was small, it was not as big as some planar worlds. However, there were many facilities in it. There were also many cities, thousands, and tens of thousands of them. These cities were of different sizes. The smaller ones were only tens of thousands of miles in circumference, while the larger ones were millions of miles in circumference. Jingyuan City covered an area of 300,000 miles. Among all the cities in Jingcheng Fortress, it was considered to be a medium-sized city. Jingyuan City, at the entrance of the city. After casually condensing a fist-sized universe source and throwing it to the city guard, Yang Fann slowly walked into the Jingyuan City. In an instant, the sound of cold air being sucked out of the city gate could be heard. Many people were looking at Yang Fann with mixed feelings. Some were curious, some were surprised, some were confused. There was also the feeling of looking at a fool. In the entire Jingyuan city, there were numerous figures and it was incomparably bustling. There were countless shops and shops. 5 Of course, these people were not disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. In the entire Jingcheng fortress, there were disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Apart from them, a large number of them were from the various major powers under the jurisdiction of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Of course, most of them were the natives of Jingcheng fortress. After the death of the elder of the Jingcheng, a portion of the living beings in the universe were left in the Jingcheng fortress. Among the 108 strongholds in Jingcheng fortress, it wasn't the most ancient one. However, there were nearly 80 billion eras in total. After the reproductive development of 80 billion eras, these indigenous people had already spread across the entire Jingcheng fortress, numbering in the trillions. Of course, most of them were universe sovereigns with no cultivation base, universe lord. Not to mention Chaos God King, there weren't even many Chaos Gods. The elder of Jingcheng, a creation god, had already died. The potential of these aboriginals had been diminishing as they continued to reproduce. Very few of them had surpassed their fathers. This was also a tragedy for acquired life. Not only was his cultivation restricted by the god of creation, but once the god of creation died, the potential of all living beings in the universe would also be severely restricted. Under the erosion of the long river of time, many acquired universes gradually stepped into the cultivationless age. Not to mention Chaos God King and the Chaos God, even the appearance of the real trainer would be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jingcheng universe had been refined into a chaotic stronghold, with the investment of a huge amount of resources from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, even if it wasn't reduced to the cultivationless age in the desert, it wouldn't be any better. Now, in the entire Jingcheng fortress, the composition was very simple. The Dao Palace disciples were high and mighty. They were at the top of the pyramid, controlling the entire fortress. The experts of the various major factions were second, and they could be considered the central force of the stronghold. It had the confidence to explore the battlefield of Dao Devil and fight with the expert of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Apart from a small number of universe gods, most of them were Chaos God experts. Finally, it was also the lowest level of the stronghold. They were the universe natives with the largest number of them. At this moment, a fawning voice sounded from Yang Fann's side. "Sir, this is your first time coming to my Jingyuan city, right? I don't know if you need a guide. 100 Jingcheng coins and 100 Jingcheng coins will do." C2738 Fat Sheep Jingcheng Fortress, Jingyuan City. Young man, who was dressed in plain clothes and had triangular eyes, looked at Yang Fann and fawned over him. A fat sheep. This black-clothed youth in front of him was definitely a rare fat sheep. He actually used universe sources to pay the entrance fee. It was rare to see such a thing in a small city like Jingyuan City. One should know that the entrance fee to the Jingyuan city was only 1 Jingyuan coin. As for 1 Jingyuan coin, it was only worth 1 cubic meter of origin of eternity. That fist-sized universe source was worth more than 1 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. Such a fat sheep, if he didn't properly slaughter it, how could he live up to this golden opportunity? Whether or not I can break through and advance to Universe Lord will depend on this. Unknowingly, he began to fantasize. Universe Lord was nothing in the entire Jingcheng fortress. He was just a cannon fodder that thought highly of him. However, in this tiny Jingyuan city, Universe Lord was already considered a small expert. He was qualified to create such a small Jingyuan city. A small gang controlled a few streets. Right at this moment, a cold laugh sounded from behind him. "Kid, 100 Jingcheng coins, are you crazy about money?" "Rom, you." Ro was anxious. It was not easy for him to meet such a fat sheep. He must not let Rom mess things up. "What are you talking about?" "Kid, I'm the guide of Jingyuan City. The money that he collected was the Jingyuan coin, the Jingcheng coin. And 100 Jingcheng coins. I didn't expect you to say that out loud." Rom's face revealed a hint of ridicule. This wasn't the way to slaughter people. Jingcheng coins. The difference in a word between the two was that it was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. The Jingyuan coins were just a small currency that was popular in a small city like Jingyuan City. It was only limited to a few small cities in Jingyuan City and nearby cities. Outside of this range, Jingyuan dollars were just a pile of worthless waste paper. As for the Jingcheng dollars, it was the common currency in the entire Jingcheng fortress. The two of them were totally different. 1 Jingcheng coin. It was enough to exchange for 10 billion Jingyuan. In some black markets, it was not difficult to exchange for 1 billion or 2 billion Jing Yuan. As he spoke, Ram walked in front of Yang Fann and reminded him, "Sir, you must not fall for this kid's trick. 100 Jingcheng coins, this kid is totally cheating you. Bitch it, Ram, just you wait. I'm not done with you." After giving Ram a fierce look, he quickly left. He was able to casually take out a bunch of universe sources as a fee to enter the city. This kind of person was at least a universe lord, 8 to 9 out of 10. It was still not that low-level universe lord. Once he reacted, he would be the one who would be at a disadvantage. It was extremely easy for a venerable-like universe lord to kill a low-level venerable like him without anyone noticing. "Sir, you need a guide. If you are dissatisfied, just say it. I, Ram, am the best guide in the Jingyuan city. 100 Jingyuan coins, 100 Jingyuan coins, and Ram will bring you around the entire Jingyuan city. If that's the case, I'll leave the rest to you. Take me to exchange for some money first." Yang Fann nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he roughly thought about what had happened. He would not reveal his wealth. It seemed that his previous performance in front of the city gate had been noticed by some people. That universe source seemed to be much more precious than he had imagined. No wonder those people at the city gate looked at him with such an expression. In their eyes, I have already become synonymous with being a fool with a lot of money. Although a mere universe source was nothing, let alone a universe source, even if it was an origin of chaos, if he was willing, he would be able to condense a few hundred to a few thousand units in a breath's time. However, that didn't mean that Yang Fann was willing to be slaughtered like a fat sheep. "Yes, sir, this way please." 15 minutes later, 10,000 Jingcheng coins and several hundred million Jing Yuan coins appeared in Yang Fann's hands. And what he paid was not even 1 cubic meter of universe source. Dark Night Bar, this was one of the bars many adventurers liked to stay in Jingyuan City. It was also the biggest intelligence agency in Jingyuan City. It was said that as long as one had money, there was no information that they did not know. An hour later, Yang Fann walked out of the Dark Night Bar with a disappointed face. The biggest intelligence agency in the Jingyuan City was just an undeserved reputation. The information he wanted, he did not know anything about it. Disappointment. What a disappointment, sir, that. Ram carefully looked at Yang Fann, his eyes full of respect and curiosity. There was also a trace of uneasiness. "Master, who exactly is he?" He actually asked about the place where Chaos God King of the Devil Clan frequents. How could this Dark Night Bar know? Although the Dark Night Bar was known as the #1 intelligence agency in the Jingyuan City, it was only limited to the Jingyuan City. As for the Jingyuan City, it was just an ordinary small city in the Jingcheng Fortress. There was not even a Chaos God. Chaos God King was even more of a legend. How could the Dark Night Pub know about Chaos God King's whereabouts? "Alright, Ram, you can go back now." Before Ram could finish his words, Yang Fann waved his hand gently and interrupted Ram. "Take these Jing Yuan coins and treat it as your revenge." He casually stuffed the remaining Jing Yuan coins into Ram's hands. He was really stupid. He actually wanted to gather information in a small city like Jingyuan City. A universe god like this was a top-tier expert, a small city that even chaos gods did not have, so what kind of useful information could there be? Everything had to go to the main city of Jingcheng Fortress, the Jinghai City. "Sir, no, this is too much." Ram hurriedly declined. Although he had spent some at the Dark Night Bar, the remaining Jing Yuan coins still exceeded 300 million. To Ram, it was still an astronomical figure. A hint of appreciation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Over 300 million Jing Yuan coins. That was over 300 million square cubic origin of eternities. This was the total wealth of some middle-level universe sovereign warriors. Ram had just broken through to the low-level sovereign stage. It was rare that he could resist the temptation of this day. "Alright, I told you to take it, so take it." If not for the fact that the 10,000 Jingcheng coins in his hand were still useful, Yang Fann would have given all of them to Ram. A piece of trash that couldn't even compare to a cubic universe source, how could Yang Fann take it seriously? If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't come to Jingyuan City again, and he wouldn't be able to use this Jing Yuan coin anymore. "Thank you, Master." Ram did not decline. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his voice filled with indescribable excitement. More than 300 million Jing Yuan coins. How many hundreds of millions of years would it take to accumulate such a fortune? With these Jing Yuan coins, it would be enough for him to advance to the intermediate venerable realm. An hour later, Yang Fann appeared 3,000 miles away from Jingyuan City. You have followed me for so long, come out now, Yang Fann said in a deep voice. Tap, tap, tap. Da 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 da. A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind Yang Fann. Very quickly, a group of people appeared behind Yang Fann. In an instant, they surrounded Yang Fann and surrounded him. Each of them looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a weak little lamb. Brother Hu, this kid is a fat sheep. We must not let him go. Previously, he took out a fist-sized universe source and paid the entrance fee. The person who spoke, he was also an acquaintance of Yang Fann. He was the one who wanted to scam Yang Fann. The brother who he spoke of was a naked upper body. A man with a white tiger tattoo on his divine beast. Good kid, this time, you have made a great contribution. Don't worry, I, Brother Hu, will not treat you unfairly. Brother Hu patted his shoulder and said 3 good words. To be able to take out a fist-sized universe source to pay the entrance fee, this kid obviously did not take the universe source seriously. Without a square universe source of 18,000 cubic meters, how could he be so generous? And looking at his appearance, he did not seem like some expert either. There were at least 8 to 9 of them. They were the newly minted gongzi from the aristocratic family. I, Brother Hu, like this kind of fat sheep the most. In the next second, Brother Hu turned his gaze to Yang Fann and said with a greedy expression, Kid, if you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over all the universe sources in your hands. Brother Hu, I am a magnanimous man. I might even spare your life. C-2739 Main City Jinghai Jingcheng Fortress, Jingyuan City, 1,000 miles away. Looking at Brother Hu and the others who were eyeing him covetously, as if they were going to eat him alive, Yang Fann felt that it was funny. Was it because this world was too crazy, or was it because he, Yang, kept a low profile? Since when did such a group of ants, who weren't even universe gods, dare to have designs on him? Kid, what are you laughing at? Let me tell you. Brother Hu is a high-level universe lord. If he knew what was going on, he would obediently open up the inner world and hand over all the treasures. Brother Hu is a merciful man, perhaps I can spare your life. Looking at Yang Fann, who was laughing out loud, the flames of anger in his heart immediately flared up. This reckless fool, he still dared to mock them when he was about to die. Brat, don't force Brother Hu to make a move, otherwise, you won't have any good outcome. Brother Hu echoed and said. Boom. A wave of top-rank high-level universe lord pressure radiated from Brother Hu's body and rolled towards Yang Fann. Strange. Suddenly, Brother Hu's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. Under his pressure, even a quasi-high-level universe lord would tremble in fear. However, this brat seemed as if he didn't feel his pressure at all, and his expression didn't change at all. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Didn't this kid say that this kid was at most a first middle-level universe lord? Could it be that this kid was just a first middle-level universe lord? At this moment, Yang Fann shrugged lazily. Arg. Brother Hu threw his head back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yang Fann. The shock had dispersed his pressure, and even his soul had been severely injured. Ah, boss. The group of underlings cried out in shock. What was going on? Why did boss suddenly vomit blood? Could it be that his old injuries had relapsed? Ignoring the group of underlings, Brother Hu gave that Yard a fierce look. Bitch it, Yard you bastard, what kind of fat sheep is this? It's simply that man-eating beast. At this moment, he really wanted to skin Yard alive. To be able to disperse his pressure so easily and cause him to suffer heavy injuries from the backlash. Even some of the middle-low-rank top-level universe lord might not be able to do it. The master of the highest universe was at least the master of the highest universe. This kid had completely brought them into a ditch. Although the Black Tiger gang had some strength in Jingyuan City, apart from him, who was a top-rank high-level universe lord, there were 3 other leaders of the low-order advanced universe, but they could only barely fight quasi-top-level universe lord. A true top-level universe lord was not someone the Black Tiger gang could afford to offend, especially the master of the highest universe. Son of a bitch, just you wait. If I don't die today, I will skin you alive and rip you into pieces the next second. Bang! Brother Hu's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees in front of Yang Fann. Master, please spare my life. All of this was instigated by this kid. It was all this kid's fault. It was all his fault. What could it be? Could it be? Boss had just vomited blood because of this kid. The group of underlings were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. What on earth did this kid do? It seemed like he did not do anything, right? Or did the boss fall for it? Ah, no, how could this be? His pupils dilated as extreme fear engulfed his heart. In his heart, Brother Hu was already a great figure, an existence that he had to look up to for his entire life. However, such a great figure had actually knelt down in front of that kid. What kind of existence was that? This. Cold sweat poured down like rain, quickly soaking his back. This time, the sky had been pierced. Why had he lost his mind? How could he not take the universe source seriously? How could he be a simple person? Sir, small, little. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Grug everyone, including Brother Hu, exploded into powder. Yang Fann had no intention of wasting his time arguing with them over a single aphids. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know what was good for them and had been following them from the Jingyuan city, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with them. Even the Chaos God couldn't raise Yang Fann's desire to fight, let alone these universe gods. Universe Lord, the Universe Sovereign. Next, Jingcheng Fortress Main City, Jinghai City. Yang Fann finally understood what was going on. He would only waste his time in these small and medium-sized cities. It was impossible for him to obtain any useful information. Even some of the big cities that had Chaos God King in charge might not have any information that was suitable for him. Yang Fann's purpose in coming to battlefield of Dao Devil was very clear. He wanted to hunt and kill enough Heavenly Devil God Palaces from the various major powers under the command of Heavenly Devil God Palace. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as much as possible. It would be best if he could break through to the top-level Chaos God in one go, or even break through to Chaos God King. With his current cultivation base and strength, the low-level Chaos God Kings were useless. It was a pity that they were useless to him. Even if he devoured all the 12th demon battlefields into the 12th demon battlefield, it wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation base by much. Even middle-level Chaos Divine King wouldn't be of much use to him. High-level Chaos God King, and even top-level Chaos God King were his targets. In those big cities that only had middle and top-level Chaos God, low-level Chaos God King, it was still a little lacking to obtain information about the whereabouts of high-grade and top-level Chaos God Kings. Fortunately, they were still in position and headed straight to the core of Jingcheng Fortress, which was also the only main city, Jinghai City. This would save them the trouble of going back and forth. Luckily, at least, he had found the location of Jinghai City. As for using the spiritual sense to search the Jingcheng Fortress, it was better not to do such a thing. Searching for the spiritual sense was an extremely rude thing. If one was not careful, it would cause public anger. Although the Jingcheng Fortress wasn't the most important place in the 12th War Zone, it was one of the oldest chaotic strongholds. Quasi-Paragon wasn't in charge of it. Even if they found out that he was using the spiritual sense to sweep the strongholds, no one in the Jingcheng Fortress would be able to threaten him. However, he was still a subordinate force of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and they were from the same sect. They didn't need to look at the monk's face to look at the Buddha's face. No, there were some things that he couldn't go too far with. In the center of Jingcheng Fortress, there was a huge city that spanned 30 million miles. This huge city couldn't be compared to those small cities in the Divine City that could be counted as years. It was like a miniature city, but in the Jingcheng Fortress, it was the indisputable number one city. The biggest city in the other cities was less than half the size of the other cities. This big city was none other than the main city of the Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City. This was the true core of Jingcheng Fortress. The entire stronghold had 9 floors and 9 floors. Its top combat strength was in Jinghai City. The entire Jinghai City was covered with layers of divine formation. Even Quasi-Paragon wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. As long as there was a little time, Quasi-Paragon would be able to reach Jinghai City in a short period of time. At the entrance of Jinghai City, a group of people were being inspected by the city guards in an orderly manner before slowly entering the city. One had to admit that the main city was the main city, and it was far from being comparable to any other city. Any random city guard had the cultivation base of a god in quasi-universe. In Jingyuan City, they could establish a second-rate family and control the life and death of millions of living beings. After handing over 10 Jingcheng coins, Yang Fann slowly stepped into Jinghai City. This time, no one was looking at him as if he was a fat sheep. 10 Jingcheng coins was equivalent to 100 billion Jingyuan coins. It was an astronomical figure in the Jingyuan city, the wealth of the previous small family, but in the Jinghai city, it was just a normal entrance fee. What a great Jinghai city, as expected of the core of the Jingcheng fortress. Looking around, Yang Fann let out a soft sigh. Looking around, there was basically no one with a cultivation base of the same level. Those below the top-level universe lord could be seen everywhere. Chaos God King wasn't a rare existence either. Yang Fann even saw a few disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace who were wearing the uniform of the Dao Palace. Of course, they were all middle and low-ranked disciples. The number of high-ranked disciples was still very low. As for the Dao Palace core disciples, could they find one? It would be a huge problem. There were only 1,000 of them in the current generation of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Less than 2,000 of them were cultivating in the Hunyuan universe. In the vast 12 battlefield of Dao Devil, it was the limit to have over 100 true disciples of the Dao Palace. There were 108 chaotic fortresses. There were only 1 or 2 of them. Many of the chaos fortresses did not have 1 or 2 people. It was perfectly normal. Let's take a look at the Adventurers Guild first. C-2748 star mission. Everyone in the world comes for the benefit, and everyone in the world goes for the benefit. Everything paid particular attention to the word profit. This was the truth that had never changed since the ancient times within the territory of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the chaos gods of all major powers, and even Chaos God King. The reason why they were willing to enter the battlefield of Dao Devil and fight with the forces under the Heavenly Devil God Palace was because of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's order, and more importantly, it was for the actual benefits. Otherwise, even if the major powers didn't dare to openly reject the primeval Chaos Dao Palace due to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's influence, they would still be able to be passive and not put in any effort. Just like how the primeval Chaos Dao Palace actively hunted down the experts of the Heavenly Devil God Palace and issued demon hunting missions in order to motivate the disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace established numerous adventurers guild in the various chaotic strongholds and issued bounties one after another to stimulate the disciples. The Chaos Gods and Chaos God King of the various major powers took action actively. The Adventurers Guild of Jingcheng Fortress was built in the main city, Jinghai City. The other chaotic fortresses were the same. The Adventurers Guild was usually built in the main cities. Compared to the major cities, the strength of the other cities was negligible. Even if they were combined together, they might not even have a single bit of strength in the main city. Setting up the Adventurers Guild in other major cities was a complete waste of resources. The Adventurers Guild in Jingcheng Fortress covered a large area of 1,000,000 miles. At a glance, it looked like a city in the city, located in the center of Jinghai City. There were a total of 36 portals, which made it convenient for many experts to enter and exit the guild. Without much time, Yang Fann quickly found the Adventurers Guild. He slowly stepped into it and found himself in a huge square. There was a universe inside. At a glance, it was no less than 10 million miles in circumference. In the center of the square was a huge crystal screen that was 1,000,000 feet tall and 300,000 feet wide. It was densely packed and was filled with all kinds of missions. The square was filled with crystal counters and no less than 1,000,000 tables. One by one, the service staff were diligently registering and working. On the square, there were groups of 3 to 5. There were a large number of experts standing, either communicating, checking the mission, or handing over the mission. There are so many experts. If I can give them to them. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Deep within his pupils, there was a faint burning sensation. At a glance, the entire square was filled with a sea of people. Even if it wasn't 10 billion, it was still a few billion. Besides the staff, the weakest of these people was at the low-level Chaos God. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to leave the stronghold, let alone carry out a mission. Most of them were at the advanced level, top-level Chaos God, and even Chaos God King. There were many of them. Among the 10,000 people, there were usually 1 or 2 who were at the intermediate or high-level Chaos God King. Some of the flaws were that the strongest were only a few quasi-top-level God King. There were no traces of top-level Chaos God Kings. Of course, even so, the change in quantity would cause a qualitative change. If they could capture all of these experts in one go, it would be hard to say how many of them would be left, but they still had a high chance of breaking through to the next realm. However, Yang Fann was just thinking about it in his heart. Since they were from the same camp, he wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. In particular, there were many disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace among them. Although the Adventurers Guild mainly served the expert of the major subsidiary powers of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it didn't mean that the disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace couldn't come here to accept the mission. Many disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were even willing to come here to accept missions. One had to know that the missions of the Adventurers Guild did not conflict with the demon hunting missions. Not only could they receive the rewards from the missions of the Adventurers Guild, but they could also use the heads of those devils of the Heavenly Devil God Palace to exchange for Dao Palace contribution points. It was killing two birds with one stone, so why not do it? No one would think that the rewards in their hands were too hot. The reason Yang Fann came to the Adventurers Guild was because of this. A large part of the reason was because of this. 2. Rewards were not against the rules, so why not? 1-star mission, guarding the Demon Cloud Foothold. Time, 3 eras, 10 points are rewarded. 1-star mission, guarding the Qianhua Foothold. Time, 10 eras, reward of 50 points. 2-star mission, patrolling the Qianyu defense line. Time, 10 eras, 1 era, reward, 300 points. 2-star mission, maintain the Sam Star Door. Recommend Divine Array Masters at the 2-star or above. Reward, 800 points. Hunting Black Wind Demons in the Black Wind Stronghold. 4-star mission, recommended intermediate low-level Chaos God King and above Cultivation base to be rewarded with 50,000 points seizing the Boulder Stronghold again. 5-star mission, recommended that King low-rank middle-level Chaos God and above Cultivation base will be rewarded with 600,000 points rescue the Black Mountain Stronghold. 6-star mission. Establish King low-rank high-level Chaos God's Cultivation base and above, reward of 8 million points. Yang Fann read the mission quickly, each mission was quickly circulating in his eyes. The entire battlefield of Dao Devil, 108 Great Chaotic Fortresses, was the headquarters of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the foundation of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Apart from that, there were also other missions. In the entire battlefield of Dao Devil, there were numerous chaotic strongholds. These strongholds were the bridgehead of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace's defense and the stronghold that attacked Heavenly Devil God Palace's camp. They were like nails that were nailed to the battlefield of Dao Devil. There were big and small strongholds, strong and weak strongholds, and some powerful strongholds. Even with a top-level Chaos God King guarding them, it wouldn't be easy for a quasi-supreme expert to uproot these strongholds. These were weak strongholds. It was possible that there were only a few Chaos Gods stationed there, and they would be in danger of being destroyed at any moment. As for the adventure points, they were like Dao Palace contribution points, which were the currency of the various chaotic strongholds. For example, the Jing Yuan coins and even the Jingcheng coins were only useful in Jingcheng Fortress. Outside of Jingcheng Fortress, there was no value at all. As for the value of the adventure points, they were on par with the Dao Palace contribution point in name. 1 point was equivalent to 1 Dao Palace contribution point. However, under normal circumstances, it was nearly impossible to exchange 1 point for 1 Dao Palace contribution point. It often required 2 or even more adventure points to exchange for 1 Dao Palace contribution point. There were many treasures in the Adventurers Guild. Although most of them were provided by the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, how could the upper echelons of the Dao Palace not hold back? Some of the truly precious top treasures, such as God King level potential elixirs, could not be found in the Adventurers Guild's treasury. Only the Dao Palace contribution point could be exchanged for them. However, there was not much difference between them and Yang Fann. He had no use for those top treasures. All he needed was Origin Elemental Crystals. As for Origin Elemental Crystals, they were only basic treasures. 1 unit of Origin Elemental Crystals required 10 Dao Palace contribution points. If he used 10 points, he could also exchange them for 1 unit of Origin Elemental Crystals. This mission isn't bad. Snatching the Bloodstone Stronghold, 8 stars mission. It is recommended that middle-rank top-level God King and his cultivation base be rewarded with 100 billion points. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The points rewarded were nothing compared to the current Yang Fann. 100 billion points, which was equivalent to 10 billion Yang Fanns, was just a drop in the bucket. What really caught his eye was the Heavenly Devil God Palace's expert in the Bloodstone Stronghold. The Adventurers Guild's mission had a total of 15 stars. 1 star was the lowest, and 15 stars were the highest. The level of the mission was usually determined by the strength of the Heavenly Devil God Palace's expert. Normally, as long as one had a low-level Chaos God cultivation base, they would have a high chance of completing a 1-star mission. The highest 15 stars mission, the mission target, was Great Tao Sovereign, and even Great Tao Sovereign. There were very few people who could complete it. It wasn't an easy task to kill a Great Tao Sovereign. Even Ancestral Master Primordius, who had 10 chaotic Great Expert, couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill a Great Tao Sovereign. Of course, this kind of difficult mission would only appear in the battlefield of Tao Devil No. 1. Into the 12th Demon Battlefield, which was known as the Novice Region, not to mention the most difficult 15-star mission, even a 12-star mission would only appear once in tens of millions of eras. A 8 stars mission was basically a top mission. There was at least one low-ranked top-level Chaos God King in the Bloodstone Stronghold. If he was lucky, it was possible for him to meet 2 low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. In addition to his subordinates, there were also some of them. A high-level Chaos God King was already qualified for him to take the mission in the next moment. Yang Fann did not hesitate any longer. There were other high-level missions. He would talk about other high-level missions in the future. These high-level missions had been hanging around for a long time. They might not even be completed once every few thousand or tens of thousands of eras. He did not need to be so anxious as to accept these missions. Of course, even if Yang Fann wanted to accept them, there was nothing he could do. In order to prevent adventurers from randomly accepting missions, any adventurer could only accept one adventure mission at a time. Very quickly, Yang Fann appeared in front of an empty counter. "Hello, I want to seize the Bloodstone Stronghold Mission 0. What? He actually wanted to accept the Bloodstone Stronghold mission. This was a 8 stars mission, and only middle-ranked top-level God King had the confidence to complete it. Since when did our Jingcheng Fortress have such an extra expert? C-2741 Test Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. What? He wants to accept the mission of obtaining the Bloodstone Stronghold. This, I didn't hear wrongly, right? He actually chose this mission. Hiss. He actually dared to accept this mission. Does he not want his life anymore? Gasps of cold air continuously sounded around Yang Fann. The gazes of a large number of experts instantly gathered on Yang Fann's body. The stronghold of the Bloodstone had fallen into the hands of 8 million eras ago. During this period of time, countless experts were buried in the stronghold of the Bloodstone. Since 5 million eras ago, the Xinjiang adventurer group had lost their lives in the stronghold of the Bloodstone. No adventurers had ever dared to touch the stronghold of the Bloodstone anymore. One should know that the Xinjiang adventurer group was one of the few top-grade adventurers in the Jingcheng Fortress. It was a mighty existence that countless adventurers looked up to. The leader of the group, Xinjiang God King, was a low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. The 2 deputy commanders were both quasi-top-level God King, who had stepped into the top-level Chaos God King realm. The 12 captains were all high-level Chaos God King warriors. Those ordinary members were at least quasi-Chaos God King, who had broken through to the top-level Chaos God with a single step. To put it bluntly, it was middle-ranked top-level God King. It wasn't like the Xinjiang adventurer group didn't have the strength to fight. But even so, the Xinjiang adventurer group was still defeated by the Bloodstone Stronghold. Less than 1 out of 10 of the 12 high-level Chaos God King captains returned alive. Even their captain, Xinjiang God King, suffered an indelible Dao injury. He endured for 3 million eras, his origin collapsed, and the soul was destroyed. It was also from that moment onwards, no one dared to dream of rebuilding the Bloodstone Stronghold. Among all the 8 stars missions, the Bloodstone Stronghold mission was one of the most difficult ones. Some people even suspected that even high-ranked top-level Chaos God King might not be able to get the Bloodstone Stronghold back. Perhaps only the elders of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace could get the Bloodstone Stronghold back. However, the main task of all the elders was to stay in the Jingcheng Fortress, and there was no way they could do anything about it. They didn't expect that there would be someone who wanted to take on the task of seizing the Bloodstone Stronghold. However, very quickly, the eyes of the surrounding Chaos Gods, Chaos God King, were filled with doubt. In the entire Jingcheng Fortress, there were only a few top-level Chaos God Kings, and they were all familiar with them. There definitely wasn't such a person among them. Could it be that this lord has just arrived in our Jingcheng Fortress? Sir, are you sure you want to accept the task of seizing the Bloodstone stronghold? The staff at the counter looked at Yang Fann carefully. His voice was filled with respect and there was a hint of flattery in it. If he had the confidence to accept the 8 stars mission, he would at least have to be low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. It was not someone a tiny universe god like him could afford to offend. That's right, I'm sure I want to accept this Bloodstone mission. Yang Fann nodded and admitted it. All right, Master, please show me your adventurer badge. I will register you right away. Adventurer badge. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This mission required this adventurer's badge. Master, any mission must be registered with the adventurer's badge. Master, you will not have an adventurer's badge. At the end, the receptionist looked at Yang Fann with a strange expression. This was common sense. As long as it was an adventurer, they should know. This is my first time accepting an adventurer mission. I wonder how I should apply for this adventurer badge. After all this time, it turns out to be a virgin. No wonder he dared to accept this 8 stars mission. It turns out that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. What do you mean by that? Don't underestimate him. Perhaps he really isn't afraid of death. In an instant, the surrounding expert changed the topic of conversation. Many of them looked at Yang Fann with eyes full of ridicule. They thought that it was some ultimate expert who attacked, but who would have thought that? It's actually a little rookie. The Adventurers Guild had existed for an unknown number of eras. If it was really that top-level Chaos God King, how could he not know this bit of common sense? The staff member at the counter also felt disdain in his heart, but he did not show it on his face and said, "Sir, the adventurer badge, this small one can do it here. As long as you record the basic information of the sir." Regardless of whether he was really crazy or pretending, being able to enter the Adventurers Guild was at least a Chaos God expert. It was still not something a universe god like him could offend. All right then, help me settle it. My surname is Fann, Yang. I am just a rogue cultivator, and I don't have any power. Yang Fann slowly revealed his identity, and ignored the sarcastic remarks of the people around him. No matter how one put it, they had their freedom. As long as it wasn't an insulting language that touched his taboo, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with these ants. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the waiter at the counter passed a silver and smooth round badge with a diameter of 3 centimeters to Yang Fann. "Master, this is your adventurer badge. It's just that the Bloodstone Stronghold mission is a 8 stars mission, and only 7-star and above adventurers are qualified to accept it. You are only a low-level and sporadic adventurer." The latter part of the sentence was not clearly stated. However, the meaning behind it was very obvious. Yang Fann frowned. He did not expect there to be so many broken rules for accepting a mission. "How should I increase the level of this adventurer?" "Sir, there are only a few adventurers. He only needed to complete 3 1-star missions to advance to a 1-star adventurer. A 1-star adventurer wanted to advance to a 2-star adventurer. He needed to complete 10-star level adventure missions or 3 2-star adventure missions, a 2-star adventurer. If he completed 10 2-star missions or 3 3-star missions, he would be promoted to a 3-star adventurer. So on and so forth." Yang Fann frowned. According to this rule, he would have to wait a long time before he could be promoted to a 7-star adventurer. It had to be known that adventurers of all levels could only accept 1-star missions, and even if they were the fastest, they would have to complete 21 missions before they could be promoted to a 7-star adventurer. Other than this method, is there any other way to become a 7-star adventurer? If there was no other way, he might have to give up the mission reward and head straight to the Bloodstone Stronghold to suppress those Heavenly Devil God Palace experts. He didn't have that much time. He just needed to level up step by step. The missions above the 4th grade were still alright. Most of them were to reclaim the stronghold. However, most of the missions at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade were for the stronghold's military service. Each of them would take an era to complete. "Sir, there is another way. It is to test your strength. If your strength reaches the level of low-level Chaos God King, you can directly advance to a 1-star adventurer. A quasi-middle level Chaos God King is a 2-star adventurer. A 3-star middle-level Chaos Divine King adventurer, and a 4-star quasi-high-level Chaos God King was a 4-star adventurer. A high-level Chaos God King was a 5-star adventurer, and quasi-top-level God King was a 6-star adventurer. As for a top-level Chaos God King, he automatically advanced to a 7-star adventurer." The waiter spoke slowly. However, He didn't think highly of Yang Fann at all. Advancing step by step, as long as he was at the high-level Chaos God King, he had a high chance of advancing to become a 7-star adventurer. However, if he used such a trick, he would need to be at the top-level Chaos God King level. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. This is simple. I wonder where I can test my strength. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he heard this. If there was such a simple method, he should have said it earlier, causing me to worry for nothing. Simple. Could it be that this lord is really? The server's heart skipped a beat and his voice became much more respectful. Sir, you can take the test on the 2nd floor. If you go that way, you can go straight to the 2nd floor. That's good, I'll be right back. It can't be, right? He went straight up to the 2nd floor. Could it be that we have misjudged him? Is he really a top-level Chaos God King? Is this possible? Is this possible? Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for tens of millions of eras? How could he not know this little bit of common sense? C-2741 Test Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. What? He wants to accept the mission of obtaining the Bloodstone Stronghold. This, I didn't hear wrongly, right? He actually chose this mission. Hiss. He actually dared to accept this mission. Does he not want his life anymore? Gasps of cold air continuously sounded around Yang Fann. The gazes of a large number of experts instantly gathered on Yang Fann's body. The stronghold of the Bloodstone had fallen into the hands of 8 million eras ago. During this period of time, countless experts were buried in the stronghold of the Bloodstone. Since 5 million eras ago, the Xianxia adventurer group had lost their lives in the stronghold of the Bloodstone. No adventurers had ever dared to touch the stronghold of the Bloodstone anymore. One should know that the Xianxia adventurer group was one of the few top-grade adventurers in the Jingcheng Fortress. It was a mighty existence that countless adventurers looked up to. The leader of the group, Xianxia God King, was a low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. The 2 deputy commanders were both quasi-top-level God King, who had stepped into the top-level Chaos God King realm. The 12 captains were all high-level Chaos God King warriors. Those ordinary members were at least quasi-Chaos God King, who had broken through to the top-level Chaos God with a single step. To put it bluntly, it was middle-ranked top-level God King. It wasn't like the Xianxia adventurer group didn't have the strength to fight. But even so, the Xianxia adventurer group was still defeated by the Bloodstone Stronghold. Less than 1 out of 10 of the 12 high-level Chaos God King captains returned alive. Even their captain, Xianxia God King, suffered an indelible Dao injury. He endured for 3 million eras, his origin collapsed, and the soul was destroyed. It was also from that moment onwards, no one dared to dream of rebuilding the Bloodstone Stronghold. Among all the 8 stars missions, the Bloodstone Stronghold mission was one of the most difficult ones. Some people even suspected that even high-ranked top-level Chaos God King might not be able to get the Bloodstone Stronghold back. Perhaps only the elders of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace could get the Bloodstone Stronghold back. However, the main task of all the elders was to stay in the Jingcheng Fortress, and there was no way they could do anything about it. They didn't expect that there would be someone who wanted to take on the task of seizing the Bloodstone Stronghold. However, very quickly, the eyes of the surrounding Chaos Gods, Chaos God King, were filled with doubt. In the entire Jingcheng Fortress, there were only a few top-level Chaos God Kings, and they were all familiar with them. There definitely wasn't such a person among them. Could it be that this lord has just arrived in our Jingcheng Fortress? Sir, are you sure you want to accept the task of seizing the Bloodstone Stronghold? The staff at the counter looked at Yang Fann carefully. His voice was filled with respect and there was a hint of flattery in it. If he had the confidence to accept the 8 stars mission, he would at least have to be low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. It was not someone a tiny universe god like him could afford to offend. That's right, I'm sure I want to accept this Bloodstone mission. Yang Fann nodded and admitted it. All right, master, please show me your adventurer badge. I will register you right away. Adventurer badge. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This mission required this adventurer's badge. Master, any mission must be registered with the adventurer's badge. Master, you will not have an adventurer's badge. At the end, the receptionist looked at Yang Fann with a strange expression. This was common sense. As long as it was an adventurer, they should know. This is my first time accepting an adventurer mission. I wonder how I should apply for this adventurer badge. After all this time, it turns out to be a virgin. No wonder he dared to accept this 8 stars mission. It turns out that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. What do you mean by that? Don't underestimate him. Perhaps he really isn't afraid of death. In an instant, the surrounding expert changed the topic of conversation. Many of them looked at Yang Fann with eyes full of ridicule. They thought that it was some ultimate expert who attacked, but who would have thought that? It's actually a little rookie. The Adventurers Guild had existed for an unknown number of eras. If it was really that top-level Chaos God King, how could he not know this bit of common sense? The staff member at the counter also felt disdain in his heart, but he did not show it on his face and said, "Sir, the Adventurer badge, this small one can do it here. As long as you record the basic information of the sir." Regardless of whether he was really crazy or pretending, being able to enter the Adventurers Guild was at least a Chaos God expert. It was still not something a universe god like him could offend. "Alright then, help me settle it. My surname is Fann, Yang. I am just a rogue cultivator, and I don't have any power." Yang Fann slowly revealed his identity, and ignored the sarcastic remarks of the people around him. No matter how one put it, they had their freedom. As long as it wasn't an insulting language that touched his taboo, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with these ants. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the waiter at the counter passed a silver and smooth round badge with a diameter of 3 centimeters to Yang Fann. "Master, this is your adventurer badge. It's just that the Bloodstone Stronghold mission is a 8 stars mission, and only 7-star and above adventurers are qualified to accept it. You are only a low-level and sporadic adventurer." The latter part of the sentence was not clearly stated. However, the meaning behind it was very obvious. Yang Fann frowned. He did not expect there to be so many broken rules for accepting a mission. "How should I increase the level of this adventurer?" "Sir, there are only a few adventurers. He only needed to complete 3 1-star missions to advance to a 1-star adventurer. A 1-star adventurer wanted to advance to a 2-star adventurer. He needed to complete 10-star level adventure missions or 3 2-star adventure missions, a 2-star adventurer. If he completed 10 2-star missions or 3 3-star missions, he would be promoted to a 3-star adventurer. So on and so forth." Yang Fann frowned. According to this rule, he would have to wait a long time before he could be promoted to a 7-star adventurer. It had to be known that adventurers of all levels could only accept 1-star missions, and even if they were the fastest, they would have to complete 21 missions before they could be promoted to a 7-star adventurer. Other than this method, is there any other way to become a 7-star adventurer? If there was no other way, he might have to give up the mission reward and head straight to the Bloodstone Stronghold to suppress those Heavenly Devil God Palace experts. He didn't have that much time. He just needed to level up step by step. The missions above the 4th grade were still alright. Most of them were to reclaim the stronghold. However, most of the missions at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade were for the stronghold's military service. Each of them would take an era to complete. "Sir, there is another way. It is to test your strength. If your strength reaches the level of low-level Chaos God King, you can directly advance to a 1-star adventurer. A quasi-middle level Chaos God King is a 2-star adventurer. A 3-star middle-level Chaos Divine King adventurer, and a 4-star quasi-high-level Chaos God King was a 4-star adventurer. A high-level Chaos God King was a 5-star adventurer, and quasi-top-level God King was a 6-star adventurer. As for a top-level Chaos God King, he automatically advanced to a 7-star adventurer." The waiter spoke slowly. However, he didn't think highly of Yang Fann at all. Advancing step by step, as long as he was at the high-level Chaos God King, he had a high chance of advancing to become a 7-star adventurer. However, if he used such a trick, he would need to be at the top-level Chaos God King level. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. "This is simple. I wonder where I can test my strength." Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he heard this. If there was such a simple method, he should have said it earlier, causing me to worry for nothing. Simple. Could it be that this lord is really? The server's heart skipped a beat and his voice became much more respectful. "Sir, you can take the test on the 2nd floor. If you go that way, you can go straight to the 2nd floor." "That's good, I'll be right back." It can't be, right? He went straight up to the 2nd floor. Could it be that we have misjudged him? Is he really a top-level Chaos God King? Is this possible? Is this possible? Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for tens of millions of eras? How could he not know this little bit of common sense? C-2742 7-star adventurer Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. He went up just like that. Did I misjudge him? Is he really a top-level Chaos God King? Gulp gulp, I'm afraid we've really misjudged him. Otherwise, why would he be so decisive as to head straight up to the second floor and carry out the strength test? The hearts of the Chaos Gods who were watching the show began to waver. Looking at that unhesitating stance, it was obvious that he was very confident. He had passed the strength test in one go and advanced to become a 7-star adventurer. However, many experts still had doubts about this. If he really was that top-level Chaos God King, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of billions of eras, how could he not have an adventurer's badge? The most difficult thing for cultivators in the world is to become a rogue cultivator. To countless rogue cultivators, the Adventurers Guild was one of their biggest ways to obtain resources. Those middle and low-level Chaos God King who did not join the Adventurers Guild were barely passable, but there were almost no high-level or top-level Chaos God King rogue cultivators. They had never mingled in the Adventurers Guild before. Everyone, do you have any misunderstandings? The strength test must be to advance to the 7-star adventurer realm. That's right, 6-star, 5-star, even 4-star, or even 3-star adventurer is not impossible. Right. We almost let him fool us. The strength test isn't only able to advance to a 7-star adventurer. His words woke up the person in the dream, and the experts all came back to their senses. They had all fallen into the wrong place. That person was not a 6-star adventurer. He had just applied for an adventurer badge. He is just one of the most unpopular adventurers, the choice of promotion. However, there was more than one 7-star adventurer who had advanced to 6-star and 5-star adventurers. Even 1-star and 2-star adventurers could also apply for a strength test. At this moment, am I seeing things so fast? Is there a mistake? An exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ah, it's him. He came down just like that. From the time he went upstairs until now, it hasn't even been 10 breaths of time, right? He caused me to look forward to a miracle appearing. I've been blind for nothing. I told you this kid wasn't reliable. Top-level Chaos God King. Who if this brat is a top-level Chaos God King, then I am a quasi-supreme being bitch it, what a waste of my feelings. In an instant, sarcastic remarks were heard one after another. From Yang Fann to the two elders, it had only been less than 10 breaths of time. Other than some necessary time to register and prepare, the actual time used for the examination was less than 10 breaths of time. That was even shorter, and it was very likely that it would not exceed 3 breaths of time. To be able to pass the 7-star adventurer strength test in such a short period of time, what kind of joke was that? Did they think that they were new people who did not know anything? The strength test of an adventurer was not to take down a strength measuring pillar to see if there was a top-level chaos god in it. The strength of a king was so simple. There was only one requirement to become an adventurer of any level, and that was to defeat a combat puppet of the same level. A 7-star adventurer would defeat a combat puppet that possessed a low-rank top-level battle force of Chaos God King. Even if this combat puppet didn't have a chaotic divine weapon and many secret treasures to support it, its combat strength could only be considered ordinary amongst low-rank top-level Chaos God King. Even so, it wasn't middle-rank top-level God King who could defeat it in just a few breaths of time. At least, it had to have the strength to fight high-rank top-level Chaos God King. Where did this rogue cultivator come from, Fan Yang, have the strength of high-rank top-level Chaos God King? Was this possible? Without the support of any major power, rogue cultivators were the hardest to deal with. Not to mention they're the 12th demon battlefield, even in the 16 battlefield of Dao Devil, high-rank top-level Chaos God King, who was born as a rogue cultivator, was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. How could they encounter him so easily? Under the disdainful gazes of the surrounding adventurers, Yang Fann once again arrived in front of the counter. Help me register. I will accept the Bloodstone Stronghold mission. What, sir? What did you say? The waiter stared at him, not daring to believe his ears. Could it be that, how long had it been? How was this possible? At this moment, a silver light flashed. The adventurer badge that had just been sent out from his hand appeared in front of him once again, but it was just as smooth as before. On the badge, there were some small things. There were many tiny silver stars, no more, no less. There were exactly 7 of them. Ah, 7. 7-star adventurer's badge. It really is a 7-star adventurer's badge. Apart from the most primitive and scattered adventurer's badge, for every level of adventurer, there would be an extra one on the adventurer's badge. Once it was covered with 15 silver stars, it would be the highest level of adventurer, 15 stars. This was all a legend. Now, the highest level adventurer. He was only a 14-star adventurer. If a 14-star adventurer wanted to advance to a 15-star adventurer, he would have to complete 10 14-star missions. Or he would have to complete 3 15-star missions, just these 2-level missions. How could it be so easy to complete? 15-star missions, 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 15-star missions. Not to mention, all of them were related to Great Tao Sovereign. There was almost no possibility of completing it, even if it was a 14-star mission. Furthermore, the number of missions was extremely scarce. Over hundreds of millions of eras. In order to complete 10 14-star missions, it was easier said than done. And the 7-star badge represented the 7-star adventurer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire first floor of the Adventurers Guild was filled with gasps. In just a few breaths of time, he had defeated a low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. This. Don't overestimate yourself. Yang Fann sneered in his heart. Was the strength test of a 7-star adventurer very difficult? If he was willing, it would not be difficult for him to obtain the badge of a 10-star adventurer in one go. However, there was no need for that at all. He had just arrived and was too high profile. It was easy for him to do bad things. In the 12th Demon battlefield, a quasi-paragon was enough to influence the situation. At that time, it would be difficult to avoid the Heavenly Devil God Palace's deliberate targeting. There would be too many eyes, and the Adventurers Guild would be a chaotic place. It was hard to tell who was the spy that the Heavenly Devil God Palace had planted in the Jingcheng Fortress. Keep a low profile. It was better to keep a low profile and make a fortune. Now I have the qualifications to accept the Bloodstone mission, right? Ah, sir, please wait a moment. I will register you immediately. The waiter exclaimed in an indescribably low voice. To be able to pass the 7-star adventurer test in such a short period of time. He was at least a high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. He was the big shot among the real big shots. In the huge Jingcheng Fortress, other than the few elders of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there was almost no one that could be compared to him. One should know that in the current Jingcheng Fortress, the strongest among the countless adventurers. Middle-ranked top-level God King was the only one. If it wasn't for that, the Bloodstone mission wouldn't have died so long ago. A few breaths later, the waiter respectfully handed the adventurer badge to Yang Fann. Sir, all right, your badge. Okay. Yang Fann nodded slightly, took the adventurer badge, turned around and left. Wherever he went, all the adventurers, regardless of whether they were high-level Chaos God King or low-level Chaos God, kept their distance. Many of them even lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yang Fann. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would hold a grudge against them. This stinky mouth, why did he say everything out loud? Is a high-ranked top-level Chaos God King someone a nobody like me can afford to offend? Phew. Fortunately, this lord is magnanimous and did not take it to heart. Otherwise, C-2743 the Grand Duke of Blood Demon Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. When the crowd saw Yang Fann slowly leaving, Chaos God King felt a lingering fear in his heart. Luckily, this lord did not haggle too much with them. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be something they could bear. If high-ranked top-level Chaos God King really wanted to deal with them, even the people behind them might not be able to protect them. They might not even be willing to protect them. In the entire Jingcheng Fortress, high-ranked top-level Chaos God King was an indisputable top 10 expert. It was not impossible for him to be in the top 5. As for the dignity of the expert, it was sacred and inviolable. Even if that person wanted to take revenge on them, the forces behind them wouldn't be able to say anything. Who asked them to have such a cheap mouth? Many of them secretly made up their minds. In the future, whenever Fan Yang was present, they would consciously avoid him, lest this big shot think about what happened today and attack them. Thinking about what they had said before, they might not be able to tolerate it if they switched places with Fan Yang. After a long while, there were whispers on the first floor of the Adventurers Guild. It seems like the good days of those blood devils in the Bloodstone Stronghold have come to an end. That's right, with this Lord's help, we will definitely be able to sweep away those evil creatures with ease. Once we take back the Bloodstone Stronghold, the pressure of the surrounding strongholds will be much smaller. The Bloodstone Stronghold's blood devils were able to defeat the Xianxia Adventurer group, but if they wanted to stop high-ranked top-level Chaos God King, they might not be able to do so much. Oh right, we need to send back the news about Lord Fan Yang as soon as possible. We don't want any reckless thing to provoke this big shot and bring disaster to the adventures. Right. We have to send the news back immediately. We can't let those bastards offend Lord Fan Yang. Very quickly, the news of high-ranked top-level Chaos God King, who was called Fan Yang, spread across the entire Jinghai city like a sudden clap of thunder. Adventurers of the Association of Adventurers could be said to live a life of bloodshed. It was very normal for them to start a fight because of a disagreement. They did not want the people around them to be by their side. They did not want to offend the people around them. This big shot, apart from the high and mighty disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, no other major powers could bear the consequences. What? Our Jingcheng Fortress has an extra high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. Hiss. A ferocious dragon crossing the river. I wonder if this Lord Fan Yang will establish the adventures. Once the adventures is established, with high-ranked top-level Chaos God King in charge, I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to replace Wu Kun's adventures and become the #1 adventures in the Jingcheng Fortress. Wu Kun's adventures was the #1 adventures in the Jingcheng Fortress, and it was also the only adventures in the Jingcheng Fortress. It was the adventures with middle-ranked top-level God King. If that's really the case, our Jingcheng Fortress will definitely cause another bloody storm. Sigh, this is a troubled period. We still need to make preparations early. There were only so many resources in Jingcheng Fortress. The rise of a new power would require stepping on some bones to rise to power. However, it was obvious that the worries of the adventures were in vain. Yang Fann didn't have the intention or the energy to establish the adventures. To put it bluntly, in the huge Jingcheng Fortress, there wasn't a single ant in the group of high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. Who could put Yang Fann in his heart? If he really wanted to establish the adventures, he had to at least be a quasi-supreme expert. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to become his companion? After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Yang Fann didn't stay for long. He quickly rushed towards the Star Temple. In the battlefield of Dao Devil, time and space were in chaos. The chaos was raging. If he flew by himself, he would be a top-level Chaos God King. It would take him hundreds of millions of years to reach the Bloodstone Stronghold from the Jingcheng Fortress. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to reach the Bloodstone Stronghold without thousands or tens of thousands of years. If he really wanted to fly, he would have to wait until they arrived at the strongholds. Normally, adventurers would travel through the chaotic star door in the strongholds. Suddenly, Yang Fann halted his steps and turned around to take a look. He said, "Everyone, after following me for so long, what is the matter?" There were 3 men and 2 women. The leader was a young man, who was wearing a green robe. He had been following them ever since he left the Adventurers Guild. None of these people had a very strong cultivation base. The strongest among them was only able to step into the high-level Chaos God King with a single step. With the strength he had revealed in the Adventurers Guild, it was comparable to high-ranked top-level Chaos God Kings. As long as these people weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they wouldn't find trouble with him. Or was it that these people had taken a fancy to his strength and wanted to use this opportunity to win him over? Xingcheng Adventurer Group Star Yuan, Mu Feng, Chen Hao. Senior. The 3 men and 2 women took a step forward and bowed respectfully to Yang Fann. Xingcheng Adventurer Group, Yang Fann muttered in his heart. With their current strength, they didn't have the qualifications to recruit a high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. Previously in the Adventurers Guild, those adventurers had also mentioned the Xingcheng Adventurer Group. Yang Fann had some understanding about the current situation of the Xingcheng Adventurer Group. It was not easy for the Xingcheng Adventurer Group to live a good life after the battle at the Bloodstone Stronghold. Especially after the severely injured God King had fallen, the entire Xingcheng Adventurer Group had fallen apart. Up until now, out of all the adventures in the Jingcheng Fortress, the Xingcheng Adventurer Group couldn't even be ranked in the top 100, let alone the top 10. The strongest one was Xing Chong, God King's direct son, Xing Yuan, God King. He had broken through to the high-level Chaos God King with a single step. Apart from that, there were also a few middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors and dozens of low-level Chaos God Kings. Compared to the Xinjiang adventurer group at its peak, it was thousands of times weaker, and it was at least 10,000 times weaker. They were on completely different levels. In the current situation of the Xinjiang adventurer group, recruiting a high-ranked top-level Chaos God King was just asking for humiliation. If they were not careful, they might even anger that high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. As long as it wasn't because their brains were squeezed by the door, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The fury of a high-ranked top-level Chaos God King was unbearable even to the Xinjiang adventurer group at its peak, let alone the current Xinjiang adventurer group. It's not that he wants to recruit me, but why did the Xinjiang adventurer group want to recruit me? A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't have any relationship with the Xinjiang adventurer group. Senior, this is some information about the Bloodstone Stronghold that we have collected during these eras. I hope that it will be of some help to you, Senior. As he spoke, God King Xing Yuan respectfully handed over a jade slip. He had come here because he wanted to form a good relationship with this high-ranked top-level Chaos God King, Yang Fann. As for recruiting him, he had never thought about it. A person should know how valuable he was. Given the current situation of Xinjiang adventurer group, not to mention recruiting top-level Chaos God Kings, even recruiting a high-level Chaos God King who was only a first-grade high-level Chaos God King was not enough. You guys are really thoughtful. Yang Fann didn't refuse. In the vast Jingcheng fortress, if one were to talk about understanding the Bloodstone Stronghold, the Xinjiang adventurer group would take it as second place. No major power would dare take it as first place. Although with his cultivation base and strength, there wouldn't be any accidents if he had this piece of information. However, Yang Fann still accepted the offer. Senior, this junior will take his leave now. Without saying anything else, God King took his men and left. This God King Xing Yuan is indeed a figure. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He understood the situation clearly, but he didn't. Because of such a small favor, he took an inch for an inch. The next second, bang, Yang Fann's spiritual sense moved and swept across the jade slip in his hand. Very quickly, a torrent of information exploded in Yang Fanshihai's hand. I didn't expect that I would still underestimate this Bloodstone Stronghold. There is actually a Duke of the Blood Demon clan hiding within. No wonder the Xinjiang adventurer group ended up being completely wiped out. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The Blood Demon clan was one of the top families in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Blood Devil Ancestor. It was also a great Dao sovereign with a very strict hierarchy. Every Blood Demon Duke was a top-level Chaos God King. Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was one of the best Blood Demon Dukes. He had to be at least high-ranked top-level Chaos God King, and most of them had the power of a peak top-level Chaos God King. If it was any other high-ranked top-level Chaos God King, he would have rushed into the Bloodstone Stronghold. Not only would he not be able to complete this 8 stars mission, he might even be able to. He might even die in that Bloodstone Stronghold. However, for me, it is the best. Grand Duke of the Blood Demons, don't disappoint me. C-2744 Bloodstone Continent Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Xinjiang Adventurer Group's base. Although the Xinjiang Adventurer Group had declined and could not even be considered as a first-rate adventures in the Jingcheng Fortress, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse, and its encampment was still quite extraordinary. Just the area it occupied was no less than 3,000 miles. It was much larger than many of the strongholds of the first-rate adventures. After Xing Yuan, God King, and the other 5 people gave Yang Fann the information about the Bloodstone Stronghold, they didn't stay outside for too long and returned to their encampment. Captain, do you think that Senior can really take back the Bloodstone Stronghold and avenge the old captain and the others? Difficult Starlight God King shook his head slightly. To be honest, he didn't think highly of Yang Fann. Others might not know the terror of the Bloodstone Stronghold, but they knew it very well. With Grand Duke of the Blood Demons hiding there, even if a few Dao Palace elders attacked personally, would they be able to take back the Bloodstone Stronghold? It was still a big mystery. Grand Duke of the Blood Demons' scariness was no joke. He was one of the best Blood Demon Dukes, the weakest Grand Duke. His strength was not weaker than high-ranked top-level Chaos God Kings. According to the information left by his father, the Grand Duke of the Blood Demons in the Bloodstone Stronghold was not an ordinary Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. If he had not been injured in the past, his father, Xianxia God King, wouldn't have been severely injured and dying. Instead, he would have died in the Bloodstone Stronghold. Now that 5 million eras had passed, even if that Grand Duke of the Blood Demons hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Adding the geographical advantage, in the Bloodstone Stronghold, it was extreme top-level Chaos God King. He might not even be a match for Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. However, with our reminder, that Sir Fan Yong will definitely be vigilant. Even if he can't defeat that Grand Duke of the Blood Demons, he should be able to retreat safely from the Bloodstone Stronghold. That's enough. With such a relationship, if the Xingqiang adventurer group really had something good to do, that lord would definitely not sit by and do nothing. And this was the purpose of the Star Yuan God King. All these years, the life of the Xingqiang adventurer group had become more and more difficult. As a former top adventurers, the wealth accumulated by them was not something that ordinary first-rated adventurers could compare with. All these years, they had set their eyes on the Xingqiang adventurer group. It wasn't just one or two families. They were only afraid of the trump cards left behind by their father, and didn't dare to go against them. However, there was always a time when his foundation would be exhausted. In the past 2 million eras, he had already used up most of the foundation his father had left behind. If there was no external force to help them, it would only be a matter of time before the Xingqiang adventurer group was completely destroyed. Jingcheng Fortress, Star Temple. This was a large divine hall that was not much smaller than the Adventurers Guild. It was densely packed with stargates. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they were connected to hundreds of thousands of chaotic strongholds near the Jingcheng Fortress. However, there were tens of thousands of stargates, and they were dim and lightless. This meant that the stronghold had already been occupied by the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Only by recapturing the stronghold and building a new star gate or using those sealed star gates could it be used again. What a good star temple. He surveyed his surroundings. Yang Fann sighed in his heart. Compared to the Adventurers Guild, the security of the Star Temple was much stricter. Even though the entire Star Temple only had a portion of the guards that maintained order in the Star Palace, and there were no experts, the truth was that it was different. A large number of experts were hidden in the dark. The high-level Chaos God King alone was no less than the number of high-level Chaos God Kings that could be found in the Star Temple. There were 100 of them, and there was even an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace who personally guarded this place. In the huge Jingcheng Fortress, apart from the stronghold's command center, the defense of the Star Temple was probably the strongest. However, it was also true that the Star Temple was the last resort for all the strongholds. If anything were to happen to it, it would be a devastating disaster for all the strongholds. The Heavenly Devil God Palace had unfathomable means. The stronghold's monitoring system was not omnipotent. Furthermore, even if the expert of the Heavenly Devil God Palace could not enter the stronghold, they could still bribe and destroy it. As long as they were willing to pay a sufficient price and take the risk, so what if they became enemies with the primeval Chaos Dao Palace? In this world, the Aconite was the least lacking traitor. The Stargate of the Bloodstone Stronghold has closed. If you want to go to the Bloodstone Stronghold, you have to go to Kunhe's Stronghold. First, Yang Fann calculated in his mind. Not to mention that the Stargate of the Bloodstone Stronghold had already closed. Even if it wasn't closed, Yang Fann wouldn't dare to go through the Stargate to the Bloodstone Stronghold. If those Blood Devils destroyed the Stargate while he was teleporting, with his cultivation base and strength, even though he wouldn't be in danger of losing his sense of time and space, he wouldn't know where he would be teleported to. If he wasn't careful, he would be teleported to some forbidden place in the primal chaos, and he wouldn't even have a place to cry. One should know that there were some forbidden places in the primal chaos. Even Great Tao Sovereign would be in danger if he went there, let alone the current Yang Fann. He would definitely die in that place. The stronghold of Kunhe was the closest stronghold to the Bloodstone Stronghold. When they arrived at the stronghold of Kunhe, with high-rank top-level Chaos God King speed, they would be able to reach the Bloodstone Stronghold in at most a month's time. If it was Yang Fann, the time would be even shorter. Kun and Star Door. That's it. There are quite a lot of people. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 people queuing under the Kun and Star Door. However, Yang Fann did not have the intention to wait with them. According to the distance of teleportation, the chaotic star door had a large number of people. There were small, medium-sized, and large-sized star doors. The cost of activating all kinds of star doors was different as well. For example, the Kunan star door was a small star door. It could only transport 10,000 people at a time, and activating it once required 10,000 units of origin elemental crystal. In fact, the activation of the star door did not require enough people. As long as one had enough origin elemental crystals, it was not a big deal even if one activated the star door alone. However, for most adventurers, 10,000 units of origin elemental crystals. That's definitely an astronomical figure. Many middle-low-grade low-level Chaos God Kings might not even have 10,000 units of origin elemental crystals. Most people would choose to gather a group of people before choosing to teleport. Even if they could not gather 10,000 people, there would still be a few thousand people. It was just waiting. Level 1, what they didn't lack the most was time. Hiss. Who on earth is this person? He actually activated the Stargate. 10,000 units of origin elemental crystal, that's a total of 10,000 units of origin elemental crystal. Rich people, sigh, when can I be so extravagant? Looking at Yang Fann who had disappeared into the star door, the people who were waiting in line had envious expressions on their faces. 10,000 units of origin elemental crystal. If they were given this, it would be enough for their cultivation to advance by a huge level, or even more. Battlefield of Tao Devil, the various strongholds were just like the various large chaos fortresses. They were similarly small, and rarely exceeded the diameter of a light year. According to the strength of the strongholds, defenses, they could be divided into small, medium, and large 3 grades. In the 12th demon battlefield, they could be divided into 3 grades, small, medium-sized, and large-sized. Usually, there were low-level Chaos God Kings guarding the strongholds. It was a small-scale stronghold, and a medium-sized stronghold had a middle-level Chaos Divine King guarding it. With the strength to fight against a high-level Chaos God King, a large-scale stronghold would usually have a high-level Chaos God King guarding it. With the help of the geographical advantage, even a top-level Chaos God King would have to pay a price if they wanted to break through. The former Bloodstone Stronghold was a large stronghold with a high-level Chaos God King guarding it. As for Kunhi Stronghold, before the Bloodstone Stronghold was occupied by the Blood Demon clan, it was only a medium-sized stronghold. However, following the fall of the Bloodstone Stronghold, Kunhi Stronghold became the Blood Devil's Rock, which was used to defend against the Bloodstone Stronghold. Its defensive power rose sharply, and it had become a large stronghold. There were even more than one high-level Chaos God King guarding it. Kunhi's Stronghold, Star Temple. Compared to the Star Temple of Jingcheng Fortress, it was much smaller. There were less than 100 stargates inside. Buzz. Suddenly, one of the star gates that was engraved with the ancient Jingchengs of the Jingcheng shone with a bright divine light. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward. Compared to the Jingcheng Fortress, the entire stronghold of Kunhi now had an unconcealable feeling of nervousness. The surrounding people were in a hurry, and there was a hint of solemnity between their brows. It was as if a storm was coming. Without probing too much about the changes in Kunhi's stronghold, Yang Fann directly left Kunhi's stronghold. The Bloodstone Stronghold was his target. As for how Kunhi's stronghold was like, it was up to the higher-ups of Jingcheng Fortress to worry about it. Compared to the rear, the frontline environment is much worse. Looking around, Yang Fann frowned slightly. Although the surrounding environment of Jingcheng Fortress could be said to be harsh, it was incomparable to the surrounding environment of Kunhi's stronghold. In this place, one would be a low-level chaos god. Without the protection of a primal god weapon, one would be destroyed by the chaotic storm in less than 10 days or half a month's time. In the next moment, Yang Fann identified his direction and turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the outer perimeter of Kunhi's stronghold. 1 day later, a continent with a diameter of more than a light year, covered in a layer of strange bloody light, appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. Bloodstone Continent, I'm coming. C-2745 Awakening the 12th Demon Battlefield, Bloodstone Stronghold. This was a continent with a diameter of about 1 light year. It was condensed from a high-level Chaos God King Bloodstone, God King's origin universe. This was also the reason why the Bloodstone Continent was called. In the past, the Bloodstone Continent had a beautiful scenery. Mountains and rivers were like a painting, beautiful and beautiful. However, 8 million eras ago, the Blood Demon clan occupied the Bloodstone stronghold. This Bloodstone continent had truly become a land of blood. There were crisscrossing blood rivers everywhere. Finally, they converged into a huge blood lake, a sea of blood, causing one's hair to stand on end. This was true blood, formed from countless experts and blood essences. Countless blood demons were entrenched in the blood lake, absorbing and refining the essence of the blood. For the past 8 million eras, the Blood Demon clan had used the Bloodstone continent as their foundation and attacked everywhere. Countless experts had fallen in their hands, becoming nourishment for their growth. Bloodstone continent, 100 light years away. Wang. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, as if he could see through the fabrication, ignore the bloody light barrier, and see through everything in Bloodstone continent. 2 Blood Demon Dukes and 28 Blood Demon Marquises. 2 Blood Demon Dukes, 28 Blood Demon Marquises, 378 Blood Demon Earls, not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Blood Demon clan. Their strength was usually determined by the rank of nobility. The Blood Progenitor was high and mighty, followed by the Blood Demon Prince. He was comparable to Quasi-Paragon, and then the Blood Demon Duke. The Blood Demon Marquis, the Blood Demon Count. The Blood Demon Viscount corresponded to the top, high, intermediate, and low-level Chaos God King respectively. And below the Blood Demon Viscounts, there was also the Blood Demon Baron. The Blood Demon Lord, 2 types of titles. It could be said that the Blood Demon Lord, it was the biggest difference in strength, and the weak could only be comparable to low-level Chaos God. The strong ones might not even be a match for top-level Chaos God warriors. The last one was the ordinary Blood Demons. This was the foundation of the Blood Demon clan, and there were billions of trillions of civilians under their rule. Their strength was on par with Universe Lord and the Universe Gods. As for those below Universe Lord, sorry, but the Blood Demon clan did not have such an ant. Even the newborn Blood Devil's strength was not lower than the low-level Universe Lord. Some talented surpasser, or heirs of dukes or marquises, were born with the power of the Universe God, and even the power of Chaos God. It was not a rare thing. This was the power of the top races in the endless chaos. They were born above billions of races. Compared to the human race who trained hard from the mortal stage, these top races were much stronger. Compared to them, the only advantage the human race had was. That's the terrible reproduction. In just a year, they would be able to give birth to a single child. This was completely unimaginable among the top races. The stronger the race, the more obvious the shackles of their race. For example, the Blood Demon clan would give birth to a new Blood Devil, and the human race would give birth to billions of mortals. Spreading out the net, fishing more fish. There was no need for everyone to use experts. They only needed one out of the trillions of people to succeed. The reason why humans could become one of the top clans in the chaos was because of this. The vast population was destined to be a terrifying number of experts for the human race. For example, in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, although the human race wasn't the strongest, they could definitely make it into the top 5. They might even be able to make it into the top 3. Their status in the Heavenly Devil God Palace was even higher than that of the Blood Demon clan. Just Great Dao Sovereign alone was enough to make the human race have 2 of them. Of course, this was also the strongest human race. Although the footprints of the human race could be found throughout the entire primal chaos, it could be considered as the race with the widest distribution. Even in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, there was still the existence of the human race. It was a pity that they didn't have much influence. Not to mention Great Dao Sovereign, even the number of quasi-supreme experts was extremely small. They were far from being comparable to the top clans with Great Dao Sovereign in charge. Strange, where did that Grand Duke of the Blood Demons go? Very quickly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. Compared to the other Blood Devils, that Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was his primary target. The other Blood Devils could only be considered as passing by. To put it bluntly, even if the 2 dukes, 28 Blood Demon Marquises, and 378 Blood Demon Earls joined together, they might not be able to compare to Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. Is it because Grand Duke of the Blood Demons' concealment technique is too strong, or is it because he has already left Bloodstone continent after recovering from his injuries? The former was still fine, but the latter was not good. It was not easy to find a Grand Duke of the Blood Demons in the battlefield of Dao Devil. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. Let's get rid of the Blood Demon clan's aphids first. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up and he made a decision. Regardless of whether Grand Duke of the Blood Demons hid himself or left Bloodstone Continent, it would never be wrong to take down Bloodstone Continent first. In the next second, rumble, rumble, a terrifying pressure from high-rank top-level Chaos God King, with Yang Fann as the center, radiated out in a mighty manner, crushing towards the Bloodstone Continent. There was no need for sneak attacks or assassinations. Furthermore, it was very difficult for Yang Fann to do so. The entire Bloodstone Continent was covered by the formation barrier. With Yang Fann's little knowledge in formations, he could easily bully those middle-grade low-level Chaos God Kings. It was better not to lose face in this place. This was after he had absorbed Great Emperor Taya and the other Chaos God King. Otherwise, let alone bullying the middle-grade low-level Chaos God Kings, he wouldn't be able to bully a quasi-God King. It was still a big mystery. However, Yang Fann didn't use his full strength. He wasn't sure where Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was, but if he used too much strength, it wouldn't be good to scare Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. Buzz, buzz, wang. The blood barrier was extremely distorted under high-rank top-level Chaos God King's pressure. Faintly, tiny cracks could be seen on it. Ah, not good. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Top-level Chaos God King, this is the strength of a top-level Chaos God King. Quickly inform Lord Duke, quickly inform Lord Duke. Very quickly, the entire Bloodstone Continent was in turmoil. The high-sounding alarms sounded throughout the entire continent. Top-level Chaos God King, that was an expert that was comparable to a duke. It was not something they could match up to. The next second, rumble, two powerful auras that were not much weaker than Azure Dragon King and Shibai rose up from the center of the Bloodstone Continent. They were like two peerless berserk beasts, crossing the time-long river and reviving in this era. It's Lord Duke. Lord Duke is here. Lord Duke is here. Good, we are saved. We are saved. In an instant, the floating hearts of the tens of millions of blood demons in Bloodstone Continent calmed down. With the presence of two Lord Duke, even if the enemy was a top-level Chaos God King, they would still force him to retreat in defeat. In the center of Bloodstone Continent, in an ancient castle that covered an area of 10 million miles, a group of experts with silver bat wings on their backs and powerful auras gathered together. There were a total of 30 people. They were none other than the leaders of this blood demon organization, the 2 blood demon dukes, and the 28 blood demon marquises. The number of silver bat wings on their backs varied. The majority had 4 pairs of bat wings, while the minority only had 3 pairs. And from the number of bat wings on their backs, it could be seen how powerful they were. Ordinary blood devils had red bat wings, which were as beautiful as blood, and they only had 1 pair. Once they had a second pair, they would be the Blood Demon Lord, the Blood Baron, and the Blood Demon Lord. As for the Blood Demon Lord and the Blood Demon Baron, their bat wings had turned into silver wings, and their numbers had once again been reduced to a single pair. Once he became a Blood Devil Duke, his bat wings would increase to 4 pairs. The Blood Demon Prince was different. His bat wings were not silver wings, but golden wings. As for the legendary Blood Demon Progenitor, his bat wings represented the supreme purple color. However, at this moment, whether it was the 2 Blood Demon Dukes or the 28 Marquises, their expressions were extremely grave. The entire hall was filled with an indescribable pressure. Bitch it, Grand Duke, the one who came as a first-rank Grand Duke expert. Duke Langton, one of the 2 dukes, stared at black-clothed youth, who was sitting on a crystal screen in the middle of the hall, and said in a deep voice. The Grand Duke, although there was only a single word of difference between them, the gap between them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Even the weakest Grand Duke could easily defeat the 2 of them. Ordinary marquises could not even withstand a single blow from the Grand Duke. Even if they had the geographical advantage, the chances of them winning were very slim. They would not exceed half a level. Langton, the first-grade Great Duke expert, is not something we can deal with. For now, the only thing we can do is to awaken the great Lord Riley. Another Blood Demon Duke, Duke Crew, spoke with a similarly heavy voice. The words Grand Duke were like a pillar that could hold up the sky, suppressing them until they could not breathe. Looks like that's all we can do. I think Lord Riley can understand us too. Alright, let's make the best use of our time. The Bloodlight God world won't be able to hold on for long. C-2746 Absolute Kill Bloodstone Continent, Central Castle. Langton, Duke Crew, led 28 Blood Demon Marquises towards an underground palace. A Grand Duke with several top-tier experts was not someone they could fight against. Only by awakening the great Lai Lidagong would they be able to fight. Furthermore, time had to be fast. Cracks had already appeared in the blood-light divine world, and they were gradually approaching the limit of their endurance. A few breaths later, Langton, crew, and a group of blood demon marquises appeared outside a secret space. The space was surrounded by layers of strange and mysterious blood demon inhibition formations, and the aura was extremely obscure. It was quasi-paragon. If he did not personally appear in this space, it would not be easy to find this secret space with just the spiritual sense. Great Lai Lidagong, Langton Cruz requests an audience. Buzz, buzz, wang. Strange blood-colored ripples radiated out from the hidden space. In the next second, rumble, rumble, an ancient and desolate aura rose up from within the hidden space. It was as though an ancient and mighty existence had awoken from its slumber. Bang bang. Apart from Duke Langton and Duke Cruz, the other 28 marquises felt their knees go weak. They couldn't help but kneel down. This was the suppression of rank, the difference in bloodline. Cough, cough, cough. Langton, crew, didn't I tell you not to wake me up unless it's something urgent? Cough, cough, cough. After a series of rapid coughs, a dissatisfied voice rang out from within the space. It was like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of Langdon and Duke Crew. Lord Riley, please forgive us. There is a first-grade Great Duke expert outside the continent. We are not his match. We can only ask you to help us. Langdon hurriedly explained. Lai Lidagong was not a good-tempered person. If he really made Lai Lidagong unhappy, with his status, although his life would not be in danger, he would have to suffer. First-grade Great Duke expert. Good, I know. Bloodstone continent, outside the blood-light god world. Buzz. A flash of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. So you're hiding here. No wonder I didn't find you. This blood demon clan was indeed worthy of being called the supreme inheritance. Its foundation was extraordinary. If it wasn't for Duke Langdon and the others leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. It was a secret place. Good with this old thing. Even if I can't break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God, I'm afraid I won't be too far off. Very quickly, Yang Fann said the word, good, 3 times. This Grand Duke of the Blood Demons' strength was much stronger than what the Xianxia adventurer group had told him. He wasn't an ordinary Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. His 4 pairs of silver wings were decorated with golden stars. This was the mark of one of the top Grand Duke of the Blood Demons of Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. At his peak, this Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was much stronger than Great Emperor Taya, comparable to extreme top-level Chaos God King. As for this extreme top-level Chaos God King, the strength of origin he could provide was definitely several times more powerful than Great Emperor Taya's. It seems like this old thing suffered a serious injury back then. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. Even after 5 million eras had passed, this Grand Duke of the Blood Demons still hadn't fully recovered. It was imaginable how severe his injuries were back then. His strength was probably less than 1 in 100. This was also the main reason why the Xianxia adventurer group wasn't completely wiped out. Otherwise, if this Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was still intact, he could rely on his geographical advantage. Even low-level quasi-sovereign would be able to fight him. How could he let the Xianxia adventurer group, whose cultivation base was lower than low-rank top-level Chaos God Kings, leave this place alive? However, this wasn't good news to Yang Fann. The strength of origin of a wounded Grand Duke of the Blood Demons had to be discounted, and this was his loss. At this moment, rumble, rumble, terrifying waves of blood red spread out from within the Bloodstone continent. In the blink of an eye, thousands of light years of the Bloodstone continent had transformed into a terrifying sea of blood. Waves of blood and the smell of decay spread across the land. Boys, kill! A loud and clear battle cry swept across the entire Bloodstone continent. In the blink of an eye, thousands of silver lights, together with millions of bloody lights, soared into the sky and pierced through the blood sea. Like bloodthirsty sharks, they rushed towards Yang Fann. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the power of the blood sea, all the warriors of the Blood Demon clan had become much stronger. The aura around their bodies had increased exponentially, especially the 2 Blood Demon Dukes in the lead. Their strength had increased by a whole level, and they were comparable to middle-rank top-level God King. The Blood Sea of Death. The Blood Demon clan had a great talent. When one stepped on the Blood Sea, it didn't matter whether it was strength, speed, or endurance. It didn't matter whether it was strength, speed, or endurance. It also increased his recovery ability. However, the strange thing was that they didn't find Grand Duke of the Blood Demons among them. "Old thing, you want to scheme against me? Then let's see who can laugh till the end." A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. His figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Blood Devil army. Boom boom boom, endless starlight burst out from Yang Fann's body. His body grew taller inch by inch, and he turned into a giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Yang Fann didn't use his full strength to unleash the Chaos Origin Divine Body. He didn't even use a single bit of its power. The main character hadn't shown up yet, so he couldn't scare that old thing. In less than a breath's time, bang, Yang Fann and the two dukes in the lead were the first to collide. The terrifying power destroyed the blood sea in all directions. Poochie swish poochie. Hundreds and thousands of blood demon lords and barons did not even have the time to scream before they were crushed into dust by the energy ripples. Bitch it, what a terrifying defense this human has. Duke Langton and Duke Crew's expressions changed. The divine weapons in their hands. But they were both top-grade high-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts, especially the Bloody Claw in Duke Langton's hands. He had already stepped into the quasi-top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact rank, and with the enhancement of the Blood Sea of Death, this claw was the intermediate high-level Chaos Origin divine artifact. It would be torn into pieces by his claw, but on this human's body. Hong Long. This terrifying defense was completely beyond their imagination. Phew, I'm fine. The crowd was stunned. Duke Langdon and the other Duke were secretly glad that they had wisely awakened Lai Lidagong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to see the slightest hope of victory. If they could not even tear apart Lai Lidagong's divine body, how could they be seriously injured or even killed? However, their movements were not slow. The sharp claws and divine swords in their hands danced wildly. All kinds of blood demon secret techniques and abilities were being used frequently. There were also the blood demon lords and barons who directly launched suicide attacks. It was as if they were going to fight to the death with Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble, countless mushroom clouds rose from within the sea of blood. The boundless sea of blood evaporated and seethed, forming terrifying vortexes of blood. Bang, bang, large, large, the lord of the blood demon, the baron, were all destroyed. Occasionally, there would be Viscount of the blood demon, who would explode into a bloody mist. An hour later, more than 2 million blood demon lords and barons had fallen. Nearly 1,000 blood demon lords, 28 blood demon marquises, and 378 blood demon earls had fallen. However, there were no less than 50 people who had lost their combat power. Even Duke Langton and Duke Crew were wounded. But even so, Duke Langdon and Duke Crew had no intention of retreating. Roar, fight this human blood devil magic. The two Grand Dukes, Langdon and Crew, looked at each other, their eyes filled with madness, as if they were determined to die. Today, either you die, or I die. Boom boom boom. With the help of the forbidden divine ability, the two Dukes, auras started to rise again, and they looked like they were going to catch up with high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. Kill. At this moment, the two Dukes were working together, and it was high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. If they were not careful, they might suffer a great loss in their hands. Yang Fann's attention seemed to be completely attracted by them. At this moment, among the tens of millions of blood demon lords and barons, a bloody light suddenly appeared. It was so fast, it far exceeded the blood demon baron's speed. Even the blood demon marquis could not compare to it. In a fraction of a second, he was right behind Yang Fann. Rumble, a terrifying force of extreme top-level Chaos God King exploded out, aiming at Yang Fann's back. C-2747 Suppress Archduke Riley, the 12th Demon Battlefield, Bloodstone Continent. Alright, success. Duke Langton and Duke Crew's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. The bloody light was none other than Viscount Lai Lidagong, who had disguised himself as the lord of the blood demon army and was waiting for an opportunity to strike. From the beginning to the end, the so-called desperate fight was just a facade that they had attracted Yang Fann. Lai Lidagong was their real trump card. He's dead, this human is dead. The blood demon clan was best at speed. With Lai Lidagong's terrifying speed, he was caught off guard. Even a human quasi-supreme expert might be affected by it, let alone a human like high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. The vampiric demon edge in Lai Lidagong's hand was one of the 12 divine weapons of the Rosen family. It was a terrifying high-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, even though the defense of this monster's divine body was comparable to that of a high-grade divine weapon. Even a supreme-grade high-level Chaos Origin divine artifact wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from. Kekekeka. Lowly human aphids, die for me. Lai Lidagong's face was filled with a ferocious smile. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light as he looked at Yang Fann. This human high-rank top-level Chaos God King had come at the perfect time. With the nourishment of 5 million eras, his injuries had only just recovered to 8th layer. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need at least 500,000 eras. However, with this high-rank top-level Chaos God King, he was confident that he could reduce the time to 10,000 eras, or even shorter. As for the 2 million lords of Blood Demon Clan, barons, and nearly 1,000 Blood Devil nobles that had fallen in order to numb Yang Fann, they were all forgotten by Lai Lidagong. To be able to kill a high-rank top-level Chaos God King, a mere lower blood demon was nothing. Not to mention 2 million, even a few times more was nothing. In the eyes of a Grand Duke like Lai Lidagong, only earls, marquises, and other experts could slightly attract his attention. Blood devils of other ranks were just cannon fodder. No matter how many of them died, he would not take it to heart. Ah, no, how is that possible? All of a sudden, Lai Lidagong's facial expression changed. Both of his eyes widened in anger, as if they were going to burst out from his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Unbreakable, his ultimate attack actually didn't break through his defense number. This was impossible, impossible. Even though he was injured and could only unleash the power of a 8th layer with 10 levels of strength, with the sharpness of the vampiric demon edge, even a low-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact would be cut open by him. However, this human actually used his own divine body to withstand this slash, and not even his skin was torn apart. Was there anything more absurd than this? Even those quasi-supreme being body cultivators couldn't possibly have such a terrifying divine body's defense. Not to mention this high-rank top-level Chaos God King. An illusion, it must be an illusion. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Old thing, you finally came out. Be obedient and stay behind for me. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Without any hesitation, he slammed his palm down. He had waited for this opportunity for a long time. The reason why he had been wasting so much time with these blood devil ants was to lure this old thing into taking the bait. The Blood Demon Clan was superior to speed. A Grand Duke of the Devil Clan who was comparable to extreme top-level Chaos God King was willing to pay any price to unleash his full speed. Even some quasi-supreme beings might not be a match for him. If he attacked recklessly, Yang Fann was not confident that he would be able to keep Lai Lidagong alive. Hong Long. A terrifying power shattered the sea of blood. Yang Fann didn't hold back much from this palm strike. Not only did he unleash the full power of the Chaos Origin divine body, the power of Chaos God in his body had also been raised to the 3rd level. The terrifying power was more than 10 times stronger than some of middle-rank quasi-sovereigns. Ah, no, this power, it's accurate. Quasi-Paragon, you are the quasi-Paragon of the human race. The collapsing dangerous chi finally brought Lai Lidagong back to his senses. In an instant, his pupils expanded endlessly, and his mind was completely shaken. Apart from fear, there was also fear. He had only felt this terrifying power from the mighty Blood Demon Prince. In fact, many of the Blood Demon Kings gave him a feeling that they were not even as powerful as this power. Trap. This was simply a trap aimed at him. However, at this moment, he finally understood that it was clearly a little too late. Poochie. Lai Lidagong was like a lowly fly, being grabbed by Yang Fann. Ah, no, Lai Lidagong. The 2 Grand Dukes, Langton and crew, burst into heart-wrenching screams, as if they had lost their parents. They could not accept this at all. No, this was not true. Shouldn't Lai Lidagong be heavily injured or killed by human expert? How did he become like this? Roar. Human, let me go. I am one of the 28 Archdukes of Rosen's clan. If you dare to harm me, the great Prince Rosen will not let you go. Rosen's clan will not rest until you die. Lai Lidagong let out a hysterical howl. Rosen family, Prince Rosen, I will wait for them. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. The surging power of Chaos God had completely sealed Lai Lidagong and kept him in the chaos. Rosen family, one of the 32 top families in Blood Demon Clan. Others might be afraid of them, but Yang Fann wasn't. In fact, in Yang Fann's heart, he couldn't wait for them to find trouble with him. If he could suppress the entire Rosen family, He wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to defeat all of them, but it was highly possible that he would be able to defeat all of them. At that time, he was afraid that only those peerless quasi-supreme experts below Great Tao Sovereign would be able to suppress him. The rest of them were just ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. Whoever won or lost would have to fight a battle first. In the next second, Yang Fann turned his gaze and his cold gaze fell upon Langton, Duke Crew. Now, the game ends here as he spoke. Rumble, a terrifying force more than 10 times more terrifying than most of middle-rank quasi-sovereigns swept out towards Langton and Crew, the two dukes. After playing with these two amphioxes for so long, it was time to send them on their way. Ah, no, it's true. Everything is true. Roar. I've been fooled. We've been fooled. Prince. He's a prince-level expert. At this moment, the two dukes, Langton and Crew, finally believed in that cruel reality. Ah, Duke Langton, Duke Crew. Flee quickly. The remaining devil clans of the Blood Devil clan collapsed completely. The three dukes were suppressed by relentless, let alone ants like them. All of them hated their parents for giving them 2 legs less. If you want to run, stay behind. Ah, no, spare me, my lord, spare my life. Human, you're going to die a horrible death. The prince won't let you go. Human, you're a virgin. My Rosen family will not rest until you die. Bloodstone Continent. Countless blood demons raised their heads to look at the sky, as if they wanted to see through everything within the Blood Sea. These were all ordinary blood demons. They weren't even chaos gods, and they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the war. To be more precise, they couldn't even be cannon fodder. The protection of the Blood Light God world, with just that bit of strength they possessed, would be obliterated by the chaotic turbulence the moment they left the Bloodstone Continent. The only thing they could do was one thing. That was to pray for their great Lord Duke. It has been almost 2 hours. I wonder how it will end. Will Lord Duke and the others win? That goes without saying. I believe that the Saint clan will win in the end. That's right, Lord Duke is the strongest. How can a lowly human be a match for Lord Duke? Just wait and see. Lord Duke will soon return victorious. C-2748 Fort Sing Bloodstone Continent. The one who will win in the end will definitely be Lord Duke. It will definitely be Lord Duke. Billions of ordinary blood devils looked up and prayed silently in their hearts. Lord Duke was invincible. Even if the enemy was also a duke to an expert, he would definitely not be a match for 2 dukes. Not to mention, the 2 of Lord Duke's subordinates, as well as the many marquises and marquises under his command, had the help of the Count at this moment. Buzz. A terrifying force covered the entire Bloodstone Continent. Poochie in an instant, all the blood demons froze on the spot as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies began to crumble inch by inch, turning into flying ashes. It was as if they had never existed, and the entire Bloodstone Continent became clear. Even those lords, barons, and Yang Fann did not have much desire to devour them, let alone these ordinary blood demons with the strength of Universe Lord and the Universe God. Death was their best home. Bang bang. Very quickly, the restrictive spells of numerous counts and marquises were violently destroyed by Yang Fann. Many of the treasures within were swept clean by Yang Fann. An hour later, Yang Fann appeared in the secret space where Lai Litegong was cultivating in Bloodstone Continent. He had a satisfied smile on his face. One had to admit that this trip was the right one. As the bridgehead of Rosen's family, Bloodstone Continent had a lot of resources stored in it. It was no less than all the wealth of extreme top-level Chaos God King, especially the blood pool used by the 3 dukes, Langton, Crew, and Riley. Yang Fann was even more surprised. The energy contained within was so strong. It was not much weaker than a top-level Chaos God King. Of course, all of this had been given to Yang Fann. If he could absorb all of these resources, as well as all the Blood Devil experts, Yang Fann was confident that he could break through to the middle-ranked top-level Chaos God in one go. At that time, he should be able to fight limited quasi-sovereign, who was the weakest among them. Soon, another 2 hours passed. In this hour, Yang Fann did not continue to sweep through the viscounts, barons' mansions, and the possessions of these ants. Even if they were put together, they would not be as rich as the wealth of a marquis. Yang Fann did not think much of it. Instead, he violently tore apart Langton, Crew, and Riley's sea of consciousness. He forcefully read the memories of the 3 dukes to see if there was any useful information. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann arrived at a secret divine hall. Apart from a star door, there was nothing else inside. A flash of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he looked at the star door. He didn't know if he should step into this star door through the memories of Langton, Crew, and Riley. Yang Fann knew that this star door was connected to a stronghold of the Blood Demon clan in the 12th Demon battlefield, Sengul's Fortress. Like the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the Heavenly Devil God Palace also built many chaotic fortresses in the 12th Demon battlefield. There were even more than 18 of them than the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. There were a total of 126 chaotic fortresses, and this Sengul's Fortress was the lair of one of the Blood Devil's 32 families, the Rosen family, in the 12th Demon battlefield, where Rosen family's main forces were gathered. Although there was no Blood Demon prince in charge of the stronghold, just Grand Duke of the Blood Demons alone was enough. There were 4 of them, Lai Lidagong. In fact, he was also in charge of the Sengul's Fortress. It was just a great war between Dao Devils that happened millions of years ago. Lai Lidagong was severely injured, and in the end, he had no choice but to lead the elites of his bloodline. They had secretly seized the Bloodstone continent to heal their injuries. Wherever there were people, there would be the Zhonghu. It was the same for the Blood Demon clan, even if they were from the same clan. It was not like they were made of iron. The Blood Demon clan used blood as the source of their strength. Among them, the blood of their own kind was the most effective. On the surface, although the Blood Demon ancestor had all the princes guarding him and did not dare to act recklessly, in reality, there were many people who secretly devoured the blood of their own kind and increased their own strength. A Grand Duke, and a Grand Duke who was almost about to become a prince, was definitely a huge temptation to the other Grand Dukes. With his injuries back then, he definitely would not be a match for the other Grand Dukes. If he continued to stay in Sengul's Fortress, if there really was a Grand Duke who had designs on him, then the consequences would be unimaginable. It was only when he had recovered by more than 5,800,000 eons ago that he built the star door and established a new connection with Sengul's Fortress. Now, he just didn't know. It was unknown whether the news of him suppressing the Bloodstone continent had spread to the Sengul's Fortress. Although this star door was still usable, Yang Fann wasn't sure if it was a trap or not. If they were transported halfway, the Sengul's Fortress would destroy the corresponding star door. At that time, they might be teleported somewhere and lose their way in the chaotic turbulence. However, when he thought of the numerous Blood Demon Sengul's Fortress in the Sengul's Fortress, Yang Fann felt reluctant to part with them. In the Sengul's Fortress, apart from the 4 Grand Dukes, there were hundreds or thousands of ordinary dukes, marquises, and earls. If he suppressed them all, he would have half a chance of breaking through to the high-rank high-level Chaos God realm. Bitch it, let's go all out. Wealth comes from danger. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and he made a decision. The next second, buzz. A dark shine flashed across his body and formed a black-clothed youth that looked exactly the same as him. This was a soul duplicate. Although Yang Fann had made up his mind to take the risk, he didn't have the intention of sending his true body out. Instead, he wanted to send his clone out to explore the way. At that time, even if it was really a trap set by the Blood Demon clan, what he would lose would be nothing more than a soul duplicate. He would need to spend some time and resources to recover from some injuries as well as some vital energies. Of course, even if it was just a clone, its strength wasn't weak. Compared to most of the extreme top-level Chaos God King, it was even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was invincible under the quasi-supreme realm. This clone wasn't just a simple pathfinder. It also bore the responsibility of guarding the passageway for his true self. He didn't want his clone to go there safely. When his true self teleported, the Blood Demon experts suddenly came to destroy the star door. It was a matter of his own safety. He couldn't afford to be careless. However, the soul duplicate did not teleport immediately. Instead, it swallowed a drop of blood essence from a Blood Demon Count. The silver light flashed and turned into the appearance of the Blood Demon Count. He had just stepped into the star door. Clone, please don't let anything happen to you. Yang Fann prayed. Otherwise, the loss of the doppelganger would be small, and he wouldn't be able to suppress and devour those Blood Demon experts. If that was the case, then his loss would be huge. Without realizing it, Yang Fann had already taken those Blood Demon experts and the huge amount of resources in Sengul's Fortress as his belongings. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. At this moment, Yang Fann felt as though he was living a life of his own. The longer he dragged on, the more likely he would be exposed. 2 hours later, Wang. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. They had arrived. His real body and clone were connected mentally. Yang Fann could clearly feel that the blood demon count, who his clone had transformed into, had successfully arrived in Sengul's fortress. Sengul's fortress, Star Temple. The blood demon count formed by Yang Fann's clone looked around carefully. This was a huge divine hall that was even bigger than the Jingcheng fortress's Star Temple. There were tens of thousands of star gates in the forest. At this moment, everything was normal. Many blood demon experts were lined up and waiting for the teleportation. It seemed that the news of me suppressing Lai Lidagong and the others had not spread to the Sengul's fortress. That was true. Previously, Lai Lidagong and the others thought that they would definitely defeat their true self, so why would they think of asking for help? After that, in less than a breath's time, all the expert of the Blood Devil clan were suppressed by their true self, including their soul consciousness. In such a short period of time, even if they wanted to contact their clones, they might not be able to react in time. Looking around, Yang Fann's clone's eyes shone brightly, as if he had seen through everything. Sure enough, just like what Lai Lidagong remembered, the Star Temple was heavily guarded. It was even worse than the Star Temple in the Jingcheng fortress. Grand Duke of the Blood Demons was alone, and there were 3 ordinary dukes. The second rank of the Blood Demon Marquis was 36. In addition, the Star Temple was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Below the quasi-supreme level was extreme top-level Chaos God King. If he wanted to attack the Star Temple, he would have to fight until his head was bleeding. However, Yang Fann's clone wasn't too nervous. Without batting an eyelid, he retreated to the side of the star door and silently waited for his true self to arrive. Just guarding the star door for 2 hours, not to mention there was only one Blood Demon Duke in Star Temple. Even if all the Blood Demon Dukes and Blood Demon Dukes in Sengul's fortress were present, he had full confidence. It's time for me to make my appearance. Senjie Continent, I'm here. C-2749 withdraw Bloodstone Continent. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved. The silver lights on his body shone brightly. The next second, 2 pairs of silver bat wings spread out from his back and turned into a blood demon count. Before entering the Sengul's fortress, it was better to keep a low profile so as to avoid any unnecessary accidents. Poochie. Yang Fann took a step and stepped into the star door. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, a dark shine flashed past Yang Fann's body. It turned into a black-clothed youth and appeared in front of the star door. This was his way out. Yang Fann didn't want the star door to be destroyed as soon as he left. Although he didn't think that there was anyone in the 12th demon battlefield who could truly endanger his life, he was still afraid of what might happen. There was no mistake in giving him a way out. Besides, the Bloodstone Continent was related to the 8 Stars mission. If the Bloodstone Continent was taken away by the Heavenly Devil God Palace not long after he left, his efforts would be in vain. Yang Fann did not want his first adventure mission to end in failure. He could not afford to lose face. Time slowly passed. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Sengul's fortress, Star Temple. Buzz. The eyes of the soul duplicate, who was guarding the side of the Bloodstone Star, suddenly lit up. It's here. 2 hours had passed, but nothing unusual had happened. Obviously, the Archdukes of Sengul's fortress had not received any news about the fall of Bloodstone Continent. Of course, this was a good thing. It was naturally good that nothing unexpected had happened. Although the soul duplicate had the confidence to defend the Bloodstone Star door for 2 hours, the Sengul's fortress was, after all, the stronghold of Rosen's family in the 12th demon battlefield. It was still unknown what kind of hidden forces they had. Even though Yang Fann had forcefully read Lai Lidagong's memory, he could not guarantee that he knew everything about the Sengul's fortress like the back of his hand. Firstly, Lai Lidagong had already left the Sengul's fortress for tens of millions of years. Lai Lidagong wasn't sure if there were any major changes in the Sengul's fortress during these tens of millions of years. Secondly, out of the 5 Grand Dukes in the Sengul's fortress, Lai Lidagong was only ranked 2nd, and the true number 1 was the person in charge of the Sengul's fortress, Grand Duke of Lions. This was the 4th person in the 32 Grand Dukes of the Rosen family. His ranking was 3 times higher than Lai Lidagong's. He was the ultimate expert that had stepped into the position of prince. There were very few people among extreme top-level Chaos God King who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The main reason Lai Lidagong had been hiding in Bloodstone Continent for tens of millions of years was to avoid Grand Duke of Lions. One mountain could not tolerate 2 tigers. As the number 1 and number 2 Archdukes in Sengul's fortress, the two archdukes had never dealt with each other like that. They were only a step away from falling out with each other. Furthermore, with Grand Duke of Lions' cultivation base, if he could absorb all of Lai Lidagong's blood essence, he would have at least 3 levels of confidence. This would allow him to smoothly take that crucial step and become the 4th prince of the Rosen family. Grand Duke of Lions would never be polite to Lai Lidagong if he continued to stay in the Sengul's fortress. The so-called clan law prohibited the harming of one's own kind. It was not a big restriction for a Grand Duke like Grand Duke of Lions. If he successfully advanced and became the 4th prince of the Rosen clan, he would not even receive any punishment. Of course, this Grand Duke of Lions was also Yang Fann's biggest goal. It could be said that as long as he suppressed this Grand Duke of Lions, his gains would not be any less than suppressing the other 3 archdukes. One breath later, boom, the bloodstone astral door shone with a bright bloody light. Yang Fann, in his blood demon count form, took a step forward. Sengul's fortress, I have arrived. Then, my son, your good days have come to an end. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. To him, the hardest thing to do was to arrive in Sengul's fortress smoothly. With his current cultivation base and strength, as long as he successfully entered Sengul's fortress, everything would be fine. Even if there was a hidden trump card in the Sengul's fortress, it would still be the same. At most, it could only threaten low-level quasi-sovereign. First of all, let's start with this Star Temple's Blood Devil. Star Temple was an important gateway to connect to the tens of thousands of strongholds around the stronghold. In order to ensure the safety of Star Temple, one of the 5 archdukes of Sengul's fortress was stationed here. 10 million eons went by in a rotation. Now, it was Archduke Connor's turn. He was the 4th person in the Sengul's fortress. He was ranked 22nd among the 32 archdukes of Rosen family. His strength was much weaker than Lai Lidagong's, but he was only comparable to a peak top-level Chaos God King. At this moment, Grand Duke Connor was absorbing the Blood Pawn's blood essence in a secret spatial zone in the Star Temple. Apart from paying attention to the activity in Star Temple, most of his energy was still in seclusion. It was the same when the other 4 archdukes were in charge of the Star Temple. Otherwise, they would not have wasted so much time keeping an eye on Star Temple for tens of millions of eras. No matter how much time they had, it would not have been such a waste. It was a 10 million era, not 100 million years, not even 10 million years. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying force that was more than 10 times more terrifying than middle-rank quasi-sovereign enveloped the secret space where Archduke Connor was in seclusion. It was vast and mighty, and it destroyed everything. Poochie swoosh poochie. The layers of restrictions surrounding the space were like paper that could be broken with a single stab. In less than an instant, they were completely destroyed. Ah, no. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped Archduke Connor's entire soul, causing him to only have time to let out a despairing wail before he was engulfed by that invincible power. The difference between 1 major level and 3 major levels, coupled with his meticulous planning, caused Grand Duke Connor to be unable to muster up any resistance at all. Ah, Archduke Connor. Not good, there's an enemy, quickly inform Grand Duke of Lions. The expressions of the other 3 Blood Demon Dukes and 36 Blood Demon Marquises in the Star Temple changed. An extreme panic swept through their hearts, and they hurriedly sent out distress signals. Even Duke Connor was suppressed by the enemy. This power was far beyond their imagination. It was not something they could contend with. Many dukes and marquises frantically escaped from Star Temple after sending out the signal. At this moment, they had completely forgotten their duties. Although Star Temple was important, their lives were more important. Furthermore, as long as the core of the Temple of Blood was not lost, even if the Star Temple was lost, they could just take it back in the future. A bunch of ants, stay behind. It was fine for those ants below the marquis level. These dukes and marquises were also Yang Fann's targets. Not only Yang Fann himself, but even the soul duplicate was not slow either. It chased after low-level quasi-sovereign's terrifying power and swept out, quickly suppressing the Blood Demon Marquises. He might not be able to suppress the 3 Blood Demon Dukes in one strike, but suppressing these Blood Demon Marquises, who were only at the high-level Chaos God King, was very accurate. Sengul's fortress, Temple of Blood. Ah, not good. Something happened in Star Temple. Grand Duke of Lions' facial expression suddenly changed. A quasi-supreme expert. The enemy must be a quasi-supreme expert. The Star Temple was the second most important place in the Sengul's fortress. Its defense was second only to the Temple of Blood, but even so, it did not last for more than a few breaths before it completely fell. Even Grand Duke Connor was suppressed by emotion. Other than the first-grade prince, there was absolutely no other possibility. There was even an enemy. It was not as simple as low-level quasi-sovereigns. Otherwise, Archduke Connor would not have been so easily suppressed. Rescue. We have to rescue Star Temple immediately. However, very soon, Grand Duke of Lions' expression changed once again. No. However, Grand Duke of Lions' facial expression changed once again. With the resources of Sengul's fortress, low-level quasi-sovereign could still fight, but if it was middle-rank quasi-sovereign, he was not someone they could fight against. For now, there is only one option, and that is to retreat and defend the Temple of Blood, and use the powerful defense of the Temple of Blood to wait for the arrival of the reinforcements. Quick, pass on my order, no one is allowed to rescue the Star Temple. Quickly retreat to the Temple of Blood and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. C-2751 Fight with your life. Sengul's fortress, Temple of Blood. An hour ago. Why isn't he here yet? Why isn't he here yet? Progenitors, please, hurry up. Grand Duke of Lions and the other Blood Dukes were like ants on a hot pan. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. They looked at the Stargate behind them from time to time, hoping that the Stargate would change. The Guardian formation was on the verge of collapse. In 3 minutes, at most 3 minutes, it would be completely destroyed. However, the reinforcements they had expected had not arrived yet. Once the Guardian formation completely collapsed, the reinforcements would not arrive yet. At that time, the consequences would be terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Grand Duke of Lions, who was a quasi-prince, could not guarantee that he would be able to survive against middle-rank quasi-sovereign, let alone the other dukes and marquises. In the air, in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes, there was also a flash of anxiety. Bitch it, why hasn't the reinforcements arrived yet? If this continued, if this play isn't good, I'm afraid it will be ruined. Didn't they say that they would take an hour? Could these people have some sense of time? Yang Fann wanted to slow down his attacks and give these Blood Devil Clan Yang Fanns a chance to catch his breath, but he only thought about it in his heart. Just as he was about to break through their defense, he suddenly stopped attacking. Even an idiot could tell that something was wrong. This was a life-and-death battle. Either you die or I die. This was not a competition. There was no reason for him to hold back. At this moment, Yang Fann regretted using too much strength. Motherfucker, if he had known earlier that the Temple of Blood's defense was so disappointing, he would have retracted some of his power of Chaos God and given them more time. Now, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only brace themselves and continue to attack. Those reinforcements from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, you must do your best. Bang bang, the heaven-sheltering big hand that covered the entire Temple of Blood continuously shattered the space and bombarded the barrier. Poochie 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 poochie, above the protective barrier. Crack, crack, crack. It made Grand Duke of Lions and the others' hearts almost jump out of their throats. Woo 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 woo. Ancestral blessing, persevere. Guardian formation, you must persist. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute. Bitch it, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Unknowingly, Grand Duke of Lions' hands were already tightly clenched together. The veins on his hands were bulging, and his face was twisted into a ball. He looked like an evil ghost from hell, terrifying to the extreme. An hour had been promised, but how long had it been since then? Could it be that he wanted to take this opportunity to scam Rosen's family? Unknowingly, a layer of gloominess emerged in Grand Duke of Lions' heart. There were many factions in Heavenly Devil God Palace. Even the 32 families of the Devil Clan were not united. There were more than 1 or 2 families that were not on par with Rosen's family. Although it was unlikely that they would take the opportunity to cheat them, it was not impossible. Another minute passed. The protective barrier was already filled with cracks, and there was no place that was in perfect condition. The next second, bang, heaven collapse, earth crack, countless mushroom clouds rose from the surroundings of Temple of Blood. A large portion of the palace collapsed and collapsed. It was broken. The Guardian formation finally reached its limit and shattered with a loud bang. Ah, no, break, it's broken. This, what should we do? What should we do? Are we going to die here today? Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Endless panic spread across the entire Temple of Blood. Without the protection of the Guardian formation, what right did they have to fight a prince expert? Bitch, it has been so long, but they still haven't arrived. The Heavenly Devil God Palace's efficiency is really low. Yang Fann cursed in his heart. A flash of hesitation flashed across his eyes. What should we do now? Should we delay the attack, or should we suppress these blood devils first? Right at this moment, roar. Boys, reinforcements will be arriving soon. Hold on, we must guard the Stargate. Grand Duke of Lions let out a long roar and defended the star door. This was their only hope to turn defeat into victory. It was not that he had never thought of escaping. However, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, it was immediately snuffed out by him. With his cultivation base as a quasi-prince, he was confident that he could escape from the hands of a middle-rank quasi-sovereign at all costs. However, this way, the Sengul's fortress would fall into the hands of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and it would be very difficult for him to seize it back. Furthermore, if the enemy took the opportunity to destroy the star door, the reinforcements that were about to arrive would most likely fall into chaos and get lost in the chaotic turbulence. In this time, the reinforcements included prince-grade experts. If he really resisted for a bit, he would give up on fleeing, causing the quasi-supreme elder to fall into a dangerous situation. The Heavenly Devil God Palace would never let him go. At that time, even the Rosen family would not be able to protect him. Even if he was a quasi-prince expert, he would still be unable to escape death. Roar. If you want my life, even if I die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. Blood Demon Disintegration spell. A cruel look flashed across Grand Duke of Lions' eyes. The ferocity in his heart was completely ignited. Without saying anything, he immediately used the forbidden divine ability of Blood Demon Clan. At this moment, he couldn't care about the side effects anymore. Only by using the forbidden divine ability would he be able to use it. He would have to fight with that human quasi-supreme being in order to survive and seize that chance of survival. Boom boom, hong. In an instant, Grand Duke of Lions' chi started rising crazily. It was 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. He had crossed the threshold and stepped into the ranks of low-level quasi-sovereign. He was also advancing towards middle-rank quasi-sovereign at an incredible speed. Grand Duke of Lions, hesitation flashed across the eyes of the other two archdukes. The Blood Demon Disintegration spell was the strongest forbidden divine ability in the Blood Demon clan. Once it was used, without tens of millions of eras of cultivation, it would be impossible to recover from it. That Lai Lidagong was a good example. Back then, he had used the Blood Devil body separating great art, but he still hadn't fully recovered. But soon, the hesitation in their eyes was replaced by a trace of determination. Even the person in charge of the stronghold, Grand Duke of Lions, had used the great Blood Demon dissolving physique. If they didn't put their lives on the line, they would be severely punished. Even if they didn't die, they would still be skinned alive. Bitch it, let's give it our all. At most, we can just cultivate for tens of millions of eras humph, so what if middle-rank quasi-sovereign wants to kill us? If he wants to kill us, he will have to pay the price of blood. Roar. Blood Demon Disintegration spell. Rumble, rumble. Grand Duke Garwin and Grand Duke Rockney gritted their teeth and activated the Blood Demon Disintegration art as well. They were not the only ones. The other dukes and marquises did not slow down either. They all used the Blood Demon Disintegration spell. The elders were all fighting with their lives on the line. As subordinates, what reason did they have to not fight with their lives on the line? At most, they would just die in an instant. The aura of all the devil clans in the Blood Devil clan skyrocketed. They had at least risen by 1 rank. Some of the people with strong foundations had their combat strength increased by 2 or even 3 ranks. I'm going all out. That's exactly what I want. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that they didn't need to worry about whether they should attack or not after putting their lives on the line. At this moment, with the help of the Great Blood Demon Disintegration spell, Grand Duke of Lions' combat strength was on par with middle-rank quasi-sovereign, the third person in the Sengul's fortress, Grand Duke Jiwen. His combat strength had also just entered low-level quasi-sovereign's rank. Archduke Rockney almost. However, he was not weaker than Grand Duke of Lions from before. In addition, most of the 13 dukes had already stepped into the Grand Duke rank. The Blood Demon Marquis, who had the power of over 100 quasi-dukes and even dukes, had such power. He was qualified to fight middle-rank quasi-sovereign face-to-face. Kill. With a loud shout, Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and lunged at Grand Duke of Lions. Divine ability, Blood Shadow Kill Die, Death's Dagger Secret Technique, Death's Poison Thaumaturgy, Great Delaying Technique Thaumaturgy, Corrosive Blood Sea. Bang, bang bang, Yang Fann and the three Grand Dukes continuously clashed within the void. Countless mushroom clouds rose up within the Temple of Blood, destroying a large palace and taking away the lives of a large number of low-level blood devils. Roar, human, my great debilitation spell receive my attack, divine blood boiling tang spatial god rule, stop. The other dukes and marquises, on the other hand, were wandering outside. One by one, they used their divine abilities and arcane art to continuously attack Yang Fann. All kinds of secret enhancing techniques were used on the three archdukes. For a time, the situation was getting worse and worse. Both sides had the feeling that they would meet a good talent in a game of chess, and they were locked in a fierce fight. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute, very quickly, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn past. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a dazzling bloody light burst forth from within the Stargate. It was a dazzling, and resplendent beam of light. Ha ha ha, reinforcing troops, our reinforcements have arrived. Human, your death has arrived. C-2752 fighting against quasi-supreme being Sengel's fortress, Temple of Blood. There was a time limit for the forbidden divine ability. They had to fight for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Grand Duke of Lions and the others had almost reached their limit. If this continued, their foundation would be completely shaken. Just as Leon and the others were getting anxious, a bright blood-red light burst out from the star door they were guarding, illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, Grand Duke of Lions and the others' low morale was shaken. It's here, their reinforcements had finally arrived. They were saved, bitch. Human, your death is here. Ah. Bitch, it get lost, all of you get lost. Yang Fann was like a mad beast, and he started to fight with his life on the line, using his injuries to exchange for injuries. He completely ignores Grand Duke of Lions and the others' attacks as he desperately approaches the star door, trying to destroy the star door that is about to open. He was putting on a show. At this time, he needed to pay more attention to the details and not make a single mistake. Roar, stop it, block it for me. One breath, in just one breath's time, victory is ours. Grand Duke of Lions roared furiously as well. The reinforcements were about to arrive. No matter what, he couldn't let this quasi-supreme expert destroy the star door. He wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. Kill him, stop him, we can't let him pass. Roar. Human, leave him to me. Divine ability, great disintegration art. Ah, human, don't even think about getting past me. Archduke Rockney and Garwin also understood that this was a crucial moment. As long as they could block this round of killing, it would be the end of humanity. Bastard, get lost. Yang Fann let out a hysterical roar. Both of his eyes turned red, as if he wanted to eat someone. Human, don't even think about getting what you want. Get back to me. Kekaki kekaki. Human, it's too late to be anxious now. In the span of a breath, Yang Fann, Leon and the other two archdukes collided more than 1,000 times in the air. However, no matter how Yang Fann attacked, the three archdukes resisted with all their might. They even seemed to have been injected with stimulants as their combat strength rose rapidly. At this moment, they seemed to see the light of victory blooming in their heart seas. Rumble rumble, two terrifying pressures that were dozens of times more terrifying than the blood demon dissolving body technique burst out from the star door. Boiling and boiling, it covered the sky and covered the earth, sweeping across the entire Temple of Blood. In the next second, two figures that looked like devil gods stepped out from the star door. One of them was a majestic giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. He was wearing black Qilin armor. His entire body radiated a terrifying murderous aura that surged like tidal waves. He was like a terrifying god of slaughter that had walked out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The surrounding space became unstable and distorted. With just a glance, he seemed to be able to see through countless spaces. It was terrifying. One should know that this star door was the place with the strongest defense in Temple of Blood. It was protected by layers of restrictions in all directions. Even if it was a full-powered strike from extreme top-level Chaos God King, it would at most cause a ripple in the space around the star door. Otherwise, the terrifying aftertaste of the battle would have destroyed the star door thousands of times. The other person was a silver-haired devil god with a head of silver hair hanging at his waist. His face had a sickly paleness. His eyes were blood red, like a boundless sea of blood, emitting the evilest and most brutal killing intent, devouring all living beings in the world. Rumble, rumble, dense devil cheese radiated out from all the pores and cells in his body. The devil cheese swept out in all directions. It was as if at any moment, it could transform a universe into the capital of demons. Vaguely, it was as if there were countless devils around him. Devil God was roaring ferociously, making one's hair stand on end. Ha 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 ha, they're here, our reinforcements are here. Ah, it's the giant demon elder and elder jade spirit guarding the extreme demon fortress. Good good good, with these two elders present, this human is dead for sure, he's dead for sure. Looking at the two people who had arrived in the sky, Grand Duke of Lions and the other expert from the Blood Demon clan were delighted. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. One should know that the giant demon elder and elder Yu Ling were the best of the best amongst all the quasi-supreme beings in the 12th demon battlefield. They were incomparable to the ordinary middle-rank quasi-sovereign. According to the legends, the two elders had already broken through to the high-order quasi-sovereign a billion years ago. After a billion years, even if the two elders didn't break through to the high-order quasi-sovereign, they would still be infinitely close to the high-order quasi-sovereign. With the two elders working together, even an ordinary high-order quasi-sovereign might not be a match for them. Not to mention an ordinary middle-rank quasi-sovereign. All right, all of you withdraw and leave the rest to us. The 300-meter-tall giant demon elder glanced at Grand Duke of Lions and the others and lightly shouted out. His voice was like a bronze bell as it swept out in all directions. Yes, elder. Grand Duke of Lions and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly retreated to the side. At the same time, they impatiently scattered the blood demon body separating great technique. Under the forbidden divine ability blood demon body separating great technique, every second of each breath burned their source blood essences. In just a short period of time, at least one layer of source blood essences had been burned within their bodies. There were 2 more layers, and 3 more layers. This loss was too great. If they still didn't remove the blood devil body separating great art, their foundation would be completely shaken. In the future, let alone advancing further, they might even be able to restore their current cultivation base. It was still a huge mystery. After sending Grand Duke of Lions and the others away, the giant demon elder looked down at Yang Fann and said, "Human, how dare you attack our Sengul's fortress? What audacity, hurry up and surrender." His voice sounded like the wrath of a heavenly duke, causing the soul to tremble. However, Yang Fann turned a deaf ear to his words. He stared fixedly at the giant demon elder and elder Yu Ling, who was standing not too far away from him. His eyes flickered with a faint light of greed, as if a hunter had seen the fattest and most beautiful prey. He did not expect that 2 big fish would come. Good, good, good. If they were all suppressed and swallowed, he wouldn't be any weaker than devouring a high-order quasi-sovereign. He would be able to break through to extreme high-level chaos god in one go. It wasn't impossible. At the same time, Yang Fann felt lucky that he had chosen the high-grade chaotic heavenly divine formation instead of the intermediate. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could successfully trap them. The limit of the intermediate heavenly cycle chaos divine formation was to trap high-order quasi-sovereign warriors. If 2 quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors were to use the forbidden divine ability at all costs, the combat strength that they could unleash would definitely not be comparable to an ordinary high-order quasi-sovereign warrior. It wouldn't be impossible for them to unleash top quasi-sovereign's combat strength. Bitched human bastard, how dare you ignore me? Die now, rumble. Boundless fiendish cheese radiated out from the giant demon elder's body. All of his strength, endurance, speed, defense. All of this rapidly increased by several times. His body had also grown infinitely. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was more than 1,000,000 feet tall. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. At a glance, it immediately gave rise to an undefeatable feeling. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the large expanse of space in the surroundings was unable to endure the terrifying pressure, and it directly collapsed inch by inch, exploding into powder. Die, look at my divine ability, great devil god palm rumble. When the palm landed, it seemed as if the entire temple of blood was trembling, as if it could collapse at any time. The invincible force was able to suppress the heavens, shake the world, and destroy everything. Hiss. As expected of the giant demon elder. The power contained in this strike is terrifying. It is even stronger than many high-order quasi-sovereign warriors. Sure enough, in terms of strength, there was almost no race in the universal world that could be a match for the giant demon race. Grand Duke of Lions sucked in a breath of cold air. This palm strike was 100 times, 1,000 times, more terrifying than when he used the blood demon disintegration great technique. It was not something that could be done on the same level. Just now, it had been replaced by a giant demon elder. Even with the help of his subordinates, he probably wouldn't have been able to last more than 10 breaths of time before he was blasted apart by the giant demon elder. Kekekeka human, how dare you attack my Sengel's fortress? This is your fate. C 2753. Suppress the giant demon elder Sengel's fortress, Temple of Blood. The elder of the giant demon sect was majestic looking down at all the living beings in the world. He was insufferably arrogant. He struck out with his palm, as if Devil God was going to destroy the world. As expected of the giant demon clan, which was famous for their strength. The power contained in this palm strike was so terrifying that even ordinary high-order quasi-sovereign warriors couldn't compare to it. In an instant, all the devil clans from the Blood Devil clan looked at Yang Fann. Their eyes were filled with hatred that had been avenged. Bitch human, even you have today. In just half an hour, Rosen's family had suffered a great loss. This was definitely the most serious loss they had suffered in the past hundreds of millions of eras. Without 10 million eras, they would never be able to recover from it. This grudge and hatred were irreconcilable. Each and every one of them really wished they could eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood. At that moment, Silver Light Divine Pagoda, sealed because of the giant demon elder's eruption, the eyes of the ignored elder Jade Spirit flashed with cold shines. Bang! A silver light rose from the top of Elder Jade Spirit's head and transformed into a massive silver divine pagoda. It was 100,000 feet tall and shined with a brilliant light. Terrifying power of space shot out with the silver divine pagoda as the center. In an instant, the space around Yang Fann was sealed. Silver Light Divine Pagoda, a top-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Weapon. Elder Yu Ling's strongest spatial origin divine artifact. For billions of eras, who knew how many experts had been suppressed within it? The reason why the upper echelons of the Heavenly Devil God Palace had sent Elder Yu Ling and the Giant Demon Elder to rescue him was because of this. A large part of the reason was because they had taken a liking to this spatial origin divine artifact. Under the seal of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, not to mention middle-rank quasi-sovereign. Even a high-order quasi-sovereign would find it very difficult to break through the spatial cage. After breaking free, together with the Giant Demon Elder whose strength was no weaker than a high-order quasi-sovereign, a mere middle-rank quasi-sovereign was a piece of cake to him. Although Sengel's fortress had suffered a great loss this time, and without 10 million eras, it was virtually impossible for them to recover their yuan energy, it was still worth it for them to suppress a quasi-supreme from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. In the various battlefield of Dao Devil, the one who truly decided the outcome of the battle was the quasi-paragon and middle-rank quasi-sovereign. This was enough to make the primeval Chaos Dao Palace suffer for a long period of time. Ah, Silver Light Divine Pagoda, it's the famous divine weapon of Elder Yu Ling, the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. Ha ha ha, human, your death has come. Humble human aphids, despair, tremble. A sinister smile appeared on the corners of the Giant Demon Elder's mouth. He was like a devil from the nether hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the beautiful scene of Yang Fann's head exploding and brain matter splashing all over the place. There was also that delicious soul. To be honest, he had never swallowed middle-rank quasi-sovereign soul before. If he said that he couldn't break through to the high-order quasi-sovereign in one go, it would all depend on today. Right at this moment, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes suddenly flashed, and he sneered, "The one who should be in despair is you what?" The Giant Demon Elder's heart trembled, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Something wasn't right. At this moment, it was reasonable to say that this middle-rank quasi-sovereign should be panicking. However, from the looks of it, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in him. With his countless eras of experience, the Giant Demon Elder could see that this fearlessness was absolutely not an act. Damn it, could it be that this aphid had some sort of trump card up its sleeve? Devil, die for me, rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back anymore. The power of Chaos God in his body had been raised to the 10th layer. Not only that, the strongest forbidden divine ability in primeval Chaos Dao Palace, mixed 9 forms, had been pushed to the 3rd transformation. All of his strength, speed, and endurance had been pushed to the 3rd transformation. Everything had increased by 600 times. Poochie poochie poochie, the power of space that was pressing down on Yang Fann's body was instantly shattered, completely disintegrating. Buzzing 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver light divine pagoda trembled slightly, as if it was mourning, wailing. Ah, no. This power. Bang, top quasi-sovereign, you are top quasi-sovereign. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. An indescribable fear and unease swept through his heart. Motherfucker, this bastard. Not only was top quasi-sovereign 100 times stronger than him, he was also a complete madman. He had the absolute upper hand, yet he was still using the forbidden divine ability, the mixed 9 forms. If he wasn't a madman, what else could he be? Even if it was only the 3rd transformation of the chaotic origin stage, and not the scariest 9th transformation of the chaotic origin stage, the price he had to pay was not small. Without the nourishment of millions of eras, it was virtually impossible to recover. Roar, forbidden divine ability, heavenly demon disintegration. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the giant demon elder's eyes. The ferocity in his heart had been completely ignited. The sudden change of events had made it impossible for him to dodge. As for turning around to escape, that was because he felt that his death wasn't fast enough. For the sake of today's plan, there was only one hope left for him to survive. That was to face this move head on and fight to the death. Heavenly demon body dissolving art. This was one of the strongest forbidden divine ability in Heavenly Devil God Palace. With Blood Demon Clan's Blood Devil body separating great technique as the foundation, it was deduced by the Heavenly Devil ancestor. Its power was more than a level stronger than the Blood Devil body separating great technique. It was truly better than the previous one. Of course, the side effects were far greater than the Blood Devil body separating great technique. Even the lowest grade would drop by 1 grade. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, the giant demon elder's aura rose endlessly, surpassing top quasi-sovereign and catching up to limited quasi-sovereign. You still dare to resist? 5th, 6th transformation. Yang Fann originally wanted to use the 5th transformation of the primordial epic, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that it wasn't safe. He gritted his teeth and pushed the 6th transformation of the primordial epic into the 6th transformation. Although with his physique, he would still suffer a great loss of yuan qi if he used the 6th transformation of the primordial epic. He would need to consume a massive amount of resources to recover. However, as long as he could suppress the giant demon elder, this loss was completely worth it. In an instant, with top quasi-sovereign's foundation, Yang Fann's strength had increased by 2,100 times. This strength had far surpassed limited quasi-sovereigns. Even if he was compared to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he wouldn't be any weaker. One should know that Yang Fann's original strength was considered outstanding amongst top quasi-sovereigns. Bang! Both of their palms collided. The terrifying force was so strong that it seemed like it was going to blow up the entire Temple of Blood. Genshi Genshi Genshi. Wherever the energy tide passed, everything, including space and matter, would be destroyed. Boom boom boom. Below the marquee, all the devil clans from the Blood Devil clan did not even have time to scream before they turned into flying ashes. And this was with the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, the Spatial Origin Divine Tool. It suppressed the surrounding space and time, blocking most of the energy tides. Otherwise, let alone the Blood Demon Marquises, even the 13 dukes have to suffer heavy casualties. Ah, no, I roamed freely throughout the 100 billion eras of chaos. How is this possible? How is this possible? I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The giant demon elder let out an unwilling wail as his right arm exploded into a mist of blood. His entire body was grabbed by the heaven-sheltering big hand in his hand. This was a massive divine body that was millions of feet tall. It began to shrink at a visible rate. With a single strike, the giant demon elder was completely defeated under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even if the giant demon elder used the heavenly demon disintegration great technique. His combat strength would still be useless against limited quasi-sovereign. Ah, no, how could this be? Elder giant demon, how could this be? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. C-2754 Complete annihilation of Quasi-Exalt Sengel's fortress, Temple of Blood. Grand Duke of Lions and the other dukes of the Blood Devil clan, Marquises, and even Elder Yu Ling, who was a quasi-supreme being, were all staring with their eyes wide open. They let out heart-wrenching howls as if they had lost their parents. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. What did they see? With just a single strike, Several giant demon elders that could match a high-order quasi-sovereign were completely defeated. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? No, this wasn't real, it wasn't real. He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. At this moment, Yang Fann shifted his gaze. His cold gaze passed through countless spatial zones and landed on Elder Yu Ling. Next, it's you. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone, lunging at the elder. Under the forbidden divine ability mixed 9 forms, he would need trillions of origin elemental crystals to make up for every second he took. And this was only the 6th transformation. Yang Fann didn't even dare to imagine the power of the 9th transformation. Without 1 or 2 Grand Dukes from the Devil Clan, it would be difficult for them to recover. Die Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand had sealed off the 4-direction space. Its divine might was unparalleled, and it could destroy all ages. Not good. Elder Jade Spirit's expression suddenly changed. An extremely dangerous aura covered his entire body, causing him to come back to his senses. It was true, everything was true. The giant demon barbarian had really been suppressed by this monster. Run without the slightest hesitation, he used the forbidden divine ability Heavenly Demon Disintegration Great Law. The Space God Law enveloped his entire body, instantly disappearing without a trace. Direct combat strength. He was much weaker than even the giant demon elder. Not to mention the monster that had defeated the giant demon elder with a single strike. It was absolutely not something that a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign like him could match. There was only one outcome waiting for him to face this attack head-on. He was like a giant demon elder, suppressed by emotion. As for Grand Duke of Lions and the others' lives, Elder Jade Spirit couldn't care less about them. She couldn't even keep her own life. How could she care so much about these juniors of the Blood God clan? They could only pray for their own good fortune whether or not they could protect themselves. Their own lives depended on their luck. Once we leave the Sengul's fortress, I have to inform the Divine Palace immediately and ask them to send a quasi-sovereign of great perfection to the 12th demon battlefield. Top quasi-sovereign was a mad quasi-supreme being who could use the forbidden divine ability at any time. The degree of danger was even greater than some of limited quasi-sovereigns. It was more than enough to change the entire situation of the battlefield of Dao Devil. If there wasn't a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding the 12th demon battlefield, no one would be able to suppress this madman. At that time, the scale of victory would surely fall on the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. What a good space way. Yang Fann praised. This Elder Yu Ling's attainments in the space way was definitely the first he had seen in his life. Compared to his 2 sabers, he was 100,000, a million times stronger. Not only that, if he hadn't set up the high-grade Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation earlier, he would never have been able to keep this Elder Yu Ling alive. But now, it was a different story. The high-grade Primal Chaos Divine Formation could trap even the real limited quasi-sovereign. With Elder Yu Ling's quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign cultivation base, even if she used the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grape technique, she wouldn't be able to escape from it easily. If it was a quasi-top quasi-sovereign, it would be more accurate. Bang! With a thought, Yang Fann slammed his palm onto the chaotic star door, smashing it into pieces. With the high-rank Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation sealing the space, Elder Yu Ling was like a turtle in a jar. But even so, it wouldn't be a matter of one breath to capture the trace of a spatial quasi-supreme being. Yang Fann didn't want Grand Duke of Lions and the others to successfully escape through the chaotic star door while he was suppressing Elder Yu Ling. Elder Yu Ling wanted to suppress him, but Grand Duke of Lions and the others were also his targets. 3 Archdukes of the Blood Devil clan, 13 Blood Demon Dukes, and 172 Blood Demon Marquises. Even though they had burnt a lot of Origin Devil clans, it was still a considerable amount of energy. When combined, they were not much weaker than low-level quasi-sovereign. At this moment, no, this was the Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation, a high-level Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation bitch. This Hua Sheng had long been prepared for this. A cry of despair came from the space above. The entire Temple of Blood was covered by the high-ranked Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation. At this moment, Elder Yu Ling's intestines turned green with regret. If she knew that the Temple of Blood had been sealed by the high-ranked Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation, she would have died a long time ago. She would never have chosen to break out of the Sengul's fortress. Instead, she would have bet on it. He would have entered the chaotic star door. Although the chaotic star door could only be activated in a breath's time, it was not impossible for him to stop this monster for a breath's time by using all of his strength, regardless of the cost. I was too careless. I was too careless. If I had paid enough attention to this bastard from the beginning, I would have been able to carefully investigate the surroundings and discover some clues about the heavenly cycle chaos divine formation. I would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. What? High-level heavenly cycle chaos divine formation? No. How could this be? How could this be? Woo woo woo. It's over, we're finished. It collapsed. Grand Duke of Lions and the other Blood Devil clan marquises and dukes had completely collapsed. Even Elder Yu Ling, who was a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign, couldn't do anything to this high-grade chaotic heavenly divine formation, let alone these dukes. A marquis, let alone a marquis. They had just used the Blood Demon disintegration great technique, and all of them were in a weakened state. There was less than 1 out of 10 of them, and Grand Duke of Lions was the strongest. That was all. The path to chaos had been completely sealed off, and the chaotic star door was their only chance of survival. However, just now, that last bit of hope had been extinguished. They were dead for sure this time, they were truly dead for sure. What a good space way. Yang Fann frowned and praised once more. Time was king, and space was king. The space way was worthy of being the second law of the Great Tao, second only to the Great Tao of time. Even with his current strength of soul, he still couldn't find any trace of Elder Yu Ling. One should know that the mixed 9 forms was an all-rounded enhancement. Not only his divine body, but even the soul had increased by 2,100 times. Currently, Yang Fann's strength of soul was as terrifying as some limited quasi-sovereigns. However, although Yang Fann was praising him, he wasn't really envious of him. Although the space way was extraordinary, his main cultivation was the Great Tao of Devour, which was also one of the top 10 Great Tao. It wasn't much weaker than the space way. Besides, with the heaven-defying Great Tao of swallowing heaven and earth, the mysteriousness of his Great Tao of swallowing heaven and earth was far above the space way. Specialize in cultivating the space way? What kind of joke was this? Yang Fann would not do such a stupid thing as throwing a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. If you think that I won't be able to find you just because of this, then you are gravely mistaken. Yang Fann sneered. Under the heavenly cycle chaos divine formation, he, Yang Fann, was the heavens and the god. He controlled everything within the formation. The next second, buzz. With a thought, he merged into the heavenly cycle primordial chaos divine formation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, boom. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, found it die now Pucci. Yang Fann moved his body and disappeared from where he stood. Ah, not good, he found me. Elder Yu Ling's expression changed. Just as she was about to escape into the sky, she was shocked to find out that the 4-direction space had been completely sealed off. Even with his attainments in the space way, it was as if he had entered deep into a swamp, making it difficult for him to move even a single step. Aphids, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Ah, no, I have yet to break through to the high-order quasi-sovereign. How could I die here just like that? I can't accept this, I can't accept this bastard. The Divine Palace won't let you go. They will definitely avenge me. They will avenge me. C-2755 Count your gains. Sengel's Fortress, Temple of Blood. Who? Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. Finally, he managed to suppress Elder Yu Ling. One had to admit that spatial quasi-supreme beings were truly not ordinary and troublesome to deal with. This was even under the high-rank heavenly cycle chaos divine formation. If it wasn't for this heavenly cycle chaos divine formation locking down the surrounding space and time, he wouldn't have been able to find any trace of this elder jade spirit even if he was in the Temple of Blood, let alone suppress her. In the next second, buzz. Yang Fann's aura rapidly weakened, and he quickly dispersed the forbidden divine ability, mixed 9 forms. In just less than 10 breaths of time, he had consumed a Duke of the Blood Devil clan to make up for it. If this continued, Yang Fann's heart would definitely ache to death. No matter how big a family was, it would not be a waste. A group of Duke and Marquis of the Devil clan who had used the forbidden divine ability, the Blood Demon disintegration, were not qualified to use the mixed 9 forms. Very quickly, an abnormal sense of weakness swept through Yang Fann's body, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to him who was under the 6th transformation of chaos, he was much weaker at this moment. Temple of Blood, within a pile of ruins. Grand Duke of Lions and the other 3 Archdukes of the Devil Clan, the 13 Blood Demon Dukes, and the 172 Blood Demon Dukes, when they heard the final desperate and unwilling cry of Elder Jade Spirit, all of them collapsed onto the ground. Their eyes were unfocused, and they were completely out of their wits. Endless despair and fear were like a boundless sea that swallowed their souls. After Elder Yu Ling, it will be us. What should we do? What should we do? Woo woo woo. I have yet to become a prince. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have left Sengel's fortress as soon as possible. At this moment, many dukes. The Marquis was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Although it was very likely that they would be hunted down by the family and Heavenly Devil God Palace, however, that was something that would happen in the future. Furthermore, as long as he was careful, he could hide in some elementary and intermediate chaotic circles. It wasn't that there was no hope of survival, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Devil God Palace was. However, it wasn't to the extent where he could cover the sky with one hand. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Even if they wanted to run, they had nowhere to run. Poochie. A ripple appeared on the void, and Yang Fann took a step forward. He looked down at the dukes and marquises of the Blood Devil clan. Next up will be the Amphioxus. No, no, spare my life, please spare my life. Woo woo woo. Don't kill me, my lord, I surrender. Right, this lowly one is willing to surrender, this lowly one is willing to surrender. As long as my lord is willing to spare this lowly one's life, this lowly one will be your dog from now on, and pledge my loyalty to my lord with my life. Ah, bastard, all of you shut up. I am a dignified member of the Blood God clan, how can I surrender to a lowly human? Do you have any sense of shame? That's right, at most, I will die. What is there to be afraid of? You are not worthy to be a member of the noble Blood God clan. HMPH, human, don't be complacent. The prince won't let you off. My Rosen clan will not rest until you die. There are a few tough bones. Rosen family, Prince Rosen, I will wait for them. Yang Fann sneered. He waved his right hand and covered the sky. He captured the 3 Blood Demon Dukes, the 13 Blood Demon Dukes, and the 172 Blood Demon Marquises in one net. 2 hours later, Yang Fann stepped into the Divine Hall with satisfaction. All the blood demons in the Sengel's fortress were killed by him. All of this had nothing to do with right or wrong. From the moment he joined the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, to the Heavenly Devil God Palace and the Blood Demon Clan. Either you die, or I die. The war between the major powers, especially the Heavenly Devil God Palace and the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, was as cruel as this. Within the stronghold, a large amount of treasures and large blood lakes were being plundered by Yang Fann. It was worthy of being the base camp of Rosen's family in the 12th Demon Battlefield. In the entire Sengel's fortress, when all the resources were combined together, it was even better than some of the low and middle grade properties. Just the Origin Elemental Crystal alone was worth billions of units. Buzz. With a flash of light, the soul duplicate guarding the Star Temple was absorbed into Yang Fann's body. A scene quickly flashed through his sea of consciousness. During the war in Temple of Blood, the soul duplicate also kept fighting. In Sengel's fortress, there were many viscounts and barons who wanted to escape from Sengel's fortress through Star Temple. There were also some Blood Devil Clan's experts that did not know about this, and they were sent back through the chaotic star door from various strongholds. These people were all killed by the soul duplicate without exception. For the soul duplicate whose combat strength was close to low-level quasi-sovereigns, these devil clans from the Blood Devil Clan, which were the strongest among them, were only as strong as earls. 1 million was not even enough for him. To kill them, the higher one's cultivation level, the more experts they had, except for the experts of the same level, it would be useless no matter how many experts they had. It's time to leave. Yang Fann looked around and decided to retreat. Yang Fann didn't have the intention to completely occupy the Sengel's fortress. The Sengel's fortress was different from those strongholds. If the Sengel's fortress fell, then it would fall. As a member of the Heavenly Devil God Palace's 126 strongholds, it was one of the main foundations of the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 12th Demon Battlefield. There was no way the Heavenly Devil God Palace would let this matter go easily. They would give up on the Sengel's fortress just like that. The next time they came, it was very likely that it was top quasi-sovereign, or even the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With his own strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to occupy the Sengel's fortress. If he really wanted to occupy the Sengul's fortress, he would need to borrow the strength of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Because of his identity, Yang Fann didn't have any intention of contacting the person in charge of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace in the battlefield of Dao Devil. With his strength of soul and his ability to conceal himself, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to hide from top quasi-sovereign. However, if he were to fight against the limit, or even the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it was hard to say. If his identity was exposed, even the primeval Chaos Dao Palace wouldn't be able to protect him. They might even suppress him. Low-rank high-level Chaos God and top quasi-sovereign's combat strength was a secret that was enough to drive the top 10 of the chaotic world mad. Besides, he had already plundered all the good things in Sengul's fortress. If he continued to occupy Sengul's fortress, it wouldn't bring him much profit. It was better to keep everything when it was good. As for everything else, it wouldn't be too late to make a fuss about it after he had digested all the things he had obtained this time. However, before he left, there was no longer a need to stay behind in these chaotic stargates. With a thought, top quasi-sovereign's mighty force swept out. Bang bang. Apart from the chaotic astral door that connected to the Bloodstone stronghold, all the other chaotic astral gates exploded into powder. After losing these tens of thousands of chaotic star door, even if Heavenly Devil God Palace reclaimed the Sengul's fortress, the time it would take for them to completely restore the Senge line would be greatly lengthened. Pucci almost at the same time, in the tens of thousands of strongholds under the Sengul's fortress, the largest star door in the center of the Star Temple suddenly dimmed and turned into an ordinary stone door. Ah, no, why did this happen? Star door, the star door of the Sengul's fortress has been destroyed. What's going on? Gulp. Could it be something happened in Sengul's fortress? Soon, an indescribable sense of fear and uneasiness spread across the tens of thousands of strongholds. To them, Sengul's fortress was their pillar of support. If something big happened in Sengul's fortress, what should they do with the strongholds under their jurisdiction? 2 hours later, Bloodstone Continent, a secret space. Rumble, rumble, within the star door, a bloody light erupted, illuminating the entire space. In the next second, Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared. In just a few hours, nothing major had happened in Bloodstone Continent. Not even a ghost had arrived in Bloodstone Continent. There's no need to stay behind in this chaotic star door anymore. Yang Fann turned around and looked at the chaotic star door behind him. He muttered to himself. He basically wouldn't go to the Sengul's fortress anymore. He didn't want to leak the news that he had destroyed the Sengul's fortress. It was better for this chaotic star door to be destroyed. Not only the chaotic star door, even the only remaining star door in the Sengul's fortress was completely destroyed by the energy he had left behind not long after the teleportation, leaving no trace behind. If these two star doors were not destroyed, he would be able to find the Bloodstone Continent and the Bloodstone mission. Even in the Sengul's fortress, Yang Fann had changed his appearance and did not use Fan Yang's face. This was related to his true identity. He had to be careful, be even more careful. Now let me see how much property the two quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace have. I don't think they will disappoint me. C-2756 Mission Handover Bloodstone Continent, a secret spatial zone. Buzz. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had just been busy plundering all kinds of resources in Sengul's fortress, and hadn't had the time to count the resources of the two quasi-supreme experts, the Giant Devil and the Jade Spirit. Now, he finally had the time to count them all. I wonder what kind of surprises these two quasi-paragon will bring me. 1 billion origin elemental crystals. 2 billion origin elemental crystals. Or even more. The next second, swoosh swoosh, 2 streams of light, 1 silver and 1 black, flashed past. Elder Giant Demon and Elder Jade Spirit, 2 quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors, came out. They were now standing in front of Yang Fann. Rumble. A terrifying soul power comparable to top quasi-sovereign's terrifying soul power burst out from Yang Fanshihai's body, turning into a chaotic devil god that entered the giant demon elder's body first. Roar. Break it. The divine axe was invincible. It was as if the chaotic devil god had created a world, crazily attacking the chaotic crystal wall. In the blink of an eye, he had chopped out tens of millions of axes. Pucci. A tiny spatial fissure rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 7 days passed. Head of the giant demons. The chaos within the elder was completely ripped apart by Yang Fann. Very quickly, a massive amount of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures appeared. Hong Long. Ah, no, how could this be? My treasure. My treasure. No, what's going on? Who is it? Who is it? He actually stole my treasure vault without making a sound. Roar. Come out, dogfish. Come out now if you have the ability. Do you not have the ability to admit it? If you have the guts, then fight me fair and square. Giant devil. Within the chaos, the authorities let out hysterical cries. They were gone. The wealth they had accumulated in their lives was gone just like that. 20 days later, Pucci, Elder Yu Ling's chaotic crystal wall was violently torn apart by Yang Fann. Compared to the giant demon elder, Elder Yu Ling was a spatial quasi-supreme being, and the chaotic crystal wall within was clearly more solid than before. It took Yang Fann 3 more days to completely break through the chaos within. The next second, the giant demon the inner world was in chaos. The scene played out once more in Elder Yu Ling's body. Before those chaotic acquired life could react, all the resources in his hands were taken away. Very quickly, another 3 days passed. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. As expected of a quasi-high-rank quasi-paragon, both of them were worth a lot, and that was the first time Yang Fann had seen such a thing in his life. Any random person's family would have at least 10 times more than what Yang Fann had gained in Sengel's fortress. One should know that in the Sengel's fortress, not only had Yang Fann plundered all the resources stored within, he had also robbed Grand Duke of Lions and the others of all their belongings. His wealth wasn't any less than that of an ordinary middle-rank quasi-sovereign. However, he still couldn't compare to any of the 11 geniuses. It could be seen how wealthy these two people were. Just the origin elemental crystal alone was worth more than 3 billion. The other heavenly treasures, chaos divine artifacts, and origin divine artifacts were piled up like a mountain. It wouldn't be too much of a difference. Including the 2 quasi-supreme beings, as well as so many blood devil archdukes, dukes, and marquises, Yang Fann seemed to have already seen extreme high-level chaos god waving at him. If he was lucky, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the quasi-top-level chaos god in one go. At that time, if Great Tao Sovereign did not come out, Yang Fann would not fear anyone. At least, he wouldn't be able to defeat Great Tao Sovereign. If he really wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Unless that person had a Great Tao divine artifact in his hand. However, the possibility was extremely slim. A Great Tao divine artifact. Not even Great Tao Sovereign had a single Great Tao divine artifact, let alone a mere quasi-supreme being. It's almost time. It's time to return to Jingcheng Fortress and hand over the mission of the Bloodstone Stronghold. Yang Fann slowly got up and the thought of returning to Jingcheng Fortress appeared in his mind. Although it was only 100 billion origin elemental crystals and 10 billion Yang Fanns, compared to the current him, it was only a drop in the ocean. It was nothing. However, Yang Fann's actions always had a beginning and end. Furthermore, Yang Fann still wanted to continue accepting the mission of Adventurers Guild, so he had no choice but to hand over the mission of the Bloodstone Stronghold. However, this time, Yang Fann did not take back the soul duplicate. Instead, he allowed Yang Fann to take charge of the Bloodstone continent. The mission to seize the stronghold was different from those hunting missions. As long as they completed the mission, the Adventurer Badge would record everything. When the time came, they could show the Adventurer Badge to the Adventurers Guild and hand over the mission. The mission to seize the stronghold would not only be to seize the stronghold, but also to guard the stronghold. Only when the expert of the Adventurers Guild arrived and took over the stronghold could the mission be considered complete. Otherwise, the Bloodstone continent would be taken away by the Heavenly Devil God Palace as soon as Yang Fann left, and the mission would end in failure. Although it had only been a few days, such an incident shouldn't have happened. For example, in the past half a month, there hadn't even been a ghost, let alone the expert of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. They had arrived at the Bloodstone continent, but they weren't afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid of 1 in 10,000. Yang Fann didn't want to make another trip to the Bloodstone continent. One day later, Yang Fann once again appeared in Kunhe's stronghold. Compared to more than half a month ago, the atmosphere in Kunhe's stronghold had clearly become much more solemn. It was as if the wind was howling and the crane was alarmed. However, Yang Fann did not stay for long. Sengel's fortress had almost been destroyed by him. There was only an empty frame left, and there were tens of thousands of strongholds under his control. That was because he didn't have the time to take care of himself. It was almost impossible for him to have the thought to launch an attack. Besides, the stronghold of Kun He was the main stronghold. It was to guard against the Bloodstone stronghold, and the Bloodstone stronghold had already been uprooted. The tense situation of Kun He's stronghold. In Yang Fann's eyes, it was just an illusion. After he handed over the mission to the Bloodstone stronghold, the tense atmosphere in Kun He's stronghold naturally disappeared. 2 hours later, Jingcheng Fortress, Star Temple. Boom! The divine light of Kun and Star Door shone brightly. Yang Fann took a step out from it. Half an incense stick of time later, Yang Fann strode into the Adventurers Guild. Ah, it's that Master Sun. Someone recognized him. Yang Fann came. In less than a month's time, it was too short for these Chaos Gods and Chaos God King. He simply closed his eyes. It was not just this short period of time. Many of them had never left the Adventurers Guild. How could they forget Fan Yang, who had completed the 7-star adventurer test in just a few breaths' time? Strange. Didn't this master teleport to the stronghold of Kun He? Why did he come back? Very quickly, a trace of doubt flashed across the eyes of many adventurers regarding the matter of Yang Fann going to the stronghold of Kun He. In the eyes of these people, it was not a secret. Logically speaking, this Lord Fan Yang should work hard to carry out the mission of the stronghold of the Bloodstone. Or is it that this lord has encountered some difficulties and is preparing to recruit a group of experts to carry out the Bloodstone mission with him? The Bloodstone mission was not a single mission, it did not limit the number of people. And this kind of finding helpers in the middle of the process was not a rare thing in the Adventurers Guild. Sometimes, the information was unclear. It was common to misestimate the opponent's strength. The Bloodstone Stronghold mission could be considered one of the most difficult 8 stars missions. It was not a joke. In fact, under the intentional or unintentional leak of the Xingqiang Adventurer Group, the Bloodstone Stronghold concealed the matter of Grand Duke of the Blood Demons, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries. It was an ordinary second-rate mission. The third-rate adventures might not know about it, but it was no longer a secret among the first-rate and top-notch adventures. It was highly possible that this Lord Fan Yang would return after suffering a setback. However, this is a chance for us, a severely injured Grand Duke of the Blood Demons. With Fan Yang's cultivation base and strength, he should be able to deal with him. If we help him, we will deal with him. At that time, with this friendship, Lord Fan Yang will be able to form the adventures in the future. I don't think it will affect our interests. Furthermore, these Blood Demon experts, they are all treasures. C2757 Shocking the Jing City Fortress Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. Opportunity. This is their biggest chance. Many adventurers, eyes lit up and they were eager to try. They waited for Yang Fann to invite them, and then they would join in. To them, this was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since they could get on good terms with Yang Fann, they would be able to get on good terms with him. High-rank top-level Chaos God King, Fan Yang, could protect the benefits of the adventures. Secondly, he could also take the opportunity to hunt some Blood Demon experts and bring some benefits to himself. Blood Demon Clan, however, their entire bodies were filled with treasures, especially the source blood of the Blood Demon expert, which was the main ingredient for refining Blood Divine Pill. It was rare to find a divine herb that could cleanse one's bloodline and increase one's potential. For example, the Blood Divine Pill refined from the source blood of those Blood Demon Marquises and Blood Demon Dukes could increase one's potential by a lot, even if it was a high-level Chaos God King or top-level Chaos God King. If it wasn't for the powerful Blood Demon Clan and Great Dao Sovereign, who was the Blood Demon ancestor, the Blood Demon Clan would have been captured long ago. They would have been kept in captivity to increase the potential of their people. A man who was innocent would be guilty of having a treasure in the cultivation world. Being weak was actually a sin. Just like the Blood Spirit Clan and the Blood Demon Clan, their natal blood essence also had the ability to increase the talent and potential of cultivators. They were not as lucky as the Blood Demon Clan. The Blood Spirit race, which did not even have a quasi-supreme expert, could not resist the frenzied plundering of the various major powers. Up until now, the Blood Spirit race had become a legend. However, what puzzled the surrounding adventurers was that Yang Fann didn't stay in the Adventurer Square for too long. Instead, he directly walked towards the service staff who had accepted the Bloodstone mission. What is going on? Master Fan Yang, didn't he want to recruit helpers? How could it be? No way, Could it be that this Lord Fan Yang thinks that he can't complete the mission and wants to apply to cancel the mission? Adventurer missions were not something that could be accepted once accepted. One had to complete the mission and one could choose to cancel it midway. After all, some missions were too difficult. Adventurers' strength was limited, and there was no possibility of completing it at all. He couldn't just let people continue to waste time on that mission. Of course, it wasn't without a price to cancel it. That was to pay the mission reward of level 1 adventurer points. For example, for this Bloodstone mission, with 100 billion adventurer points, he would have to deduct 10 billion adventurer points in order to successfully cancel the mission. This was also to prevent adventurers from overestimating themselves and randomly accepting missions. Could it be that the Blood Demon Archduke at the Bloodstone Stronghold has already completely recovered from his injuries? If that was the case, then it would make sense for Sir Fan Yang to come here to cancel the mission. According to the Xinxiang Adventurer Group, the Blood Demon Duke at the Bloodstone Stronghold was not an ordinary Blood Demon Duke, but an outstanding one among the Blood Demon Dukes. Although Lord Fan Yang was strong, he was among the Blood Demon Dukes. He was just an ordinary Blood Demon Archduke. No one doubted that Yang Fann had completed his mission and came to hand it over. In just half a month's time, compared to high-rank top-level Chaos God King, he had barely made it back and forth from the Bloodstone Stronghold. The real time he would make his move would not be more than a day. In such a short period of time, was it possible to break through the defense of the Bloodstone Stronghold, sweep away billions of Blood Devils, and seize the Bloodstone Stronghold again? Not to mention a mere high-rank top-level Chaos God King, even a top-rank expert, or even extreme top-level Chaos God King, might not be able to seize the Bloodstone Stronghold within a day's time. Master, are you here to cancel the mission of the Bloodstone Stronghold? The waiter carefully looked at Yang Fann, afraid that it would trigger Yang Fann's eyebrows. Just like the others, he also did not think that Yang Fann would be able to seize the Bloodstone Stronghold in such a short period of time. Cancel the mission? Why should I cancel the mission of the Bloodstone Stronghold? Not cancel the mission. What do you need, my lord? The waiter looked suspicious. The Adventurers Guild could only accept one mission at a time. This was an iron rule that no one could go against. Not to mention high-rank top-level Chaos God King, even the high and mighty Quasi-Paragon was the same. Of course I'm here to hand over the mission. Sir, I'm sorry, anyone can only accept one mission from the Adventurers Guild. Before the current mission is completed or cancelled, no one is allowed to accept the second mission. The waiter looked at Yang Fann apologetically and explained patiently. If it were any other adventurer like Yang Fann, he would have turned cold long ago. This was the most basic knowledge that any adventurer should know. I am here to hand over the Bloodstone mission, not to take on a new mission. What, sir, you said you want to hand over the Bloodstone mission? This time, the waiter finally heard Yang Fann's words clearly, and his voice suddenly became louder. What mission of handing over the Bloodstone? The eyes of the surrounding adventurers who were paying attention to the conversation between the two of them bulged and revealed a look of disbelief. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Master Fan Yang is talking about handing over the Bloodstone mission. No, it can't be, right? Master Fan Yang, he completed the Bloodstone Stronghold mission. How is this possible? How is this possible? That's right, I am here to hand over the Bloodstone Stronghold mission. Right now, you can send someone to the Bloodstone Stronghold for inspection. Yang Fann nodded and admitted frankly. Could it be that Master is he really completed the Bloodstone Stronghold mission? But how long has it been? The attendant was extremely shocked in his heart, but he said respectfully on the surface. Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll contact Feng right away. This stance, I'm afraid. I'm really afraid, it's true. Gulp. 25 days. In total, it was only 25 days. The surrounding adventurers swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They did not believe that someone could seize the Bloodstone Stronghold in such a short period of time. However, looking at Yang Fann's attitude, it did not seem like he was faking it. If he had not seized the Bloodstone Stronghold, how could he be so generous as to let the Adventurers Guild send people to check it out? Days passed, and soon it was half a month later. Ah, it's true. Milord really took back the Bloodstone Stronghold. Suddenly, the attendant's pupils constricted as he cried out in alarm. What? He really completed the Bloodstone Stronghold mission? Hiss. This. Even though they had already believed most of it in their hearts, they were still unable to accept the fact that it was true. That was the Bloodstone Stronghold mission, one of the most difficult 8 stars missions. Moreover, as the news of the Archduke Blood Demon was revealed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the difficulty of this mission had increased by 1 star. It would definitely not be simpler than those 9-star missions. How could such a high difficulty mission be easily completed in less than a month? And judging from the look of this lord, it was obvious that he didn't need to spend much effort, let alone pay any price. Or is it that the Blood Demon Archduke has already recovered from his injuries and left the Bloodstone Stronghold? The Blood Demon Grand Duke was a top-tier expert of the Blood Devil clan. Most of them stayed in the various strongholds and did not leave, let alone a stronghold that had been stationed for a long period of time. It was perfectly normal to return to the stronghold after recovering from his injuries. If that was the case, with Lord Fan Yang and high-ranked top-level Chaos God King's cultivation base, it was not impossible for them to sweep through the Bloodstone strongholds within a short period of time. Looks like that must be the case. I have to say, Lord Fan Yang is quite lucky. If the Archduke of Blood Demon was present, he would definitely not be able to complete the mission in such a short period of time. Very quickly, the voices of the surrounding adventurers stopped. All of them widened their glasses and looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a monster. As Yang Fann handed over his adventurer badge, it clearly recorded Yang Fann suppressing Lai Lidagong. Of course, the process of suppressing Lai Lidagong was not recorded. This was also a form of protection for many adventurers in Adventurers Guild. If they recorded the entire process of killing Lai Lidagong, they would have to reveal the divine abilities and trump cards of all the adventurers. As for an expert, once all of its trump cards were seen through, it would not be far from death in this dangerous battlefield of Dao Devil. This was also the reason why Yang Fann could hand over the adventurer badge without worry. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have to hesitate a little and decide whether or not he really wanted to hand over the Bloodstone mission. Middle-ranked Quasi-Sovereign was one of the top few people in the 12th Demon battlefield. It would be a big problem if he did not want to attract the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's attention. What? I am not hallucinating, am I? Lord Fan Yang not only suppressed the Blood Demon Grand Duke, but also Lai Lidagong of the Rosen family. Hiss. That was the 7th person among the 32 Grand Dukes of the Rosen clan. Even if he had not recovered from his serious injuries, his combat strength was probably not something an ordinary peak top-level Chaos God King could compare with. Lord Fan Yang is actually able to suppress him. Bululu. Lord Fan Yang, what is his cultivation base? C2758 Refining the Silver Light Pagoda Jingcheng Fortress, Jinghai City, Adventurers Guild. What? Lord Fan Yang, he suppressed Lai Lidagong. Hiss. Did I hear it wrong? Was it really the second person in Sengel's fortress, Lai Lidagong? Gulp, gulp. This was too savage, wasn't it? That was the 7th Duke of Rosen family, Lai Lidagong. Countless adventurers widened their eyes, not daring to believe their ears. Lai Lidagong was not an ordinary Blood Demon Archduke. He was one of the top experts in the Blood Demon Archdukes. Even if he had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was still not someone an ordinary Blood Demon Archduke could compare with. Not to mention that he could not even escape. The difficulty of this process had increased by more than 100 times. Thousands of times. This strength, it was not something that a peak top-level Chaos God King could possess. It was something that a peak Extreme Saint King could possess. There were probably very few people who could do it. Gulp, gulp. What is the cultivation base of this Lord Fan Yang? Shock at this moment, even the high and mighty elders of the Dao Palace were shocked. Jingcheng Fortress and Sengel's Fortress were considered old rivals, and Lai Lidagong's reputation was well known by them this time. Our Jingcheng Fortress has truly produced a true big shot. He was able to suppress Lai Lidagong. Even if it wasn't for Quasi-Paragon, he wouldn't be too far behind in terms of cultivation base and strength. In the vast Jingcheng Fortress, he wouldn't be the number 1, but at least, he would definitely enter the top 3. Even the elders of the Dao Palace like them couldn't compare to him. They might not even be able to find a single person. As for the adventures, they regarded Yang Fann as a great taboo. They made repeated decrees that no one was allowed to offend Lord Fan Yang in order to avoid bringing disaster to the adventures. Even Lai Lidagong was suppressed by that monster, let alone the minor adventures, which was guarded by middle-ranked top-level God King. Destroying them was no different than playing with them. The bustling outside did not have much of an impact on Yang Fann. After handing over the Bloodstone mission and receiving the reward, Yang Fann left the Adventurers Guild. He did not accept the second mission. Adventurer missions were just a way for him to obtain resources, and not a mission that he liked to carry out. Before he completely converted all the resources in his hands into strength, Yang Fann was not prepared to accept the second adventurer mission. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Yang Fann did not stay in the Jingcheng Fortress for too long. This Jingcheng Fortress was not a good place for seclusion. If he really made some noise, it would be a big problem for him not to attract the attention of the upper echelons of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. However, this made many adventurers beat their chests and stamp their feet, feeling extremely vexed. They also wanted to see if they had the chance to board Yang Fann's big ship. Extreme top-level Chaos God King was one of the most outstanding ones among them. It was no different from a towering tree to them. If they could build this line, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the huge Jingcheng Fortress. Even the elders and disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would have to give them some face. Who would have thought that Yang Fann would never give them the chance? When they prepared the gifts, they wanted to curry favor with Yang Fann. How could they find someone else? Sigh. The Xinjiang Adventurer group is really lucky. With this incense, no matter who it is, if they want to touch the Xinjiang Adventurer group, they will have to consider whether they can withstand the fury of extreme top-level Chaos God King. Countless adventurers were envious and jealous. This time, the Xinjiang Adventurer group was truly lucky to have escaped death. Those major powers that were targeting the Xinjiang Adventurer group all stopped their attacks. Many of them even prepared gifts, hoping that they could ease the conflict with the Xinjiang Adventurer group. Although it wasn't certain that Fan Yang would stand up for the Xinjiang Adventurer group, it was still better to be safe than sorry. After all, there was such a favor. No one was willing to bet the survival of the entire adventures. Sigh, why isn't it us? Jinghai City, Xinjiang Adventurer Group's headquarters. Xing Yuan, God King, and the others were overjoyed. Initially, they only wanted to remind Lord Fan Yang a little so that he would not be caught unprepared and be taken advantage of by the Blood Demon Archduke. Never did they expect that it would give him such a huge surprise. From now on, the Xinjiang Adventurer group would be stable. All kinds of crises would be solved. As long as they didn't seek death, they wouldn't face any danger of being destroyed. Furthermore, his father, Xing Chong, God King's soul in heaven would be able to rest in peace. After leaving the Jingcheng Fortress, Yang Fann pondered for a moment before deciding to leave the battlefield of Dao Devil and enter secluded cultivation in the Tian Suo Chaos Circle. The Jingcheng Fortress was not suitable for him to cultivate in seclusion. It was also not suitable for other strongholds. The battlefield of Dao Devil, on the other hand, was different from other places. There were chaotic turbulences and spatiotemporal storms everywhere. If he were to cultivate in seclusion outside the strongholds, he might not be able to tell where the spatiotemporal storms and chaotic turbulences would bring him. The uncertainty was a little too huge. The turbulent flows of space and time were ethereal and indefinite. The 12th demon battlefield was not the only place he could pass through. It would be fine if it was only in the 12th demon battlefield, but with Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength. Even if he went to the various chaotic strongholds of Heavenly Devil God Palace, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. However, if they were not careful, they might end up in a forbidden area of chaos. Or, he might end up in the lair of some quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It would be too late for him to cry. For safety's sake, it was better to enter secluded cultivation outside the battlefield of Dao Devil. Buzz. With a flash of light, a 10,000 feet long flying shuttle appeared in front of Yang Fann. The Cold Abyss flying shuttle was a high-grade flying shuttle that Yang Fann had found in Bloodstone Continent. It was a Grade 1 low-grade middle-level origin of Chaos Divine tool. With the speed of this Cold Abyss flying shuttle, it would take tens of thousands of years for it to leave the battlefield of Dao Devil. However, this was exactly what Yang Fann needed. Before he went into seclusion, he still had one more thing to do. That was to take the opportunity to refine Elder Yu Ling's famous divine weapon, the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. This was the divine artifact that Yang Fann valued the most. With this Silver Light Divine Pagoda, there was no need for him to purchase the Heavenly Cycle Primordial Chaos Divine Formation. 10,000 trillion Dao Palace high-order quasi-sovereigns at once was not a small number. At the same time, This Silver Light Divine Pagoda was the place Yang Fann chose to go into seclusion. As long as he succeeded in refining this Silver Light Divine Pagoda, he could use it to suppress the power of space and time. When he broke through, the pressure that kept rising wouldn't be a problem. Cold Abyss Flying Shuttle, Master Control Room. Su. With a flash of the silver light, the Silver Light Divine Pagoda appeared in Yang Fann's hand. The next second, rumble, a terrifying strength of soul swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body and covered the entire Silver Light Divine Pagoda. How dare you! A loud shout that sounded like a copper bell rang out. A terrifying sound wave swept across the surroundings. The next second, a demonic god phantom rose from within the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. Its silver hair hung down to its waist and the devil chi was dense. Who else could it be other than Elder Yu Ling? Noisy, the cold shine in Yang Fan's eyes flashed. The strength of soul turned into a sharp blade. It was a ferocious slash. Even Yu Ling Chang was killed. Even the old me was suppressed by him, let alone a soul imprint like this. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. The Divine Palace won't let you go. Heavenly Devil God Palace, I'll be waiting for them. Yang Fann sneered and unleashed his strength of soul. With irresistible force, he charged straight into the Silver Light Divine Pagoda's origin space and took down his own soul imprint. Of course, this was only the first step. He couldn't even unleash the power of the first level of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. If he wanted to completely control the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, even if it was Yang Fann's strength of soul, he would need tens of thousands of years to forcefully improve it without using the mixed 9 forms. However, Yang Fann was only thinking about it in his heart. He wouldn't really use the mixed 9 forms. It wasn't like he had too many resources that he couldn't use. It was just a few tens of thousands of years, not 100,000 eras. After a short period of seclusion, it passed. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 10,000 years. Soon, 30,000 years passed. The Cold Abyss Flying Shuttle gradually approached the border of battlefield of Dao Devil. Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. This is the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's secret cry for help technique. The disciples of the Dao Palace were asking for help. C2759. Too late. The 12th Demon Battlefield, border. Bang bang. A large number of divine abilities shattered space and time, and a terrifying tide of energy swept out in all directions. A high-level Chaos God King was being attacked by a group of masked men in black. It was a young man, who was wearing a green robe. He looked to be in his early 30s, and he had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an imposing appearance, and his eyes were as deep as the starry river. His eyes were glowing with a dazzling light, as if he was born superior to the others. Although he had just stepped into the high-level Chaos God King, his combat strength was so terrifying that it couldn't be compared to the expert of the same level. Even King top-rank high-level Chaos God was no match for him, and he seemed to be on par with an extreme advanced God King warrior. This was a true genius, a high-level Chaos God King warrior. It was almost impossible for him to challenge someone stronger than him, not to mention challenging someone who was 4 levels higher than him. This man had extraordinary talent. Even in the large-sized Chaos Circle, he was a rare genius, peerless evildoer, who was rarely seen in tens of thousands of eras. God King Taijen was one of the thousands of true disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Although he wasn't candidate daughter levels monster, he was still a peerless genius who was only second to alternate Daozi. His talent and strength were the greatest in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. As long as he didn't fall in the future, he would definitely become a top-level Chaos God King. He would become a quasi-supreme expert. It wasn't as if he had no hope at all. However, the current God King Taijen was in a bad situation. The group of masked men who had surrounded him weren't weak either. There were a total of 18 of them, and none of them had a cultivation base lower than low-rank high-level Chaos Gods. There were 2 extreme advanced God King warriors in total. The strongest one had even stepped into the ranks of quasi-top-level God King. Even though they were just ordinary God King, unlike God King Taijen, who was a peerless genius, they still couldn't be compared to God King Taijen. If it wasn't for God King Taijen's divine weapon, the divine weapon of the clan suppressing, the King Tai True Bead, was powerful enough, God King Taijen would have been severely injured by those men in black, or even killed in one strike. However, the defense of the King Tai True Bead would always be lost. Although the defense of the King Tai True Bead was strong, there was still a limit to it. At this moment, the divine light of the King Tai that enveloped God King Tai Gen's body was faintly showing signs of cracking. In a day, at most a day's time, the defense of the Taiwang True Bead would be completely shattered. I am a true disciple of primeval chaos Dao Palace. How dare you try to kill me? Aren't you afraid of provoking the Dao Palace? God King Tai Gen said in a threatening manner, hoping that the Dao Palace would become famous. He hoped that he could deter these audacious disciples and true disciples. Unlike those intermediate and low-level disciples, they were already core disciples of the primeval chaos Dao Palace. Once they fell, the primeval chaos Dao Palace would never let this matter rest. They would certainly be furious and investigate this matter thoroughly. Even a top-level chaos god king would have to bear the consequences. The Dao Palace is furious. We have to find us first. The man sneered. How could they not be prepared for the primeval chaos Dao Palace's revenge? The mask on their faces was their means. It was a mask that was used to disguise their chi and appearance. Even a top-level chaos god king wouldn't be able to tell their real identity. They couldn't be found, no matter how powerful the primeval chaos Dao Palace was. That's for nothing. Even if their misfortune was exposed, they still had a backup plan. At most, they would surrender to the Heavenly Devil God Palace. The Heavenly Devil God Palace had never rejected the experts of the primeval chaos Dao Palace. Today, they were going to have God King Tai Gen for sure. That treasure was related to their advancement to the top-level chaos God King, and they were determined to get it. If a god stood in their way, they would kill the god. If a Buddha stood in their way, they would kill the Buddha. Bitch it, these guys are determined not to let me off. God King Tai Gen gritted his teeth. Could it be for? Vaguely, God King Tai Gen thought of something. The only thing that could make this group of high-level Chaos God King ignore the risk of being hunted down by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was that treasure. But I have never told anyone about that treasure. How did they know about it? Sigh, I wonder if any of my fellow disciples received my distress signal. If not, I'm afraid they would. Time ticked by. Soon, it was 10 hours later. Bitch it, there's still no one coming to save me. Could it be? God King Tai Gen's heart sank. He was truly naive. This was the border of the battlefield of Dao Devil and not the center. It was not easy to encounter a fellow disciple. Furthermore, even if he met a fellow disciple, he must be a true disciple of the Dao Palace. In the 12th Demon battlefield, he had to be a true disciple of the Dao Palace. In the 12th Demon battlefield, there were only about 100 true disciples of the Dao Palace. The probability was really too low. If it wasn't for the true disciples of the Dao Palace, the other high and low Dao Palace disciples were limited in strength. No matter how many came, they would only serve as food. As for the Dao Palace elders, they could easily save him. However, the probability of that happening was even lower than the Dao Palace core disciples. It was close to zero. One should know that the main mission of the elders of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace in Battlefield of Dao Devil was to guard the 108 chaotic fortresses. Without exception, it was almost impossible to leave the chaotic fortresses they were guarding. Another 10 hours passed. Poochie Poochie Poochie. The Tai King divine light that covered God King Tai Gen's body was already covered with crisscrossing cracks that were like spider webs. It was as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Bitch it, could it be that I, Tai Junjun, am going to fall in the hands of these puny humans? No, I have yet to break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm, and I have yet to see the secret of the Supreme Being. How can I die here just like this? God King Tai Gen roared in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to obtain such a great opportunity. He saw that there was hope for a top-level Chaos God King and even a quasi-Supreme Being. However, he was unwilling to face such a great tribulation. He was truly unwilling to accept it. Brothers, work harder. He's almost at his limit. Its eldest brother kill. Divine ability. Great slaughter divine palm eat this old man's arrow. Netherworld slaughter divine arrow die for this old man thaumaturgy. Heaven and earth creation seal kid. Die divine ability yin yang chaotic divine seal. The morale of the group of masked men in black was instantly boosted. Each and every one of them seemed to be injected with stimulants as they unleashed their full strength. Rumble, rumble. A terrifying tide of energy completely engulfed several light years of space and time for God King Tai Gen. Countless mushroom clouds rose around God King Tai Gen. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 7 breaths. Soon, 15 minutes passed. No, I can't hold it anymore. 3 breaths. In 3 breaths at most, the divine light of King Tai would be completely destroyed. A trace of despair surged into God King Taijen's heart. There is only a short 3 breaths of time left. How could there be any reinforcements? Could this be the place where I will die? No, I am a true disciple of the Tao Palace. How could I die in the hands of these scoundrels? All of a sudden, he seemed to have made up his mind. Hua Sheng, you forced me to do this. It was you who forced me to do this. Roar. 6th Mixed 9 Forms Transformation. God King Taijen let out a hysterical roar, as if he had gone mad. He was going to risk it all. As long as he could keep his life, so what if his cultivation base fell after the incident, and his foundation was shaken? There was only hope if he was alive. Besides, I still have a great opportunity in my body. It's not like I don't have a divine herb that can repair my foundation. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, God King Taijen's energy began to rise rapidly. His strength, defense, and speed all increased at the same time. Everything had increased by 2,100 times. The scariness of his aura had directly surpassed quasi-top-level God Kings, and it was comparable to low-rank top-level Chaos God Kings. 100 light-years away from God King Taijen. Cold dark flying shuttle, within Master Control Room. Yang Fann was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I seem to be a step too late. C2760 Taihong Golden Token Hanming Shuttle, Master Control Room. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Mixed 9 forms, this. Sigh for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This fellow disciple from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, his decision was a little too decisive. At this moment, it was far from the time for him to risk his life at all costs. Even if the defensive divine tool was broken, with his cultivation base and strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to endure for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn in the hands of these masked God King. Why was he so impulsive to use the forbidden divine ability, mixed 9 forms? Or did he think that he was me, that he could ignore the side effects of the mixed 9 forms and use it without any restraint? With his physique and foundation, he had recklessly used the 6th transformation of the chaotic origin. Although his foundation wouldn't be completely destroyed, the painstaking cultivation of billions of eras would be wasted. However, his cultivation had dropped by a whole level. That was something that was unavoidable. At the same time, his talent and potential would be greatly depleted. If it was before, he had broken through to the top-level Chaos God King. But now, he hoped that he wouldn't break through to the next level after breaking through to the top-level Chaos God King. As for the quasi-supreme being, that was something that he could not even dream about. Psi impulse is the devil, so I won't be able to endure it any longer. I'm about to arrive. Of course, even though Yang Fann was deeply moved, it was definitely a lie to say how much he couldn't bear it in his heart. He was a fellow disciple of the Tao Palace. He had never met him before, so how could he have any feelings for him? Yang Fann had only come to save him because of the friendship he had with his fellow disciple. To put it bluntly, even if this person died, Yang Fann wouldn't be too sad. At most, he would just wave his hand and kill the 18 masked God King to avenge him. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have discovered God King Taijen the moment he received the distress signal. He wouldn't have waited so long for the cold abyss flying shuttle to arrive. Not good. Mixed 9 forms, this is the strongest forbidden divine ability of primeval Chaos Tao Palace, mixed 9 forms. A extreme advanced God King warrior spoke. His voice was filled with an indescribable fear. He had never thought that this true disciple of primeval Chaos Tao Palace would be so decisive as to use the mixed 9 forms. Although it wasn't the final change, it was still the 6th change. That terrifying power was enough to make them suffer. If they were careless, the 18 brothers might have to die here. This bastard, wasn't he afraid that his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple? Bitched aphids, you are able to force me to use the mixed 9 forms. You bunch of aphids should be proud of yourselves. God King Taijen's voice was filled with endless killing intent. It sounded like the wrath of the heavens, and Devil God was roaring at the top of his lungs. If it weren't for this bunch of women forcing him, he, a true disciple of the Tao Palace, wouldn't have destroyed his own future and used the forbidden divine ability. All of this was their fault, their fault. Die today, all of these beautiful women were going to die. Boom boom boom. Boundless killing intent erupted from his body, crushing the voids in all directions. Die Great Tao Divine Sword, Judgment Rumble. In his hand was a high-grade Chaos God Origin. Origin God Artifact. As the firmament cloud divine sword moved, a terrifying sword beam flashed past. Within it, a supreme sword intent that transcended the great Tao appeared. It was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed the thought of a high-level Chaos God King. Pucci, the top-rank high-level Chaos God King closest to God King Tai-Gen, didn't even have time to react before he was crushed into powder by the sword. Ah, no. Fourth brother, fourth brother. The masked men let out heart-wrenching howls. Their eyes were red, as if they wanted to eat someone. Roar, bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. However, for some reason, there was a faint trace of fear and uneasiness mixed in the furious roar. No one took the initiative to attack God King Tai-Gen. It was as if the ferocious dog that could bark could only roar and not take any actual action. The 18 brothers had always been ranked by their cultivation base and strength, and whose strength was stronger. Whoever was eldest brother, fourth brother, that was the fourth of them. In the end, he was killed by God King Tai-Gen's sword without any resistance. What if it was them? How could they be any better? What are you barking for? Very soon, I'll send you guys down to follow his guild members. God King Tai-Gen had a ferocious expression on his face. The firmament cloud divine sword in his hand slashed out once again. It was like the high and mighty chaotic great Tao was judging all living things. One sword strike would surely kill one person. Ah, third brother, Mo, roar, Hua Sheng, I'll fight you to the death. Brothers, we can't hesitate any longer. Use the forbidden divine ability. At this moment, the remaining 16 men had finally made up their minds. Only by using the forbidden divine ability could they fight back. Otherwise, the only outcome awaiting them was to be killed one by God King Tai-Gen. Third brother was the third among them. His cultivation base was infinitely close to the extreme advanced God King, and not even he could withstand a single strike from God King Tai-Gen. The rest of them, including their boss, wouldn't be any better. In fact, it was an extravagant hope for them to escape. The mixed 9 forms was extremely famous. It was the signature divine ability of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Not only did it increase one's strength, it also increased one's speed. It was the soul. Everything had been improved in all aspects. Not to mention, in God King Tai-Gen's eyes, everything had been improved. Hong Long, how could they be willing to turn around and flee just like that? With their talent and potential, they had almost exhausted all of their energy. It was their limit to advance to the top-level Chaos God King in their lifetime. It was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the top-level Chaos God King without a great fortuitous encounter. Hua Sheng, hand over your life, roar, origin burning great technique. Boom boom boom, the origin energy within the 16 masked God King's body started burning crazily. A large amount of the internal universe collapsed and collapsed. Countless acquired life's body and soul were destroyed, and the energy around their bodies began to rise at a terrifying speed, multiplying exponentially. However, compared to God King Tai-Gen's improvement, these masked men had improved. Not to mention 1,000 times, even 100 times was still a little bit of a difference. Even though they were both forbidden divine ability, they were still divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. As the strongest forbidden divine ability in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, the mixed 9 forms was one of the forbidden divine ability in the Chaos. It was absolutely the highest grade, and those who could compare with it. There were no more than 20 of them, and the source of the technique was the Great Burning Law. It was just an ordinary forbidden divine ability, burning the origin of chaos in its body. Increasing one's combat strength could be said to be a common commodity. Any chaos god would do so. At most, the origin of chaos that could be burnt in one go were different. There was a slight difference in strength. 100 times increase in strength was almost the limit of the origin igniting law. A bunch of chickens and dogs, you still dare to put up a resistance? Die for me. A hint of disdain flashed across God King Tai-Gen's eyes. Trying to turn the tables with a mere origin ignition? Ridiculous. Pucci numerous sword chi of the great Tao soared into the sky and swept in all directions. The masked kings were like sheep reared in captivity, easily killed by God King Tai-Gen. In less than 3 breaths' time, nearly half of the 16 masked God King had died, and only 9 remained. Even second brother, who had the cultivation base of extreme advanced God King and his combat strength was on par with quasi-top-level God King after burning his origin, had been killed by God King Tai-Gen. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? How can you be so strong? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Collapse. The remaining 9 masked God King's mind completely collapsed. Flee immediately. What kind of great opportunity was this? At this moment, all of them were thrown to the back of their minds. All that was left in their hearts was endless regret. They knew that all the true disciples of the Tao Palace were monsters from the monster and that their foundations were extraordinary. Why did they have to seek death and have designs on God King Taijen? Now, half of the 18 brothers had been killed by him, as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. Even they themselves had stepped into the gates of hell. They did not know when the great Tao divine swords would land on them and take their lives. Trying to escape, all of you stay behind. God King Taijen's killing intent was fierce, and his killing intent was boundless. If these girls didn't die, it would be difficult for him to vent the anger in his heart. Ah, no, bastard, God King Taijen, are you really going to kill us all? Die, none of you will be able to escape today. God King Taijen had a ferocious expression, and he revealed a resolute expression that left no room for doubt. Good God King Taijen, you want to take our brothers' lives. I guarantee that you will regret it. The news of the Taihong gold token will definitely spread throughout the battlefield of Tao Devil. Just wait for the countless experts to chase after you. See 2761 Revenge for Good. Hanming Shuttle, Master Control Room. What? Taihong gold token? Yang Fann squinted his eyes. He had never thought that he would hear such a big secret. Yang Fann had also heard of this Taihong gold token. After forcefully reading Lai Lidagong and the others' memories, Yang Fann was no longer clueless about the battlefield of Tao Devil like before. The 12th demon battlefield included several large-sized chaos circle. One of the chaotic rings was called Taihong Chaotic Ring. It was also the only high-grade large-sized chaos circle in the large-sized chaos circle. There were 728 large-sized chaos domain in the territory of primeval chaos Tao Palace. The Taihong Chaotic Ring was enough to be ranked in the top 30, but as the battlefield of Tao Devil continued to expand, the once glorious Taihong Primal Chaos Ring was reduced to ruins. The master of the Taihong Primal Chaos Ring was respectfully addressed as Supreme Lord Taihong. He was a top quasi-sovereign, an outstanding figure amongst top quasi-sovereign. He was only a step away from limited quasi-sovereign. Even those quasi-paragon from the primeval chaos Tao Palace had to show respect to Supreme Lord Taihong, as they didn't dare to offend him. However, Supreme Lord Taihong had mysteriously disappeared 80 billion years ago. Some said that he had fallen into a chaotic secret realm and couldn't escape. Some said that he was unwilling to submit to the Heavenly Devil God Palace and was surrounded and killed by the Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. His body and soul had been destroyed. There was also another saying. High Lord Taihong had been plotted against by one of his subordinates. There were all kinds of opinions, but up until now, there was still no conclusive conclusion. Whether he was alive or dead, it was all up to him. It was a great unknown. It was also because of High Lord Taihong's mysterious disappearance that the Taihong Primal Chaos Circle collapsed so easily. In a short period of less than 10 billion eras, it was blasted apart, becoming a part of the battlefield of Tao Devil. However, before Supreme Lord Taihong disappeared, he left behind a treasure vault. It was said that he had collected more than half of Supreme Lord Taihong's belongings. This was the first time the Taihong treasury was born. It had attracted the attention of a large number of experts 50 billion years ago. After that, this Taihong treasury would appear once every 10 billion eras. The scattered Taihong gold tokens were the key to entering the Taihong treasury. In the next second, a flash of realization appeared in Yang Fann's mind. No wonder these people were so bold as to risk the fate of being hunted down by the primeval chaos Tao Palace to kill a true disciple of the Tao Palace. The Taihong gold token was a treasure that even quasi-supreme beings would be tempted by. So what if they were to bear the risk of being hunted down by the primeval chaos Tao Palace? For the sake of 100% profit, it could make people take risks, not to mention 200%, 300%, or even over 1,000 benefits. It was enough to make people let go of all their worries. To be honest, even Yang Fann was a little tempted. Although Taihong treasury had already appeared 4 times, most of the treasures in it had already been plundered. However, even if there was only a small portion left, that family was not something that an ordinary middle-rank quasi-sovereign could compare with. It should not be below the level of 2 quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign experts, the giant demon elder and elder Yu Ling. Bitched God King Taijen gritted his teeth. This bunch of beautiful girls actually wanted to put him down before they died. He could foresee that as long as the news of the Taihong gold token was leaked out, he would never have a peaceful day. When faced with a supreme treasure like the Taihong Gold Token, not to mention Chaos God King, even the high and mighty quasi-supreme beings would be moved. Every time the Taihong treasury emerged, it would be a bloodbath for the 12th battlefield. Countless experts had fallen because of this. There was no lack of top-level Chaos God Kings, and even quasi-supreme beings had fallen. At this moment, even if he hid in Hunyuan universe and didn't come out, he might not be safe. With the Taihong Gold Token in front of them, a mere friendship between fellow disciples was nothing. There are still 73,683 eras left before the Taihong treasury appears. During this period of time, where should I go? God King Taijen frowned. It was not easy to not be discovered after such a long period of time. Return to King Tai's god race. This thought had just surfaced in his mind when it was snuffed out by God King Taijen in the cradle. The Tai King divine race was just a first-class god clan with a top-level Chaos God King, the strongest expert. Old ancestor Tai Wang was merely a peak top-level Chaos God King. Returning to his race would only bring them disaster. If they were not careful, it was not impossible for the Tai King celestial race to die because of this. A man who was not guilty of possessing a treasure would be punished for his crime. A supreme treasure like the Taihong Gold Token was not something that a mere Tai Wang god race like them could possess. Furthermore, could the Tai King divine clan really be on the same side as him? In the Tai Wang divine clan, not everyone submitted to him, the young master. It's all because of those bastards. Even if they die, they still want to scam me. Killing them with a single sword strike just now, it's really letting them off too easily. It was time to detain their souls, interrogate them about their origins, and kill all of their family members. It was time to let them know what regret was. Who is it? Suddenly, the cold shine in God King Taijen's eyes flashed and he shouted. Puchi. God King Taijen's body moved, tearing apart the space and reappearing in the sky above a 3,000-meter-long flying shuttle. Have we been discovered? Yang Fann gently shook his head, thinking about how he should deal with this Taihong Gold Token. If this God King Taijen was from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, he could just snatch it away from him. However, he was a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and was from the same sect as him. For no reason, Yang Fann couldn't just snatch it away from him. For a moment, he didn't notice that the cold dark shuttle had already arrived in front of God King Taijen. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for hearing things you shouldn't have heard. Great Dao Divine Sword, judgment-killing intent flickered in God King Taijen's eyes as he slashed out with his sword. He showed no mercy. Although he was certain that he wouldn't be able to keep the Taihong Gold Token after the death of those masked God King, everyone had a trace of hope in their hearts. God King Taijen was no exception. What if the masked God King was just trying to scare him? As a matter of fact, there were no other arrangements. At this time, he must not stay behind due to any uncertain factors. Looks like there is no need for me to be conflicted. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. This God King Taijen had already killed him. What was there to hesitate about? Kill him and seize the Taihong Gold Token. He wasn't a masochist. Repaying kindness with kindness was not Yang Fann's character. Friendship between fellow disciples, that also depended on the person. Break for me rumble. A terrifying sound wave spread out with the Hanming flying shuttle as the center. Wherever it went, the spatial zone would collapse. The great Dao sword chi that had destroyed all the masked God King instantly shattered into pieces. Ah, no, how is this possible? How is this possible? God King Taijen's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. At this moment, he had yet to remove the mixed 9 forms, and this sword strike was quasi-top-level God King. If it wasn't for the protection of a high-grade defensive origin of chaos, he would have killed quasi-top-level God King with a single strike. How could it be broken so easily? As for the master of a low-grade middle-level origin of Chaos Divine Flying Shuttle, how strong could he be? It was his limit to be able to step into the high-level Chaos God King with just a single step. This was also the reason why he didn't hesitate to kill. He was just an ant, he could just kill him. He simply didn't have the qualifications to make him waste his breath. Just at this moment, rumble, the void trembled as a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. In that instant, an indescribable sense of powerlessness and despair rose in God King Taijen's heart, and he was completely unable to summon up any resistance thought. Ah, not good, really, I really kicked an iron plate. In an instant, an indescribable resentment engulfed his heart. bitch it, was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger really interesting. This power was even greater than the strongest expert of the Taiwang divine race, old ancestor Taiwang. Extreme top-level Chaos God King was definitely extreme top-level Chaos God King. With such a top-grade expert and a low-grade middle-level origin of Chaos divine weapon, how could he be any more shameless? Pucci, God King Taijen, who was filled with despair and resentment, was like a chick that was caught in a claw. Ah, no, let go of me, let go of me, I am a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, if you dare to hurt me. I, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, will never divorce you, there will be no place for you in this chaotic world. C-2762 Suspicion Hanming Shuttle, Master Control Room. Using the primeval Chaos Tao Palace to threaten me, what a joke, Yang Fann sneered. He didn't take God King Taijen's threat seriously at all. Given his extraordinary status in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, not to mention God King Taijen, who was a true disciple of the Tao Palace, even alternate Daozi and the true Tao child monster were no match for him. If Yang Fann suppressed them, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would punish them slightly. It could be said that as long as he didn't betray the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace wouldn't be able to truly deal with Yang Fann, Great Tao God's son, especially the peak Great Tao God's son who was comparable to Patriarch Primordius, was this overbearing. Furthermore, it was God King Taijen who attacked him first. God King Taijen had offended his superior, and he only had himself to blame. If he died, his death would be in vain. The next second, whoosh, God King Taijen turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Yang Fann. Hong Long, a terrifying strength of soul swept out, violently tearing apart God King Taijen's sea of consciousness and crystal wall, forcefully searching his soul's memories. Yang Fann would never pity his enemies. A few breaths later, wang, a ray of golden light shot out from God King Taijen's body. It was a palm-sized dragon-shaped golden token. 2 ancient divine imprints were engraved on it, causing the word, Taihong, to suddenly appear at first sight. This dragon-shaped golden token was none other than. It was the reason why countless experts had gone crazy in the Taihong treasury, Taihong gold token. There are still 73,683 eras left before the Taihong treasury opens. There's no need to be in such a hurry. With a thought, Yang Fann stored the Taihong gold token into his treasure vault and temporarily put it away. However, before that, he couldn't use the Cold Abyss flying shuttle anymore. The news of God King Taijen being suppressed would soon be known by the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The news of the Taihong gold token would not be guaranteed. If it was only a true disciple of the Tao Palace, it would not have alarmed those quasi-paragon. However, with the addition of the Taihong gold token, it was hard to say. Yang Fann did not plan to meet the quasi-paragon of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace so early in the morning. Swoosh! With a flash of light, another flying divine artifact appeared in front of Yang Fann. The floating cloud heavenly shuttle was a supreme grade high-level chaos origin divine artifact. After robbing Sengel's fortress and so many experts, Yang Fann didn't lack flying divine tools. Since the Hanming flying shuttle was too flashy, he would change to another one. Pucci. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann entered the master control room of the Fuyun heavenly shuttle. Without putting away the cold dark shuttle, he ignited the origin of the divine tool, pushing his speed to the limit, and sped away in a certain direction. It was just a mere low-grade middle-level origin of chaos divine tool. Compared to the current Yang Fann, it was just a drop in the ocean. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Rumble. Very quickly, all the Yang Fanns on Yang Fann's body surged, and he continued to nurture those silver light divine pagodas. After 30,000 years of painstaking refining, Yang Fann was almost able to unleash the power of the 3rd or 4th level of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. However, this was still not enough. At most, he could suppress middle-rank quasi-sovereign. While Yang Fann was refining the Silver Light Divine Pagoda with all his strength, the news of the true disciple, God King Taijen, being suppressed by someone had also reached the ears of the elders and supreme elders of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. How could this be? They, the true disciples of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, had the audacity to kill God King Taijen. If they didn't take down that maniac, where would the dignity of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace be? What face would they have to lead all the major subordinate powers? Swoosh swoosh sue. A large number of experts tore through the space and headed towards the place where God King Taijen was suppressed, and there was no lack of quasi-paragon among them. Of course, they were sincere in avenging God King Taijen. Or was it, because of that Taihong gold token? In the blink of an eye, a 60-year cycle had passed. Pucci. The Fuyun Heavenly Shuttle ripped apart the chaotic crystal wall and entered the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. Compared to the cold dark shuttle, the floating cloud Heavenly Shuttle was 100 times faster, more than 1,000 times faster. Even many top-level Chaos God Kings couldn't match up to it. However, Yang Fann didn't immediately search for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he allowed the floating cloud Heavenly Shuttle to shuttle back and forth aimlessly in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. This time, he would never give up until he completely refined the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 68,000 years later. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Finally, he had completely refined the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. With this Silver Light Divine Pagoda, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Even those top quasi-sovereign had some confidence that he could completely suppress them. Now is the time to improve my cultivation base. If he could make another breakthrough, the possibility of him suppressing top quasi-sovereign would be even greater. If he could successfully break through to the quasi-top-level Chaos God, not to mention top quasi-sovereign, even limited quasi-sovereign would have a high chance of defeating him. That's the place. Yang Fann didn't choose carefully, he chose a patch of chaos right away. With the Silver Light Divine Pagoda suppressing space and time, it was unlikely that there would be any leakage. Even if there was really a leakage, the surrounding area would be filled with boundless chaos. He wasn't afraid of any repercussions. Pucci. With a casual wave of his hand, a small world with a diameter of no more than 10,000 kilometers was created within the chaos. Within the boundless chaos, this small world was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, extremely inconspicuous. After that, Yang Fann started to take out all kinds of natural treasures and divine weapons. His heart was bleeding. This exchange, he had lost at least 500 to 600 million units of origin elemental crystal. With so many resources, it was enough for him to advance to a higher level, or even to advance to the high-rank high-level Chaos God in one go. He had no choice but to take this loss even if he didn't want to. Besides the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there was no other faction in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle that could afford such a huge amount of resources. Even in the entire Tien Suo Chaos Circle and the thousands of large-sized Chaos Domain, it wouldn't be easy for countless major powers to digest such a huge amount of resources. Besides, he didn't have anyone to handle these trivial matters for him. As for Yang Fann himself, he hadn't even thought about it. These trivial matters were the most troublesome to him. If he were to deal with them, he might as well suffer some losses and sell them to the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Primordius Divine Mountain. Wang. Lord of Primordius's tightly shut eyes opened. Yang Fann is selling resources again. Ever since Yang Fann disappeared, he had been paying attention to the exchange situation of Yang Fann. Very quickly, shock flashed across Lord of Primordius's eyes. Hiss. 103. 3 billion units of origin elemental crystal, a total of 103. 3 billion units of origin elemental crystal. This. For a moment, Lord of Primordius was so shocked that he was speechless. Those weren't 103 billion origin elemental crystals, nor were they 1,030 million origin elemental crystals. Instead, they were 103 billion origin elemental crystals that was 3 billion. Origin elemental crystals. Even for a palace lord like him, this was not a small amount of wealth. It was almost as much as a portion of his wealth. But what was his cultivation base? And what was Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength? Could it be that the fall of Sengel's fortress was really caused by Yang Fann? The news of the destruction of the Sengel's fortress after nearly 100,000 years was no longer a secret to Lord of Primordius. The Heavenly Devil God Palace had planted a large number of spies in the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and the same was true for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Adding the fact that Yang Fann had exchanged for the advanced Heavenly Cycle Chaos Divine Formation at almost the same time, Lord of Primordius had some doubts, but he wasn't willing to confirm it. Along with the destruction of the Sengel's fortress, not only were there a large number of blood demons and experts, there were also two quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors, the Giant Demon and the Jade Spirit. It was true that Yang Fann was peerless evildoer from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, but with his current cultivation base and strength, he had absolutely no right to interfere in that kind of battle. In that time in the Taya Empire, it seems like we have underestimated Yang Fann. Star Dragon Chaos Circle is definitely not the place where he was born. His identity is not simple. One of his clans definitely had a quasi-supreme expert guarding it, and there was even more than one or two of them. C-2763 Devour a Quasi-Jurjun Hunyuan Universe, Chaos Origin Divine Mountain. Lord of Primordius's eyes were filled with doubt. He knew Yang Fann's true background. The god race that had a quasi-supreme expert was the strongest subordinate force of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It allowed others to sleep soundly under the bed. Those peak powers with Great Dao Sovereign in charge. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace would never allow him to stay by their side. There were only a few first-rate subsidiary powers with quasi-supreme beings guarding them. They had always been the focus of primeval Chaos Dao Palace's attention. If Yang Fann came from those major powers, it was impossible for them not to know about it. Furthermore, if Yang Fann really came from those major powers, it was impossible for them to do so. There was no need for them to hide their origins. They would have mentioned it in a high-profile manner long ago, so that they could fight for more benefits. Could it be that Yang Fann did not come from the various chaotic circles under the Dao Palace's jurisdiction, but came from other places? Other than this possibility, there was no other possibility. However, Lord of Primordius did not suspect that Yang Fann was planted in the aconite of primeval Chaos Dao Palace by another power. Great Dao God's son, who had the potential to advance to Great Dao Sovereign. Which major power didn't want to hide it like a treasure? Even the 10 major powers didn't have such a huge amount of resources to hire them as spies. Not to mention Great Dao God's son, even ordinary Dao child monsters were reluctant to part with it. Not to mention, Yang Fann wasn't an ordinary Great Dao God's son. He was the top Great Dao God's son who had broken through to the top 10 chaotic venerables. The only way to make such an ancient monster a spy was if all the higher-ups of the major powers had their heads kicked by a donkey. No matter how much Lord of Primordius racked his brain, he would never think of the birth of Yang Fann. It was actually just a small chaos circle in the large-sized chaos domain. Not only Lord of Primordius, but also the other major Yang Fanns of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace that had been tracking Yang Fann's true origin. The targets of their investigations were also the major large-sized chaos circle. The environment would determine one's talent. A small pond would never produce a true dragon. In the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, which only had one small chaos circle in the large-sized chaos domain, the Chaos God was the limit. Even a low-level God King with potential talent could not produce one. Not to mention Great Dao God's son, who had the chance to prove Great Dao Sovereign. As a matter of fact, even Lord of Primordius didn't know that it was within the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's sphere of influence. There was also the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, a small chaos circle. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace was one of the 10 overlords of the chaos. There were hundreds of them in the large-sized chaos circle. The medium-sized chaos circle had hundreds of thousands of people, not to mention the small primal chaos. There were as many as the hairs on a cow's head. Even without 100 million, there would still be tens of millions of them. How could Lord of Primordius, who was high and mighty, catch his eyes? Not to mention a small chaos circle, there were many things that Lord of Primordius didn't know about in medium-sized chaos circle. Tien Suo Chaos Circle, a small world created by humans. 103. 3 billion origin elemental crystals, in addition to the nearly 2 billion origin elemental crystals that I previously possessed. That's close to 5 billion origin elemental crystals. I wonder how far I'll be able to break through. The high-rank high-level chaos god isn't a big problem. I just don't know if I will be able to break through to top-rank high-level chaos god. Yang Fann was a little uncertain in his heart. After advancing to a high-grade chaos god, the amount of resources he needed for his advancement had also increased exponentially. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to make most of the top-level chaos god kings despair. Yang Fann took a deep breath and stopped thinking. Everything would be clear once he completely refined this batch of origin elemental crystals. The next second, rumble, a stream of light flashed, and a large amount of origin elemental crystals appeared within the pocket world, completely filling up the entire 10,000-mile radius pocket world. In the next second, boom boom boom, The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit. All of Yang Fann's pores turned into terrifying devouring black holes, crazily devouring the strength of origin in the surroundings, causing the origin elemental crystals in the surroundings to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After advancing to a high-grade chaos god, Yang Fann's devouring speed had once again improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 10 years, a unit of origin elemental crystal had been completely refined by Yang Fann. Terrifying, this speed of refinement left many great Dao sovereign dumbfounded. An era was immediately sent over. Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After refining nearly 100 trillion units of origin elemental crystals, he had finally recovered the source that he had lost. It had to be said that this mixed 9 forms was just like his heaven-defying foundation, a huge gold mine. 100 trillion units of origin elemental crystal was the total wealth of many top-level chaos god kings. This was the extent of it, and it might even be worse than that. In the end, he was only able to recover some vital energies, and this was even after Yang Fann had only used it for 10 short breaths of time. If he used it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, in 15 minutes, he would definitely go bankrupt. Shaking his head, he threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart. Sometimes, the mixed 9 forms was still useful, if necessary, even if the 7th, 8th, or even the final transformation had to be used. Yang Fann would not waste food because of the mixed 9 forms. Without the mixed 9 forms, it would not be easy for him to suppress the 2 quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors, Yu Ling and the giant demon. If things went wrong, even with the high-level heavenly cycle chaos divine formation sealing the time and space, it might not be able to trap them. With Elder Jade Spirit's attainments in space, it wasn't impossible for him to break through the chaos heavenly cycle divine array given some time. In the next moment, Yang Fann closed his eyes and continued to devour the origin elemental crystals around him. Rumble, rumble, the strength of origin were like numerous dragons of chaos that surged into Yang Fann's body. They poured into the vast origin of chaos, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base to slowly advance towards the middle-rank top-level chaos god. An era, 3 eras, 10 eras, 30 eras, 100 eons. Soon, 128 eras had passed. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose rapidly and infinitely. After absorbing nearly 150 billion origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully broken through to a higher level, and he had broken through to the high-rank high-level chaos god realm. Yang Fann was in seclusion for 563 eras. Close to 5 billion origin elemental crystals were less than 1 billion Yang Fanns. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the high-rank high-level chaos god realm. Another 2,000 eras passed. Other than the 10 billion origin elemental crystals left behind for their parents and the others to cultivate, the rest of the origin elemental crystals were all devoured by Yang Fann. Nearly 300,000 eras had passed. Although Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others had yet to break through to the quasi-god king, they were not far away from Chaos God King. The strongest among them, Yang Sifan, had even broken through to the great perfection quasi-God King. If nothing unexpected happened, they would break through in the next 100,000 eras. During this period, Yang Fann had given them a lot of divine herb that could increase their bloodline potential. He knew that the Blood Devil's origin blood could provide them with innate potential. Yang Fann did not hesitate to draw the Archduke's origin blood to increase their innate potential. Now, all of them had the potential to reach the high-level Chaos God King. They were not much weaker than the true disciples of the Tao Palace, but the improvement of their talent and potential. This had also increased their cultivation speed. As a result, the consumption of origin elemental crystals increased by 100-fold or 1,000-fold. The tens of thousands of origin elemental crystals left for them in the early days had long been refined by them. 1 year later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from reaching 1 billion units of origin elemental crystal. His cultivation base had only stabilized at the limit of the high-rank high-level chaos god. If he wanted to truly break through, he still needed a few billion units of origin elemental crystal. However, that trace of regret was immediately swept away. The origin elemental crystal was merely an appetizer. The experts that he suppressed were the main course of his meal. Especially those 2 quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors. It was far from what these origin elemental crystals could compare with. Swoosh. A bloody light flashed and the entire small world turned into a world of blood. This was none other than the experts that the blood demon expert had collected. Yang Fann did not exchange these experts and blood essences for origin elemental crystals. After being refined by the blood demon clan's secret technique, the experts and blood essences were much more effective than the origin elemental crystals. A large part of the reason was to plunder the blood pool refined by their secret technique. After sweeping across the Bloodstone continent and the Sengul's fortress, when the energy of all the blood demons and blood essences in the blood pools were combined together, it would definitely not be any weaker than swallowing and refining a low-level quasi-sovereign. These blood pool blood essences should be enough for me to take that critical step and break through to the top quasi-sovereign realm. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he focused all of his energy on refining the surrounding blood pool blood essences. Grug grug grug, the sea of blood within a radius of 10,000 kilometers began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, very quickly, another streak of bloody light descended from the sky, filling up the already visible bottom of the sea of blood. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. Before he knew it, Yang Fann had already gone into seclusion for 18,200 eras. Buzz. A stream of light flashed, and a terrifying giant devil that seemed to have transformed into power appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was one of the two quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign giant devil elders. This is the first time I have devoured a quasi-supreme being. Whether I can break through to the quasi-top-level chaos god or not will depend on you. C2764. A quasi-supreme chaos god Tien Suo Chaos Circle was a small world with a radius of less than 10,000 miles. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, especially when it came to a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign like the giant demon elder. He had no idea how powerful the strength of origin was, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times stronger than a blood demon Grand Duke. Just thinking about it made one look forward to it. Cultivating in seclusion for 18,200 eras, not only was nearly 13.5 billion origin elemental crystals completely refined by Yang Fann, and experts, as well as the numerous blood devil clans. All of them had been devoured by Yang Fann. As for his cultivation base, he also made a 3-level jump and successfully entered the ranks of top-rank high-level Chaos God. He was still at top-rank high-level Chaos God's limit, just one step away. He was going to break through to extreme high-level Chaos God. His actual combat strength naturally skyrocketed. Compared to 18,200 eras ago, it was thousands of times stronger, 10,000 times stronger. Not only that, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat a middle-rank top-level god king with just the strength of divine body alone. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength, he would be able to surpass limited quasi-sovereign. He was afraid that he wouldn't be any weaker than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. And this was only a quasi-extreme high-level chaos god. If he could really break through to the quasi-top-level chaos god, he would be able to do so. Even Yang Fann didn't dare to imagine what kind of level his combat strength would rise to. He couldn't compare with those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, but he was afraid that most of them were stronger than him. Even though they were both quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, the gap between them was still that of the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. For example, the strongest invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior was 100,000, a million times stronger than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. The gap between them wouldn't be much smaller than the gap between low-level quasi-sovereign and quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated to its limit. Within the frenzied devouring black holes, the giant demon elder's strength of original life appeared. Buzz. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The giant demon elder was indeed worthy of being a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was more than 1,000 times stronger than those blood demon archdukes. It was like one in the sky, the other on the ground. Even if the difficulty of refining a quasi-supreme surpassed those blood demon archdukes by a large margin, the efficiency was still more than 10 times higher than when he refined Grand Duke of Lions. Originally, it would take 1,000 eras before he could take that step and advance to extreme high-level Chaos God. Now, Yang Fann was confident that he could control the time within 100 eras. An era, 3 eras, 10 eras, 30 eras. Unknowingly, 68 eras had passed. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, endless divine light radiated out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. His divine body, which was as tall as a mountain, suddenly became much taller and more majestic. It made people look at him from the depths of the soul and worship him. He had finally broken through the 68 eras of bitter cultivation. Yang Fann had finally broken through that layer of window paper and advanced to extreme high-level chaos god. An era later, Wang, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very well, it seems like this time, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the quasi-high-level chaos god, and I might even break through to the top-level chaos god in one go. A quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign is a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign. The strength of origin. Compared to what he had imagined, it was much more terrifying. Even Grand Duke of Lions, a quasi-prince, was not even 1 in 10,000. To the giant demon elder, this breakthrough had consumed less than 1,000th of his strength of origin. Even if top-rank high-level chaos god started cultivating at the early stage, he might not even be able to use 1% of the giant demon elder's origin. With just this elder alone, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could break through to the quasi-top-level chaos god, not to mention that he had Elder Yu Ling, who was not weaker than the elder. Kai. The strength of origin in the elder's body was like a flood that had just opened a dam. It continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, pushing his cultivation base to the quasi-top-level chaos god. After advancing to the high-grade chaos god realm, Yang Fann's devouring speed had doubled once again. Had been devoured by Yang Fann. The half-step strength of original life had made Yang Fann's cultivation base close to the critical point of extreme high-level chaos god. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-top-level chaos god. Soon, another 800 eras passed. Boom boom hong. The energy within Yang Fann's body was like a tsunami. After swallowing another 20% of the giant demon elder's strength of origin, Yang Fann finally began to break through. That constantly rising pressure was vast and mighty. It crushed everything in its path. Even low-level quasi-sovereign, who dared to take a step into the small world, was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. The Silver Light Divine Pagoda unleashed numerous silver lights, power of space, and suppressed the surrounding space and time, causing the spatial barrier of the small world to expand by trillions of times, not allowing the slightest bit of pressure to leak out. 30 eras later, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air, and his expression couldn't conceal his excitement. Powerful. A quasi-top-level chaos god was a quasi-top-level chaos god, and there was a qualitative difference between them and a high-grade chaos god. At this moment, his combat strength had increased by more than 10,000 times compared to when he was about to become extreme high-level chaos god. In the 12th demon battlefield and even the later 11th battlefield of Tao Devil, he could be considered invincible. Ferocious. How old was he? In total, he hadn't even reached 350,000 eras. Not even a fraction of the youngest quasi-supreme being. He was actually able to roam unhindered across the 11th battlefield of Tao Devil. If this were to spread, even those great Tao sovereign would be scared to death. At the same age, even Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, the heavenly devil ancestor, and the other 10 chaotic venerables could barely match a high-level chaos god king. The giant demon elder still has the 8th layer strength of origin and the jade spirit elder. I wonder if they can help me break through to the top-level chaos god. Yang Fann's face was filled with anticipation. He was only at the quasi-top-level chaos god, but he already had the strength to defeat the other 11 battlefield of Tao Devil. If he could really break through to the top-level chaos god, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the top 5 battlefield of Tao Devil. 27,628 eras later. Hua Sheng, the heavenly devil god palace will never let you go. I curse you to die a horrible death. The curse of an extreme enmity exploded in the devouring black hole. It was no longer human. The giant demon elder that was left with nothing but skin and bones completely collapsed, turning into dust. Yang Fann let out a soft sigh. A trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. It wasn't because he was afraid of the giant demon elder's curse, but because he was worried about whether he could successfully break through to the top-level chaos god. The 8th layer strength of origin of the giant demon elder had only allowed him to break through to the quasi-top-level chaos god late stage, leaving him with only Elder Yu Ling. If he wanted to break through to the next level, he might not be able to break through to the next level. Forget it, when the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. At most, I will go and suppress a few quasi-supreme beings from the heavenly devil god palace. Low-rank high-level chaos god's realm was enough to suppress a quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign. What's more, he was now in the 12th demon battlefield. To him, those quasi-exalts of the heavenly devil god palace were just a bunch of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. All he needed to do was wait for him to take some time to suppress them. Time passed by an era after an era. Soon, Elder Yu Ling lost a lot of weight. The strength of origin was not even half as strong as it was at its peak, and his cultivation base seemed to have fallen slightly to middle-rank quasi-sovereigns. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. Time passes really quickly. 73,683 eras have passed so quickly. C2765 Taihong Treasury Tien Suo Chaos Circle. Within a small world with a radius of 10,000 miles. Yang Fann slowly stood up. In a flash, 73,683 eras had passed, and less than 1,000 years had passed since the Taihong Treasury was born for the 5th time. If it wasn't a coincidence, he would have gotten the Taihong Gold Token from God King Taijen. Now that the Taihong Gold Token was in his hands, how could Yang Fann waste this opportunity? Furthermore, to be honest, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could take the last step of breaking through to the top-level Chaos God with just Elder Yu Ling alone. Currently, he had absorbed and refined more than 5 levels of the strength of original life, nearly 6 levels. However, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the quasi-top-level Chaos God. As for the remaining 4 levels of the strength of original life, it was still unknown whether he could break through to the quasi-top-level Chaos God extreme stage, let alone break through to the top-level Chaos God. According to his estimation, it would be more likely for another quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign like Elder Yu Ling to come. This time, the descent of the Taihong Treasury will be a great opportunity for me. Yang Fann's eyes shone with a bright light and a glimmer of hope. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the intermediate or even the A-Supreme Chaos God of the highest order. In Taihong Treasury, it was true that more than half of the treasures had been robbed. However, Yang Fann's main target wasn't these treasures, but those who wanted to seize the treasures just like him. Every time the Taihong Treasury emerged, it would attract the attention of a large number of experts, including Quasi-Paragon. As long as he could take down a few quasi-supreme beings and break through to the top-level Chaos God, that would be a matter of course. With his current cultivation base and strength, he could easily sweep across the 12th demon battlefield and suppress a few quasi-supreme experts. Was it difficult? The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved and quickly disappeared into the small world. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Falling Flames, one of the several tens of thousands of strongholds under the jurisdiction of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Molin Fortress. It was formed from a high-grade origin universe within Tai Hong's Primal Chaos Circle as the foundation. It was one of the few large strongholds under the command of Molin's stronghold. There were more than one high-level Chaos God King guarding it. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Falling Flames turned dark. Look, what's that? Soon, countless experts looked up at the starry sky in horror. In the sky above Falling Flames, a huge world had appeared. In that world, the sky was so blue, and the clouds were as soft as silk. Clear rivers crisscrossed in the sky, forming a net that covered the entire world, and converged into a vast, ocean-like lake. There were countless natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines. At a glance, it seemed as if any one of these divine fruits would be enough to cause countless Chaos God King to fight over them with all his might. And in this world center, a large number of divine palaces were densely built. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and no end could be seen at a glance. Every divine palace was luxuriously built, and it was extremely luxurious. It made people feel as if they were in a dream, as if they were intoxicated by it. Ah, treasures, there are so many treasures. Ha 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 baby, here I come. Get rid of them for lousy, all of these treasures belong to lousy, all of them belong to lousy. Amidst the wild laughter, streams of light shot up into the sky. Countless Chaos God King and Chaos Gods in falling flames rushed towards the world in the sky. They were afraid that they would be a step too late. They would have nothing to do with those divine fruit treasures. In an instant, the expert in front had already closed in on the world in the sky. Ha 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 ha, the treasure is mine now. At this moment, wang, hum, a gorgeous rainbow light radiated from the world in the sky. Wherever it passed, whether it was Chaos God King or the Chaos God, they were all shattered and turned into powder. Silence in an instant, the entire falling flames fell into silence. Chaos Gods, besides fear, there was also fear in Chaos God King's eyes. Among the fallen expert, there were no less than 300 of them. The strongest amongst them was a high-level Chaos God King. This was the peak combat power of the falling flames, but even so, it couldn't put up any resistance under the rainbow light. It was instantly killed by the rainbow light. Gulp gulp, this. What kind of power was this? Not even a top-level Chaos God King could be this terrifying. Phew, luckily, I was a step too slow. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to escape death. Ah, I remember now. That's the Tai Hong treasury. The legendary vault of High Lord Tai Hong. Suddenly, an exclamation attracted everyone's attention. What? That's the legendary Tai Hong treasury. God King Tiangu, are you sure? Is that really the Tai Hong treasury? Many of them had heard of the name of the Tai Hong treasury, but they had seen it with their own eyes. But it's not. The legendary Tai Hong treasury was not a place where they, who were merely high-level Chaos God King aphids, could covet. It can't be wrong. That rainbow light should be Supreme Lord Tai Hong's famous divine ability, Tai Hong Divine Light. Moreover, looking at the time, it should be about time for Tai Hong treasury to descend. In that case, this is really the Tai Hong treasury. No, I have to report this immediately. Yes, report this immediately. According to the legends, there was no Tai Hong gold token in the Tai Hong treasury. Even quasi-supreme beings couldn't enter, let alone ants like them. However, this was a great opportunity for them. If they could send the news of the Tai Hong treasury's emergence to the public as soon as possible, they would definitely reward them. What? Tai Hong treasury appeared in falling flames. Good, I have waited for this day for so long. Tai Hong treasury, here I come. Whether I can take that step and advance to the quasi-supreme realm will depend on you. Swoosh swoosh, a large number of experts began to rush towards the Star Temple. Those who were able to teleport directly to the falling flames would be directly transported to the falling flames. Those who were not able to teleport directly to the falling flames would first be transported to the Molin stronghold, and then be transferred to the falling flames by the Molin stronghold. Very quickly, falling flames, which originally only had a few high-level Chaos God King warriors guarding it, became an expert concentration camp. Not to mention high-level Chaos God King warriors, even top-level Chaos God Kings, and even Quasi-Paragon had a lot of them. Not only the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and all the other major powers under their command had high-grade, top-level Chaos God Kings, and quasi-supreme beings, but even the Heavenly Devil God Palace and their subordinate forces had a lot of experts as well. The Tai Hong gold token was not limited to just one or two sides. Every 10 billion eons, the Tai Hong treasury would send out 3,000 Tai Hong gold tokens. Even if there were some that were overlooked, 2,000 or even a few hundred Tai Hong gold tokens would be able to withstand it. These Tai Hong gold tokens were scattered around the primordial Tai Hong primal chaos ring. It wasn't just the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's experts that could discover them. There were also many people from the Heavenly Devil God Palace who had obtained these Tai Hong gold tokens. Even without the Tai Hong gold token, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would never allow the primeval Chaos Dao Palace to keep such a fat piece of meat for themselves. In fact, other than the owner of the Tai Hong gold token, there were also many other experts. They couldn't enter the Tai Hong treasury without the Tai Hong gold token. They couldn't just wait for their prey to arrive. Every time the Tai Hong treasury appeared in the world, it would only last for 1,000 years. Once the time limit exceeded 1,000 years, all those who entered would be expelled from the Tai Hong treasury. At that time, it would be the opportunity for the other experts. However, at this moment, whether it was the primeval Chaos Dao Palace or the Heavenly Devil God Palace, they were all restraining themselves. Now was not the time for a great war. Once the time limit of 1,000 years was up, it would be the time for them to start a massacre. This was also an unspoken rule that both sides had tacitly agreed to. Soon, 10 years had passed, and most of the Tai Hong gold token owners had successfully entered the Tai Hong treasury. Falling flames, Star Temple. Boom. A star door shone with bright starlight, and the Fan Yang that Yang Fann had transformed into stepped out from it. Phew, we have finally arrived at Falling Flames. C-2766 entering for the first time Falling Flames, Star Temple. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Compared to the other Taihong gold token holders, his foundation in the battlefield of Dao Devil was a bit shallow, and he didn't have many subordinates under his command. If it wasn't for the 10 years of preparation and spread of the news that the Taihong treasury had appeared in the Falling Flames. In the 12th Demon battlefield, it was no longer a big secret. Anyone who had some connections had heard of it. Perhaps Yang Fann was still searching for the whereabouts of the Taihong treasury like that headless fly. Fortunately, the Taihong treasury would last for 1,000 years. Besides, he didn't really see many treasures in it. Most of the treasures were for the other Taihong gold token owners. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have cried and fainted in the toilet. It wasn't easy for him to obtain a Taihong gold token, but because he couldn't find a place, he missed this opportunity. Just thinking about it made him collapse. In the next second, Yang Fann's body moved, and he started walking towards the exit of the Divine Hall. SS's. So many experts. Very quickly, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although those experts were all hidden in a different spatial zone and ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover their whereabouts, they couldn't hide from Yang Fann's eyes. It seems like I have underestimated the attraction of Taihong treasury to the various major powers. Initially, he thought that this was the 5th time Taihong treasury was born, and it would be more than enough for a dozen quasi-supreme experts to appear. Who would have thought that there were already 23 quasi-supreme experts waiting outside? On the other hand, there were hundreds of secondary first-grade top-level Chaos God Kings. As for high-level Chaos God King, there were even more of them. In the next second, Yang Fann's eyes were filled with an indescribable heat. With so many experts, even if half of them were from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and it was inconvenient for him to attack them for no reason, the remaining heavenly demonic Dao Palace experts were enough to make his cultivation experience a qualitative leap. If he could capture all of them in one fell swoop, not to mention middle-rank top-level Chaos God, it wouldn't be difficult for him to even kill a high-grade or even a peak top-level Chaos God. Adding the numerous Taihong treasuries that had entered the Taihong treasury before him, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the extreme top-level Chaos God in one fell swoop. At that time, Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't dare to dream about it. Great Dao Sovereign was only a step away from becoming a quasi-supreme expert, but he was still a heaven and earth cloud and mud. The gap between them was like the difference between life and death. Even those invincible quasi-supreme experts were like ants that could be easily killed by Great Dao Sovereign. Not to mention fighting against them, even their lives would be in danger. However, amongst all the quasi-supreme experts, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find a worthy opponent. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's breathing began to quicken. Calm down, you must calm down. Now is not the time to make a move. Yang Fann took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to make a move immediately. He had to eat mouthful after mouthful. If he made a move now, it was very likely that he would alert the enemy and not maximize the benefits. These experts could wait until he had swept away all the Taihong treasuries in the Taihong treasury. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Taihong world. If he continued watching, Yang Fann was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in any longer and would attack. Buzz, buzz, wang. A bright rainbow light suddenly appeared and rushed towards Yang Fann. Right at this moment, boom, a bright golden light burst out from Yang Fann's body, covering 30 meters of Yang Fann's body, blocking the Great Hong Divine Light from reaching 30 meters away. In the next second, a bright golden light burst out from Yang Fan's body, blocking the Great Hong Divine Light from reaching him. Yang Fann took a step forward and entered the Taihong world. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a golden light shot out from Yang Fan's body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That golden light was none other than. It was the Taihong gold token that allowed one to enter the Taihong treasury. Every single Taihong gold token was a one-time use treasure. Once one entered the Taihong treasury, they would be recalled. Otherwise, many top-level Chaos God Kings and Quasi-Exalts wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find the Taihong gold token. However, with Yang Fann's ability, if he was willing, he still had a pretty good chance of keeping the Taihong gold token. In the end, Supreme Lord Taihong was just a top quasi-sovereign. Even if he was hiding something, limited quasi-sovereign was his limit. Compared to Yang Fann, he was still a lot weaker. However, there was no need for this at all. The emergence of the Tai Hong treasury had lasted for tens of billions of years. His strength had long been on par with great Dao sovereigns, even surpassing great Dao sovereigns. How could a mere quasi-supreme treasure vault be worthy of Yang Fann's attention? To put it bluntly, at that time, Yang Fann might not even be able to devour a quasi-supreme expert. The Tai Hong gold token was placed in front of Yang Fann, and he wouldn't even spare it a second glance. To the other quasi-sovereign expert, 10 billion eras was nothing. It was just a long period of seclusion, but compared to Yang Fann, who was not even 350,000 eras old, let alone 10 billion eras, even a billion eras, or even 100 million eras, was something unimaginable. Very quickly, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, and he started to size up his surroundings. He discovered that he was standing on a stone bridge that was tens of thousands of miles long. On both sides of the stone bridge, magma was boiling, as if it could burn everything. Rumble, rumble, waves of fire continued to burn. Boom boom boom, the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of sulfur. This should be the famous path of burning heaven in Tai Hong treasury. Yang Fann was deep in thought. The Tai Hong treasury was a random teleportation. Even if they were to enter the same place, the possibility of them appearing in the same place wouldn't exceed one level. Looking at the entire stone bridge, apart from him, no one else could be found. After 4 appearances, the situation in the Tai Hong treasury had been mostly explored. There were very few unknown places over the years. As Yang Fann devoured the giant demon elders, he didn't forget to read their memories and enrich his knowledge. Compared to these quasi-supreme being old monsters, shallow knowledge was one of his greatest weaknesses. Yang Fann's rising speed was truly too frightening, not even a fraction of those quasi-supreme beings. After forcefully reading the memories of the giant demon elder and the others, Yang Fann believed that his understanding of battlefield of Dao Devil wouldn't be any worse than the average quasi-paragon. Among them, there were many memories of the Tai Hong treasury. For example, the giant demon elder and Elder Yu Ling had once ventured deep into the Tai Hong treasury. In particular, Elder Yu Ling had obtained the Tai Hong gold token twice. The burning heaven path could be considered a path of destruction. The magma on both sides of the path was no ordinary magma, but one of the top divine flames, the burning heaven lava. Even if low-level quasi-sovereign were to fall into it, he would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die. As for the top-level Chaos God King, if he didn't have the protection of a top-grade defensive origin of chaos, he would be burnt to ashes in an instant. In the next second, Yang Fann moved his right arm and penetrated deep into the burning sky lava. Luckily, there was no one around him. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death by Yang Fann. Other people were afraid to avoid the burning sky lava. However, he had actually put his hand into it, seeking death. It wasn't like that either. A few moments later, Yang Fann slowly retracted his right hand. That's right. This burning sky lava is indeed worthy of being a top-grade divine flame. It really does have some skill. It can actually burn me. One should know that after breaking through to the quasi-top-level Chaos God, his divine body's defense had also increased by more than 10 times, more than 100 times. Even without using the Chaos Origin divine body, his divine body's defense wouldn't be much weaker than an intermediate top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. This burning sky lava was actually able to leave some burn marks on his body. Under the top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, even if it was a quasi-top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, it wouldn't be able to last more than a breath of time after falling into the burning sky lava, and it would be completely vaporized. With a sigh, Yang Fann moved his feet and started his journey. His pace was very slow, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. It was an indescribable calmness, as if he wasn't walking on the path of burning heaven, which was full of danger. It was just an ordinary path. 15 minutes later, Wang. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. That's the burning sky fire lotus. On the left side of the burning heaven path, in the burning heaven lava, there was a demonic fire lotus with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet, with streams of burning sky lava flowing on it. However, surprisingly, the burning heaven lava did not seem to have any temperature. It did not feel the slightest bit of heat. The burning sky fire lotus. It was a top-grade fire attribute natural treasure. Countless masters of the fire great Dao dreamed of obtaining a supreme treasure, and its value was no less than 1 billion origin elemental crystals. Initially, he thought that there would be nothing good on the burning heaven path after plundering several times, and he was 10 years late. However, he didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. Buzz. With a flick of his right arm, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and plucked the burning heaven fire lotus. The burning sky fire lotus, which was worth 1 billion origin elemental crystals, was still worth his effort. However, this burning sky fire lotus seemed to have exhausted all of Yang Fann's luck. In the following period of time, not to mention a top-grade natural treasure like the burning sky fire lotus, he didn't even see a single ordinary natural treasure. 10 days later, Yang Fann's path lit up, and he finally walked on this seemingly endless path of burning the heavens. After the path of the burning heaven, it should be the Earth Servant Grotto. These stone servants are good stuff. See 2767 First Kill Tai Hong Treasury, the end of the burning heaven path. Buzz. A scorching light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The stone made in Tai Hong Treasury was a good item. It could be considered one of the top puppets in the chaos, and also one of the most precious treasures in Tai Hong Treasury. Many owners of Tai Hong gold tokens had come for the stone made in the stone cave. Even the weakest stone servants were no weaker than some low-level chaos god kings. The strongest stone servants even had top-level chaos gods comparable to top-level chaos god kings. Furthermore, they were all loyal and unafraid of death. They could be said to be excellent bodyguards and fighters, and they were highly praised. Of course, Yang Fann would not need these stone bodyguards, nor would he be interested in these stone bodyguards. Even the best stone bodyguards were just ants to Yang Fann that could be killed with a flick of his finger. One slap was enough to kill thousands and tens of thousands of people. But Yang Fann did not need it, but it did not mean that the people around him did not need it. The people around his little sister and the others. If there were a few top-notch stone servants guarding them, as long as they didn't run into a quasi-supreme being, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Moreover, even if he didn't give them to his little sister and the others, he could still exchange them for origin elemental crystals. In the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the weakest low-grade stone servant could be exchanged for over 1 million units of origin elemental crystals. With every level up, the price would increase by 100 times. The highest grade stone servant was worth trillions of units of origin elemental crystals. And this was to be sold directly to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If it was sold to other powers, the price would be even higher. Rock puppets, especially top-grade rock puppets, had always been a hot commodity in the 12th Demon battlefield. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, or even more origin elemental crystals were not impossible. Once, in a black market, a top-notch stone servant had a sky-high price of 10 trillion origin elemental crystals. To those first-rate powers, a top-notch stone servant was no different from clan-suppressing treasure. It was enough to increase the strength of their race by a large margin. Even to those top powers that had quasi-supreme beings guarding them, any top-level Chaos God King's combat. Strength was a mainstay. Under quasi-paragons in action, most of the time, he would be competing with the strength of a top-level Chaos God King. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes darkened. He had entered the Tai Hong treasury too late. 10 years had passed, and there was no way he could have a share of these top-notch stone servants. Every time, the number of stone servants produced in the stone cave was limited, especially the top-notch stone servants. At most, there were only 12 of them. Not to mention the top-notch stone servants, even low-level stone servants might not be able to find one. Forget it, it's my fortune to be able to obtain it, but it's my fate to lose it. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann no longer thought about it. In any case, he didn't attach much importance to the treasures in Tai Hong treasury from the beginning. Those top-level Chaos God Kings and quasi-supreme beings were his target. Besides, suppressing those experts. The numerous treasures they plundered weren't his. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the Earth Servant Grotto. What entered his eyes was a gigantic grotto with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers. On the walls around the grotto, man-made caves of various sizes were smashed out. The smaller ones were tall, and the larger ones were tall. The bigger ones were no more than 30 meters tall, and they were as tall as 30,000 meters. It was like a small hollow. The various stone servants were placed in the caves. Unfortunately, at this moment, the tens of thousands of caves were empty. It was obvious that someone had visited the Earth Servant Grotto a long time ago and wiped out all the stone servants. Not even a single hair was left behind for Yang Fann. The geocentric Lotus Pond, Water Spirit Paradise, the River of Dawn, Jade River Sky Lake, the Myriad Wood Spirit Realm, Hua Ling Secret Realm, Tianshui True Palace. Yang Fann's figure shuttled through the secret realms. However, what disappointed him was that he had gained nothing after half a year. All the secret realms had already been plundered, leaving only some ordinary treasures that others didn't want. Even if all of them were combined together, they wouldn't necessarily be worth 100 million units of origin elemental crystal. Compared to the middle low-level Chaos God King, a few tens of millions of units of origin elemental crystal was naturally a huge amount of wealth. However, when placed on Yang Fann, this amount of resources was nothing. They could not even make their cultivation advance by a single strand. How could they be in the mood to pick up trash like this? As for the other Taihong gold token owners, Yang Fann didn't even see a shadow of them. There were close to 2,000 to 3,000 Taihong gold token owners. They looked like a lot, but they were randomly scattered across the entire Taihong treasury. They were like a grain of sand in the boundless desert. It was not easy to bump into them. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yang Fann did not dare to release his spiritual sense recklessly and search in all directions. It was fine for those top-level Chaos God Kings, but those quasi-supreme experts were all old monsters who had mastered countless divine abilities and secret techniques. A quasi-supreme expert was hiding with all his heart. Even Yang Fann wasn't confident enough to find the lowest grade of quasi-supreme experts. Ocean of Hurricane. The Sky Screen Divine Hall Light Spirit God Mountain Polar Plain. Forest. Wasteland. Fallen Ink River Desolate Flowing Plains. Time flew. 3 years passed. Suddenly, Yang Fann, who was bored out of his mind, perked up. A greedy light shone from his eyes. Alright, finally, I have the chance to grab it. It's a quasi-supreme expert of the spiritual True Devil Clan. The True Spirit Devil Clan was one of the top devil clans subordinate to the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It specialized in the Great Tao of Soul and was born with the ability to control souls. Among all the top devil clan in the Heavenly Devil God Clan, it was ranked in the top 30 or even in the top 20. Only in the Blood Devil Clan, with Great Tao Sovereign in charge, the Supreme Devil Clan was ranked in the top 30. Furthermore, it's a middle-rank quasi-sovereign. After absorbing him and adding on Elder Yu Ling, who still has half of the strength of origin left, I have at least half a chance of breaking through to the top-level Chaos God. In the next second, rumble, a silver light suddenly rose from Yang Fann's body. Silver light divine pagoda, seal time and space. Rumble, rumble, the terrifying power of space, with the silver light divine pagoda as the center, began to crush down on true monarch Ling Xiao. Its power was 10 times, 100 times, more terrifying than the imperial censor of Elder Jade Spirit. Although Yang Fann didn't understand the space way, his cultivation base and strength were far beyond that of Elder Yu Ling. At this moment, even top quasi-sovereign would be completely sealed by the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. Ah, Silver Light Divine Pagoda, it's that Jade Spirit old monster. True Monarch Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had known Elder Jade Spirit for tens of billions of eras, so how could he not recognize the divine artifact that made Elder Jade Spirit famous? In just an instant, True Monarch Spirit Sky's expression changed. No, that's not right. Old monster Jade Spirit has already been suppressed by the quasi-supreme being of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Not good. It's that madman from the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Over 70,000 eras had passed, and Elder Jade Spirit and the Giant Demon Elder had been suppressed. Into the 12th Demon Battlefield, this was no longer a secret. Flee, we must flee immediately. True Monarch Ling Xiao's soul almost left his body, and he couldn't even muster up a single resistance thought. He was just an ordinary middle-rank quasi-sovereign, and even old monster Jade Spirit couldn't compare to him. How could he possibly be a match for that madman? According to the legends, that madman, however, top quasi-sovereign was also one of the best amongst them. What was even more ferocious was that he would fight with his life on the line, unleashing the 9 chaotic cycles. He was a complete madman. If he didn't run, there was only one possibility waiting for him, and that was to become the second elder of the Jade Spirit Sect. Roar Sky Demon Disintegration Law. Without any hesitation, True Monarch Ling Xiao unleashed the strongest forbidden divine ability of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. With his own strength, there was no way he could break the seal of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. trying to escape. It's too late, be obedient and become nourishment for my growth. A cold voice sounded like a sound of great Tao in the dark, announcing the fate of true monarch Xianxia. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and enveloped true monarch's spiritual firmament's four-direction space. Its power was even more terrifying than many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Adding the fact that the silver light divine pagoda had sealed the time and space, true monarch's spiritual firmament couldn't escape even if he had wings. Ah, no, madman, you madman, did I kill your father or destroy you? How dare you use the forbidden divine ability to kill me? C-2768 Consecutive Annihilation Tai Hong Treasury. True monarch Xianxia let out a hysterical wail. Both of his eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. This madman, what kind of grudge do I have with you? What grudge do I have that I need to put my life on the line? The power of this palm was so terrifying that it gave him the feeling that it was even more terrifying than some of the quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors from the heavenly devil god palace. This madman must have used the mixed 9 forms, and it wasn't the first 3 transformations. It was most likely the second 3 transformations. Otherwise, a mere top quasi-sovereign would never be able to unleash such a terrifying power. Even if true monarch Xianxia wanted to wring his brain, he couldn't imagine that someone could possess the strength of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection in less than 80,000 era. It was a complete fantasy. One had to know that it was a quasi-supreme being. It was still top quasi-sovereign. Even Great Tao God's son, who had the potential to break through Great Tao Sovereign's cultivation base, had become a quasi-supreme expert after breaking through to the next realm. The time required to break through to the next realm was billions of eras. It was not rare for one to fail to break through to the next realm even if it was a billion eras or even 10 billion eras. To break through 2 levels in less than 80,000 eras, what kind of joke was that? In the vastness of chaos, absolutely no one would believe this nonsense. Yang Fann sneered and did not explain anything. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush down. Poochie poochie poochie. Wherever it passed, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The divine ability barrier of true monarch Xianxia was like a piece of paper that could be broken with a single stab. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, middle-rank quasi-sovereign. The difference of 4 major grades was really depressing, let alone Yang Fann, who was not an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. After absorbing half of Elder Yu Ling's strength of original life, although Yang Fann hadn't broken through to the top-level Chaos God, compared to when he had just broken through to the next realm. If he was at the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Yang Fann was now at the peak of the quasi-top-level Chaos God. The current Yang Fann was at least a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and he was very close to the top perfection quasi-paragons. Compared to an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he was more than 100 times stronger. Compared to true monarch Xianxia, he was a billion times stronger, 10 billion times stronger. Ah, no, don't, roar, madman, you won't have a good end. You definitely won't have a good end. Ah, flower blossom, I'll be waiting for you downstairs, waiting for you. True monarch Xianxia's eyes turned red. A fierce light flashed, as though it could see through endless space and time. When it landed on Yang Fann's body, there were less than 80,000 eras. He had used the mixed 9 forms, and even the power of the last 3 transformations. This madman's cultivation base had dropped dramatically. That was inevitable. He had fallen from middle-rank quasi-sovereign in one fell swoop. It wasn't impossible. At that time, this madman would surely pay the price for his madness. Wait for me, then wait for me. Slowly Yang Fann raised his brows, not caring about the threat of true King Xianxia. In the 12th demon battlefield, he was invincible. Even if the heavenly devil god palace sent a quasi-sovereign of great perfection here, he wouldn't be a match for them, so he could still leave with ease. Unless Great Tao Sovereign attacked him personally. Otherwise, there wasn't a lot of things that could pose a real threat to him in the vast chaos. However, it was obvious that Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't casually attack a quasi-supreme expert. The heavenly devil god palace had Great Tao Sovereign, and the primeval chaos Tao palace had him as well. There were some bottom lines that even Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't dare to break. Of course, if Yang Fann wanted to seek his own death and expose his true identity, it would be a different story. Time flew by. A month passed. Yang Fann passed through a few more heavenly passages, just like the other secret realms and heavenly passages. These heavenly passages didn't have any good items either. There wasn't a single treasure that was worth more than 40,000 origin elemental crystals. Yang Fann couldn't even be bothered to take a look at it. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up once more. Another quasi-supreme being. It was still the same quasi-supreme being from the heavenly devil god palace. He didn't feel any burden at all. The only flaw in this quasi-supreme expert was that he was just a low-level quasi-sovereign who had just advanced to the next realm. His strength of origin was probably not half as powerful as the true king of Xianxia. Since when have I started to be picky and picky? It would be great if I could meet a quasi-supreme being. Yang Fann laughed self-deprecatingly. Without any hesitation, he instantly took out his silver light divine pagoda and sealed the surrounding space. Ah, not good. Silver light divine pagoda, it's that madman. It's that madman. Dressed in black armor, he had the head of a tiger and the body of a human. The devil chi surrounding Qinghu and devil sovereign's body suddenly changed. An aura of collapsing despair enveloped his entire body. 3 days later, after true monarch Ling Xiao, the two supreme elders, Yu Ling, and the giant devil. The matter of being suppressed by the madman from the primeval chaos Dao Palace had already been solved through a secret technique. The news had spread to all the quasi-supreme experts of the 12th demon battlefield. However, Qinghu and Devil Sovereign didn't really take this news to heart. The Tai Hong treasury wasn't a small place. Furthermore, it was carefully crafted by High Lord Tai Hong, top quasi-sovereign. The toughness of the spatial barrier was so strong that even a quasi-supreme expert would find it difficult to tear it apart, causing the speed of these experts to be suppressed to the lowest point. In addition, the interior of the spatial barrier was extremely complicated. It would not be easy to encounter others within it. Who would have thought that Dark Star would come looking for him in just a short month? Bitch it, what should we do? What should I do? In an instant, Qinghu and Devil Sovereign were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He had just advanced to the quasi-supreme realm, less than 100 million eras ago. Among all quasi-supreme experts, he was neither the weakest nor the strongest. Even true King Ling Xiao was more than 100 times stronger than him. What right did he have to fight this madman? I'm dead for sure this time, I'm dead for sure. Woo, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. It wasn't easy for me to break through to become a quasi-supreme being, so how could I die so prematurely here? Be good and come over here, rumble. The void dimmed as a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. Yang Fann did not even use his full strength in this palm strike. He only used top quasi-sovereign strength. But to Qinghu, Devil Sovereign was still in despair. He wanted to dodge, but under the suppression of the silver light divine pagoda, currently, not to mention dodging, even moving his body was extremely difficult. No, stop. I am the supreme elder of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan. If you dare to harm me, my 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan will not rest until you die. Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, put on a fierce expression but was actually scared. They let out heart-wrenching roars. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to maintain the prestige of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan. It could scare Yang Fann. This was a top-grade devil clan that was even stronger than the true spirit devil clan. According to the legends, there was more than one quasi-sovereign of great perfection expert in the 9 underworlds. There were also dozens of other quasi-exalts in the 9 underworlds. Compared to the Blood Demon clan, the only difference was Great Dao Sovereign, who was like the Blood Devil ancestor, was missing. Compared to the 32 families in the Blood Demon clan, the 9 underworlds Tiger clan was not much weaker. In the Heavenly Devil God Palace, apart from the Supreme Devil clan that had Great Dao Sovereign in charge, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan was the most respected. Sometimes, even the Supreme Devil clan wouldn't dare to offend the 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan. Using the 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan to suppress me. Unfortunately, I wasn't scared. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He had already offended a supreme sect like the Blood Devil clan, so he wasn't afraid of offending another 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan. With his heaven-defying growth speed, it was still uncertain who would be able to suppress him. Big cat, be obedient and become my food for growth. Ah, no, let me go, roar. Hua Sheng, my Netherworld Underground Tiger clan won't let you go. Go, 9 Nether Seal. C2769 Bait Tai Hong Treasury, Sunset Lunar Paradise. Just you wait, my 9 Serene Deep Ground Tiger clan won't let you go. A hysterical roar was heard. A strange dark shine flashed across Qinghuan Devil Sovereign's body. It was so fast that even middle-rank quasi-sovereign could not react in time. It merged into the Yang Fann's divine body in an instant, forming a ferocious tiger head mark on his right arm. Ha 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 ha, good good good, the 9 nether seal has been formed. Your death isn't far, it's not far. Qinghuan Devil Sovereign laughed maniacally. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that his life was still in Yang Fann's hands. On the contrary, it seemed like he had taken control of Yang Fann's life. 9 nether seal. Yang Fann looked at the black as ink on his arm. It was as if he could devour a person's soul with just a glance. He muttered softly, after forcefully reading the memories of the giant devil elder and the others. How could Yang Fann not know about the 9 nether seal of the 9 nether underworld tiger clan? It was the 9 nether underworld tiger clan's hunting mark, the death curse seal. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the synonym of death. Once one was struck by the 9 nether seal, no matter where one hid, they would be unable to escape the pursuit of the 9 nether underworld tiger clan. Even Quasi-Paragon wouldn't be able to get rid of the 9 nether seal so easily. Time was calculated by the era itself. He didn't know how many experts there were because the 9 nether seal had been destroyed in body and soul. Countless experts' expressions changed as they talked about the 9 nether seal. However, all of this was nothing to Yang Fann. With the heaven-defying heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, it would be extremely easy to devour the 9 nether seal. Especially since this Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, was only a low-level quasi-sovereign. His strength was 10 billion times weaker than Yang Fann's, more than 100 billion times stronger. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour this 9 nether seal in just a short period of time. In fact, if he was willing to, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the seal. Middle-rank quasi-sovereign didn't have time to react, and it wasn't like quasi-sovereign of great perfection couldn't react in time either. However, Yang Fann chose to give up, and allowed the 9 nether seal to enter his body. The 9 nether seal was the symbol of death compared to the other experts. When it came to the calling of the end of the world, even if it was a top-grade or even limited quasi-sovereign, they would still die under the fierce pursuit of the 9 nether underworld tiger race. But if it was Yang Fann, not only was this not a bad thing, it was also a great opportunity. Given the complicated terrain of Tai Hong Treasury, it wouldn't be easy to capture all the quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace in one fell swoop. It would be better to wait for them to deliver themselves to their doorstep. In any case, with his cultivation base and strength, even if all the quasi-supreme experts of Heavenly Devil God Palace joined forces, it would be extremely difficult for them to defeat him, let alone putting his life in danger. With the presence of the 2 great men, the giant demon elder and Elder Yu Ling, the top combat strength of the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 12th Demon Battlefield, there was almost nothing that Yang Fann didn't know about. In the 12th Demon Battlefield, the Heavenly Devil God Palace had invested a total of 42 quasi-supreme experts. No, there were only 38 of them left, and the strongest amongst them, Dark Parasol Devil Sovereign, was a limited quasi-sovereign. Apart from that, top quasi-sovereign had 3 of them, and 8 of them were high-order quasi-sovereign experts. Middle-rank quasi-sovereign had the most men, and there were a total of 15 of them. Lastly, there were 11 low-level quasi-sovereign. Although there were a lot of people, they didn't even have a single quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. They could only rely on their geographical advantage to fight a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. In the Tai Hong Treasury, if one lost their geographical advantage, the one who suppressed the other would have to turn the tables if they could take care of the remaining 38 quasi-supreme beings in one pot, not to mention top-grade, extreme top-level Chaos God, even Quasi-God King might be able to do so. At that time, there would be no one below Great Tao Sovereign who could defeat him. He might even be able to save his life under Great Tao Sovereign's hands. The only thing he had to worry about was the reinforcements from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If he was really surrounded by a group of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, although Great Tao Sovereign couldn't attack the Supreme Being directly, he could still borrow his Great Tao Divine Artifact for the time being. Although a quasi-Supreme Being couldn't unleash the power of the Great Tao Divine Artifact, it was enough to sweep away all 9th level and 9th level quasi-Supreme Beings. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to withstand the attack of the great Tao divine artifact. However, this concern was quickly forgotten by Yang Fann. In the hearts of all the quasi-supreme experts of Heavenly Devil God Palace, he was merely a madman who relied on the mixed nine forms. His true cultivation base was merely top quasi-sovereign. Now that he had used the mixed nine forms continuously, his cultivation base had weakened significantly. The possibility of him asking for help from the Heavenly Devil God Palace wouldn't exceed one level. Otherwise, it would only make them look like useless quasi-supreme experts. Even top quasi-sovereign was asking for help. So many of them were quasi-supreme experts. Were they all going to eat shish tea? Taking a step back, even if they really did ask for help, at most, there would only be one or two quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There were 8 to 9 of them. It was still that ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. A mere top quasi-sovereign didn't have the qualifications to send a large number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors to the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Not to mention using the great Tao divine artifact. If this was spread out, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would become the laughing stock of the other 9 major powers. If even top quasi-sovereign wanted to mobilize such a large force, what about limited quasi-sovereign? Should he mobilize great Tao sovereign? I wonder how many fish will fall for the bait this time. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 38 quasi-supreme beings. Apart from the 11 quasi-supreme experts who were lying in ambush outside the treasure vault, as well as the necessary forces that were left behind to guard the place. Whether it was the Heavenly Devil God Palace or the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, there were many quasi-supreme experts guarding the stronghold. If it was really because of the Tai Hong treasury, their headquarters had been destroyed, that would be a huge embarrassment. Furthermore, the Tai Hong treasury had already been explored 4 times, and most of the good things had already been plundered. As for the remaining treasures, for those top-grade and limited quasi-sovereign, the attraction of these treasures wasn't that great anymore. Currently, there should still be about 10 quasi-supreme experts in the Tai Hong treasury, and it shouldn't be more than 20 of them. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann waved his hand and sucked Xinghu, who was laughing wildly, into the chaos. Very quickly, Yang Fann moved and strode forward. Although he had decided to wait for the fish to take the bait, he wouldn't give up on searching for the Heavenly Devil God Palace's expert. A quasi-supreme being, it wasn't easy to find one. There were still some top-level Chaos God Kings. Even if they successfully broke through to the quasi-top-level Chaos God, to Yang Fann, top-level Chaos God Kings were still a piece of fat meat. In any case, with the 9 Nether Seal, no matter where he was, the 9 Nether World Tiger expert would be able to find him easily. Tai Hong Treasury, Golden Crow Paradise. It was named after the fact that Supreme Lord Tai Hong lived with a group of 9-winged golden crows. Just like the Blood Demon clan, the 9-winged golden crows were also a rare species. Their blood also had the effect of cleansing their divine bodies and increasing their potential. However, compared to the Blood Demon clan, the 9-winged golden crow clan was in a much more miserable state. They didn't even have a single quasi-supreme being, so they could only protect quasi-paragon. 100 billion years ago, there was a 9-winged golden crow that protected Supreme Lord Tai Hong. Every now and then, they had to offer a batch of heart blood to continue their inheritance. This was the sorrow of the weak. Without great Tao sovereign's presence, the ordinary clans would be fine. This kind of innate clan was full of misfortune and no one knew when they would be targeted by a certain expert. Of course, with the protection of High Lord Tai Hong, the 9-winged golden crow clan could be considered to have lived a peaceful life. A single top quasi-sovereign was enough to deter most of the expert. Furthermore, High Lord Tai Hong was not the person who valued the benefits in front of him. Each time, he would only collect a portion of the heart blood of the 9-winged golden crow clan's large experts. At most, it would cause these experts to suffer a great blow to their yuan qi and not endanger their lives. However, following High Lord Tai Hong's mysterious disappearance and the birth of Tai Hong Treasury, the end of the 9-winged golden crow clan finally arrived. Just the first time it appeared, more than half of the 9-winged golden crow clan was plundered. Then, 3 times, within the golden crow paradise, 1 billion 9-winged golden crows, including those ordinary 9-winged golden crows that were useless to Chaos God King, were all robbed. As expected, the 9-winged golden crows have all been captured. A man with a tiger head and a human body. He is somewhat similar to the Qinghu devil sovereign who was suppressed by Yang Fann. However, his aura was 1,000 times more terrifying. The 10,000 times more terrifying expert looked at the empty Golden Crow paradise and couldn't help but sigh. Even though he knew that the Golden Crow paradise no longer had the 9-winged Golden Crow, he still felt a trace of hope in his heart. Unfortunately, those bastards were truly vicious, not even leaving behind a single strand of hair for him. Rumble. All of a sudden, the terrifying expert's expression changed. Its killing intent was boundless as it let out a heart-wrenching cry, as though it was mourning for its parents, en number. Qinghu, roar you unpardonable sex life, you're going to die a horrible death, I will kill you, I will kill you. C-2770 surround and kill Tai Hong Treasury. Yang Fann continued moving forward, as if he didn't know what his current situation was. Illusion Lion Paradise. Silver Wolf Forest Mystic Realm of Cold Moon. Crocodile Dragon Cold Pond. Double Dragon Valley. Green Sky Tower Cold Moon Underground Palace. Holy Light Paradise. Yang Fann's figure quickly shuttled back and forth between the Great Secret Stage Paradise. However, suppressing two quasi-supreme beings continuously seemed to have exhausted all of Yang Fann's luck once again. He didn't even find any valuable treasures in the dozens of secret grottos. Almost all of them were swept away. Even though there were a few secret grottos, no one came to visit them. The treasures inside were all very limited. There were almost no treasures that were worth more than 10 million origin elemental crystals. It seemed like the Tai Hong treasury was almost finished. There were only a few treasures left inside. At most, there would be one more time. Quasi-Paragon, there shouldn't be many people who would come to the Tai Hong treasury. At that time, the Tai Hong treasury would be under the control of those high-rank and top-level Chaos God Kings. Fortunately, it wasn't too late yet. If the Tai Hong treasury was born 200 to 300 billion years earlier, Yang Fann might not be interested even if he obtained the Tai Hong gold token. He would make a trip to the Tai Hong treasury. Compared to the current Yang Fann, a top-level Chaos God King was still considered decent. However, the one that could make his cultivation base increase by a large margin was still a quasi-supreme expert. Otherwise, if he relied on these top-level Chaos God Kings, without a few hundred to 1,000 people, he basically wouldn't be able to break through to the top-level Chaos God, let alone the peak of First Scryer or extreme top-level Chaos God. Even if he wiped out all the top-level Chaos God in the 12 war zones, he might not be able to break through to the peak of the top-level Chaos God. Ling Long Paradise Illusion Cloud Secret Realm True King Divine Hall Ocean of Clouds Heavenly Passage Realm Divine Lake of Light. Jade Net Bamboo Sea. Time passed quickly in each secret realm and hollow. Half a 60-year cycle passed. However, the gains were few and far between. With so many natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines combined together, they might not even be able to exchange for 10 billion units of origin elemental crystal. Compared to Yang Fann, it was like a drop in the bucket, almost negligible. As for those Tai Hong gold token owners, in the past 30 years, they had only encountered 3 people. Not a single one of them was a quasi-supreme being, and the strongest one was only a peak top-level Chaos God King. Even that peak top-level Chaos God King was an elder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. What else could Yang Fann do? He could only let go of this fat piece of meat. As long as they didn't seek death on their own accord, Yang Fann still wouldn't do anything that would harm his fellow disciples. This was the bottom line, a principle. Not to mention a top-level Chaos God King, even if it was a quasi-supreme being, Yang Fann would only endure the pain and let them leave. Strange, almost 40 years have passed, why aren't those guys here yet? A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The Tai Hong treasury was indeed huge. As far as many universe gods and chaos gods were concerned, it was vast and boundless, plus the terrifying spatial barrier. In just a few eras, he might not be able to travel through the entire Tai Hong treasury. But to quasi-dignosis, that was all. The main problem was the complicated maze-like terrain that troubled the expert. However, once they found the correct location, with the cultivation base of the quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace. I should have taken revenge on him long ago. Or is it that this time, only Qinghu, a quasi-supreme expert of the 9 underworlds, obtained the Tai Hong gold token? But thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Even if the other quasi-supreme experts of the 9 underworlds were not interested in this Tai Hong treasury, this time, only Qinghu, a quasi-supreme expert, entered the Great Hongbao treasury. But what about those top-level Chaos God Kings? Even if the Heavenly Devil God Palace didn't get half of the 3,000 Heavenly Devil God Palaces, they would at least get 1,000 of them. And with the status of the 9 serene deep-ground tiger race in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, getting a few Taihong gold tokens wouldn't be a difficult task. The 9 Nether Seal was tracking the arcane art. These top-level Chaos God Kings were also qualified to use it. Soon, another thought emerged in Yang Fan's mind. Could it be that my performance was too crazy and scared those Heavenly Devil God Palace quasi-supreme beings? This wasn't impossible, it was a madman who would explode with mixed 9 forms at any time, a deterrent force. It was absolutely not something that an ordinary top quasi-sovereign could compare with. As the saying went, one would be afraid of being stunned if one was domineering. When you are stunned, you are afraid of dying. A top quasi-sovereign would fight with his life on the line regardless of the price. It was limited quasi-sovereign. If he was not careful, he might be killed by him. In the 12th demon battlefield, there were only 5 quasi-supreme experts from the 9 underworlds. Apart from Qinghu and Devil Sovereign, there were only 4 of them left. One was top quasi-sovereign and the other was a high-order quasi-sovereign. Putting aside these 4 great Devil Sovereign, there were 2 middle-rank quasi-sovereign. Not all of them were in the Taihong treasury, even if all of them were to enter. With the combined strength of the 4 of them, they might not be able to defeat the fearless top quasi-sovereign. Apart from the quasi-supreme expert of the 9 serene deep-ground tiger clan, the other quasi-exalts of the Heavenly Devil Dao Palace would not be so great as to risk their lives for Qinghu and Devil Sovereign. In the face of personal safety, the so-called friendship was questionable. It could be said that some of the quasi-exalts were still clapping their hands to express their gratitude. In the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the various major devil clan were also constantly having dirty dealings with each other. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. This was the common problem of intelligent life. After all, there were only so many resources. If you didn't fight for it, you wouldn't be able to keep up with the others, and would be slowly eliminated and annexed. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have done so. When he suppressed Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, and True Monarch Ling Xiao, I shouldn't have unleashed such a powerful force. Yang Fan sighed, a hint of regret in his heart. With the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, this spatial treasure, there was no need for him to unleash such a powerful force. Top quasi-sovereign, and even the strength of a high-order quasi-sovereign. He was able to suppress Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, and True King Ling Xiao. Especially Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, who had just broken through to the next realm. With just the power of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda alone, low-level quasi-sovereign might be able to completely seal him. Forget it, since the matter has already been settled, let's just think about it. Yang Fan shook his head slightly. He forcefully wiped away the trace of regret in his heart. If they didn't come looking for him, he would go look for them himself. However, he had to be careful not to expose too much of his strength. Mixed 9 forms, side effects. This was a good excuse to show weakness. Time flew by and another half a 60-year cycle passed. The Frigid Glass Paradise was the living place of the Dragon Clan's xenogenic race, the Frigid Glass Clan. Furthermore, the Frigid Glass Clan in the Frigid Glass Wonderland wasn't an ordinary Frigid Glass Clan, but one of the royal families of the Frigid Glass Clan, the Frigid Ice Frigid Glass. In terms of talent alone, this profound ice-cold glass wasn't any weaker than the top-class devil clan like the 9 serene deep-ground tiger clan. It was Universe Lord who was born, and when he became an adult, he would become a universe god. As long as he was willing to cultivate diligently and break through to the Chaos God realm, it would only be a matter of time. Only Chaos God King was the one who troubled the bottleneck of the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold glass. Some of them, Heaven's Pride Evildoer, advanced to the top-level Chaos God King realm. It wasn't a difficult task for him. In the cultivation world, this profound ice-cold glass was definitely a rare top-grade pet beast. Especially for those masters of the ice laws, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Every profound ice-cold glass that had the potential to break through to the top-level Chaos God King was worth as much as that top-grade stone made, or even more. Unfortunately, when Yang Fan stepped into the cold ice heavenly abode, in the entire winter, there were only a few exotic beasts and cold flood dragons that had part of the profound ice-cold glass bloodline left. And frost dragons left. Not to mention breaking through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. Even if he wanted to break through to the low-level Chaos God King realm, the chances of him doing so were very slim. The 9th level and 9th level exotic beasts and cold flood dragons were stuck outside of the primal Chaos God realm. Even if all the exotic beast cold flood dragons were combined together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to compare to a single profound ice-cold glass. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. The next second, an indescribable joy flashed across his eyes. Ha ha ha. It's here, it's finally here. At this moment, boom 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 boom, terrifying auras that caused the top-level Chaos God King to feel despair descended from the sky, covering the entire cold glass paradise. Swoosh 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 poochie. In the blink of an eye, the frigid glass paradise was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed completely. Boundless spatiotemporal storms were wreaking havoc, rampaging, and strangling the world. Roar, you deserve to die, how dare you! Suppress that Qinghu child of mine! How dare you hurry up and release my son and my race's true monarch Ling Xiao, otherwise, I'll make sure you won't be able to survive. C-2771. Suppress high-level quasi-Zhizhun Tai Hong Treasury, Cold Glass Paradise. Phew, finally, I'm here. You've really made me wait. Yang Fann looked around. His eyes glittered. He had seen through everything. It had been more than 60 years, and he had thought that they wouldn't come. He had never thought that there would be a turnaround. As expected, sometimes, it was so wonderful. When you waited bitterly, he just wouldn't show up. When you almost forgot about them, they would come right in front of you. What a powerful lineup. It's the quasi-supreme expert of Heavenly Devil God Palace in Tai Hong Treasury. Most of them must have rushed here. They really think highly of me. According to his estimation, there wouldn't be more than 20 quasi-supreme experts from the Heavenly Devil God Palace in Tai Hong Treasury. This time, there were 16 quasi-supreme experts, 1 top quasi-sovereign, 2 high-order quasi-sovereign, 7 middle-rank quasi-sovereign and 6 low-level quasi-sovereign. This was truly a big deal. They were determined to kill him after so many years. The 9 serene deep ground tiger clan still hadn't come looking for him. It seemed like they were trying to get in touch with the other quasi-supreme experts in order to kill him in one fell swoop. If he was really just an ordinary top quasi-sovereign, he would probably really have fallen today. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would still have to shed a layer of skin. Unfortunately, I am not the top quasi-sovereign, but the expert that is chasing after a top perfection quasi-paragons. The information is serious. Under such unfair circumstances, the outcome of this battle could be said to have already been decided. The status of hunters and prey had changed completely. The overall strength of the 16 quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace was only comparable to a limited quasi-sovereign. Even if they used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, it would still be their limit if they could fight an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 16 quasi-supreme experts. I wonder how many of them I can take down. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. As long as he could get half of it, it would be enough for him to break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God realm. If he could suppress all of them, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the high-ranked Chaos God realm in one go. Right at this moment, rumble, the heavens and earth suddenly changed, and the devil chi shot into the heavens. Terrifying, brilliant devil chis descended from the sky like pillars that could hold up the heavens. They pierced through the heavens and the earth, standing tall around Yang Fann, completely sealing off all of his Yang Fanns, making it impossible for even a drop of water to trickle through. Each of the pillars represented a quasi-supreme being. There were 16 of them in total. In the next second, a man walked out from the devil pillar in front of Yang Fann. He was wearing a black tiger head armor, and his aura was so terrifying that it made even low-level quasi-sovereign, Qinghu and devil sovereign feel despair. Every cell in his body was filled with stupidity, killing, savagery, and violence. Ruthlessness. All of these negative emotions were synonymous to him. The tiger head and the human body were very similar to Qinghu and devil sovereign. He was like an older version of Qinghu and devil sovereign. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to devour someone. Venerable Demon Qin Wei was Qinghu and devil sovereign's father. He was also the only top quasi-sovereign of the 9 serene deep ground tiger clan in the 12th demon battlefield. He was also the one who initiated the siege. If it was any other quasi-supreme expert of the 9 serene deep ground tiger clan, it would be fine, but he wouldn't be so anxious. Inviting so many quasi-exalts of the heavenly devil god palace to come and rescue him, one had to know that. Apart from the two quasi-supreme experts of the spiritual true devil clan where true King Ling Xiao was and the other quasi-supreme expert of their 9 underworlds, devil sovereign Rui Ya, he had only paid a small price. The other quasi-exalts had all paid a huge price to him. That was why he had invited them over. If there weren't enough benefits, these quasi-paragons wouldn't have been so kind. How much could a mere friendship between fellow disciples be worth? For this, Venerable Demon Qin Wei practically used up nearly 3 levels of his wealth. That wasn't a small amount. Compared to the giant demon elder and Elder Yu Ling's family, it was more than enough. However, Qinghu Devil Sovereign was his biological son, and he was the only quasi-supreme being amongst his many heirs. He had always regarded them as the hope of their bloodline. He would grit his teeth and agree to it no matter how much wealth he had, let alone the 3rd layer. The 9 serene deep-ground tiger race had quite a number of quasi-supreme experts. Just in this the 12th demon battlefield alone, there were 5 of them. However, in their bloodline, other than their father and son, only his grandfather was a quasi-supreme expert. Roar, how dare you, maniac! Today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Hand over my son, Qinghu, and surrender obediently. I might be able to give you a quick death. Venerable Demon Qin Wei looked at Yang Fann coldly, as if victory was within his grasp. After using the mixed 9 forms several times in a row, even if this madman didn't lose to top quasi-sovereign, his yuan energy would still be greatly damaged, and his combat strength would drop drastically. Furthermore, less than 100 years had passed. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for him to use the mixed 9 forms and the other forbidden divine ability. This could be said to be his weakest moment. His combat strength might not even be as strong as a high-order quasi-sovereign, so how could he be a match for them? This was also the biggest reason why those quasi-supreme experts were willing to accept Venerable Demon Qin Hui's invitation. If it was a top quasi-sovereign who was at his peak, they wouldn't agree to it so rashly, a top quasi-sovereign. Especially a madman like him. Even if they could kill him, more than half of them would die. You want me to surrender? With just you? Yang Fann looked around and sneered. How dare you be so stubborn when you are about to die? Yin Yang Devil Sovereign, attack Yin Yang Devil World, rise rumble. Rumble, everything went dark, and a Yin Yang Taijutsu appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire site of the frigid glass paradise. Ha 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 ha, the Yin Yang Devil World has been formed. Human aphids, your death has come. Venerable Demon Qin Wei burst into laughter. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. The reason why he had talked to Yang Fann for so long was to buy some time so that the Yin Yang Devil Sovereign could set up the Yin Yang Devil World. Now that the Yin Yang Devil World was 10% complete, even limited quasi-sovereign would have to put in a lot of effort in order to break it, let alone top quasi-sovereign, who had suffered a great loss in Yuan Qi. Good, the heavens are really helping me. Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he praised the word, good, 3 times in his heart. He was just worrying that the power of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda alone would not be enough to catch all 16 quasi-supreme beings in one fell swoop. Someone had brought a pillow over. A good person. What a good person. With the Yin Yang Devil World and the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, he had at least the confidence of a 8th layer to wipe out these 16 quasi-supreme beings in one go. The first thing we need to do now is to suppress that Yin Yang Devil Sovereign first. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. He had made up his mind. After eliminating the controller of the Yin Yang Devil World, the rest of the Devil Sovereign were like turtles in a jar. He could do whatever he wanted. High-order quasi-sovereign, watch me suppress you with my palm the next second. You want my life? I'll kill you all. Yang Fann looked like he had gone mad, like a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. Roar. Mixed 9 forms, final change. What? Mixed 9 forms, final transformation? No, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? How could this be possible? Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the other 16 Devil Sovereigns' expressions changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Mixed 9 forms, it wasn't like they didn't know about it. They had to at least cultivate 1 era before they could use the mixed 9 forms again. However, it had only been a short period of time, less than 100 years had passed. How could he use the mixed 9 forms again? At that moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was 1,000 times more terrifying than Venerable Demon Qin Hui's rose from Yang Fann's body. Even the Yin Yang Devil World produced a hissing sound under the pressure. It was as if it was bowing down and worshipping. Ah, no, it's true, it's really the mixed nine forms, the final transformation. No, how could this be? No, save me, venerable demon Qin Wei, save me. C2772 Sweep Tai Hong Treasury, Cold Glass Paradise. Pucci. The Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign didn't have the strength to resist at all. He was grabbed by Yang Fann's palm. In order not to arouse the suspicion of venerable demon Qin Wei and the other 16 quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace, Yang Fann still used the forbidden divine ability, mixed nine forms. Of course, it wasn't the final change that he had shouted. The price he had to pay was. It was just too much. Even if it was Yang Fann, you'll have to drop a few levels or even a big level of cultivation. At that time, he would have to at least devour and refine a middle-rank quasi-sovereign. Only then would they be able to make up for his loss. Venerable demon Qin Wei and the others were not qualified to do so. He had only used the power of the mixed nine forms as first transformation. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying chaos origin divine body, the first three transformations of the mixed nine forms wouldn't bring much side effects to him. Especially the first transformation. The side effects of the first transformation were negligible. Even if he didn't consume the expert strength of original life, he would naturally be able to restore the damaged vital energy after thousands of years. Of course, even if it was only the first transformation of the primordial epoch. It still allowed Yang Fann's strength to increase by 100 times. Adding Yang Fann's own strength, this strike was truly terrifying. He had steadily stepped into the top perfection quasi-paragons, and even amongst the many top perfection quasi-paragons warriors. He wasn't a weakling, but Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign was just an ordinary high-order quasi-sovereign warrior. Furthermore, part of his mind was used to control the Yin-Yang Devil world. He couldn't unleash the full strength of a 8th layer at his peak. How could he withstand Yang Fann's deadly palm strike? Before he could unleash the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Great Technique, he was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, no, Brother Yin and Yang, woo. How could this be? How could this be? Brother Yin Yang is just like that. Just like that. Venerable demon Qin Wei and the other 15 Devil Sovereign let out heart-wrenching cries as if they had lost their parents. They wanted to save Yang Fann, but all of this happened so suddenly. When they realized that Yang Fann wasn't bluffing, and that he could really use the mixed nine forms as ultimate transformation, the Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign had already been suppressed by Yang Fann. In addition to their anger, a feeling of sadness filled their hearts. Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign wasn't an ordinary Qinghu, but a high-order quasi-sovereign. He was the third person amongst the 16 Devil Sovereign. Even he wasn't a match for this madman. If it was them, what would they do? Even venerable demon Qin Wei, this top quasi-sovereign, might not be able to withstand this madman's attack. Many of Devil Sovereign regretted it. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. They shouldn't have. I shouldn't have been fooled by venerable demon Qin Wei. For that little bit of benefit. He had provoked such a madman. Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, was venerable demon Qin Hui's son. It's not their son, and it has nothing to do with them. It was not good to live a good life, so why would he want to get involved in this mess? What should he do? What should we do? At this moment, what are you barking for? I'll send you guys down to accompany him right now. A ferocious smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. His body moved, and he lunged at venerable demon Qin Wei. In order to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. As the controller of the Yin-Yang Devil world, Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign had already been suppressed by him. Now, it was venerable demon Qin Hui's turn. As long as he suppressed this venerable demon Qin Wei, half of his wish would be fulfilled. The strength of a top quasi-sovereign strength of original life was definitely more than the combined strength of 15 other Devil Sovereign strength of original life, or even more. At that time, even if there were any fish that escaped the net, the losses would still be within his control. Roar, die now, rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down, and the terrifying force that was comparable to a top perfection quasi-paragon swept across the heavens and locked down venerable demon Qin Hui's four-direction space. Bitch it, this power. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped venerable demon Qin Hui's soul. There was a faint trace of doubt in his mind. This power, was this really the ultimate transformation of the mixed nine forms? Although the mixed nine forms of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was powerful, it was still stronger than the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Great Technique of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. However, this top quasi-sovereign was enhanced by the ultimate transformation of the mixed 9 forms. However, this strength, it gave him a feeling that it was even more ferocious than some of the old quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the heavenly devil god palace. Or was it because we were all fooled by him? He wasn't what they had imagined. Only top quasi-sovereign, but limited quasi-sovereign. Thoughts raced through his mind, but venerable demon Qin Hui's movements weren't slow. Ah, heavenly devil disintegration great technique netherworld heavenspan bead. Block it for me boom a beam of dark light rose from venerable demon Qin Hui's body and transformed into a barrier that covered his entire body. The netherworld heavenly jewel was venerable demon Qin Hui's strongest weapon, the patron saint weapon. It had already surpassed the top-level chaos origin divine artifact, and was a low-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifact. Adding the fact that venerable demon Qin Wei had used the heavenly demon disintegration great technique at all costs, even an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection would have to spend a lot of effort to break through the barrier of the netherworld heavenly jewel. However, under the terrifying power of Yang Fann, in just an instant, the surface of the netherworld heavenly barrier was covered with cracks that looked like spider webs. It seemed like it would completely collapse in the next moment. Roar! What are you all waiting for? Attack, hurry up and attack. Ah! Venerable demon Qin Wei was so anxious that he almost cursed. Motherfucker, this bunch of bastards at such a time, they are still in a daze. I can't run away. Do you think this madman will let you guys off? Ah, do it now. Kill the divine ability of the great Dao, Kang Ming's hand die divine ability, infernal flames of hell go god killers I die sea of death. The other 14 quasi-supreme beings finally reacted. Now was not the time to just sit back and watch. They did not hold back at all and struck out their own ultimate skills in hopes of surrounding the way and saving the Zhao. They had already lost a yin-yang devil sovereign. If even the only top quasi-sovereign, venerable demon Qin Wei, was suppressed. At that time, what else could they use to fight this madman? Boom boom rumble. All kinds of divine abilities and top-level chaos origin divine artifacts shattered the space. The combined attack of 14 devil sovereign had a terrifying power that had already surpassed many of top quasi-sovereigns, and it seemed like it was going to catch up to limited quasi-sovereign. 1 aphids, get lost. Without even looking at those 14 quasi-supreme beings, a bunch of ants also dared to explode. Hong hong hong. A terrifying force erupted with Yang Fann as the center. It was a mighty force that could destroy everything. Arg, puff, puff, poo. The 14 quasi-supreme beings were sent flying away. Apart from the high-order quasi-sovereign, low-level quasi-sovereign also spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Ah, no. How could this be? How could this be? Bitch it, how could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Run immediately. Collapse. The 14 quasi-supreme experts' minds had completely collapsed. They had long forgotten about saving venerable demon Qin Wei. What kind of joke was this? How could they possibly deal with this monster? The strongest attack of all of them was easily destroyed by the opponent. Even they were severely injured because of this. Furthermore, it was under the suppression of top quasi-sovereign, who was standing at the side. This power had long exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they could only hate their parents for giving them 2 legs. You want to escape? Silver Light Divine Pagoda, Seal Time and Space. Yang Fann was multitasking as he continued to suppress venerable demon Qin Wei. At the same time, he took out the Silver Light Divine Pagoda and sealed the surrounding space and time. Ah, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Wails of despair rose and fell in the mouths of Devil Sovereign. The 6 great low-level quasi-sovereign were suppressed by the Silver Light Divine Pagoda and couldn't move at all. The 7 great middle-rank quasi-sovereign weren't much better either. In an instant, their speed was reduced by more than 1,000 times. Only the high-order quasi-sovereign wasn't affected too much. In the end, the Silver Light Divine Pagoda was just a top-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Weapon. Compressing the 7 middle-rank quasi-sovereign and the 6 low-level quasi-sovereign were almost his limit. However, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to suppress venerable demon Qin Wei. Besides the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, he also had another layer of protection. The high-order quasi-sovereign had broken free from the restraint of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, but it was still very difficult for him to break free from the yin-yang devil world, even if he had to use the forbidden divine ability at all costs. Ah, no, yin-yang demon world, it's the yin-yang devil world of old monster yin-yang. Bitch it, how could I forget about him? It's over. This time, it's completely over. Old fart yin yang, you've screwed me to death. C-2773 The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind Tai Hong Treasury, Cold Glass Paradise. Bang! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the netherworld heavenspan barrier had finally reached its limit, and it completely exploded. Boom! The dim and dense cracks that faintly appeared on the netherworld heavenspan pearl turned into a stream of light, and once again returned to venerable demon Qin Hui's body. Ah, no, I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. Hua Sheng, my netherworld underground tiger clan will not let you off. With a desperate howl, venerable demon Qin Wei was grabbed by Yang Fann. Not good. Venerable demon Qin Wei was suppressed by that monster. Woo woo woo. What should I do? What should we do? I hate. Why did he believe old man Ginwei's nonsense? Despair, endless despair spread in the hearts of the quasi-supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace. Once venerable demon Qin Wei was suppressed, wouldn't it be their turn? Given the relationship between Heavenly Devil God Palace and Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, this madman would never let them go. If time could be reversed, they would never believe venerable demon Qin Hui's flowery words and get involved in this mess. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Right at this moment, Yang Fann shifted his gaze, his cold gaze sweeping across the remaining 14 quasi-supreme beings. Next, it's your turn. His voice faintly carried a trace of excitement that was difficult to suppress. 16 quasi-supreme beings. This was definitely the greatest harvest they had gotten so far. Adding the many treasures they had collected, Yang Fann seemed to have already seen a peak top-level chaos god waving at him. At that time, even if his combat strength wasn't as strong as an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he wouldn't be much weaker. He could be considered the #1 expert amongst quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. The huge primeval chaos Dao Palace. Except for the high and mighty great Dao Sovereign, there were only a handful of people who could compare with him. No, let me go. He is the 6th son of the Sky Owl True Lord. If you dare to hurt me, my father will kill you. I am the original Devil Sovereign of the Devil Clan. If you dare to hurt me, I will not divorce you. I am the 3rd disciple of the Thousand Arms Devil Sovereign. If anything happens to me, Master will never let you go. The numerous Devil Sovereign who looked fierce on the outside but were cowardly on the inside revealed their backgrounds, hoping that they could scare Yang Fann away. Are you done? Then go on your way obediently, Yang Fann sneered, making it seem like if he didn't suppress them, the forces behind them would let him go. From the moment he joined the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he was destined to be the sworn enemy of the Devil Clan. Either you die, or I die. As he spoke. Rumble. Yang Fann waved both of his arms. 2 heaven-sheltering big hands tore apart the void and pressed down on the 7 middle-ranked quasi-sovereign and 6 low-level quasi-sovereign. Ah, no, let me go, please let me go. Roar. I surrender, I surrender. As long as you have a lot of small ones, I will swear my loyalty to you in the future. Master, I am also willing to surrender. Master, please show mercy and spare my name as a small dog. From now on, you will tell me to go east and I will not go west. If you ask me to catch chickens, I will not chase dogs. There was great terror between life and death, especially when they, the high and mighty Devil Sovereign, had gone through countless dangers before advancing to the quasi-supreme being realm. If they did not want to die, they really did not want to die. In fact, they were even more afraid of death than ordinary mortals. Surrender to me. There's no need. The greatest value of these Devil Sovereign was to become food for his growth, to help him break through to become a chaos god, instead of becoming his slave. What? No, how is this possible? Low-level quasi-sovereign's pupils shrank, he couldn't believe his ears. A quasi-supreme being slave, even a true huge perfection sovereign would need it. He was moved by it. How could a mere top quasi-sovereign not be moved by it? The value of a dead quasi-supreme being and a living quasi-supreme being were on 2 completely different levels. The difference was more than 10 times. However, the heaven-sheltering big hand that descended from the sky did not allow them to not believe all of this. Ah, no, I haven't broken through, and I haven't even broken through to the high-order quasi-sovereign yet. I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Roar. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Master will not let you go. I will wait for you downstairs. Amidst the curses of the enmities, the 7 great middle-rank quasi-sovereign and the 6 great low-level quasi-sovereign were all captured by Yang Fann. You are the only one left in the end. Yang Fann turned around and looked at the remaining high-order quasi-sovereign who was still crazily attacking the Yin-Yang Devil world. Before he finished his words, rumble, Yang Fann's palm pressed down on the high-order quasi-sovereign. Ah, no, spare my life. Please spare me, my lord. Pucci, boundless devil sovereign, whose mind had completely collapsed, couldn't muster up any combat intent. He couldn't even exert half of the power of the 10th level. He wasn't much stronger than Elder Jade Spirit, the giant demon elder, and the other quasi-high-order quasi-sovereign warriors. He couldn't even last for an instant before he was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. Good stuff. What a pity. Looking at the Yin-Yang Devil world, Yang Fann shook his head and sighed. If it wasn't for the Yin-Yang Devil world, he wouldn't have gotten more than half of the 16 Devil Sovereign. The sealing force was much stronger than the Silver Light Divine Pagoda he controlled. If he could control the Yin-Yang Devil world, he was confident that even those limited quasi-sovereign would be able to suppress him in 7 or 8 layers. However, with just the Silver Light Divine Pagoda in his hand, not to mention 7 or 8 layers of confidence, Yang Fann wouldn't even be able to defeat limited quasi-sovereign with 3 layers of confidence. However, the Yin-Yang Devil world was a special barrier created by the Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign with his innate ability, the Yin-Yang Divine Light as the core. Combined with his powerful cultivation in the Tao of Formations, it was almost impossible for Yang Fann to restore it. Even if he used the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to devour the Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign and plunder his innate ability, the Yin-Yang Divine Light, it would still be the same. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, although it was heaven-defying and could devour and plunder everything, there was still a gap between the innate ability and the original divine ability. At most, it could unleash the power of 8 to 9 levels. Of course, the most important thing was Yang Fann's cultivation in the Tao of Formations. This was Yang Fann's biggest weakness, and it was far from being comparable to his true combat strength. Compared to some top-level Chaos God Kings, he was still inferior. Even if he absorbed the memories of these 16 Devil Sovereign's soul, his cultivation in the Tao of Formations could only be compared to some of the low-level quasi-sovereign. Compared to Yin-Yang Devil Sovereign, who was one of the top 100 divine array masters in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the gap between them was not small. At that time, even if he could set up the Yin-Yang Devil world, it would still be a counterfeit product. He might not even have 30% of the original power. Not to mention dealing with limited quasi-sovereign, even dealing with a high-order quasi-sovereign would be difficult. To Yang Fann, it was totally useless. He shook his head lightly and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. In the next second, bang, he punched out, smashing into the Yin-Yang Devil world. Swish swish swish. Instantly, the Yin-Yang demonic dimension began to crack and collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang, just as the Yin-Yang Devil world completely collapsed. Ah, Pua. Yang Fann's face turned pale. He threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chi was weakening rapidly. In less than a breath's time, he had weakened the 999s. Not only that, he was not much stronger than Qinghu, Devil Sovereign, who had just advanced to the next realm. Cough, 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 cough. Yang Fann kept coughing out blood. He looked like a candle in the wind that had run out of oil. Right at this moment, an arrogant voice descended from the sky and exploded in Yang Fann's ears. Ha ha ha, luck is truly luck. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. I am the final victor. For the sake of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, hand over all your belongings and swear loyalty to me with your life. I will spare your life. C. 2774. The fate of the Yellow Sparrow. Tai Hong Treasury, Cold Glass Paradise. Cough, 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 cough. Yang Fann's face was pale and bloodless. He kept coughing out blood, looking like he was on the verge of death. His chi was extremely weak. How could he still have the strength of a single man? He had swept away the prestige of the Heavenly Devil God Palace's 16 Devil Sovereign. With just a glance, he was on par with the old man who looked like he was on the verge of death. Rumble. Along with a burst of wild laughter, a powerful chi that was chasing after top quasi-sovereign descended from the sky and rolled towards Yang Fann, completely sealing the 4-direction space. Arg. Puff. Yang Fann opened his mouth and spat out another large mouthful of blood. It was as if under the mighty pressure of the quasi-top quasi-sovereign, his injuries worsened, and his aura weakened once more. It was as if he had fallen from the level of a quasi-supreme being. The next second, Pucci, like a curtain, the void was forcefully torn apart, and a person stepped out from within. He was a middle-aged man wearing a golden divine armor. His face looked like it was carved out of a rock. He looked cold and resolute, and his eyes were deep. He looked like the chaotic starry sky. It seemed that he was born with the ability to attract all kinds of light. As soon as he appeared, he looked like a middle-aged man with a pair of deep eyes, as if he was born with the ability to attract all kinds of light. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. He was the only one in the world who could dominate the world. His entire being was filled with confidence and spirit that could conquer anything. It was as if there was nothing in the universal world that wasn't under his control. With him as the center, the resonant hymn radiated in all directions. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of the universe appearing around him. Countless believers were praying and worshipping him. High Lord Morning Glory, you have finally come out. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. High Lord Morning Glory was one of the 5 quasi-supreme beings of the Morning Light God race, one of the subordinate forces of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The Morning Light God clan was the ruler of the advanced large-sized Chaos Circle's Morning Light Primal Chaos Circle. Among the major subordinate forces of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they could be said to be in the top 30. The Morning Light God race was one of the races of light. The master of the great Tao of light. Their concealing techniques were the best among all the races in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. There were very few people who could compare with them. High Lord Morning Glory was one of the 5 quasi-supreme beings of the Morning Light celestial race, and he was also one of the best among them. If he was focused on concealment, it would be very difficult for even some limited quasi-sovereign to discover his whereabouts. Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others knew nothing about High Lord Morning Glory's whereabouts, but they were still far from being able to hide from Yang Fann's senses. With the support of the first transformation of the primordial essence, Yang Fann's strength of soul had increased by 100 times, and he had finally broken through to the top perfection quasi-paragons. As for High Lord Morning Glory and Yang Fann, who were hiding at the side, Hong Long. However, they didn't expose High Lord Morning Glory at the first moment. Unlike the Devil Sovereign of Heavenly Devil God Palace, they only needed to attack him directly. High Lord Morning Glory was on the same side as him, so Yang Fann could entreat him like the other Devil Sovereign of Heavenly Devil God Palace. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann decided to set up this trap. What serious injuries and dying? Everything was just an illusion. He wanted to see what High Lord Morning Glory was planning. If he didn't have any malicious intentions, it would be fine. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind suppressing High Lord Morning Glory. A quasi-top quasi-sovereign, to Yang Fann, it was almost equal to his harvest today. If he could take down this High Lord Morning Glory, his chances of breaking through to the peak top-level Chaos God would increase by at least 1 level. And the result, as expected, never came out. He had expected that this High Lord Morning Glory didn't have any good intentions. When he saw that he was heavily injured and dying, he wanted to play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind him. What a good idea, but my oriole isn't that easy to be. Have you thought about it? Do you want to die alive? High Lord Morning Glory looked down at Yang Fann from above. His eyes were filled with greed. This was a great opportunity for him. Initially, he had only sensed the unusual movement of Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others, and wanted to come over and check it out. He had never thought that he would encounter such a good thing. Especially when he saw that he had suffered a severe injury, and his aura was on the verge of falling to the level of a quasi-sovereign stage. He could no longer suppress the greed in his heart. One should know that was a total of 16 Devil Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, plus this quasi-supreme being. That was the wealth of 17 quasi-sovereign expert. It was enough for him to break through to top quasi-sovereign or even limited quasi-sovereign. Furthermore, these quasi-sovereigns were a great treasure. If he refined all of these quasi-supreme beings into his external incarnation, even if he hadn't broken through to the limited quasi-sovereign realm, his overall combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than a limited quasi-sovereign. At that time, their Morning Light Divine clan's ranking in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace would increase by at least 1 or 2 places. High Lord Morning Glory, aren't you afraid of being punished by the primeval Chaos Tao Palace? Yang Fann looked at High Lord Morning Glory nervously. His voice sounded a little lacking in confidence. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace prohibited the major powers from killing each other, especially Quasi-Paragon. Great Tao Sovereign was restricting each other, and he couldn't act rashly. In the 16 battlefield of Tao Devil, the true competition was still between quasi-supreme beings. Ha 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 ha. High Lord Morning Glory felt like he had just heard a huge joke when he heard this. He said, "Afraid? Why wouldn't I be afraid? But it wasn't me who killed you, it was those Devil Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace who killed you. I just wanted to avenge you. Not only will the primeval Chaos Tao Palace not punish me, they will also reward me." This was a ready-made excuse. A top quasi-sovereign had been besieged by 16 Devil Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, and his body and soul had been destroyed. That was a very normal thing. However, it wasn't easy to kill a top quasi-sovereign, especially after using the mixed 9 forms. Those Devil Sovereign who wanted to kill him would have to pay a heavy price, and he would have to clean up the mess and suppress the severely injured Devil Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Everything was reasonable. Not only will the Tao Palace not punish you, but they will also reward you. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to defeat those 16 Devil Sovereign? Do you think a quasi-top quasi-sovereign like you will be a match for me? Yang Fann slowly stood up and sneered. Since High Lord Morning Glory didn't know how to cherish his last chance, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Pretending to be mysterious. If you were at your peak, I naturally wouldn't dare to stroke your beard. But now, how much more combat strength can you unleash? I'm afraid that you're not even comparable to low-level quasi-sovereign. A hint of disdain flashed across High Lord Morning Glory's eyes. Although he hadn't practiced the mixed 9 forms, but he was well aware of the side effects of the mixed 9 forms. Especially the final transformation, once it was used. Both of them were light. If he was not careful, his cultivation level would drop by 1 level. It was not impossible. Furthermore, there was still a period of weakness after the incident. In his eyes, Yang Fann's strength was his limit. If he wasn't sure about this, he wouldn't have dared to jump out so easily. This was a peerless and ruthless man who had defeated 16 quasi-supreme experts. If he couldn't get rid of him in one go, there would be endless troubles in the future. If things went wrong, not only would he be unlucky, even the Morning Light Divine clan behind him would be destroyed as well. Among the 5 quasi-supreme beings of the Morning Light God race, only the old ancestor, Lord Morning Light, was limited quasi-sovereign. After that, he, the quasi-top quasi-sovereign, was the one who respected him. His overall strength wasn't much stronger than the joint forces of the 16 Devil Sovereign. Trying to mystify us? Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Mixed 9 forms, final change. Yang Fann smiled coldly. Rumble. A terrifying pressure of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection radiated out from Yang Fann, and it swept across the surroundings. Ah, no. The mixed 9 forms, the final transformation, it really was the mixed 9 forms, the final transformation. No, it was impossible, this was impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. High Lord Morning Glory's voice was frenzied, and he let out a hysterical howl. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it at all. Since ancient times, he had never heard of it. Not to mention, it was the most terrifying transformation. How could there be such a monster in this world? High Lord Morning Glory, pay the price for your greed. Die Rumble. C-2775. His death was not far away. Tai Hong Treasury, Cold Glass Paradise. Rumble. The huge palm covered the sky and locked down High Lord Morning Glory's spatial zone. The terrifying force made even quasi-sovereign of great perfection's heart palpitate. Yang Fann had no intention of holding back in this attack. It was even more terrifying than suppressing. Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others were even more ruthless. Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the other 16 Devil Sovereign belonged to different camps. Both of them were enemies that would never rest until one of them died. They wanted to surround and kill him. There was nothing much to be said about this matter. It was only natural and natural. However, this High Lord Morning Glory belonged to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, and he actually dared to plot against him. This was a blatant betrayal. In Yang Fann's heart, this High Lord Morning Glory was much more detestable than Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others. If he was really just a top quasi-sovereign, he would definitely have fallen into High Lord Morning Glory's hands today. Ah, primeval Chaos Tao Palace, it is strictly forbidden for us quasi-supreme beings to harm each other. How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid that the Tao Palace will be enraged? High Lord Morning Glory tried his best to wail. These words sounded familiar, but the person who spoke had fallen. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Now that you know that the Tao Palace is furious, what are you doing? Yang Fann's voice was cold and chilling. He didn't take High Lord Morning Glory's threat to heart at all. Why didn't he think about the prohibition of the Tao Palace just now? It's too late to think about the Tao Palace's prohibition now that he knows he's no match for me. Those who kill will always be killed. High Lord Morning Glory wanted to kill him first, but he only retaliated in self-defense. Even if this matter was brought to Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, it would still be reasonable for him to do so. Could it be that High Lord Morning Glory was only allowed to kill him, and he was not allowed to kill him? Who did he think he was? Everyone was his father, and they had to spoil him. Roar. The glorious pagoda, block it for me. Boom. A brilliant divine light rose from High Lord Morning Glory's body and transformed into a 10,000 jong tall pagoda. Endless starlight fell from the pagoda and covered High Lord Morning Glory's entire body, making him look holy and unparalleled. The glorious divine pagoda was one of the divine weapons of the clan suppressing of the Morning Light divine clan. It was also High Lord Morning Glory's vital treasure. It was both offensive and defensive. It was only one step away from advancing to a low-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifact. However, if he wanted to use this chance to block Yang Fann's deadly palm strike, it could only be said that High Lord Morning Glory was thinking too much. Even the real low-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifact, the Netherworld Heavenly Pearl, could not block Yang Fann's attack, let alone this low-grade to be quasi-great Tao divine artifact. In less than a breath's time, thin, dense fissured traces appeared on top of the radiant pagoda and continued to expand towards the entire pagoda. Ah, no, spare my life. Lord, spare me. I know I was wrong. I know my mistake. Please forgive me for being part of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Roar if you really want to be so heartless. I, the Morning Light Clan, am not someone to be trifled with. My Morning Light Clan will not let you off. My ancestor will definitely take revenge for me. The Morning Light Clan, I hope they know their place. Otherwise, the 73 top subsidiary powers under the Tao Palace will become 72. A cold smile flashed across Yang Fann's lips. He did not take the Morning Light Clan seriously at all. With limited quasi-sovereign in charge, the Morning Light Divine Clan would still be wary of him when he first stepped into the battlefield of Tao Devil. But now, to him, they were just a bunch of aphids with some strength. Yang Fann did not take the opportunity to take revenge on the Morning Light God race, so the Morning Light God race should be secretly enjoying themselves. If they still wanted to take revenge on him, it was simply an old man eating arsenic. They were tired of living. Poochie. Very quickly, Yang Fann's body moved. He tore through the spatial zone and instantly disappeared from the desolate cold glass paradise. Myriad Demon Fortress. This was one of the core strongholds of the 123 chaotic strongholds of the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 12th Demon Battlefield. Quasi-Paragon had been guarding this stronghold all year round, and there were more than one stronghold, and two strongholds. In the center of the Myriad Demon Fortress, within a devil palace that was filled with endless devil palaces, the 8 great devil sovereign had gathered together, but there were a few devil sovereign. Their auras were very weak, and they were not much stronger than some top-level chaos god Wang Chang. These few devil sovereign were not their real bodies, they were just external incarnations. The other few core strongholds also needed quasi-paragon to oversee them. Most of the devil sovereign were heading to the Tai Hong treasury. Their true bodies couldn't easily leave the major strongholds. If the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace launched a sneak attack on them as soon as they left, it would be very fun for them. The one sitting on the main seat was a young man, who was in his early 30s. However, in his eyes, it's filled with a sense of time like water and time like a song. It was very ancient and experienced. He was wearing a green robe. His aura was faintly discernible, and there was not the slightest hint of the expert's aura. At first sight, it was afraid that not many people would associate him with the ferocious devil sovereign of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. However, there was a trace of chi that was revealed by chance. It was much more terrifying than all the devil sovereign present. This young man was none other than the strongest devil sovereign in the 12th Demon Battlefield, the person in charge of Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 12th Demon Battlefield, Dark Parasol Devil Sovereign. However, at this moment, in the entire Devil Palace, including Dark Parasol Devil Sovereign, everyone's facial expression had become extremely solemn. An indescribable pressure was spreading out from them. 16 Devil Sovereign and an entire 16 Devil Sovereign had surrounded and killed that madman, but the outcome was good. Not only had they failed to kill that madman, they'd even let that madman make a mess of them instead. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. It was an even more devastating disaster for the 12th demon battlefield. One should know that the Heavenly Devil God Palace only had 42 quasi-supreme experts in the 12th demon battlefield. Including the 4 Great Devil Sovereign, including the Giant Devil and the Jade Spirit, 20 of them had been killed by that madman. This number was close to half of their total number. At this moment, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace's strength in the 12th demon battlefield had completely surpassed the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If they seized the opportunity and launched a large-scale attack on their strongholds, with their current strength, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated. For today's plan, we can only report to the palace immediately and have the Divine Palace send over Devil Sovereign's expert. It would be best if it's a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Kang Wu Devil Sovereign pondered for a moment and sighed faintly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really didn't want to ask for help from the Divine Palace. This would only show that he, Kang Wu Devil Sovereign, was useless. For example, after the Jade Spirit and Giant Devil quasi-supreme beings were suppressed, someone suggested asking for help from the Divine Palace, and it was merely suppressed by him. Once the Divine Palace sent a quasi-sovereign of great perfection over, as the person in charge of the 12th demon battlefield, he would probably have to abdicate and give up his position. Not only was this matter related to his face, but the loss of benefits was also immeasurable. The person in charge of the battlefield of Tao Devil was a huge fat deficit. All the resources allocated to the battlefield had to go through his hands. Any part of it would be enough to make his wallet swell. The reason why Dark Parasol Devil Clan was able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of 100 billion eras and give birth to several Devil Sovereigns experts was all because he had taken over the position of the person in charge of the 12th demon battlefield. But now, it was impossible for him not to ask for help. The paper wrapped around the fire. It was only a matter of time before the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace found out about the loss of Devil Sovereign. At that time, his old opponent would definitely not let go of this opportunity given to him by the heavens. Once something big happened in the 12th demon battlefield, it wouldn't be as simple as a dereliction of duty. Even he, as well as the Dark Parasol Divine Clan behind him, would have to suffer the same fate. He really didn't know where the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had found it. Such a monster, in less than 100 years, could actually use the mixed 9 forms twice. And it was the most terrifying power of the 9th transformation. Could it be that the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had successfully improved the mixed 9 forms and suppressed the side effects of the mixed 9 forms to the minimum? Suddenly, Dark Parasol Devil Sovereign's facial expression changed, and a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. If this was really the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the mixed 9 forms could be used with ease, it would certainly break the balance between the two of them. Just the thought of those quasi-supreme beings exploding their mixed 9 forms so easily made people's scalp tingle, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear. No, this was impossible. The mixed 9 forms was a top-grade forbidden divine ability. It was absolutely not an easy task to improve it, if it could really be improved. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos had already improved it a long time ago. Besides, it was impossible for them not to receive any news from the Aconite of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. That madman was probably an exception. Perhaps his physique was suitable for the mixed 9 forms, which could severely reduce the side effects. It was probably because of this that he was able to use the mixed 9 forms to fight with his life. Unfortunately, it was too late for us to understand this point. Otherwise, Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others wouldn't have been so reckless as to find that madman without much preparation. However, this madman would definitely not have a good time either. If he dares to suppress our Heavenly Devil God Palace's Devil Sovereign on such a large scale, he must have the resolve to die. Especially with the dominance of the 9 Nether Tiger clan, they will definitely not let this man go. His death date is not far away. C 2776. The atmosphere is tense. Tai Hong Treasury. Yang Fann continued forward, but he didn't know that Dark Parasol Devil Sovereign and the others had already thought of all sorts of ways. They wanted to get rid of him and regain the face of their Heavenly Devil Tao Palace. However, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart. This was different from the past. The him from before, when he faced those limits of the heavenly devil god palace, quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and the concerns of breaking through them. At that time, the strength of soul could barely be compared to top quasi-sovereign. Whether or not he could hide his true identity in front of those limits and quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He didn't have much confidence. Once his true identity was exposed, it would be very difficult for him to find a place in the vast primal chaos. However, things were different now. Strength of soul, compared to the many old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it was even more powerful. As long as great Tao sovereign wasn't here, he would be an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. It was very difficult to see through his background. As for the 12th demon battlefield, how could great Tao sovereign from the heavenly devil god palace come here in person? This possibility was infinitely close to zero, totally negligible. Not to mention great Tao sovereign, even the possibility of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection coming here was very slim. As the closest existence to great Tao sovereign, the number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the same as great Tao sovereigns. There were only a handful of them, and not even as many as great Tao sovereigns. Most of the time, they were in secluded cultivation, hoping that they could take the final step and advance to great Tao sovereign. It was not something that could be easily invited. There was not a single quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior in the novice area. A few ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the limit of an old huge perfection mid-quasi-sovereign warrior. Even if the higher-ups of heavenly devil god palace took the wrong medicine, sending an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was fine. As long as they didn't expose their true identity, everything would be fine. At most, they would just run away with his current cultivation base and strength. Yang Fann was confident that he could escape with all his heart. Even if he was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, without the great Tao divine artifact, it would be very difficult to keep him alive. Kun's secret realm, Thousand Oak Paradise, Giant Tree Spiritual Land Divine Essence Lake, the Ocean of Creation, 10,000 Fey Heavenly Realm, Spirit Mang Heavenly Territory, Ethereal Secret Palace, Dead Mud Pool, Fallen Phoenix Plains. 1 year after another passed, and it was gradually approaching the period of 1,000 years. In the entire Tai Hong treasury, Yang Fann had practically stepped on it once. During this period of time, he had more or less gained something. Although the Tai Hong treasury had been robbed time and time again, there were still some fish that escaped the net. Among them, there was no lack of precious treasures that were worth more than trillions of origin elemental crystals. With so many treasures combined, it was hard to say if there were hundreds of trillions of origin elemental crystals. There were still 70 billion to 70 billion units of origin elemental crystals. However, compared to Yang Fann, this was just a small amount of treasure. It was nothing worth mentioning. What Yang Fann really wanted was those quasi-paragon. He could suppress them as he pleased, and that was enough for him to eat until his mouth was full of oil. Take the 19 quasi-supreme experts that he had suppressed, for example, low-level quasi-sovereign, whose net worth was the lowest. His net worth would not be less than 1 billion units of origin elemental crystal, but the strongest venerable demon Qin Wei. He was far from being comparable to low-level quasi-sovereign. If he exchanged all the treasures in his possession for origin elemental crystals. If he didn't have 1 billion units of origin elemental crystals, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. Less than 1 trillion units of origin elemental crystals, compared to them, it really wasn't much. Unfortunately, after suppressing venerable demon Qin Wei and the other 16 devil sovereign, the remaining few devil sovereign from the heavenly devil god palace seemed to have been scared out of their wits. All of them were hidden, including the thousands of high-grade and top-level chaos god kings. In the past 900 years, he hadn't met many of them. Now, including the 2 top-level chaos god kings he had suppressed earlier, Yang Fann had only defeated 13 top-level chaos god kings and 8 high-level chaos god king kings. Among them, the strongest one was high-ranked top-level chaos god king. Even if they combined their strengths, they might not be able to match extreme top-level chaos god king. On the other hand, it was the quasi-supreme expert of primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Chaos God King and Yang Fann who had encountered quite a number of them. Just the quasi-supreme expert alone had encountered 8 of them, and the strongest amongst them was not any weaker than venerable demon Qin Wei. If they could kill all of them in one go, it would be certain that they would advance to the peak top-level Chaos God. Helpless, They were all disciples of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Without a proper reason, he couldn't take the initiative to attack them. Without tremendous benefits, these quasi-supreme experts wouldn't risk being severely punished by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and attack a quasi-supreme expert. All of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years, all of them were wise men. As for those Chaos God King, there was even less of a need to talk about them. Even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to attack a quasi-supreme being with their claws. Very quickly, another 10 years passed. The 1,000-year period was already right in front of his eyes, and in less than a month's time. The secret technique palace was where Supreme Lord Taihong kept all the major techniques. It was said that Supreme Lord Taihong's most powerful technique was the legendary Supreme Lord Taihong's most powerful technique. The Taihong Divine Light was also included in it. Unfortunately, it was already empty. Not to mention the Taihong Divine Light, High Lord Taihong's most powerful divine ability, even the most ordinary low-grade Chaos Divine ability had not been left behind. As expected, this divine ability's secret palace is even cleaner than face. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann wasn't too disappointed. All of this was within his expectations. The Mystic Skill Secret Palace, Divine Artifact Pavilion, and Divine Pill Palace were the main targets of the experts. It would be strange if there were still some left after 4 attempts. After that, Yang Fann did not continue to the other places. Instead, he stayed in the Mystic Abilities Secret Palace for the time being. In less than a month, Yang Fann was too lazy to go to other mystic realms and grottos. He didn't think that he would gain much from it. It was better to adjust his condition. Next, there was still a big battle waiting for him. Furthermore, there was also a big battle waiting for him. This battle wouldn't be so easy. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's gaze fell on the ferocious and terrifying tiger head mark on his right arm, as if it wanted to eat someone. After that battle, Yang Fann did not immediately wipe away the 9 nether seal on his hand. Initially, he was wondering if he could use this as a bait to lure out another group of Devil Sovereign. Unfortunately, those Devil Sovereign were determined to be a coward and let him, the bait, become a decoration. However, right now, this imprint cannot be left behind. A decisive look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 1,000 years had passed, and the news of Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others being suppressed was known by the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It would be strange if the Heavenly Devil God Palace didn't know about it. After losing so many Devil Sovereign, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps, they had already set up an inescapable net in falling flames, waiting for him to take the bait. Although he was confident in his own strength, as long as it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devil God Palace were out of their minds, sending out an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't really put his safety in jeopardy. However, he wasn't afraid of 10,000, he was just afraid of what might happen. Yang Fann had never forgotten that back in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, the Wei family of the human race had directly asked for the chaotic divine technique. The decree had almost caused him to lose his boat in the sewers. It was a little risky. He could just take the risk once. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and he still had 19 quasi-supreme beings in his possession that he had yet to devour and refine. There was no need at all for him to take such a risk. In the next second, boom, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great art circulated to the limit, crazily devouring the 9 nether seals in his hands. The 9 nether seals that caused the expressions of countless experts to change instantly began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, there wasn't a second person here. Otherwise, he would have been so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. One should know that if Great Tao Sovereign didn't come out, even if he was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he would have to spend millions of years to get rid of the 9 nether seal. However, Yang Fann was different. Judging from his speed, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for him to get rid of the 9 nether seal. The 9 nether seal would be completely devoured. 10 minutes later, Poochie. The final mark of the 9 nether seal disappeared without a trace. And with this appearance, I can't use it anymore. Yang Fann frowned slightly. In a short period of time, Fan Yang's identity could no longer be used. The current aura was no longer a secret to the Devil Sovereign of Heavenly Devil God Palace. In the next second, with a flash of light, Yang Fann changed his appearance and turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rough face. Even his aura had become extremely valiant, and his entire body was brimming with the will of the ancient wilderness, as if an ancient god of the ancient wilderness had awakened. Now, it's time to wait for the arrival of the Great War. I wonder what kind of great gift the Heavenly Devil God Palace will prepare for me. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, falling flames. Everyone's face was filled with an indescribable solemnity. The atmosphere of the 275th chapter was extremely tense, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. A huge battle was about to break out at any moment. C-2777 for Perfection Stage Quasi-Exalts Mulin Fortress, Falling Flames. The entire stronghold was enveloped in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It was as if a storm had arrived, and all the experts knew that a huge battle had already entered the final countdown. Now, there was no 1 week in the huge falling flames 100 years ago. The hundreds of millions of living beings in the falling flames were all sent to other strongholds. Those who could stay in the falling flames were at least high-level Chaos God King warriors. Those below the high-level Chaos God King were not qualified to participate in the upcoming war. Staying in falling flames was just a waste of his life. To put it bluntly, ordinary middle and low-level Chaos God King were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Just the aftermath of the war alone was not something they could withstand, let alone those who were involved in Chaos God King's war. He wasn't even a Chaos God, Universe God, and Universe Lord. Even the falling flames wouldn't be able to survive the upcoming war. It was still a big mystery. 4 times in the Tai Hong treasury was equivalent to 4 wars. 2 of them completely destroyed the stronghold underneath the treasure vault. Not even a single piece of rock was left behind. 2 more times. They had only appeared in the chaos. There were no strongholds nearby. Otherwise, it was really hard to say whether they would be safe or not. Even if they were lucky enough to be saved, most of them would still be destroyed. Time passed day by day. Very quickly, another 7 days passed. Wang, wang, hum. All of a sudden, endless divine light burst out from the Tai Hong treasury, illuminating the surrounding chaos. The 1,000-year period has arrived. It will be out soon. Everyone, get ready. Yes, sir. In an instant, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Devil God Palace or the group of Chaos God King from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, the quasi-supreme expert's spirit shook. Both of his eyes were fixed on the Tai Hong treasury in the void. He didn't even dare to blink, fearing that he would miss something. Everyone knew that the moment the expert from both sides returned from the Tai Hong treasury would be the time for them to make a move. Some of the high-grade and top-level Chaos God Kings clenched their fists tightly, and their hearts were pounding. Every time the Tai Hong treasury descended, blood would flow like a river. There were even many quasi-supreme experts who had fallen, not to mention peak high-level Chaos God King and high-level Chaos God King like them. It was truly hard to predict whether they would live or die in this battle. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At this moment, every breath was extremely slow, like 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, streams of light shot out from the Tai Hong treasury. They were like bright meteors, tearing apart the void. Ah, it's out. These meteors were none other than the 2 major powers, Chaos God King, who had entered the Tai Hong treasury, a quasi-supreme being. In an instant, the hearts of all the expert in the 2 major powers were in their throats. Ah, strange. How is this possible? Lord Demon Lord, how could Lord Demon Master be? Very quickly, the expressions of many high-level and top-level Chaos God Kings changed, and they revealed a look of disbelief. If they remembered correctly, the Demon Lord who had entered the Tai Hong treasury, there were 19 of them. But what about now? They had only seen a few lords, 3 of them, and there were only 3 of them, the Demon Sovereigns. Although it wasn't like there weren't any Demon Sovereigns who had fallen in Tai Hong treasury a few times before. However, there were only 1 or 2 of them. At most, there were only 3 of them. But now, there were 16 of them. A total of 16 Devil Sovereign had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? What was going on? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. This time, although the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had 1 more quasi-supreme expert than the Heavenly Devil God Palace, there wasn't much difference between the 2 sides. It was absolutely impossible for them to keep the 16 Devil Sovereign of the Heavenly Devil God Palace in one go. Could it be that the Demon Sovereigns are still in the Tai Hong treasury? However, thinking about it, it was not right. Every time the Tai Hong treasury appeared, once the 1,000-year deadline was up, everyone would be expelled from the Tai Hong treasury. There was no exception. Right at this moment, the space in the Tai Hong treasury started to distort. In an instant, the Tai Hong treasury disappeared without a trace. Ah, no, the Tai Hong treasury has disappeared. The other devil sovereign didn't. Could it be that venerable demon Qin Wei, and the others? Heavens, what should we do? What should we do? In an instant, all the top and high-level Chaos God King warriors were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The Tai Hong treasury had already disappeared. It was hard for them not to believe it. Venerable demon Qin Wei and the other 16 devil sovereign had really disappeared. What should he do? What should we do? Only 3 of them, devil sovereign, had returned. On the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's side, only one of the 20 quasi-supreme experts had yet to return. Compared to them, there were 16 more quasi-supreme experts. This power had far surpassed theirs, and there was no hope of victory at all. It would be a one-sided slaughter later. When 2 major powers competed against each other, the one who decided the outcome of the battle would always be quasi-paragon, not a top-level Chaos God King like them. No, I can't just sit there and wait for my death. Many people were even secretly thinking of retreating. They made up their minds and decided to immediately choose to run away when the war broke out. Even if they became deserters and were punished by the Divine Palace afterwards, it would still be better than losing their lives now. If it wasn't for the fact that no one took the lead, they would have wanted to run away right now. On the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's side not far away, it was the exact opposite. Each and every one of their eyes lit up, and their morale was greatly boosted. Although they didn't know why so many devil sovereign from the heavenly devil god palace hadn't returned, was all of this important? All they needed to know was that all of this was beneficial to them. They loved beating a drowning dog or something. Many people were already rubbing their fists and were eager to give it a try. They wanted to go all out. They didn't wish to be able to suppress those big shots of devil sovereign. As long as they could take down a few top-level Chaos God Kings, it would be enough for them to make a fortune. However, before they could make a move, the situation changed once again. Rumble, rumble, 2 terrifying devilish energies descended from the sky, enveloping the entire falling flames and the surrounding space-time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the guardian formation of the falling flames was like a piece of paper. It didn't even last for an instant before it was shattered into pieces by the terrifying devilish might. The high-level Chaos God King warriors were bleeding from their orifices. The top-level Chaos God Kings were suffering the same fate. Their faces were pale, and their chi was weakened by more than a grade. This was the result of quasi-paragon from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace stopping them. Otherwise, there was only one outcome for these high-level Chaos God King and top-level Chaos God Kings, and that was to be crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Ah, this power, this power. Gulp. Big. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, this was the power of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. And there was more than one of them. The hearts of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's quasi-paragon sank. Although they had 31 quasi-supreme experts, the strongest amongst them was only top quasi-sovereign. Compared to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they were 1,000, 10,000 times weaker. Even if they gathered all their strength and used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, they would still be able to fight a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 2 huge perfection warriors were enough to defeat them with ease. Besides, those 14 devil sovereign were no pushovers. Buzz, buzz, wang. The void twisted, and 4 terrifying devil god, who were tens of thousands of meters tall, appeared in the sky. Each step seemed to step on everyone's soul, causing them to be unable to breathe. Ah, 4, quasi-sovereign of great perfection, no. How could this be? How could this be? It's over, we're finished. C-2778A Chaotic Battle, the 12th Demon Battlefield, Falling Flames. The situation suddenly changed. Without waiting for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Chaos God King and quasi-supreme beings to attack, the situation had changed completely, turning 180 degrees. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Despair, endless despair spread across the entire falling flames. Everyone, from quasi-paragon to high-level Chaos God King, felt as if their hearts had turned dark, without a trace of brilliance. One quasi-sovereign of great perfection was enough to make them suffocate. Two quasi-sovereign of great perfection could easily defeat them. But now, what did they see? Four quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. This was not giving them any chance to live. There was even one person whose aura far surpassed the other three quasi-supreme beings. He was probably not as simple as an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Collapse. His mind had completely collapsed. Dead this time, they were truly dead for sure. A group of top-level chaos god warriors among the kings. There was a barbarian man who was over 1,000 feet tall and had an overbearing aura. He looked like an ancient god who had just come back to life, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. There wasn't a trace of panic or despair in his eyes. What a good heavenly devil god palace, a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and three ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. They really think highly of me. This ferocious giant was none other than Yang Fann. Yang Fann didn't disguise himself as a quasi-supreme expert, but a top-level chaos god king. There were only a few quasi-supreme experts, and his target was a little bigger. He was definitely the target of many devil sovereign from the heavenly devil god palace. Furthermore, it would easily arouse the suspicion of the primeval chaos Dao palace. There were only a few quasi-supreme experts in the battlefield of Dao Devil of the 12 districts. It would be strange if they didn't suspect that an unfamiliar quasi-supreme expert had suddenly appeared. The next second, a trace of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Four quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, especially one of them was an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. If he could capture all of them and devour them all, that would be great. At that time, not to mention breaking through to the extreme top-level chaos god, even quasi-god king would be a piece of cake for them. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as just breaking through to the low-level quasi-god king. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the high-rank quasi-god king in one go. Unfortunately, he could only take a look at this fat piece of meat. Even if he used the mixed 9 forms at all costs, Yang Fann would still be able to defeat them. However, it was impossible to suppress them. Even if he had to leave one person behind, Yang Fann wasn't confident about it. The Silver Light Divine Pagoda was still a bit lacking compared to those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. It was almost useless. He didn't even need to use the Forbidden Divine ability to break free from the restraint of the Silver Light Divine Pagoda. If it was the Supreme Grade Quasi-Great Dao Spatial Divine Tool, it would be more accurate. No, even if it was a high-grade Quasi-Great Dao Spatial Divine Artifact, he would at least be able to leave 1 or 2 people behind. Sigh, it's still too short a time. If I were to devour and refine all 19 quasi-supreme beings in my hands, I would definitely not do this. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If he was given some time to digest what he had obtained in Taihong Treasury. At that time, even if he couldn't take down these 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts in one fell swoop, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to take down those 3 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Once he broke through 3 major grades and broke through to the peak top-level chaos god, his overall strength wouldn't be any weaker than those supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Adding the Forbidden Divine ability, mixed 9 forms, he wouldn't be afraid even if he was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. An invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior couldn't be like Yang Fann, who used the Forbidden Divine ability as an ordinary divine ability. Right at this moment, Dark Ember, do you still want some face? 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, how dare you bully these juniors? Each and every one of you is living a life worse than the last. Following a disdainful voice, the light of 3 paths descended from the sky and appeared not far away from the 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, confronting them from afar. Boom boom boom, horrifying pressure radiated from their bodies. It blocked the pressure from Dark Ember and the others. Ah, it's the 3 elders, 9 Yang, Heavenly River, and Myriad God. Ha ha ha, there's hope, we're saved. In an instant, the spirits of the quasi-supreme experts and Chaos God King of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace shook. More than half of the despair in their hearts dissipated. 9 Yang, Heavenly River, and Myriad God Sect elders. They were all quasi-sovereign of great perfection, especially the elder who led them. He was a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and he was infinitely close to the top perfection quasi-paragons. Although they were still one quasi-sovereign of great perfection weaker than the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the gap between them and the Heavenly Devil God Palace was no longer as big as the heaven and earth cloud and mud. Adding the 16 quasi-supreme experts that they had, they were at most slightly weaker than the heavenly devil god palace. There was still a chance to fight this battle. I never thought that it would be Elder Nine Yang and the others. Yang Fann looked at Elder Nine Yang and third brother in a daze. These three. He was familiar with these three people. When he became a Dao child of the primeval chaos Dao palace, among all the quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors who came to pay a visit, there were three of them. However, in the past, they were existences that he had to look up to. But now, Yang Fann had the right to do so. He was truly on equal footing with them. How long had it been? From the time he left Hunyuan universe until now, he had calculated everything. It had been less than 400,000 eras. He had actually defeated these old monsters who had lived for billions of eras. Thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. It seems like the Dao Palace has been prepared for this. Yang Fann was deep in thought. Looking at the attitudes of Elder Nine Yang and the others, it was impossible for them to pass by coincidentally. How could there be such a coincidence? Three quasi-sovereign of great perfection and one of them passed by falling flames. I don't know if it was because they noticed the unusual movement of Heavenly Devil God Palace or because of High Lord Morning Glory. Whether it was High Lord Morning Glory or those Devil Sovereign, he was only suppressing them, not devouring them completely. As long as the true body was not destroyed, their clones and incarnations would not be affected too much. If the true body was willing, a single thought from the true body could let the incarnation know what had happened to him. As strong as Yang Fann was, it would be very difficult to stop him before he was completely sealed. However, this is a great opportunity for me. It will only take a day. Very soon, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Initially, he thought that there wouldn't be much to gain from this battle. With the four quasi-sovereign of great perfection, here, he wouldn't be able to suppress those quasi-supreme beings under their noses. He didn't expect that things would turn around like this. With Elder Nine Yang and the others here, they would be able to hold the four quasi-sovereign of great perfection back. At that time, it would be the time for him to show his skills. At that time, not to mention the remaining 14 Devil Sovereign, if he was lucky, he might even be able to take down a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. Perhaps, advancing to the quasi-god king in one go would depend on this. Within the void. Bitch it, why are old man Zhuyang and the others here? Dark Ember cursed in his heart. In order to take revenge on the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and rescue the 18 suppressed Devil Sovereign, the four of them were secretive about their whereabouts. They had never expected that the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would send Nine Yang, Heavenly River, and myriad God Sect's supreme elders. Dark Ember was no stranger to these three people. This was especially true for Sovereign Lord Nine Yang. Both of them were veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts, and they had interacted with each other more than once or twice. Compared to him, their strength was slightly stronger. Even if the opponent had one less person than them, Dark Ember wasn't completely confident that he could defeat them. At most, he would have a 40 to 60 chance of winning. The quasi-supreme experts were no pushovers either. It was enough to flatten the gap between them. Also, where is that madman who suppressed the 18 Devil Sovereign of our Heavenly Devil God Palace? Just now, Chi Tai, Devil Sovereign, who was standing beside him, had already activated their 9 serene deep ground tiger clans tracking arcane art to track that person's location. Unfortunately, it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, and there was no news of him. Damn it, could that kid have already fallen in Tai Hong Treasury? This wasn't impossible. After using the mixed 9 forms twice in a row, no matter how compatible his physique was with the mixed 9 forms, it would be difficult for him not to pay the price. Even if he forcefully sealed Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others, his strength would still drop to the lowest point, and he would die there. It wasn't impossible for Tai Hong Treasury. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Although Tai Hong Kid wasn't very strong, his concealing technique was quite extraordinary. Back then, when Tai Hong Treasury first descended to the world, it wasn't as if there weren't any quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts who attacked. They had searched the Tai Hong Treasury before, but they had all returned in disappointment. As for destroying the 9 Nether Seal in a short period of 1,000 years, Dark Ember had never thought about it. In 1,000 years, destroying the 9 Nether Seal was something that not even he, a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, dared to dream about. Not to mention the half-crippled top quasi-sovereign. Unless Great Dao Sovereign, who was high and mighty, personally helped him, but was that possible? Forget it, I don't want to think about these anymore. At most, I'll wait for tens of billions of eras. When the Tai Hong treasury reappears once more, I'll go and find venerable demon Qin Wei and the others' whereabouts. For now, it was better to send old man Zhuyong and the others away first. A fierce light flashed in Dark Ember's eyes, and he shouted, "Boys, kill them!" C-2779 taking advantage of the chaos, the 12th demon battlefield, falling flames. Bang! Murderous intent surged from Dark Ember's body. He didn't have any intention of wasting his breath on Supreme Lord Nine Yong. Without saying another word, he gave the order to attack. There was nothing much to talk about with these bastards of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. One word, kill. That was all. As he spoke, buzz. A dark shine tore through the sky, and a huge blade that was engraved with endless devil marks and devil cheese appeared in Dark Ember's hand. It was as if with just a glance, the soul would fall into it forever, and become a walking corpse. The devil-devouring blade, Dark Ember's lifeblood divine artifact. It was a high-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifact, and it could even be considered a top-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifact among the many high-grade items. Boom 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 boom. With the saber in hand, Dark Ember's aura rose at a terrifying speed, as if it would never end. The terrifying pressure was enough to make limited quasi-sovereign tremble in fear. He couldn't even exert half of his combat strength. Kill divine ability, Dark Dragon Annihilation fight. As he said, swift and decisive the saber slashed out, and the demon dragon soared into the sky, annihilating the heavens. Well done, Dark Ember. Take my attack as well. Divine ability, Nine Suns Burning Heaven. Buzz. 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 High Lord Zhuyong did not show any signs of weakness. A terrifying sun with a diameter of more than 100 light-years rose from the top of his head. Terrifying heatwaves swept out in all directions, as though they could evaporate even quasi-exalts. Even Myriad God Ridge and Heavenly River, who were not far away, could not help but retreat. Nine Suns Burning Heaven, Sovereign Lord Nine Suns, a famous divine ability, the name of the Nine Suns Supreme Lord. It was all because of the Nine Brilliant Sun. Let's go to the remaining three quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Heavenly Devil God Palace looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They summoned their lifeblood divine artifact and charged at Myriad God Ridge and Heavenly River. Myriad God Old Ghost, Old Man Heavenly River, die now. HMPH, I'm not afraid of you guys. Master Wan God Sovereign and Heavenly River High Lord didn't want to be outdone either. They fought together, but the two High Lords had one less person after all. As soon as they fought, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Supreme Lord Wei Tian, Supreme Lord Niu Yan, Supreme Lord Ku Xing, Supreme Lord Bing Zi, Supreme Lord Wu Yi. You guys go and help Elder Tian He and the rest. Leave the rest of Devil Sovereign to us. One of the two great top quasi-sovereign of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Supreme Lord Tianpeng's facial expression changed slightly. He pointed out 12 quasi-supreme experts in a row, but none of them were low-level quasi-sovereign. They were the most outstanding ones among middle-rank quasi-sovereigns group, the battle between quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. Low-level quasi-sovereign, even the aftermath of the battle. They might not be able to withstand it, and they wanted to intervene. It was impossible. All right, I'll go right away. Heavenly Lord Wei and the other 12 nodded, quickly tearing them apart. In the sky, they charged towards the three quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Kill divine ability, Great Art of Destruction, Die Thaumaturgy, Doomsday Calamity. Come out, my treasure, Sky Devouring Wolf. No one dared to hold back. Their opponent was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With the help of top quasi-sovereign, 4 middle-rank quasi-sovereign, and 7 middle-rank quasi-sovereign, Lord Wan God Sovereign and Heavenly River Supremacy gradually regained their momentum. For a moment, they were locked in a fierce battle with the three quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It was as if they were about to meet a good opponent. Seeing that Lord Wan God Sovereign and Heavenly River Supremacy's situation had stabilized, Tianpeng's heart was set. As long as the quasi-sovereign of great perfection battlefield didn't collapse, the victory would belong to the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. This was the Falling Flames, the territory of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. In terms of reinforcements, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace would only arrive faster than the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Everyone, follow me and kill them. Tianpeng beckoned to the remaining 18 quasi-supreme experts. He led the charge and charged towards the only top quasi-sovereign among the 14 Devil Sovereign, Blood River Devil Sovereign. Dai Tianpeng spread his wings. Kill 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 all of these devil bastards, victory belongs to us, kill. The other 18 quasi-exalts echoed in agreement, tearing apart everything. In the sky, even though 12 of them were intermediate and above quasi-supreme experts, causing their quality to be inferior to the Devil Palace of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the gap between them and the 5 quasi-supreme experts was enough to make up for this disadvantage. Rumble, rumble, the expert of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace and Heavenly Devil God Palace collided with each other. Countless divine abilities and divine weapons shattered the void. A huge amount of mushroom clouds kept rising. A huge piece of chaos was shattered into pieces and turned into nothingness. Soldiers versus soldiers, generals versus generals. For a moment, they were evenly matched. If there was no external assistance, this battle, wanting to determine victory and defeat, was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. Good good good. Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he said, good, in his heart. He loved this chaotic battle the most. It was easier to fish in muddy water. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's gaze fell upon the few quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, and his eyes were filled with greed and burning desire. These 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the real big shots. As long as they could take down one of them, it would be a piece of cake for them to break through to the quasi-god king. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann suppressed the urge to attack the 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Now was not the time yet. If he wanted to suppress these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, he would have to reveal his full strength, and even use the forbidden divine ability. At that time, the entire Heavenly Devil God Palace would collapse, and an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection would have to use his forbidden divine ability at all costs. The deterrence of an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior with the forbidden divine ability was no joke. At that time, it would be very difficult to suppress those devil sovereign. It was better to keep Big Head in the end. Now, he had to suppress devil sovereign first. Who is my first target? Yang Fann's gaze revolved around the 14 quasi-supreme beings, choosing a suitable target to attack. At this moment, the group of high-grade and top-level Chaos God Kings seemed to have been ignored by Yang Fann. With so many quasi-supreme beings around, how could they still care about Chaos God King? Any single devil sovereign could match up to a few hundred to 1,000 top-level Chaos God Kings. However, sometimes, if you don't want to cause trouble, trouble will come knocking on your door. Kekaki kekaki kekaki, human race's aphids, die for me. A strange laughter was heard. A terrifying force of middle-rank top-level God King descended from the sky and rushed towards Yang Fann. It was as if he was an idiot. Yang Fann, who was watching the battle, was obviously treated as a pushover by middle-rank top-level God King. You are courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Lowly aphid, I should be happy that I didn't go and cause you trouble. How dare you take the initiative to cause me trouble? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Hong Long. A backhanded slap was sent towards middle-rank top-level God King. Yang Fann didn't use too much strength in this slap, so as to avoid attracting the attention of those devil sovereign. He only used extreme top-level Chaos God King's strength, but even so, it wasn't something a mere middle-rank top-level God King could withstand. Ah, not good. Middle-rank top-level God King's facial expression changed dramatically. Initially, he thought that middle-rank top-level God King was a fat sheep that could easily be caught, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a man-eating beast. Extreme top-level Chaos God King. This was extreme top-level Chaos God King's strength. Damn it, how could this be? How could he dodge? No. Subduing middle-rank top-level God King was just a trivial matter to Yang Fann. He didn't care about it at all. Turning his gaze, he continued to patrol the quasi-supreme expert battlefield, hoping to find a suitable target. It would be best to hide the target so that it wouldn't attract the attention of the other devil sovereign. Time passed by slowly. Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to make his move. If he didn't make his move, this war wouldn't end so easily. As for the other top-level Chaos God Kings of Heavenly Devil God Palace, none of them came to cause trouble for Yang Fann. A extreme top-level Chaos God King was virtually invincible in Chaos God King's battlefield. It was already considered not bad that he didn't want to cause trouble for others. There were so many opponents, why would he need to find such a tough opponent? Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, no, save me, save me. Ah, I have yet to advance to the quasi-Jurjun realm. How could I possibly die here? No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Wails of despair rose and fell on the battlefield. Compared to those quasi-dignosis warriors, Chaos God King was much more miserable. In less than an hour, Chaos God King had lost nearly 1,000 men, and there were even less than 100 top-level Chaos God Kings. Alright, the first one will be you. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a burning light flashed in his eyes. C-2780 Harvest Giants, the 12th Demon Battlefield, Falling Flames. The battle lasted for less than an hour. From time to time, Chaos God King would fall. There weren't any casualties among the 19 supremacies of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace and 14 Devil Sovereign of Heavenly Devil God Palace. However, their battlefield was gradually separated, forming 14 small battlefields. Hill Devil Sovereign was a quasi-middle rank quasi-sovereign of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. At this moment, there were two quasi-supreme experts of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, High Lord Puyu and High Lord Senjie, besieging Hill Devil Sovereign. Although both of them were ordinary low-level quasi-sovereign, they were still able to gain the upper hand in a 2 versus 1 battle. However, it wouldn't take a short time for them to defeat Hill Devil Sovereign. As for suppressing Hill Devil Sovereign, it was even more difficult. Without external help, it was almost impossible. Hill Devil Sovereign was not a fool. If he could not defeat Hill Devil Sovereign, would he not know how to run? However, at this moment, whether it was High Lord Puyu or Hill Devil Sovereign, they weren't in a hurry. All three of them knew very well that this battle would decide the outcome of the battle. It was still the quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors at the center of the battlefield, not them. Their mission was to stall the opponent. They didn't seek for merit, but for nothing. This was the thought of almost all the High Lords. Devil Sovereign thought that if they were evenly matched, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the enemy, unless they used the forbidden divine ability at all costs to fight with their lives on the line. It wasn't like it was a matter of life or death. Obviously, no one would use the forbidden divine ability. That heavy price wasn't something they were willing to easily bear. Once their foundation was damaged, their path of the Great Tao would basically be cut off. A quasi-supreme expert was the strongest expert below Great Tao Sovereign. Even Great Tao Sovereign would have to pay a hefty price to repair the foundation of a quasi-supreme expert, let alone a quasi-supreme expert. They were all quasi-supreme experts. Most of the quasi-paragons would not be able to afford the divine herbs even if they went bankrupt. Unknowingly, the three of them had already left the central battlefield and were billions of light-years away from the falling flames. Right at this moment, Pucci, the space behind Hill Devil Sovereign, was suddenly torn apart, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a 300-meter-tall savage giant. Its entire body exuded a desolate and ancient aura. Just by standing there, it caused the surrounding chaos to tremble violently. It was as if it was worshipping and submitting. The newcomer was none other than Yang Fann Rumble. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann crushed the void with his palm and pressed down on Hill Devil Sovereign. Yang Fann didn't use his full strength in this palm strike, nor did he use the forbidden divine ability. He only used top quasi-sovereign strength. Although this battlefield was far away from the falling flames, the explosive force of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection would definitely attract Devil Sovereign's attention, especially the 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Moreover, this mere Hill Devil Sovereign was only a quasi-middle rank quasi-sovereign. With the protection of Puyu and Senjie, there was no need for him to use his full strength. Ah, no. An ominous sign of collapsing enveloped Hill Devil Sovereign's entire body, causing him to let out a desperate howl before a wild beast was on the brink of death. Falling flames had been reduced to ruins, and the chaotic star door had been destroyed by force. It would take at least several hours for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace's reinforcements to arrive, and only a few hours had passed. How long had it been? Hill Devil Sovereign had never thought that there would be a quasi-supreme expert who would launch a sneak attack on him, and that it would be a top quasi-sovereign. Pucci. As soon as the heaven-sheltering big hand passed by, Hill Devil Sovereign was instantly captured without any ability to resist. Ah, who is it? Puyu and Senjie, the 2 supremacies, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were the same as well. However, Yang Fann, who was busy suppressing the other Devil Sovereign, didn't have the time to waste with Puyu and Senjie. Pucci, with a single movement of his body, he tore through space and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared before. Hiss. Who on earth is he? When did such a top quasi-sovereign suddenly appear? Puyu and Senjie looked at each other in bewilderment. He was a quasi-supreme expert from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Although they didn't know all of them, they had heard of them even though they hadn't seen them before. There wasn't a single barbarian quasi-supreme expert among them. Moreover, according to their knowledge, the barbarians under the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's command were merely a first-rate small clan. The strongest expert seemed to be a first top-level Chaos God King. They had never heard of the barbarian race having a quasi-supreme expert, and he was also a powerful top quasi-sovereign. One should know that not every race could have top quasi-sovereign, even among the 73 top clans under the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's jurisdiction. But judging from his appearance, he should be a friend, not a foe. Soon, the two of them felt relieved. Regardless of the origin of this top quasi-sovereign, he had launched a sneak attack on Hill Devil Sovereign the moment he appeared. Obviously, he wasn't from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It could be said that he was a quasi-supreme expert of the barbarians who was killed by the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the chaos. Although the barbarians weren't like the humans who had traces all over the chaos, they were still a large clan with a large population. Their footprints were all over half of the chaos, and the number of quasi-supreme experts wasn't small. The Heavenly Devil God Palace's business had always been to kill. The synonym of destruction was the number of races that had been destroyed by them. It wasn't impossible for them to destroy a branch of the barbarians. This time, this group of demonic children is in big trouble. At this moment, top quasi-sovereign was able to change the course of the battle, and the scale of victory was tilted toward their side. Star-Toothed Devil Sovereign, this was a low-grade Devil Sovereign. His strength was not even comparable to that of Hill Devil Sovereign. Fortunately, he was still a low-grade Devil Sovereign. Luckily, his opponent was also a low-level Devil Sovereign. If he was like Hill Devil Sovereign, fighting two opponents at the same time, then Devil Sovereign Xianxia would have been defeated. Poochie. Suddenly, the space above Devil Sovereign twisted, and a man descended from the sky. Under the terrifying power of top quasi-sovereign, Hill Devil Sovereign, who was unprepared, was completely suppressed before he could even let out a blood-curdling scream. Good, another Devil Sovereign has been suppressed. This is the barbarian quasi-supreme being. He was indeed a friend but not an enemy. The other quasi-supreme beings will fight on their own. There was still no reaction, yet they were free to make a move. The two quasi-exalts, Fu Yu and Sen Jie, who had been paying attention to the situation of the battle. However, they had seen all of this with their own eyes. They had a feeling that a mere Hill Devil Sovereign, it was only the beginning. That quasi-paragon of the Berserker tribe, he would never give up just like that. And in the end, sure enough, it didn't disappoint them. It's settled. This battle is completely settled instantly. Both of them calmed down. With each passing moment, the scale of victory had already completely fallen on them. Even if that quasi-paragon of the Goliath race didn't make a move, they and High Lord Heiyuan, who had freed up his hands, could still successfully break the balance. 3 low-level quasi-sovereign were enough to help the other low-level quasi-sovereign end the battle in a short period of time. Would Yang Fann stop just like that? Obviously not. Such an opportunity to harvest quasi-paragon was not easy to come by. After crossing this village, who knew how many eras he would have to wait? How could he miss it just like that? In less than a breath's time, Yang Fann once again appeared in the sky above a low-level quasi-sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Rumble. Top quasi-sovereign's strength descended from the sky, crushing towards low-level quasi-sovereign with irresistible force. C-2781. Suppress quasi-exalts of the consummate level. The 12th Demon Battlefield, Falling Flames. Yang Fann couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. The battle between the two major powers was like a fish in water to him. In just a short period of time, he had suppressed 6 quasi-supreme experts, 4 low-level quasi-sovereign, and 2 middle-rank quasi-sovereign. Furthermore, unlike in Tai Hong Treasury, he had to use the vital energy in mixed 9 forms. In this place, he had only used a small portion of his strength to suppress them. Poochie. Another middle-rank quasi-sovereign was suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, not good. Bitch. At the primeval Chaos Dao Palace still had an ambush. At this moment, Devil Sovereign finally noticed something unusual. His facial expression changed. Unknowingly, out of the 14 of them, only 7 of them remained. Top quasi-sovereign. How dare the primeval Chaos Dao Palace hide a top quasi-sovereign? The group of Devil Sovereign treated the quasi-supreme expert of the barbarians as the trump card of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. There weren't so many coincidences in this world. At this critical moment, a top quasi-sovereign suddenly appeared, and he was the enemy of the heavenly devil god palace. Sinister. This primeval chaos Dao palace was really too f***ing sinister. If they were to bring this top quasi-sovereign out from the very beginning, this top quasi-sovereign would definitely not bring them so much trouble. What should they do? What should we do now? Run, or not run? Seven Great Devils' heart was in a dilemma. At this moment, the situation had completely fallen towards the primeval chaos Dao palace. Seven Great Devils was being suppressed. There were at least 10 quasi-supreme experts of the primeval chaos Dao palace who had been freed, even if they were 10 quasi-supreme experts. They were all intermediate and low-level quasi-sovereigns overall strength. All of them were much stronger than a high-order quasi-sovereign, and they were now chasing after top quasi-sovereign. Besides, they also had a true top quasi-sovereign. This strength was far above their 7 Great Devils'. These 11 quasi-supreme experts. No matter which small battlefield they joined, they would be able to defeat and even suppress that devil sovereign in a very short period of time, including the only top quasi-sovereign among the 7 of them. If they didn't flee now, it would be difficult for them to escape later. However, Dark Ember and the others were still in the middle of the battle. Without Dark Ember's order, if they fled without permission, they would offend Dark Ember and the other 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. The consequences would be unimaginable. 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, even the Supreme Devil Clan, who had Great Dao Sovereign in charge, would have to be wary of them. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't casually provoke them, let alone these ordinary Devil Sovereign. Dark Ember and the others were determined to take revenge on them. Not only would they be in trouble, but their respective clans would also have to pay a heavy price. Has it been exposed? Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like there weren't many chances left for him. Perhaps there would only be one strike, and the remaining Devil Sovereign would be able to escape. Then, my next target will be him. With a flash of divine light in his eyes, Yang Fann set his target on the only top quasi-sovereign, Blood River Devil Sovereign. It was very likely that this was the last goal of the 14 Devil Sovereign, and he wanted to maximize the benefits. The strength of origin of top quasi-sovereign was more than enough to match the sum of the remaining 6 Devil Sovereign. Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and tore through the space. A miserable scene happened right above the Blood River, Devil Sovereign. Die rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the chaos, and top quasi-sovereign's power swept out. What a lowly barbarian. He actually set his sights on me. Does he really think that I am like those aphids? Blood River Devil Sovereign sneered. He didn't seem to have any intention of joining forces with them. Adding the Heavenly Pung Sovereign Lord and the 2 great top quasi-sovereign, he was certainly no match for them. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to take his life. Both of them were top quasi-sovereign. They needed at least 4 or 5 people to be able to keep him alive. Divine ability, Netherworld Blood River, Protection Rumble. A vast sea of blood covered the skies above the Blood River, Devil Sovereign. A nauseating stench of blood filled the air, corroding the chaos. At that moment rumble, Yang Fann's palm force was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than before. Top quasi-sovereign was unable to do anything to Devil Sovereign, but Yang Fann's true strength was not something top quasi-sovereign could compare with. In just a fraction of a second, the vast ocean of blood was completely vaporized. It was 100 times more powerful than top quasi-sovereign, and it was more than 1,000 times more powerful. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Ah, no, you are actually hiding something. This power limited quasi-sovereign, you are limited quasi-sovereign. We have been deceived, we have all been deceived. The Blood River Devil Sovereign let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if he had lost his parents. He had never thought that Yang Fann would actually hide such a terrifying power. This power could be considered as the top amongst all limited quasi-sovereign. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yang Fann had just broken through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. If he had been prepared from the beginning, he would have been able to resist it by sacrificing some of his resources, but now, he no longer had the chance. Poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand swept across. The Blood River Devil Sovereign immediately stepped onto 7 great devils' back. Limited quasi-sovereign, He was actually a limited quasi-sovereign. High Lord Tianpeng was dumbfounded. He felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, This barbarian quasi-supreme being was standing there. If they were on the side of the heavenly devil god Pallas, perhaps he would have been the one who had just been suppressed. Ah, no, Blood River Devil Sovereign. Bitch it, he was actually still hiding. And a secret. Flee immediately, this sovereign cannot be buried along with them. Collapse. The remaining 6 devil sovereigns' mind completely collapsed at this moment. What did the 4 great quasi-sovereign of great perfection mean by taking revenge afterwards? Who would still have the mood to care about him? Even the strongest amongst them, the Blood River Devil Sovereign, was suppressed by emotion, let alone them. If they didn't run now, they would die. Not good. They want to escape. Stop them, old man Mu Wen. Stay here, old devil sky flipping. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, we'll fight for 300 rounds. The quasi-supreme beings of primeval chaos Dao Palace immediately reacted. At this moment, how could they let these devil sovereign leave just like that? Ah, bastard. Get lost, great heavenly devil disintegration spell. Get lost, whoever blocks my path. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. The faces of the 6 great devil sovereign were twisted and extremely ferocious. They were like devils from hell, fighting with their lives on the line. All of them were fighting with their lives on the line. No matter what price they had to pay, it would all be in the future. One breath later, what a pity, a hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In the end, he still failed to capture all 6 devil sovereign, and 3 of them managed to escape. Sigh, these exalts still cherished their lives too much. Under the desperate attacks of one devil sovereign, none of the exalts had the courage to fight with their lives on the line. Otherwise, these 3 devil sovereign wouldn't have been able to escape. Of course, Yang Fann only thought about it in his heart. Humans were selfish, especially these quasi-supreme beings. All of them were wily old foxes. If it wasn't for the fact that they were truly forced into a desperate situation, how many of them would fight with their lives on the line? Next, it will be those 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Yang Fann shifted his gaze to the center of the square. These 4 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the real big shots. Those 14 devil sovereign were just the appetizers. Subduing one quasi-sovereign of great perfection with ease. They were all much more than the 14 devil sovereign combined. Who should I choose? A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He only had one chance. Once he failed, it would be difficult to suppress another quasi-sovereign of great perfection. What a good old man, Zhuyang, I didn't expect you to have such a move. I have truly underestimated you all. Dark Ember's eyes were fixed on the Supreme Lord of Nine Yang. This time, Heavenly Devil God Palace had lost. Out of the 14 devil sovereign, 11 of them had fallen. This was a sin of negligence. Hong Long, he wanted to kill the aphids of the barbarians and save the Blood River Devil Sovereign and the other 11 barbarians who were suppressed by him. However, with old man Zhu Yang dragging them along, he was unable to do anything. Dark Brilliance, old ghost, this is the outcome of becoming the enemy of my Dao Palace. The Supreme Lord of Zhuyang sneered and did not explain anything. My target is you.